Nicholas Gallis here with your Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Cam Hayward spoke out about Aaron Rodgers, said you either want to be a Steeler or you don't. Interesting stuff there. It's definitely something that we'll react to here coming up. Pittsburgh Penguins, they had a 4-game winning streak, and then they lost yesterday to the New York Islanders by a 4-2 final. Penguins next play on Friday. Another home game for the Penguins. They have the Columbus Blue Jackets. And the Pittsburgh Pirates are still in spring training. We're now 8 days away, though, from the Major League Baseball regular season. Pirates beat the Phillies yesterday 3-2 in spring training. They've got a game against the Rays this afternoon at 1 o'clock. And that Tokyo set that's being played between the Los Angeles Dodgers and the Chicago Cubs, that game is set for 6:10. Cubs lost that one yesterday. So every other team in the NL Central right now has a half-game lead over the Chicago Cubs. Everybody else is 0-0. The Cubs 0-1. But again, the second game of that set is going to be today, 6:10. So it's something to cover this morning if you're interested. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And the Family Morning Show with me, Nicholas Harry Callis, is coming up next here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Breakthrough T1D, formerly JDRF, announces the 33rd Annual Promise Gala in support of the local Type 1 Diabetes T1D community. The annual event is happening Saturday, April 26th at the Westin downtown. The Promise Gala will offer an exciting night of entertainment and fundraising supporting T1D research. This year's gala will honor Jim Rooney on behalf of the Rooney family. For tickets and more, visit the event page at 937thefan.com.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Let's admit something. It's easy to get stuck in a rut. You grab the same thing for breakfast if you even bother to eat one every day. You think about exercise and then you think, well, maybe tomorrow. The only thing that's not stuck is the needle that goes higher and higher on the scale. Now, the new weight loss medications will help with the scale, but isn't everything else still stuck? I chose Awaken 180 because I didn't just want to lose weight. I wanted to be shown how to enhance my everyday life. I wanted a lifestyle change, in other words. That's exactly what Awaken 180 promised, and that's exactly what Awaken 180 delivered. I feel better. I'm happier. I even look forward to seeing my doctor for my annual physical because I know I've got things in a great place. Yes, I could have chosen the medications, but taking a new medication for life would have been the only change. Is your goal more than to simply lose weight? If it is, do what I did and get unstuck with the medication-free solution for weight loss. Fast, safe, proven weight loss with free support for life. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
The latest advancement for thinning hair and hair loss is now at New Image Hair Clinic. It's called laser hair therapy, and you could try it for free. Simply call today at 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com to schedule your free evaluation. In as little as 1 hour, they can help determine the possible reasons for your hair loss and if the laser hair therapy is for you. Call now and KDKA listeners can receive 2 weeks of laser treatments for free. Certain restrictions apply, so call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Get the award-winning news and analysis you crave with the Post-Gazette Sports Experience. Dulac, Fittipaldo, and Batko tackle the Steelers. Hiles and Destin cover the Pirates. Venzel has the Penguins. Carter and Thompson have all things Pitt. Plus columnists Mackey and Starkey in action from the Whitfield, Duquesne, and Penn State. Come for the behind-the-scenes exclusives. Stay for the NFL Draft and MLB coverage that's second to none. Visit postgazette.com/sports.
The Master, Rick Wakeman, is coming to Pittsburgh on his final one-man solo tour. Featuring all-time favorites from his musical career. An all-new show filled with great music and great stories. April 15th, Carnegie of Homestead Music Hall. Reserve seats on sale now at librarymusichall.com. Don't miss Rock and Roll Hall of Fame recipient, Rick Wakeman, live. Produced by Drusky Entertainment.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue.Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on 2 wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue.Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Paul Skeens, just 8 days until Pirates baseball on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Raise the Jolly Roger.
Our Pirates are ready for an exciting season. It's all the action here. Presented by Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 Hampton. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's time to wake up.
It's early, and if you're up, so are we. It's the early morning show. Think of it as a pre-show to the pre-show kind of thing.
Hell of a way to begin a day.
Tuck in Pittsburgh sports before the sun comes up. The Fan Early Morning Show is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. And it's Hump Day. It's Wednesday. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This is the Family Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan from 5 to 5:40 every morning. I'm the first local Pittsburgh host you hear for the day. So it's like a nice little warm-up we got going on here. Just a nice little warm-up into the sports talk day, right? Kind of ease you out of the national talk into the local focus talk for you. And I do promote healthy conversation. So if you feel inclined, give me a phone call, 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. You can also talk to me on X at Callis_33. That's CALLAS_33. And let's talk. Let's have a conversation. It's still a little chilly outside this morning. Still a bummer. Not a big fan of the cold weather. I'm ready for springtime and summertime. Hopefully we get there sooner rather than later. But yeah, I'm tired of waking up. Like, sometimes it's fun. I think I talked about this before. Sometimes it's fun when, like, you've gone through August and September and it's been real hot and you just want something to relieve you. So the cold weather feels like a nice little change of pace. And then, 2 months go by, 3 months go by, and then it's just a darn burden. And so by February, I'm usually like, oh, yeah, I'm tired of waking up like this. It's time for the warm back. But it feels so refreshing once that warm weather gets consistent. It's just, right now we're having some alternating days of hot, cold, and unfortunately, when the sun's not up, when I get up at 4:30, it's like it's just cold all the time. So usually by the time I leave at 10:30, it's warmer out. But like waking up cold in the house, like I just don't want to leave my bed whenever I got the blanket on and it's cold outside. Like I just want to stay in the warm. So, yeah, we should be getting some warmer weather again next week. It's going to be like a high of 50 or so over the rest of this week and into the weekend. So, hopefully we all get through it together. I don't know. Springtime is coming. Springtime's coming. Baseball's coming as well. Pirates have a game today, and then they'll have an off day tomorrow. But still in spring training games, a 1 o'clock game against the Tampa Bay Rays, and then just, the big Major League Baseball games being played this week. Games that will count toward their regular season schedules, the Los Angeles Dodgers and Chicago Cubs have a game at 6:10 this morning. It's it's our time, 6:10 in Japan, though it's more prime time. But those games between the Dodgers and the Cubs count toward their regular season schedule. Keep saying schedules, regular season schedules. It's not. It's on their regular season schedule, and it counts toward their regular season records. So the Cubs are 0-1 officially in the Major League Baseball standings, last place in the NL Central, because everybody else hasn't played a game yet. They're all 0-0. And then the Dodgers 1-0. So game 2 of that set. It's just a 2-game set in Japan. So the second and final game will be, again, this morning at 6:10. So look for that. Since you're up this morning, always nice to see baseball being played, especially in Japan. I think those games are cool. I like the on-location games like that. Kind of like what the NFL's been doing by going to other places. Major League Baseball's been doing a lot of themed games over the last several years, and going to Japan to start the season for a couple teams. It's cool. It is nice. It is nice. Penguins lost yesterday 4-2. Thank goodness their 4-game winning streak was stopped there with their loss to the New York Islanders. So that's good to see. We don't want them to win it too much. They're not going to make the playoffs. Get yourself a draft choice that is in the premium top 10 section there. So I second that opinion. And not it's not a genius take, but that is something that I stand with. There is the Penguins need to do as worst. That's not the right word. They need to do as badly as they possibly can in order for them to get a good draft pick there. So do poorly. Do poorly. Don't no need to win. No need to win at this point. And then the Steelers news that I want to talk about today. Cam Hayward said some words about Aaron Rodgers that I think speak for everybody in Pittsburgh, or everybody as it talks, or as it relates to these tense situations, these dramatic situations, these. I don't want to say that. I don't want to say that Aaron Rodgers is holding out necessarily. I mean, free agency is free agency, but it's already been said a number of times by a number of people. The Steelers, I guess, have money set aside for this guy. No, we know that. That report is true. They have money set aside. They've been in negotiations. They've shown heavy interest in this quarterback. So, the only problem is that we don't know when Aaron Rodgers is going to make a decision. And that's the thing. If anybody tells you they know what Aaron Rodgers is thinking, they are incorrect. But now Cam Hayward, he, on his podcast, was talking about, he's tired of the quarterback situation and that, we don't need any of this crap. The recruiting pitches, it's the Pittsburgh Steelers. Either sign or go away. You either know you want to come here or you don't. Which I get his frustration. It's great. And that's why you have a podcast if you're anybody, because you want your opinions to be out there. And I like Cam Hayward. You shouldn't not like Cam Hayward, but I guess that's a fair point. Now, Cam Hayward also held out a little bit while he didn't get a contract, but I think that was a different situation. I think the Steelers are trying to negotiate a lower price for him, and I think we're all happy that he signed back here, and he did have a pretty solid season last season, so that's that. But yeah, with Aaron Rodgers, it's the more the Steelers invest in this guy, or time in this guy, because they haven't invested his services yet. He hasn't signed. So they are investing time, and they are saving money away to, with the intention of getting him signed to be a Pittsburgh Steeler. Now, yeah, I agree with Cam Hayward. I think anybody reasonable agrees with Cam Hayward. It's hey, the pitch is, this is the Pittsburgh Steelers. It's the Pittsburgh Steelers. Enough said. So either, figure it out. Come here. Come to Pittsburgh. Or don't. Yeah, I agree. I mean, the free agency period is as long as it can be. I totally agree. I mean, the Steelers have lost the opportunity, I think, to get several free agent wide receivers or free agents. I don't necessarily want to say that because they got DK Metcalf wide receivers. It's not my brain right now. But you know what I mean? They lost the opportunity to get several other free agents because right now they're setting aside money for Aaron Rodgers. And there are a lot of other free agents they could have signed that have already taken deals elsewhere. So time's pretty much run out. I mean, we're past the premium NFL free agency week. So I agree with Cam Hayward. Yeah, they want to be a Steeler or don't. It's the Pittsburgh Steelers. That's the pitch. Join us or don't. No need for any darkness retreats or anything. And I get where he's coming from. There's a lot of frustration. I'm sure that it's just everywhere to the point where, he's tired of hearing about it. Because the Steelers right now aren't being talked about like, oh, what can we look forward to now? Everybody knows who's playing for the Steelers at this point. There's none of that. It's like right now the Pittsburgh Steelers are associated with Aaron Rodgers in full form, and it's not even close. Like it's not. What are the Pittsburgh Steelers going to do? Like everything's focused around Aaron Rodgers, and he hasn't even signed. So if I were a player on the Steelers too, I'd be pretty frustrated as well. Like I get it. Like right now, the Steelers aren't being focused on for being the Steelers. The Steelers are being focused on because they're linked to one of the most interesting names in the modern NFL as we know it right now. And not even like he's the best quarterback option that you'll get across the league. He may still be able to play. I personally think that he's aging, and there's nothing overly special at this point about this guy that would make me want him to start over somebody else. And at the same time, you're not going to be developing if you have him at quarterback because he is toward the end of his career, so there's no franchise quarterback development going on there if you sign him and play him. So, you get my point. Like I don't want him around, and I've said that plenty of times already, but I don't want him to play for the Steelers. So I agree with what Cam Hayward's saying. Like, you're either here or you're not. Like, there's no need to keep playing around. I totally get where he's coming from. 412-928-9370. The phone lines are open. Cam Hayward saying some things about Aaron Rodgers and how he's handling negotiations this offseason. So if you want to react to what Cam Hayward said, feel free. 412-928-9370. I, for one, I'm with him. I understand where he's coming from. Let's take this caller on the line now. Good morning. What's your name?
Good morning, Old German Rod.
Hello.
I'm glad the ambassador from the Steelers said that he doesn't want him. I agree. I wouldn't spend a penny on him. I'm tired of the drama already. I know you guys got to talk about him because it's, sports. But, man, I wish you guys would even leave him alone. And I'm like you. I think you go out free agency now, get like Tyler Boyd to be your slot receiver to come here, build around Mason Rudolph. He'll still get you your 9 to maybe 10 games to get you into the playoffs and build for the future, like you said, in the draft. I'm tired of the drama. You have a good day. Happy hump day, buddy.
Yeah, happy Wednesday to you. Thanks for the call. Appreciate it. 412-928-9370. Yeah, Tyler Boyd's a name I hadn't heard in a while. Local guy, which is part of the reason why I'm partial to him is because, I know he was around the greater Pittsburgh area for a while here. Pitt guy, like him. Clareton. I don't know if he's good enough to play for the Steelers, though, at this point. Like, I'd be intrigued. I'd want him here. I mean, but I also know what happens when, I think you all know what can happen, too, when you get too attached to the local guy, and then they come here, and then you have all these expectations, and if they don't work out, it's like, I don't want his reputation here to be crushed if he doesn't do well or if he doesn't play or whatever, because who knows what the Steelers are doing at this point. Like, I don't know. So Tyler Boyd, interesting. Like, I would want him here just because of the local ties. because I have that bias. I get excited when pick guys or WPIL guys get to go to the NFL, and you get to watch them in the biggest football league that there is. Yeah, but I mean, I wouldn't want him because I think, oh, he's stellar. So I mean, that's an interesting name. Any other wide receivers that could have gotten? There could have been. There might still be one or two names out there that I'm just not thinking of right now. But I know that they lost out to a lot of the big name free agents that have already gotten signed. I mean, that first week is the week where teams pounce, and the Steelers have reserved funding for Aaron Rodgers that they're not spending anywhere else, and they may run the risk of having a slightly weaker team, especially if they don't get Aaron Rodgers. Then they may have a slightly weaker team because they didn't spend, and they'll have a little bit of money left over. From reserving it for Rodgers. If he doesn't sign. Now, he could sign. The Steelers could be confident that he'll make an official signing, and then we can see how that plays out. But, I wish they wouldn't invest this time and reserve this money for him. To me, it doesn't make sense. But, yeah, we got to talk about it, too. I mean, when we get to baseball season, hopefully there will be more talk about the Pirates. The Pirates just got to give us something else to talk about. That's their responsibility at this point because we're not talking about the Penguins. We're in not watching hockey games. I'm just going to hope that they lose. Like, this season's not interesting. So the Penguins, they're done. They're gone. Pirate season's not quite here yet, so I mean, what else do we talk about? Like, we got to talk about Aaron Rodgers. Like, we have to talk about him because these are, this is going to be one of the most crucial decisions that the Steelers make this offseason is who plays quarterback. And the quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers is arguably the most important of the positions, the highest interest position in the sport. So, I mean, you got to talk about it. Once the Steelers have a roster, we won't talk about them for another month, because just a month, because then the draft comes up. You know how it is. I know how the NFL works. I'm not always thrilled to constantly be talking about the NFL, but it's the job. You got to do it. We got to go over the scenarios because we want to know who the Steelers quarterback is, and it is important that we know who the Steelers quarterback is soon because the draft is coming up. And that's another reason why this is annoying that Aaron Rodgers is doing this because, I mean, there is a legitimate thought process where, like, if the Steelers don't get Aaron Rodgers, it might make sense to take a quarterback in the early rounds. It might. So that is also something to consider there. It's like, well, if Aaron Rodgers doesn't sign by the draft, you might want to get a quarterback. And just have a quarterback on the roster. See what happens. So, it is a tough situation, and it is a hot topic right now for that reason. Like, there's so many elements in play here. There's so much that Aaron Rodgers is impacting right now by not just signing. And so we've got to talk about it. We've got to remind you, like, hey, this is why this guy should sign. Because it is important. The Steelers quarterback position is important. The quarterback position for any NFL team is a really important position. So that's why we talk about it. So I get it. I'd rather be talking about baseball as well. But that's on the Pirates at this point. Like I said, Pirates, they must give us something to be interested in. I think they can do it. I don't know exactly how they're going to do it. I have a feeling that pitching is going to play a big role in that. But that's what has to happen. 412-928-9370. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This is the Family Morning Show, talking a lot about Aaron Rodgers. Cam Hayward made some comments and said that Aaron Rodgers just needs to sign. He didn't quite say that, though. He made a little pitch. He said, Aaron Rodgers, it's the Pittsburgh Steelers, so that's the pitch. It's the Steelers. We don't need a darkness retreat. We don't need any of that. You either want to be a Steeler or you don't. That's what Cam Hayward said. And I think that many of us can get on board with this thought process there. 412-928-9370. So give me a call. Give me your opinion on that. If you have any thoughts about the Pirates, feel free. If you care about the Penguins and you think that they should actually be winning games down the stretch instead of losing games for some reason, give me a call. Tell me why. 412-928-9370. Listen to us on the radio. Listen to us on the free Odyssey app. Watch our YouTube live stream. Just search 93.7 The Fan on YouTube. Find our live stream, and you can watch. Crowley and Dorn are at Studio B today, so I don't know if they'll have their camera up for that, but you can still listen to them then on YouTube. It'll just be a black screen while they're out there, but they are on location today, so that's the information there. So, all right. Okay, I'm going to take a break. I'll come back. We'll talk more sports. Again, one more time, the phone number, 412-928-9370, and you can also talk to me on X at Callas_33. That's CALLAS_33. Back after this, you're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
No major incidents or accidents to report as we begin the Wednesday morning rush. Traffic on the parkways east and west pretty well steady into their respective tunnels. To have work in the west end, watch for a lane restriction on the eastbound side of West Carson Street near the West End Circle. And work on I-79 this morning. Watch for lane restrictions in both directions between the Craft and Moon Run and Parkway West interchanges. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
It's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/sports. Ethos.com/sports.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Ouch! Check from behind. Man, that's gotta hurt. I'd hire Morgan & Morgan if I were them. What? Yeah, Dan, America's largest injury law firm. They serve up justice, ice, cold, law. Know what I mean? I guess. Their gloves come off when they fight for you. Okay. I'm talking a settlement slap shot. Shouldn't we be talking about the game? Yeah, Dan. Morgan & Morgan. Proud sponsor of the Pittsburgh Penguins. Offices Pittsburgh.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Just in time for spring cleaning, it's Zero Res 3-room special starting at $109. So now is the perfect time to take advantage of this deal. 2 days only. Go to ZeroResPGH.com. ZeroResPGH.com now.
As we grow older, we all need a little more help. That's why the elder law firm of Julian Gray Associates has a full-time social worker on staff to help you with challenges that lie ahead. To arrange a no-obligation consultation, please visit grayelderlaw.com and grow old with us.
Folds of Honor has been meeting Sacrifice with Hope since 2019 in Western PA. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. Their scholarship application process is officially open from February 1st 1st until March 31st. Apply today at foldsofhonor.org/scholarships. Please consider a donation to help provide scholarships at westernpa.foldsofhonor.org. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
If you're looking for the most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs on the market, then it's your lucky day. They're right here with big savings at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington.
Katie, every day I still meet people who have no idea all that Mitsubishi vehicles have to offer. Take the 24 Outlander, all-wheel drive, advanced safety equipment, a panoramic roof,
Plus room for 7 passengers. It's the perfect choice for a big family like mine. And right now, Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi has them up to $7,000 off. Or grab 0% financing for 60 months.
Eclipse Cross up to $4,500 off, Outlander Sports as low as $23,000.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade, regardless of year, make, model, mileage, or payoff.
Shop the Lucky Days event with the industry's #1 value brand, JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. I'm Nicholas Harry Kellis, and this is the Fan Daily Morning Show. Talking for a few more minutes. Cam Hayward expressed his light frustration with Aaron Rodgers not making a decision, saying you either want to be a Steeler or you don't. No need for this other crap. It's pretty much a paraphrasing, but that's what he was saying. So what do you think about that? 412-928-9370. You can also talk about the Pirates and the Penguins if you feel so inclined. But the Cam Hayward comments, that's the biggest news that we're reacting to this morning. So, with that being said, got another caller on the line. Good morning. What's your name?
James Wheeling.
All right, what's up?
Oh, I mean, my take on it is, I think just kind of like what Bostic said last week, that obviously they believe that Rodgers wants to be here, and they don't mind letting him play this out in the background and have his little media feud and do it. I mean, just kind of his thing. And I think that's kind of been the thing all along. I haven't heard anything from the club really trying to push him or even get him to make a decision. So obviously they're comfortable with just sitting waiting with the money because they know it's going towards Rodgers. So I think that's why there's no real rush from them. And I hope that doesn't come back to bite us and cause some feuding within the team with these comments from Cam, even though I completely agree with him as a Steelers fan. But it's just one of those things that you got to kind of let the club do their thing in the background. So,
sure. No, I appreciate the opinion, and thanks for the call. Yeah, I just slightly disagree. I think Cam is more upset not because Aaron Rodgers can't take his time, or not because the Steelers organization, the front office doesn't know what it's doing. I think Cam is frustrated with the distraction that this has now become. Like, this has been a whole thing. Like, Aaron Rodgers' representation has said nothing about this situation, and I think that's the frustrating part. And so you have that, and then all of Steeler fans, pretty much all Steeler fans are paying attention to this story right now of just where's he going to sign? Is it worth signing him? How's he doing on his little retreat? How's he doing on the beach? Right? And I think that's what frustrates Cam too. That's part of it, is because this is just a whole distraction. It's a distraction that doesn't need to be there. So, that's where I think a lot of that is coming from, is just like the distraction this is creating it doesn't need to be there, and Aaron Rodgers is okay with just sitting and waiting and making everybody wait. 412-928-9370. One more caller. Good morning. What's your name?
Hey, Harry, GP. How you doing, buddy?
Oh, I'm feeling good this morning. What's up?
Hey, two or a couple things. I agree with Cam Hayward. Either you do or you don't. Let's just get this over with. And then the big thing I got for you is 2 questions about the Pirates. Will Brian Hayes rebound and then maybe at least hit, 15 to 20 home runs? And who's going to play first base? Is it going to be Sawinski or this new guy? Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate the questions. I think they need Brian Hayes to bounce back if they're going to win games. You can't have him fall into a slump. Like, they need him. They need him to play well. They need his back to be healthy. So, for the sake of them winning games and the fact that I think they're going to make the playoffs, yes, he's going to have a rebound season, but he is going to be a pivotal piece. And first base, they're throwing out a few names. I haven't actually thought about the first base position in a little while. I mean, they've got a few options over there that I know of. I mean, Horowitz is still out. So, I mean, if you're talking about that new guy, like, he's still out. So, I mean, they're still going to be having a temporary solution there, regardless if they think Horowitz is the guy. But, I think he's still hurt. So, he's still dealing with that hand, that wrist thing that he was dealing with. So, we just have to wait and see. I mean, it'll, I think when he comes back, he will be the first baseman. He just, he hasn't really done much because he's still hurting. He's still on the, he's still going to be injured, and he's going to be on the injured list to begin the season. So, let me look that up real quick. I'm curious now. They had first base yesterday. They had Andy Rodriguez catching. Then they had Joey Bart catch for a little bit. They had Jared Triolo and Nick York play first base. Yeah, it's gonna be plugging guys until Horowitz comes back. It's just a matter of when he comes back. Should be shortly after the regular season begins, but he's still hurt right now and not participating in spring training. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This has been the Family Morning Show, the Fan Morning Show pre-show with Crowley and Dorn from Studio B. It's coming up next right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Discover uncompromising quality at a reliable price with Giant Eagle and Market District. Look for signs throughout the store highlighting lower prices. Surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle. Experience value like never before. Visit Giant Eagle today to see how easy it is to save. Enjoy 93.7 The Fan and the college basketball tourney at DJ's Famous Ribs in Murraysville, Friday from noon to 2. Stop by for your chance to win some great prizes. The captain is back. That's wild-caught, beer-battered cod with melted cheese and all-American sauce on a sandwich or sub. Don't let this delicious option sail away. Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better believe it. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
If you're looking for the most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs on the market, then it's your lucky day. They're right here with big savings at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills.
Katie, every day I still meet people who have no idea all that Mitsubishi vehicles have to offer. Take the 24 Outlander, all-wheel drive, advanced safety equipment, a panoramic roof,
plus room for 7 passengers. It's the perfect choice for a big family like mine. And right now, Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi has them up to $7,000 off. Or grab 0% financing for 60 months.
Eclipse Cross up to $4,500 off. Outlander Sports as low as $23,000.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and up to 125% of KBB for your trade, regardless of year, make, model, mileage, or payoff.
Luck is on your side here at Mitsu by the Mall. Learn more at JimShorkeyNorthHillsMitsubishi.com.
Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
The latest advancement for thinning hair and hair loss is now at New Image Hair Clinic. It's called laser hair therapy, and you could try it for free. Simply call today at 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com to schedule your free evaluation. In as little as 1 hour, they can help determine the possible reasons for your hair loss and if the laser hair therapy is for you. Call now and KDKA listeners can receive 2 weeks of laser treatments for free. Certain restrictions apply, so call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
It's not luck that Fine Wine and Good Spirits has top-shelf Irish whiskeys on sale this March. Take Redbreast Single Pot Still 12-year-old. It scored 95 points from the Beverage Tasting Institute. Impressive. Jameson Black Barrel, 90 points from Whiskey Advocate. Nice. It's not luck. It's generations of craft from Ireland's finest whiskey makers. Save $5 on both, in-store or online at FWGS.com. 750 milliliter bottles. Offer ends March 30th, 2025. Please enjoy responsibly.
Kevin Moret here for Mentality. Listen up, gentlemen. You're fighting an unfair battle. Studies show testosterone levels in men have plummeted by 25% in just 2 decades. That's why you're struggling with energy, muscle, and drive. But here's a game changer. Mentality's FDA-approved treatments boost testosterone by 30% on average. Imagine reclaiming the vitality your grandfathers had. Picture turning heads, dominating your career, and feeling unstoppable again. Don't settle for today's normal. Seize the day at mentalityhealth.com/radio. That's mentalityhealth.com/radio.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. For over 35 years, we've grown by offering our clients more offices, more lawyers, and recovering more than $20 billion. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Pretty decent ride for you as you head out for the Wednesday morning rush. No reports of incidents or accidents. We do have those HOV lanes open alongside the Parkway North, but you must exit off at the North Shore as the portion that heads across the river and onto the crosstown remains closed as they address those structural concerns. Work on the Glenwood Bridge continues. It's a 24/7 lane restriction in both directions. That project expected to last through November. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA. I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Show pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com as I play with the controls here at Studio B, Bowser Chevrolet in Monroeville, where there will be no technical issues. We got fancy new stuff that launches laser beams off of satellites. At least that's what I picked up from Craig Riley's description when he was talking to me about it. It's like Starlink or something.
Oh, okay.
Fires up off the satellites up.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you not hear yourself?
A little bit.
How about now?
Yeah, that's good.
Want me to turn the headphone up a little bit? Is that the one?
There we go.
There we go. This is college radio, baby.
Yep.
That's how we do. One time, actually, I was doing a broadcast at my old job from the Steelers facility during the draft. It was day one of the NFL draft. And we had a wireless microphone that was going to take audio from the podium for all the press conferences. Well, the batteries crapped out right before I think it was Kevin Colbert was going up to speak. And so I'm trying to play with it while hosting because I was also engineering, because I guess that's just how we did things at the old place. We could do it here because we love Bowser Studio B, Chevrolet Monroeville. But I'm trying to talk to describe what was happening with the Steelers, talk up to Kevin Colbert while also messing with the batteries. And then my man Wes comes over, and he's fiddling with it. And I say, yeah, I don't know, man, where the batteries are. And in my ear, my old boss, whom I love, goes, this ain't bleeping college radio.
Like it's your fault.
Well,
was it?
Probably. No, I mean, I brought 15 extra pairs of batteries, and I wound up changing the batteries before. I put new ones in before the broadcast, so I don't know what the hell happened. But he did not like that I said the line, we got to put new batteries in there, because that doesn't sound very good.
No.
Get that gerbil running a little bit faster on the wheel. So anyway, good morning to everybody. You guys good? Callis, you good back in our palatial Green Tree studios?
Yeah.
Very good.
Good. I'm great.
Let's go. We got baseball again today.
It's going to be nice.
Oh, it's going to be 75 degrees.
Yes.
Sunny, as I understand it. I already got text coming in. Crowley, how about those Tar Heels? I said it at the end of the show yesterday. I will reiterate it again right now. What you do in the tournament has no bearing on whether or not you deserve to get in. You get in based on your resume. Nobody argued, at least I didn't, so I shouldn't say nobody. I did it again. I never argued that North Carolina couldn't win games. I just don't think they belonged over some of the other teams that were left out. Like Indiana. Oh, well.
Yeah.
Texter, where's the video, fellas? I'll figure that out, I think.
I said a little prayer for you last night.
Why? Everything's good.
Yeah, you just can't have nice things. It just
what? Because my coach left?
Yeah, I mean, whenever it rains, it pours. It feels like for you, like it's never just like one little thing. It's something big, and it's more
coach drives drunk through a Taylor Swift concert,
right? And then derails the program. I mean, if that didn't happen, then this wouldn't happen. That happened last night, and now the basketball and football. They're finding a new coach in the same year.
Yeah, it has 2007 vibes, actually.
Yeah.
All over again.
Right. Maybe they'll bring
both guys come to Michigan.
Maybe they'll bring back Huggins.
No
They brought
chance.
back Rich Rod.
No chance.
You don't think that there's going to be people that are going to be pondering?
Nah, no chance. 0% chance.
Wow.
I hopped on with Pony and those guys last night. I think they wanted to make fun of me when it all went down, which is nice. Thanks, guys. Really appreciate that. And that's what Pony said, too. There's just no way it's going to happen. Just none.
Who was the coach before? Beeline? No.
John Beeline.
Beeline, yeah. What's he doing?
Yeah. I mean, he took Michigan to a couple of national championship games. Then he went to Cleveland, right? And stuff got weird there in the NBA. And I don't think he's coaching anymore.
Yeah, maybe he'll come back.
I wouldn't hate John Beeline. But you don't need ties. Like, people talk about this, and I don't know that we need to get into great detail on any of this. People probably don't care, though. They like to see me squirm. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people, you got to get someone with West Virginia ties. No, you don't. You just had a home run hire. Like, the guy you just hired was a damn good coach. Go back to that formula.
Yeah.
Whatever you did to get this guy, get the next guy. You got great NIL. You got great facilities. Maybe the next guy stays. If not, you go back to the well and you start swinging. You got a good athletic director. You got a good situation. And you can get back to the tournament in 1 year if you have the requisite spending. And I think they do have that. But they don't have what Indiana has. And that's the crux of the whole thing. It ain't about me. It ain't about me. It ain't about us. The crux of the whole thing is you got 14, and here you go.
Yep.
You set me off. You got 14 SEC teams in the tournament. Not to say they're not deserving. They are. Fine. You also have the Big Ten, which puts, 10 teams in the tournament. And that's not a departure for them. It's a massive departure for the SEC because they're taking all this extra revenue-sharing football money and they're rolling it into basketball because they have to. And it's not even full revenue share yet. But they're going to make this money. You have to spend it on all their sports. You got to be somewhat equitable. Football is going to get the lion's share, but it's going to trickle down to the basketball court. And they're going to hire the best coaches, and they're going to pay for the best players, and they're going to take over the sport the way that they did football. And it's the same thing with the Big Ten. And those conferences, we've been saying it for a long time, it is closer to happening than ever. They're going to eat everybody else alive. Everybody. There's going to be a 40-team Super League. I've never been convinced of anything more in my life. And you either make the cut or you don't. And if you're on the outside looking in, doesn't mean you can't be competitive every once in a while. You can't be competitive all the time. And it's going to suck. I mean, the entire college sports landscape, man, is, I don't need to tell you, it is nowhere near what it was when you were playing.
No.
At all.
I mean, it's totally different. It's night and day. I mean, even the mentalities of the players are night and day.
Mm-hmm.
Like the type of players, the approach to it, the want to, what you want to accomplish whenever you're in college. Like, I mean, we're dealing with different people. It's different. Everybody's different. And it's a shame. I totally agree with you. It's a shame because that was the most pure you can get before you could get paid to play before you're a professional. Like, a professional had a meaning to it before. I don't think it does now.
No, I'm with you on that. And I think what frustrates me more than anything else, we get into the hijinks and the nonsense in a moment here. The thing that might frustrate me more than anything else is that all of these things that are happening are getting rubber stamped by all the biggest talking heads in collegiate sport, all the biggest named analysts. They're all here for it. I don't know that they are complicit, but they're complicit by not fighting back against the machine. Like, last night when DeVries gets hired to Indiana, where they were paying their coach $4.2 million, they're going to pay him like $5, $6, $7 million because they can. They're paying their football coach $9 million, and they're Indy freaking Anna.
Unbelievable.
And the number of people, home run hire for Indiana, home run hire for Indiana. Oh, is the West Virginia governor going to sue? And I get poking fun at him, but what you got to understand is there's a fan base there that you are alienating, and it's just a symptom of the overall disease here. Like, look at this big program. They got a home run coach. Okay, what about the little guy that doesn't now? There's a lot of little guys out there that's coaches get poached, that's best players get poached, that's athletic directors are going to leave, that are not going to get put on TV as much anymore, and they're just not going to be able to exist in that ecosystem.
Right.
And guys like Reese Davis, who I've heard is a good man, and all of his ESPN cohorts, the SEC, the SEC, the SEC, it's on Fox, the SEC, the SEC, the SEC, Big Ten, Big Ten, Big Ten. Fox and ESPN made this happen.
Are they just a mouthpiece, though?
No, I mean,
are the analysts and the Reese Davises of the world, are they just a mouthpiece to what the corporate
100%
business wants?
100%.
It's like, don't shoot the messenger.
No,
type deal.
Totally correct, and I'm happy you said that. What happened here, and I don't think it's a secret anymore. I mean, there was reporting on this, when Oregon leaves to go to the Big Ten and USC and UCLA, whatever. Fox and ESPN, they pulled the strings to make those things happen.
Yes.
I mean, when Oklahoma and Texas go to the Big 12, these TV networks pulled the strings to make it happen. It wasn't, hey, we're doing this, and by the way, it's going to be great for you. No, it was ESPN and Fox pulling these strings behind the scenes. And programs like Pitt and West Virginia, and again, it doesn't mean you can't win. Pitt won a conference championship a few years ago. It makes it so much harder to where you are now closer to being the Pirates.
Yes.
And teams like Vanderbilt make the NCAA tournament this year. Texter, ain't this the pre-show? Yeah, I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, what's the pre-show? The pre-show, we're allowed to talk about whatever we want to talk about. That doesn't necessarily, we talk about other sports stuff, stuff outside of sports during the show. I think we need to change the landscape of the pre-show. This isn't the old pre-show anymore.
No, we can do whatever the hell we want.
This is ours. We can talk about other sports. We can talk about whatever we want to on the pre-show. That's the point.
We could talk about Canada not letting us use Pornhub. I mean, we can do that.
Yeah, that's not good.
Which, is
that real?
Well, out of the, I'm really curious about current events, so I just, I looked into that yesterday. I'm just so curious about current events, Doran, and what's going on in the world. I wanted to see with what I was reading on the internet was actually real.
Right. Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah, it's not like that there's not other,
clearing my history here,
outlets.
Research.
There's other outlets.
Just had to do research. I think they're all based in Canada.
All of them?
You know what? I don't know. You know what, Doran? I don't know that. I'm going to have to check today. I'm just going to go. I'm going to do my research today is what I'm going to do.
In Canada.
I'm going to do my research. For the good of our listenership, I'm going to go. I'm going to Google some sites, and I'm going to make sure that they're not all Canadian based.
All right, let me know. Actually, I'll do my own research. Forget it. I'll just do my own.
Callus, homework assignment. You get in there, do some research yourself. Just see if they're blocking it. I had no idea that was even a possibility.
I actually heard this story. I think a lot of them are. I mean, they're American based. Canada. Pornhub. I didn't know Pornhub was Canada though. That was news to me. I think most of them are American though. If I had to make an educated guess.
Have you ever seen? And I don't know how deep into this we can go, but we can scratch the surface. Have you ever seen how they'll do those maps, like every state's favorite candy bar?
Yeah.
Have you seen them on like every state's favorite category?
Yeah, yep.
Like Vermont, man, I don't know what y'all doing up there.
Yeah, right.
Like, what the hell is going back? Sap?
Yeah. Woods?
Hiking? It's very bizarre.
Wilderness?
Texter. Crowley has Caden Cross on his mind. That's right. Texter, this pre-show sucks. All right, listen, I'm in pain. Kind of. And how about St. Francis last night?
Oh,
you see the ending of that ball game?
That was insane. The Hail Mary. Oh, man.
Not how they drew it up.
No.
But
that's terrible.
That's March, baby. I'm not going to pretend like the first 5 minutes of watching the first game, I was just pissed. I almost turned it off just because of things. And I kept watching. And then I was thinking, man, if St. Francis wins in South Alabama, okay, they win. So good for them. Like, yeah, you're going to go probably get absolutely slaughtered by Auburn. But it's so cool. These guys, like John I. Broome is going to win the National Player of the Year, the big dude from Auburn.
Mm-hmm.
And, I mean, people call them historically good. I know they lost 3 out of 4 down the stretch. Like, that team going to win a national championship. And you could say you guarded the best player on the best team in the country.
Yeah.
played up against those guys, maybe something magical happens.
For sure.
When you go in, you're thinking, hopefully something magical can happen. But if it doesn't, like, that's a memory you share forever. We got to go play that team.
And it's your first win in Alabama State history. Like, first tournament win. Like, I mean, that's a huge accomplishment, regardless. And it's just interesting to me because, like, basketball is just, you can win. But if, like, they played in football, like, there's no chance. I always think that's funny. Like, if Robert Morris had to play, Alabama.
No shot.
In football.
No shot.
There's no shot. But in basketball, there's a shot.
There was Appalachian State, Michigan. I mean, you can count them on one hand. I mean, you'll see FCS schools beat FBS schools every year, but
yeah, wasn't there a recent one too?
But you can generally see when that happened. Like, they would beat Kansas all the time. There was a few this year too. I can't go back in my mind's eye, but that Appalachian State one, that kind of changed in a way the way I thought about college football, because you had big rough and tumble Michigan into Big House, and they're just like, we're going to spread it out. We're going to have 2 wide receivers basically with their feet on the white. And we know our guys are fast and you can't cover us, so we're going to run on you, and things change.
Yep. I mean, Youngstown State beat Pitt. I know that about 10 years ago. 10 years ago. I mean, that's
the Penguins.
The Penguins. Yeah. That never really happens in football.
No. Not
I don't even I do know why.
You don't see in Alabama, lose to a team like that. Like, it just doesn't happen. I think basketball, one of the things, like, I've said that I've talked out of both sides of my mouth, that the NCAA tournament is my absolute favorite thing in sports. I also think it's the worst possible way to determine a champion if you want the best team. Yeah, because, Alabama, just to use them as an example of basketball, they're a terrific three-point shooting team. Over the course of the season, they're going to shoot like 39% or whatever it is. That's a huge number. But you're going to have nights where you shoot 45%. You're going to have nights where you shoot 28%. And on those 28% nights, you can lose. There's a lot of luck involved. It's like baseball to me. Like, I think basketball is a statistical-based sport with you need big sample size to derive these themes. Football, that's, to me, one-offs. Short seasons, the physical toll on the body. Hockey's the same way as basketball. There's a lot of luck involved. That's why teams go on these magical runs. Oh, my goalie got hot.
Yeah.
Yeah,
football, I think, is more like depth-based. Like, whenever you see a team that's really good and they are going against you, like, the analytics in basketball and the percentages in basketball and those things, like, I get that. Because in football, like, your second team can beat somebody's first team.
Yeah.
Like, if somebody gets hurt, say, like, your left tackle gets hurt or a receiver gets hurt, the next guy going in is just as good.
That's such a great point.
But then whenever you have, like, a Robert Morris or a Duquesne or, an Alabama State, like, their second team player is barely making the team.
Right.
Right.
Because they're spending $0 in NIL.
Right.
St. Francis's coach was on the afternoon show the other day. He said they spent $0 budget in NIL. You're right. Like, and I'm not going to say that South Alabama would beat
Alabama State.
Or I did that twice, I think. Alabama State's, did I get it right?
Yep.
They're not. I don't think they're going to beat Auburn. But if John Broome fouls out, like, they're going to have a good player that's probably better than all their players that goes in. But okay, you take the best player off the court. That's 20% of your team.
Right.
You're 20% of your starters gone. One guy fouls out. One guy has foul trouble. One guy twists his ankle, Cooper Flagg. And you have some dude like that Golke kid last year from Oakland, same conference as Robert Morris, who goes 10 for 20 from 3. Like, some dude goes 10 for 20 from 3, and they got hands in his face. You're probably going to lose. It's just goofy. And it's what makes it beautiful. And I'm so happy that my wonderful team is included.
Yep.
Yeah. Texter, Neil Brown beat LSU at Troy. Do you have to do that? Why'd you do that?
Neil Brown is what? He's at Texas now, right?
Yeah.
What is he? Is he a position coach?
I think he's an analyst. Yeah.
Huh.
See where he winds up next year.
Huh. Interesting.
Here's the other thing. He beat like 3 ranked teams his entire tenure. Darren DeVries did that in 1 year. Beats Kansas, first time on the road in program history. Beats Gonzaga. We played them a lot. First time in program history. Doesn't make the tournament.
Yeah, but he gets paid.
Then he leaves.
Yeah. He's going to take his son with him, too.
Sassy Freza. Oh, he's going to be a top 10 player in the league next year. Yeah. In the country next year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And there's some shady stuff going on there, too.
What?
They ruled him out for the season 3 days after the Indiana coach announced he was not going to be there.
Really?
Yes. There's some shady stuff going on.
Oh.
And I don't want anything bad to happen to human beings. I'm not saying that. But to me, Darren DeVries is dead. He is dead to me. He was my hero 3 days ago. He is dead to me now. All right. I think I'm going to surprise you and the listeners with the take coming up next. It's the most played audio, I think, on the station in the last, 20 hours or so. We'll play it. We'll react to it. That's coming up next in 30 seconds. Bang.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
I want to play football. I'm tired of talking about the quarterback situation. I'd rather have it done. I don't know what ends up happening. I don't know, man. Like, this is... I'm ready to move on in the free agency. There's too much going on.
So if they called you and were like, we need you to follow him into the darkness for a couple days. He says if you come down there with him, he's signing. Are you going to be off the grid for a little bit, go to the darkness, and try to get this guy? We need you. You're our best recruiter. I'm about to get to Darius Slay, and it sounds like you recruited him too. So we need you to start recruiting. Get that NIL bag out like you did at Ohio State.
I ain't doing that darkness retreat. I don't need any of that crap. Like, either you want to be a Pittsburgh Steeler or you don't. That's simple. That's the pitch. Like, if you want me to recruit, that's the recruiting pitch. You know, Pittsburgh Steelers, if you want to be part of it, so be it. If you don't, no skin on my back.
All right, good morning, everybody. We are live at Studio B, Bowser Chevrolet in Monroeville. That was the voice of Cam Hayward on his podcast. And a lot of people seem to think he was taking a shot at Aaron Rodgers. I'll tell you what I think about that. We'll tell you what we think about that in a second. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And a lot of people on the text line right now, Doran, pointing out that Northern Illinois beat Notre Dame this year.
That's right. I know. I knew that there was one right on the tip of my tongue.
A big one, too, which we totally forgot. So thank you, texters.
Wow.
Yeah.
Jeez.
That's insane.
Yeah.
They don't lose again until the end.
Yep.
And they lost to Northern Illinois.
Crazy.
Sports are dumb. I think I'm out on sports. I think I'm going to keep talking about them for a living. I don't think I'm going to be invested in them anymore. I don't think I'm going to care if my teams win or lose anymore.
No.
I think I'm going to focus on my family.
Okay. So you're not going to go hang out Friday and watch March Madness?
I'll start on Saturday.
Okay.
Not caring about the sports yet.
Got you.
I think I'm going to be a hiking guy.
Oh.
Might do that.
Wilderness.
I might pick up your Pilates you were telling me about yesterday.
Should do that.
Might do a little bit of that.
Good for the core.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I need some core strength.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because my heart is broken. Mm-hmm. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Am I alone in this? I don't feel like Cam Hayward was taking a shot at Aaron Rodgers there. He got asked to give him a recruiting pitch, and he got asked, and the tail end of the question was about the darkness retreat. I think that Cam Hayward's trying to be funny and flippant with it. And then he's saying, no, I'm not gonna tell this guy anything other than if you want to be a Pittsburgh Steeler, be a Pittsburgh Steeler. Do you feel like he was taking a shot?
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
Absolutely not. He was saying, like, I'm not gonna, do what somebody else wants me to do in order for them to come here. Like, why does Cam Hayward have to be the recruiting coordinator of the Steelers? Like, I know the question was asked, but we've said this for the last 3 years. Oh, well, Cam Hayward, we should see what he wants. We should see if he could get this guy. We should see if he should get Russell Wilson, or if he should contact Russell Wilson or get another quarterback. Like, why is Cam Hayward regarded as the recruiter of the Pittsburgh Steelers? That shouldn't be like that. That's what I think he's saying. He's like, if I have to talk to somebody, okay, I'll do that on my own terms, but like that shouldn't be like the pitch is me being the face of the organization and having, this isn't college. This isn't college. Like, I'm not going to go sit in somebody's dark room in order for them to come play with me. Like, no, you're your own guy. You either want to play here or you don't. Like,
you think Cam Hayward's going to go drink sludge and sit in a smoky cave with Aaron Rodgers and vomit and have diarrhea just so that he can get to be a Pittsburgh Steeler? No. Okay, then it's not a shot.
No.
It's him responding to the question. I think the reason the question's asked is because he did do that with Russell Wilson. I think that tells you don't need to do that anymore.
Yeah.
I don't need players recruiting quarterbacks. I mean, if you want to talk to guys like, hey, I'm coming to visit. Hey, do you think I'd be a good fit for the defense? And you pick Cam Hayward's brain, I get it. If Cam wants to give you a nudge, I get it. But the hour-long phone call that he purportedly had with Russell Wilson last year, I don't need that. I don't want my players pulling the strings and pushing my team to sign players at the most important position.
Like, do you think that Cam did that on his own last year, or do you think that he was told to do that? Like, hey, you should give Russell Wilson a call.
It's a great question. I don't know the answer to that.
I would think that he was told by Mike Tomlin, hey, you should give Russell Wilson a call because we want this guy. And he's like, okay, coach.
Well, and if it didn't happen that way, it could also have happened the way that he's kind of saying with Aaron Rodgers. Like, okay, I'm going to give Russ a call. Hey, Russ, you want to come be a Pittsburgh Steeler? We got a pretty good thing going over here. We're the Pittsburgh Steelers. That's the pitch.
Yeah.
And then Russell Wilson probably keeps him on the phone for 57 minutes because he's Russell damn Wilson.
Right.
I could see that having happened. I don't think players should have a say unless you're Sidney Crosby.
Yeah.
And even then, your say can only take you so far. LeBron James, you want to say, I think the NBA is different.
Mm-hmm.
But LeBron James, you run our economy in Cleveland. You want to have a say, you can have a say.
Joe Burrow.
He
had a say.
Yes. That makes sense to me.
Yep.
If the quarterback's the one doing the recruiting, that makes sense to me.
In what world, like, try to picture this, a defensive lineman calling a quarterback to pitch, coming and playing for that. Like, that just doesn't make sense at all to me, a defensive lineman.
Ain't that the Pittsburgh Steelers?
Yeah. No disrespect, but, like, that just doesn't even compute my mind.
Right. Like, he's the face of the franchise and maybe arguably the best player in franchise history. And that part's not arguable, but maybe the face of the franchise over the course of the history, Mean Joe Green. Okay, he won 4 Super Bowls. Yeah. Cam Hayward ain't won a playoff game in more than half a decade. Like, it shouldn't matter what these guys want because these guys haven't experienced the success of winning at the highest level. Like, if TJ Watt had helped win a Super Bowl and had a Von Miller or Lamar Woodley-esque playoff run, and you're going to pay him $40 million, and you say, hey, man, what do you want to do? I think I'd make my peace with that. And Cam's a great guy, and he's a Walter Payton Man of the Year award winner. All that stuff is great. I will always respect Cam, and I think he deserves to get into the Hall of Fame. But, like, let's not have the tail wag the damn dog. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Mm-mm.
You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The part of the quote that I think a lot of people didn't discuss, and I'm not going to pretend like I listened to every second of radio yesterday because I was trolling message boards in Indiana. I was ticking people off in Iowa and Indiana yesterday.
Oh, I'm sure.
I was anonymous, and I just started writing stupid stuff about their states. Like Iowa. Oh, why don't you take that corn and, well, you get it. But the part of the quote that I think people are missing from Cam Hayward is, you want to be a Pittsburgh Steeler? As if that is the only selling point. Like,
right.
What does that mean anymore?
Right.
Like, that used to mean something. Like, even in the 90s. Like, early, hey, you want to be a Pittsburgh Steeler? Here's Chuck Noll.
Yes.
Oh, you want to be a Pittsburgh Steeler? Bill Cowher's going to AFC championships all the time. You want to be a Pittsburgh Steelers 2007? Yeah. It's 2012. Darn right.
Yep.
Now, what is the perception of that? And I don't have the answer. Like, Starkey went on this long rant at the beginning of his show yesterday about the new safety Juan Thornhill, who the Steelers brought in from Cleveland, and Ian Rappaport wrote, wow, former Cleveland standout, which is incorrect, Juan Thornhill is going to join one of the best defenses in the NFL, also incorrect. But that's the way some in the national media still view the Steelers. Oh, they're this consistent juggernaut. They play great defense. No, they don't. No, they don't. They're making the playoffs, but they're an average playoff team. I mean, they're the 14th best team in the league seemingly every year. So I do wonder if that statement carries weight and what it might mean to people outside of the organization to be a Pittsburgh Steeler.
Stay with me here.
Yep.
I think it may mean a little bit for, we talk about Cam Hayward and not winning any Super Bowls, TJ Watt not winning any Super Bowls or winning playoff games. The guys that they have recruited or, quote-unquote, are recruiting, they have won Super Bowls like the last 2 years. Like say Aaron Rodgers, you're recruiting Aaron Rodgers. Like he has won a Super Bowl. He will be a Hall of Famer. Russell Wilson has won a Super Bowl, will be probably a Hall of Famer. I think that for a resume builder, for an elite player like that, if you can revitalize the Pittsburgh Steelers for your Hall of Fame resume, I think that might do something. That's why I said stay with me. Like if you can, because of how many Steelers are in the Hall of Fame. So if you have your name attached to the Pittsburgh Steelers, you're thinking in your mind, all right, I am maybe a borderline Hall of Famer, or I am a Hall of Famer, and I want to make my case even bigger. For all the amount of players that are in the Hall of Fame with the Steelers name next to it, I think that could be a resume builder. Even if you win 2 playoff games, you still have the Steelers name next to you. So I think that there is, for the elite, the guys that we're talking about that are going to be Hall of Famers or for sure Hall of Famers, I think that it does matter a little bit.
Yeah.
In that realm.
That makes a lot of sense to me. And I also think, you're probably not going to stink, which I think would have some value. Like Darius Slay, as an example, okay, he wins the Super Bowl last year. He's another Super Bowl winner. He wins the Super Bowl last year. Where do I want to go? Well, if I go to Pittsburgh, I know that we're going to be in the thing. I mean, that's what they've been in it. At the very worst, they're in it. Mm-hmm. More often than not, they're in the playoffs. So you're not guessing there. If I'm Rodgers, I'm thinking between, let's just say, the Giants and the Steelers. Okay, which one of them is more likely to stink? It's probably the Giants. So I think being able to put Pittsburgh Steelers next to your name whenever you're up for that Hall of Fame candidacy, if you can resurrect what was a proud franchise and try to get them back to the glory days.
Right.
I think they probably view it that way.
I think people look at the Steelers. I think like Rodgers and these guys will probably look at the Steelers too. Like, all right, like I have a better chance of winning than losing.
Correct. Yeah.
Basically what you're saying. Like if I look at the other teams, it's like, yeah, I probably could lose. And it wouldn't be good. And then
that's going to look bad.
It'll look bad. Like, I have a better chance. I have a higher probability of winning than losing by playing for the Steelers.
But you know what the common theme is in all of this? The guys who are young who came got paid. DK Metcalf, you ain't saying no to $150 million. Patrick Queen, he played in the AFC North, where the Ravens have more respect for the Steelers maybe than other franchises around the NFL. But he comes in and gets paid. It's per year the highest average annual value that a free agent's ever gotten here in Pittsburgh. Patrick Queen, young guys, you paid them, so they come because of course they're gonna get money.
Right.
The Washington franchise used to pay guys all the time every offseason, like Albert Hainsworth, and they would win the offseason and lose every year, but guys would go there. Why? Well, because you're going to get the bag. Mm-hmm. Well, I look at Rodgers, I look at Russell Wilson, I look at Darius Slay, just as examples, all these old guys. I'd like that to be the same with Calais Campbell now that I think about it. They might have a different view of the Pittsburgh Steelers because they're old.
Right. And they know the Steelers whenever the Steelers were actually good.
That's right.
They played against the Steelers whenever they were good back in their young prime days.
Aaron Rodgers beat the Steelers in a Super Bowl, and he played with Mike McCarthy, so I'm sure they've had the conversations. I think the older dudes might still view the Pittsburgh Steelers as the Pittsburgh Steelers.
For sure.
But I think some of the younger players in the league...
Like, what have you done? Like,
right.
I don't know.
They don't know him from Adam.
Don't know anything.
Are the Steelers different than... I don't know, what's a team that's average all the time in the NFC? Those bottom-tier playoff
Cowboys.
teams. Yeah, right. Well, I don't want to use the Cowboys because of the the damn logo. It's kind of a similar conversation to the
Rams, I guess.
Yeah, like, okay, like any average team. I don't think the Steelers are viewed any different than those average teams.
No.
And Starkey was talking about this yesterday. I think there's some guys that Mike Tomlin can pull in here, like a Darius Slay. I think that's a guy who probably thinks it's cool. I won a Super Bowl. I'm going to go play for Mike Tomlin. Younger guys around the league, I don't know if it carries the same cachet that it used to.
I don't think so.
What does it mean to be a Pittsburgh Steeler? When Cam Hayward says, hey, Rodgers, you should want to come here because you could be a Pittsburgh Steeler. What does that mean to you now? At 412-928-9370. And what do you think the national perspective is on being a Pittsburgh Steeler? 412-928-9370. That is on the way. You can give us a ring on the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service. Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates won in spring training yesterday. Pirates played the Philadelphia Phillies and won 3-2. Another spring training game for the Pirates today at 1 o'clock. Pirates play the Rays. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, it's Crowley.
Thank you so much, Callis. The Bet Park Sportsbook and online casinos got you covered for the college basketball tournament. You can make futures bets right now on what team will win it all. And check these out. $25 on Duke pays $80 if they win it all. $25 on Florida pays $100. $25 on Auburn pays $125. $25 on St. John's pays $600. They can't shoot the three. They can guard. $25 on Michigan State pays $625. But whether your team scores or not, there's always another way to win on the BetParks online casino and sportsbook app. The only app I ever use and recommend to bet on sports and to play all my favorite casino games in the palm of my hand. Live dealers, blackjack, roulette, poker, and more. Plus play hot online slots based on the movies Rocky, Ted, and Goonies. New users get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. Go to betparks.com, download the app right now. Enjoy all the action and excitement from the casino at your fingertips. Must be 21 in PA, New Jersey, or Michigan for the BetParks app. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
Oh, sorts on his face.
The Donnie,
scowl.
make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
scowl
see
at me.
Let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
there.
here. Just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room. That looks more like a constipated frown.
What, you have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. So here are some highlights of my NCAA bracket. Call me Mr. Chalk this year, folks, but I'm projecting all 8 number 1 and number 2 seeds to reach the Sweet 16. They'll be joined by my alma mater, the University of Maryland. Hey, they're a legit 4 seed, although they got to go all the way out to Seattle. I do like number 11 VCU. Seems like everybody else does too. And to paraphrase Patrick Henry, give me number 12 Liberty. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Are you a parent of a 2 to 8-year-old? Listen closely for an exciting offer, then head to abcmouse.com/radio to learn more. By now, you've probably heard of ABC Mouse, the award-winning online learning program.
ABC Mouse is like a little one-on-one teacher. It has helped her so much.
Designed by education experts, ABC Mouse seamlessly aligns with what your child is already learning in school. And with over 10,000 learning activities and more than 850 lessons, it's an engaging and comprehensive curriculum. More info at abcmouse.com/radio.
I have been teaching for 13 years, and I've never seen a program like ABC Mouse. It encompasses science, math, reading, social studies.
We're offering a promo at abcmouse.com/radio to try it free for a month, then $14.99 per month until canceled. Go to abcmouse.com/radio to see this offer. That's abcmouse.com/radio. Actual ABC Mouse users compensated for their testimonials. Sponsored by Age of Learning.
Crowley here for Zero Res. Springing forward feels better on freshly cleaned carpets and floors. Zero Res removes winter's lingering grime, preparing your home for the brighter days ahead. Spring is a time for renewal. Let Zero Res help you refresh your home with clean carpets, fresh floors, and improved air quality. Zero Res removes winter's buildup and lingering odors, giving your home a fresh, spring-ready feel. And don't forget about your air ducts. Your air ducts are like the lungs of your home. If they're dirty, your indoor air quality suffers.
Just check out the 10,700 raving customer reviews online with a 4.9 Google rating and see what all the hype is about. And how about a flash deal this Monday and Tuesday? That's right, this Monday and Tuesday only. A 3-room special starting at just $109. Call Zero Res right now, 412-701-1188, or go online at ZeroResPGH.com and say you want the fan special. Spell it backwards or forward, it spells the same. Zero Res.
Don't just unclog your sewer, clean it. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining offers hydro jetting for only $299, complete with camera inspection. For details, visit us online at metzplumbingandsewerlining.com.
Attention parents, get your kids in the game with Pittsburgh NFL League, the #1 flag football league in Western PA. Fast-paced, non-contact football for boys and girls 4 to 17. Get NFL-style jerseys and top-notch coaching. Register now at PittsburghNFLLeague.com. Season starts in April.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh, by the way, Ivan's no longer on the project. His wife got a new job, so they're moving across the country.
Robin's top researcher is deviating to a new market. This isn't standard.
And now we're short-staffed. Who's going to finish all these projects?
She needs a cluster of new data analysts, and there's no margin for error.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Sun and clouds today, the high 80.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Hey, not to be dramatic, but you should smell this. It smells so good.
Whoa, that's quite the reaction to mixing and matching Gain scents. Let's hear another from Ashley, who mixed Gain products and went,
I'm so excited.
yes, you are. What about you, Isaiah?
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, and Emily summed it up like so.
It is just chef's kiss.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Mix, match, more happy with Gain.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Wednesday morning rush off and running. This report brought to you by Coit. Parkway East getting in line at Edgewood, Swissvale to the Squirrel Hill tunnels, while the Parkway West heavy around the bend at Banksville, heading for the Fort Pitt tunnels, mainly steady though. Route 28, that is up to speed from Harmer to the north side. Same story for the main line Parkway North. And looks like we have a little bit of heavy traffic on the inbound side of Marshall Avenue, approaching the interchange for Route 65. HOV lanes are open alongside the Parkway North. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Coit, Pittsburgh's premier home cleaning company. Coit welcomes spring with huge home cleaning savings. Save 40% off all Coit cleaning services, carpets, area rugs, drapes, upholstery, and more. Call 1-800-FOR-COIT and schedule your home cleaning appointment and save 40% off all Coit services.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Cam Hayward says the pitch to Aaron Rodgers should be an easy one. You want to be a Pittsburgh Steeler? If you want to be a Pittsburgh Steeler, come be a Pittsburgh Steeler. So a question for you out there at 412-928-9370. What's it mean to be a Pittsburgh Steeler? What's the perception of your favorite franchise? Fan Morning Show Twitter poll brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement. TrustPJ.com. I mean, the Steelers lost a lot of free agents this offseason. I don't think that that's an indication that guys didn't necessarily want to be here. I think they lost guys that we expected them to lose. Like, they weren't trying to keep Larry Ogunjobi, just as an example. And there are more examples. Guy like Justin Fields, when all else is equal, picking the New York Jets, though, that to me makes my ears perk up a little bit.
Yes.
I think Jeremy Fowler reports the money was similar, and he said, nah, I'm out. And Starkey read a long list yesterday. Guys like Melvin Ingram, guys like LeGarrette Blount, even George Pickens, showing up late. Guys not necessarily respecting Tomlin, or at least not wanting to play for Tomlin at various points. And, it continues to get used on a national level. Like, oh, guys want to come play for Tomlin. Now, he did do well in that NFLPA survey. But do guys want to play for Tomlin because they know they can win? Do they want to play for Tomlin because they think he's going to treat him like a man? It's not like it's this accountability factory, though.
No, it's not. I mean, I think that they want to play because, guys talk. And guys talk to, whoever's on the Steelers and, around the league and, practice setting, practice, attire, little things like that.
Veterans getting Wednesdays off.
Getting days off.
I'm sure that's more and more common around the league.
Right. And just kind of how Tomlin is as a head coach. Like,
I need one of Mulsey's blue pills for this microphone stand. I'm sorry to cut you off.
You think you can reach?
This thing, I mean, I lift it up, and look at it.
Tighten the bottom part.
I'm trying to tighten the bottom part. I don't have the thumb strength. Didn't mean to cut you off there. I mean, I definitely did mean to cut you off, but I wish I hadn't. My apologies. There we go. It's standing up now.
There you go.
You just had to rub it a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. Yes.
Get that thing to stand upright.
Yes. Yes.
You were saying the little things.
Yeah, I think it's more the little things of why people want to come to the Steelers and play underneath Tomlin. Hearing things probably across the league, like, like I said, just like how easy he is on veterans. So if you're a veteran, you probably do want to come play here. I don't know if it's necessarily like Mike Tomlin's, how he is like as a coach, but kind of more of how his process is of treating guys a certain way that are veterans.
I could see that appealing to Rodgers. I could. I feel like I know that man now, Doran, in a way that I didn't before I watched that documentary. And you told me that would happen. I think Rodgers is very happy as a millionaire football player. Like, there's no doubt about that. He says he loves that part of his life. But he's more than just that in his mind. And everyone is. I mean, no one's just their occupation. He fancies himself a free thinker. And I don't always agree with everything that Rodgers has to say. I do find him to be eloquent, and I do find him to be a bright guy. I think if you don't think he's smart, then you haven't been paying enough attention. I could see Mike Tomlin appealing to him not just as a football coach, but as somebody that would challenge him intellectually. And I wonder how far that's going to go. I think it's about football first and foremost. I thought those guys might mix like oil in water.
Mm-hmm.
After watching the documentary, I think those guys could sit in a room, be sober as a church mouse, and still talk like they're both high.
Yes.
Yes. I could definitely see that happen.
Yeah.
Do we think, like, if we're breaking it down, Arthur Smith probably has some say. Omar Khan, Andy Weidel, Mike Tomlin. Like, do you think they all have the same vision on Rodgers? Like, I think Tomlin's driving the bus on this one.
No, I think everybody's different.
Yeah.
I think everybody's different. And, I mean, they basically told us that everybody has a different probably kind of outlook on Aaron Rodgers because they wanted the young, mobile quarterback. I mean, that's who they kind of wanted.
That's what Mike Tomlin said, too. He raves about mobility.
Like, that was the best option. I know we talked yesterday, like, did they actually want anybody? I don't believe that. But for what was out there, they wanted, Justin Fields to be the guy. And I'm sure Omar wanted to go younger. I don't know. Because, you have 4 or 5 people that are going to be in that room that have seen Aaron Rodgers since he's been in the league. They know about Aaron Rodgers. They know, how he is outside of football. I don't know I can't see all of them being on the same page with Aaron Rodgers.
No.
Be all bought in.
No, and I don't think that that's necessarily uncommon. I don't want to stir something up here that ain't here. I'm not saying that there's these knockdown, drag-out fights.
No.
Where they're fighting each other and there's fists flying over which quarterback the Pittsburgh Steelers should take. But I do believe Art wanted Justin Fields or Russell Wilson, and I actually think he probably leaned Russ. I think Tomlin, I think his default preset is, I want resume dude. I want a guy who I don't have to teach. And that's not true at every position. Mike Tomlin loves the coaching aspects of football.
On defense.
On defense. Loves it. You know, I saw him, I've told this story before at training camp, teaching guys when they were transitioning to more cover 2 stuff, like really nuts and bolts getting in there, using his hands, using their hands. It was really cool to watch. Like, he's got a passion for coaching, but I don't think he wants to do that with quarterback. And
I think he knows how.
I would agree with that.
I mean, truthfully, I just don't think he knows how. Like, those guys are trade. Some of them. Like, if you're head coach and defensive head coach by trade, like, you do not even mess. Like, there's a lot of coaches that won't even look at the offense. Won't even look at them because they just don't know. Like Narduzzi, I remember talking to Narduzzi one time. He's a defensive guy. He's like, I let the offense do the offense. And he's for real when he says that stuff, because he's like, it's not that they don't get it. They obviously understand it, but like, they are wired defensively.
Remember when Phil Dracovic got benched and he said, yeah, I mean, that's the offensive coordinator. And people were like, man, why'd you pass the buck? And I bet you he might regret having said that.
But he's being serious.
I think that's was the truth. Yeah, absolutely. Like,
I pay a guy to evaluate quarterbacks better than me. Like, I can't, like, he does it better than I do. The offense coordinator does.
Right. And Mike Tomlin, look, I think he's got his fingerprints all over the offense. This has been talked about for years now.
From a defensive perspective.
Correct. I totally agree with that.
That's the deal. That's what's messed up.
Right. You guys run the ball. Don't throw it in the middle of the field. Don't do anything stupid. And I know that my defense and my game management, of which he has, of course, a lot of confidence in, we're going to win the games that way. But when it comes down to the nuts and bolts of, hey, Mason, like when you 3-step drop and that back foot hits ball, he ain't talking about that.
Nope.
He ain't talking about arm angles and release points and stuff like that. And I don't know how much even conceptually he gets into with those quarterbacks. And I think that's why he prefers the veteran, because he feels like he can trust a veteran. With Kenny, I think like he probably had to get more myopic on it than he wanted to. With Duck Hodges, with Mason Rudolph, eventually with Mitch Trubisky, because he was a not great veteran who was prone to turning the football over. I think he thought Russ would be the guy because he wouldn't have to do that.
Yes.
And then ultimately the control freak that Mike Tomlin is, he took over that aspect of it. And I think he believes if he's got Aaron Rodgers, he does not have to do that. So I do think he wants Rodgers. And I think a lot of it comes in, his lack of faith in, he wouldn't say this even with truth serum, his lack of faith in development. I don't think he believes that, but he doesn't want to have to babysit it.
No, and the whole defense perspective, it's like, he could look at somebody that like Justin Fields and be like, all right, you're going to run this offensive play and I'm going to watch. And say you throw the ball over the middle of the field and it gets picked. He's going to go to Justin Fields and be like, see, like, this is why we don't throw in the middle of the field, because this is where the defense is going to be. Like, that's such a defensive mentality. And Justin Fields would be like, no, I actually read it wrong, and, I threw it to the wrong guy. He doesn't even want to go there.
He's not into the nuance.
He doesn't want to go there. And Justin Fields could easily just been like, yeah, if I just kind of look off a little bit and then throw it, it'll be open. Mike Tomlin's like, no, full stop. This is where our defense is going to be. This is how defenses play, and we're not going to do that.
Right.
That's his mentality of offense for young quarterbacks.
Meanwhile, everyone eats over the middle of the field against the Steelers defense. Make that make sense.
Right.
412-928-9370. We're jumping all over the place on this, but there's always new angles. There might be actually some new information out there on Aaron Rodgers, which we'll get into in a little bit. But what does it mean to be a Pittsburgh Steeler? Cam Hayward says his selling point to Aaron Rodgers would be, if asked, hey, you want to be a Pittsburgh Steeler? Come be a Pittsburgh Steeler. What do you think it means to be a Pittsburgh Steeler? 412-928-9370. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins have now lost their 4-game winning streak because they lost to the New York Islanders 4-2 yesterday. Penguins' next game is going to be on Friday against the Columbus Blue Jackets. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Crowley.
Thank you so much, Callis. This weekend storms, they wreaked havoc on a ton of homes in the area. If you were affected by these storms, you're probably getting solicited by storm-chasing roofers eager for a quick sale with your insurance money. Make sure you do your homework. You hire someone local. You hire someone trustworthy. Call the Pickle. Hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, voted best roofer in Westmoreland County 3 years in a row. No high-pressure sales, plenty of financing options. They've done work on my house. They're awesome. Quality expert craftsmanship. Gherkin Roofing. Call the Pickle, 724-515-5551.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows at Pirate Games Live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
That's the power of Bowser.
Luck is on your side at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Save a pot of gold at Bowser Hyundai with 2.99% for 72 months on a new 2025 Tucson SE all-wheel drive, or lease for just $299 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer dock fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends March 31st. Now that's the power of Bowser. Log on to BowserHyundai.com.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Visit the North Shore Tavern located on Federal Street right across from PNC Park for Pittsburgh's most memorable meal. Enjoy an array of delicious apps, entrees, homemade soups, desserts, cocktails, and of course, delicious steaks and seafood served on a sizzling lava stone. The vast menu changes weekly, offering something for every taste bud. Why not let their staff pamper you while you host a family or work event? The North Shore Tavern, a stone's throw away from PNC Park and Pittsburgh's home for steak on a stone.
Looking for the perfect fitting running shoe? Gingerbread Man Running Company has got you covered. From expert fittings to top brands like Brooks, Hoka, and Asics, they'll help you hit the ground running. Visit them in Shadyside, Greensburg, or Indiana and get ready to crush your next mile.
Big basketball games, big TVs, and big deals. Dave & Buster's in the North Hills, off McKnight and Babcock. $5 domestic pints, 20 wings for $20. Endless entertainment for the kids. A no-brainer for one of the best sports weeks of the year. Dave & Buster's, North Hills.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $359 for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $239 a month for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing. Also, special 1.9% APR for 60 months on the 2025 Kia Sorrento. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires April 30th, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
My friends swim no matter the season, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. Now, thanks to Skyrizi and clear skin, count me in. With Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Oh, honey, it's our favorite leaf filter trusted pro, Matt. Matt, come in, come in.
Hi, Mrs. Sparks. You wanted me to stop by? Is everything okay with your leaf filter gutter protection system?
Okay. Of course, silly. We wanted you to stop by for dinner as our way of thanking you. Yes, to thank you for that free gutter inspection, the free estimate, and what was the other thing? That lifetime guarantee.
Well, Mr. and Mrs. Sparks, those are just Leaf Filter's policies. Everyone who calls Leaf Filter gets a trusted pro to come out for a free gutter inspection and estimate. And every Leaf Filter installation comes with a lifetime guarantee.
So it's not just us?
No, sir. We don't want anyone to worry about clogged gutters ever again.
You mean everyone gets this level of service?
Everyone. They just need to visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule their free inspection.
Okay, but you must be starving. You work so hard. Ready to love your gutter protection as much as we do? Visit leaffilter.com/deal and get up to 30% off today.
See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Do you know the difference between type 1 diabetes, T1D, and type 2 diabetes, T2D? Type 1 diabetes is an autoimmune disease that is not preventable, and nearly 9 million people are living with T1D globally. If you or someone you love is living with T1D, your local Breakthrough T1D, formerly JDRF chapter, is here to support you. Visit breakthrough-t1d.org to find your local type 1 diabetes support network today.
Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Doran. Josina Anderson tweeted last night. You sent it to me on the .com. I was all caught up in my college basketball depression. Missed it, so happy you sent it along. She writes, worth noting, one league source told me earlier today the Steelers feel like they're getting closer on their quarterback situation. In their mind, that optimism pertained to Aaron Rodgers. Let's see if that sentiment is mutually held towards the consummation of a deal at some point. She's good at her job. She does get a lot of info. She also keeps things just vague enough that she gives herself an out. And she starts off strong there. Like, oh, I feel pretty good about this. And then it, kind of meanders too. But we'll see. I don't think that anybody knows anything.
No.
Like, who was it? Ian Rappaport yesterday said, maybe this goes until the draft. That's when it happened with Rodgers and the Jets. They got it done right before the NFL draft. That was the big story of draft day that year. I could see that happening. I could also see it happening after the draft. I could also see it happening in 3 days. I could see it happening during our show. Like, I don't know, man.
I have no idea.
And at this point, I think it's noteworthy. We do a sports talk radio show. We will bring it up when there is a national talking head who puts anything out there on the Steelers quarterback situation. I think that's an obligation we have. That being said, I just ain't going to buy it. I ain't going to believe it until we get that Michael Jordan fax. I'm back.
Yeah.
But that Michael Jordan fax from Aaron Rodgers, I'm going to XYZ team.
And I think the Steelers are obviously doing their due diligence, but they're also operating that way too. Like, they have stuff to do. They got to get ready for the draft. They're going to pro days, things of that nature. They're having dinner with Jalen Milroe, which I'm sure we'll talk about.
Oh, yeah.
Some point in the show. So, they're like, hey, listen, you let us know whenever you're ready. And if you're not, so be it. But we have stuff to do. We have plans for this coming season that we have to execute.
And I think that's a big reason why Mason Rudolph is here, so that they don't feel like they have to take a quarterback in the draft. I mean, Mason Rudolph can be a good backup, but if he has to be your day one starter, so be it. I believe that they feel that way. Cam Hayward said it on his podcast amid all the Aaron Rodgers stuff. If we got to go into the season with Mason Rudolph, we can win with Mason Rudolph as our starter. I do think that they've missed out on opportunities because they've been waiting on quarterback, but it's quarterback. And if they think they can win, then they're obviously going to prioritize that over something like defensive line. You're right. They did meet with Jalen Milroe at the Alabama Pro Day. They had dinner with the guy. If I'm Jalen Milroe, I'm ordering a tiny little sandwich so my hands look huge. Like, I ain't getting no foot-long sub, something like that.
Hey, look, it didn't stop them from drafting the last guy.
But maybe drafting the last guy stopped them from drafting a guy with tiny hands again.
Yeah.
I think the size of your heart matters more than the size of your hands, Doran.
For sure.
These visits are noteworthy. Whether it be for the draft or guys that they acquired down the road. I mean, DK Metcalf talked about meeting with Mike Tomlin. How many times do the Steelers go out and get a free agent looking for his second ever NFL contract, and either the Steelers, that player, or both reference, oh, we had dinner, we sat down at the pro day? So this would be another one of those pieces of information that I think we're obligated to bring you, because it's going to matter at some point. Whether the Steelers take a flyer on Jalen Milroe later on in the draft, or they're still in quarterback purgatory 4 years from now, this will be something that will be referenced again, believe me.
Yeah, if you sit down, if you have dinner with somebody, then you're definitely interested. You're just not going to waste your time. I mean, there's different kinds of visits. There's visits where, you'll just go in and and go to the facility and go on the board and just sit down and talk to a guy, and then you're out. But a visit whenever you're going to dinner, that means you're really interested.
I always wondered how that kind of worked, too, Doran, because presumably it's Alabama's pro day. Like, I haven't gone and looked at the list. I'm guessing everybody's there. I'm guessing most executives in the NFL, scouts from every team are there, position coaches from just about every team are there. I mean, it's Alabama. It's like Ohio State. Like, you're going to have presence there. Like, does Jalen Milroe go to dinner with the Steelers and get like an amuse-bouche and an appetizer, and then he goes out with the Seattle Seahawks?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I thought that 6 dinners tonight.
I thought that is this Alabama's pro day? Are you sure?
I think that's what it was for. Yeah.
Was it? Okay. I didn't know if he just like flew down to head. I don't know.
Generally, when they come for a visit, I don't read about them having dinners with the guy. They just spend 4 or 5 hours in the facility. I could be wrong.
Right. I don't know. I didn't know.
Maybe Uber Eats shows up.
Right.
Bring some sushi.
Some sushi or something. Right.
See, sushi would look perfectly normal size in Jalen Milroe's tiny little hands.
The chopsticks.
Oh, you got to be careful with the chopsticks.
Yeah.
If my quarterback can't use chopsticks,
that's a red flag.
It's a red flag.
Yeah.
Although AFC North quarterback, I don't know, you need chopsticks. Can you hold, you know what?
A burrito.
No, the Permanis test.
Oh, yeah.
Can you hold the Permani sandwich in one hand?
Right.
If you can't, like Brett Favre could have palmed that sucker.
Yes.
Can Jalen Milroe? I don't know. Probably not.
Probably not.
Hands got bigger, though. Text us, 412-928-9370. You can tweet us, @_Adam Crowley, @Score and Doran. And you can also give us a ring, 412-928-9370. Our friends at Pool Party Gaming, they got a free bracket for you, and you can win cash. That's right. It's free, but you can win money. That's awesome, and it's simple. You go to 937thefan.com. You click on Pool Party Gaming. It'll take you directly to their site. You fill out a bracket before things tip off noon on Thursday. Why does reading about the tournament make me want to cry? You can win. First place gets $750. Second place wins $500. Third place takes home $250. All from Pool Party Gaming, a Pittsburgh-based company. No gimmicks. Just register, complete your bracket, and you could win cash from Pool Party Gaming. Check them out through 937thefan.com. When you've had bad losses, because that kept you, like, how much football did you watch when you played?
A lot.
So Monday night, like if you played on a Sunday at 1, you'd watch the Monday night games, you'd watch the Sunday night games. What if you lost brutally? Would you still watch?
Yes.
Didn't affect you?
No.
I'm in a place right now, and this is totally different because I'm a fan. You were a player. Like, I don't know, man.
Can't watch. Can't do it.
I'm going to watch because it's my favorite thing. But when I flipped that first game on St. Francis and Alabama State last night, dude, I was so bummed out. So bummed out. Remember when we talked to Jeff Capel last year, too?
Mm-hmm.
And I think it was at the 5 Alarm event. I was like, Jeff, did you watch any of the tournament? No.
No. Yeah, he didn't.
Because they got totally effed.
Yeah.
That's sort of how I feel right now.
Yeah, you'll get over it, though. You'll get over it. Because they'll hire somebody that you'll.
Oh, I'll fall in love with that guy in 2 seconds.
Yeah, you'll get a glimmer of hope again.
Ben McCollum, that's the guy.
Where's he from?
He's from Iowa.
Yes.
All right, much more on the Steelers, much more on the tournament, but more on the Buccos when we come back with our Bradenton Bucco breakdown. First, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Cam Hayward spoke on his podcast the other day and said that Aaron Rodgers needs to just sign here or don't. There's no pitch to be made to be a Pittsburgh Steeler. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by Voss TV and Appliance, DJ Dick Trumbull and Lindy Group, PGT Trucking, NSS Live, and Aircraft Management Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
And a glitch in the Wednesday morning rush. This report brought to you by Pool Party Gaming. We had an earlier vehicle fire reported in the Shady Side section of the city, intersection of Melwood and Center Avenues. Watch for possible lane restrictions there. Parkway West, you are heavy near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels, while the Parkway East, that jams at Wilkinsburg, down to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Route 28, that's up to speed. So's the main line, Parkway North. Those HOV lanes open along that roadway till 10 o'clock. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Pool Party Gaming. Free to play, free to win.
Pittsburgh's college basketball tournament takeover.
Pool Party Gaming is Pittsburgh's platform for bracket pools and beyond.
Visit poolpartygaming.com to join or host.
Pool Party Gaming. Free to play,
free to win.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
You just had an accident. You in the hospital. They got you under heavy medication. You keep going in and out of sleep. As you sleep, you have a dream. Well, you think you do. In your dream, the nurse comes in the room. The nurse have a dog with her. The nurse says, I could be fired for this. But I gotta tell you, you just had a medical malpractice. I gotta tell you. You're looking at the dog is looking at you. You like, Top Dog, is that you? The dog jumps on your bed. Dog start barking. You say, I know it. It's Top Dog. Then you wake up. It's doctors all around. You telling them I'm calling Top Dog right now. He was just here. He seen what y'all did. This was a medical malpractice. This is Top Dollar. You hear me? This is Top Dollar. Top Dog Law.
If you're looking for the most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs on the market, then it's your lucky day. They're right here with big savings at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington.
Katie, every day I still meet people who have no idea all that Mitsubishi vehicles have to offer. Take the 24 Outlander, all-wheel drive, advanced safety equipment, a panoramic roof.
Plus room for 7 passengers. It's the perfect choice for a big family like mine. And right now, Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi has them up to $7,000 off. Or grab 0% financing for 60 months.
Eclipse Cross up to $4,500 off. Outlander Sports as low as $23,000.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade, regardless of year, make, model, mileage, or payoff.
Shop the Lucky Days event with the industry's #1 value brand, JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
The Fan is celebrating its 15th anniversary, Doran.
15 years is a long time, but 75 years is longer. Guardian Protection is celebrating 75 years serving our community.
And they're a big part of our 15th year anniversary celebration as well.
Yes, I know I speak for you when I say I love my Guardian Protection system.
Darn right. Congratulations to our great friends at Guardian Protection on 75 wonderful years. And you can check them out like we have, Doran, at GuardianProtection.com.
Doran Dickerson here, and I'm sitting here with my good friend Jake, owner of Southside Plumbing and Heating. Jake, you've been doing this for a little while, haven't you?
Well, Doran, we've been in business for generations, building an unparalleled experience in top-notch customer service and solutions for our customers.
Oh, wow. So you really know what you're talking about, huh?
Exactly. We don't just hide behind a family name. We are family-owned. That's why we are not just another transaction, and our customer satisfaction matters to us on a personal level.
Give them a call today, 412-431-7455. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
I'm approaching the age where I'm going to start getting my clothes the same place I get my groceries.
Angela Johnson-Reyes, the family reunion tour.
I can't keep shopping at the same stores I used to shop at. Like Forever 21. No, you're not. Turns out that was a lie.
See Angela Johnson-Reyes live on stage in Pittsburgh. The Event Center at Rivers Casino, Friday, April 25th. Get tickets now at riverscasino.com.
Chris Muller here. Did you know that the average wait time for cabinets is 8 to 12 weeks? Who can wait that long? The good news is you don't have to. You just need to check out Choice Cabinet. Choice Cabinet is family owned, and they have over 65,000 cabinets in stock with delivery available in as little as 3 days. Plus, Choice will deliver inside your house or apartment on their own trucks to ensure there's no damage. If you need cabinets, the choice is clear. SchultzChampChoiceCabinet.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Best thing on the radio!
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. We'll get to the Bradenton Bucko breakdown in a second here, Doran, but somebody texts in, for the love of God, it's not pronounced tournament, it's tournament. You aren't rotating Altoids. I do have a zin in my lower lip. Also, I'll call it whatever the hell I want to. If I call it tournament, then I call it tournament. Do you have fun at parties?
Yeah, what are we doing?
Who cares?
People get mad about anything nowadays. It's crazy.
What do you say? Tournament or tournament?
I think I say both. Tournament.
It just depends what comes out of my mouth at a given time.
Exactly.
A lot of people say it different ways.
Does that texter know what you're talking about?
The tournament?
Yeah. Do you think that they know the context of what you're trying to say?
I think they were able to pick up on it.
Then they should just be quiet.
Yeah.
You're screaming at the clouds right now.
It's very odd to me.
Yeah.
That people get their boxers in a bunch.
Crazy.
Over things like tournament.
I could see if you were explaining something that nobody knew what you were talking about, but everybody knows what you're saying.
Hey, Crowley, you clearly used the wrong word. Now we're all left up in the air going, what the hell are you talking about?
Right.
You pull out the dictionary. That word doesn't exist.
Right.
Yeah. Anyway, it's time for the Bradenton Bucko Breakdown. Bang, bang. Brought to you by New Flow Men's Health and Hampton Beer Outlet. Doran, the Pirates' first base situation coming into focus a little bit, and don't know that that's necessarily a good thing. Spencer Horwitz, he's going to be out for a little while. He's not going to miss too much time. She'll be back by mid-April, perhaps. I think early May at the absolute latest, and they gave up 3 dudes to get this guy, so they think he's the solution at first base. I am open to that possibility. He's not a great power hitter, but he's a contact guy, and with the short porch, maybe he can be a little bit more of a power hitter. So this is a stopgap thing. But Noah Hiles wrote this yesterday. He, of course, the Post-Gazette. With Derek Hall and Matt Gorski both getting reassigned to minor league camp, that means the first base job is coming down to DJ Stewart, Nick York, and Billy Cook. You can throw Jared Triolo in there as well, but he's making the team regardless. Gag me with a spoon. That doesn't get the blood flowing. You know what would get the blood flowing? We talked about this guy yesterday, and this makes some sense to me. Why not give Andy Rodriguez an opportunity at first?
Yeah.
And when Spencer Horwitz comes back, you can just send Andy down and have him work at catcher again.
Right.
Andy is hitting .364 in spring training with an 1,100 OPS in 11 games. That's not always a great predictor of success, but I'd like to see where that goes when you consider that the other options include a guy like Jared Triolo, who, among qualified hitters, was one of the absolute worst in all of Major League Baseball last year.
You could get the usage out of the guys that you've had in the system, too. Like, I mean, Andy Rodriguez, it'd be a shame if he was kind of the odd man out, if Henry Davis does come through and doesn't get opportunities here at the Major League level, and he's stuck in, like, AAA for a long time. You can give him, if he can play there, you can give him the opportunities of, all the investment that you've invested into him over the years.
Yes.
Like,
let's see what you can do at the big league level.
Right.
And there shouldn't be a ton of pressure because you don't have to play first base here forever, man. We gave up Luis Ortiz for this guy.
Right.
Just see what you can do. We're really more concerned with you swinging the bat, which is something you actually got an opportunity to do last year when you came back from injury. And if not him, man, I do wonder why Gorski doesn't get the month and a half shot. This guy who's hit a bunch of home runs in the minor leagues, I don't know that he's ever going to be a great big league hitter. I don't know that he won't. You have the perfect opportunity to get a prospect a chance to prove himself at the big league level. I know that Jared Triolo is going to play good first base because he's good wherever you put him. He won a Gold Glove as a utility guy last year. He's valuable from that standpoint. He's not a good major league hitter. Get a good major league hitter in there. Their issue is going to be run production. They're going to keep people from scoring runs. They have a good pitching staff. Get a guy in there who can maybe run into one 4 or 5 times between now and when Spencer Horwitz comes back. All right, there's your Bradenton Bucko breakdown, brought to you by New Flow Men's Health and Hampton Beer Outlet. People are texting in saying that I should recluse myself again.
Right.
Because I used that word incorrectly. But I immediately corrected myself, kind of. And when I corrected myself, I said, does that sound right? I don't know if that's the right word. Recluse, recuse.
Yeah.
I am going to turn into a sports recluse now, though.
I can feel it.
I'm actually going to start, not that I'm going to stop supporting my school or my teams or anything. I'm going to start caring less.
I can see it for the summer. And then once football season comes back around, you'll be.
You mean when West Virginia's not playing a meaningful sport to me?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I care about baseball a little bit. Damn it. All right, coming up next, Jerry Dulac jumped on the Dan Patrick Show, and he was asked about Aaron Rodgers. One of his answers, well, it got me thinking, Doran. We'll play that for you. We'll react to it coming up next. You can always chime in at 412-928-9370. It's the Fan Morning Show.
Good morning. Last Friday, we were close to hitting 80 degrees, hitting 79 for the high. I have us hitting 80 in Pittsburgh today, potentially the first of the year. Temperatures right now are hovering near 50 degrees. We should easily be in the 70s by noon. Hey, just a heads up that there is an elevated fire risk today due to low humidity levels and breezy winds. Please hold off on any burns until more favorable weather arrives. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
If you're looking for the most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs on the market, then it's your lucky day. They're right here with big savings at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills.
Katie, every day I still meet people who have no idea all that Mitsubishi vehicles have to offer. Take the 24 Outlander, all-wheel drive, advanced safety equipment, a panoramic roof.
Plus room for 7 passengers. It's the perfect choice for a big family like mine. And right now, Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi has them up to $7,000 off. Or grab 0% financing for 60 months.
Eclipse Cross up to $4,500 off. Outlander Sports as low as $23,000.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and up to 125% of KBB for your trade, regardless of year, make, model, mileage, or payoff.
Luck is on your side here at Mitsu by the Mall. Learn more at Jim Shorkey NorthHillsMitsubishi.com.
Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Giant Eagle, they've seen why Pittsburgh is called the City of Champions. Since 2020, with Odyssey and local communities, they've provided over 3.3 million meals through the Feed the Need Radiothon. This year, they're teaming up again with Odyssey and the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank, who have been helping those in need for over 40 years. Giant Eagle is proud to fight hunger in the communities we call home. Donate today at 937thefan.com.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
From the court to the open road, performance matters. That's why Spitzer Acura has luxury that delivers. Like the fast brake style of the Integra, the athletic lines of the TLX, or the smooth moves of an MDX. Spitzer Acura has a lineup that'll take your game to the next level. And with every new Spitzer Acura, you'll score a lifetime powertrain warranty, complimentary maintenance, and a service loaner. Don't wait for the buzzer. Our friendly team is ready to assist you now. Find your drive at Spitzer Acura. Online at spitzeracura.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
And a bit of a problem on the Parkway East. This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Make losing weight part of your new routine. Energy, clarity, better health. Find it all at awaken180weightloss.com. Parkway service is on the scene with a disabled vehicle. It's off to the right shoulder of the inbound Parkway East around the Edgewood-Swissvale interchange. Traffic getting in the wide berth, heading to the left lane to get by. That's resulting in delays all the way back before Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Parkway West, you're jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill. Route 28 delays now to Route 8 at the bypass down toward Millvale. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Do you feel stuck when you click yes to a subscription? Choosing Awaken 180 is the complete opposite because it's not a subscription. No fine print. Pay as you go, lose weight as you go with the solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Too legit to quit. Too legit to quit.
If I asked you a month ago, what are the Steelers doing at quarterback? You would have said what?
I would have said not Aaron Rodgers for sure. And it was the last thing I thought they would do. I thought it would be between, Russell Wilson and Justin Fields, with a split internally in the organization as to as to which person wants which quarterback. And so knowing that the offensive coordinator did not get along with Russell Wilson at the end, they butted heads over how the offense should be run, and knowing that he was a big fan of Justin Fields, I thought they would lean toward that, but then the offensive coordinator doesn't trump the head coach, the GM, and the owner. But there was a split there, so that's the way I thought it would unfold.
I don't know that I agree with the last point, Mr. Dulac. That is Jerry Dulac of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, decorated writer, longest tenured beat writer, I think, for the Steelers in the city of Pittsburgh. In fact, I don't think that I know that now. Ed Bouchette walks away. It's Jerry's show right now. He was on the Dan Patrick Show. I love Dan Patrick. Always a hero of mine in this industry growing up, one of the best interviewers of all time. The head coach doesn't have more of a say than the owner, the offensive coordinator, the general manager. I don't know, man. I mean, the owner is the owner, right? But I don't think it takes a genius to parse this thing out here. Art Rooney II said his preference was Justin Fields or Russell Wilson. And then when asked what he's looking for in a quarterback, went on to talk about being a field general, seeing things at the line of scrimmage, adjusting plays, getting into the right calls. That would describe Russell Wilson more than it describes Justin Fields. I think it's pretty obvious that Arthur Smith would have wanted Justin Fields. That was a not so dirty little secret during the season that you had brought up, that we had talked about a bunch. And he didn't get along with Russell Wilson. So I think there's the vote there from the offensive coordinator. That leaves just the GM, and that leaves the head coach. I think the GM wanted to win last year, so he brought in Russell Wilson, but understands, man, this stopgap thing, this ain't a great model of success here. You're not going to be able to have sustained success doing this, but can we do it for one more year? I believe that he would go back to Russell Wilson again, because that's a stopgap, a guy who can be a leader for the future, the next quarterback you bring in, who better than Russell Wilson to lead and mentor that guy? Well, then there's Mike Tomlin. Why are they in on Aaron Rodgers? Well, if I connect all those dots I just connected, it's Mike Tomlin. And if they wind up getting Aaron Rodgers, then that last portion of what Jerry Dulac said is not correct. Mike Tomlin carries more weight than anybody in the organization than Art Rooney II. And let's not mistake this, Art Rooney II listens to what Mike Tomlin says. And if Mike Tomlin suggests something to him, I think he's more likely than not going to do it than, let's say, if an Omar Khan whispers in his ear.
Oh, for sure. For sure. I think that Art has given Omar Khan opportunities, and I think he gave him one this year. I look at Art being like, okay, I want Justin Fields or I want Russell Wilson. Then you go down the chain, right? And then let's say that, Andy Weidel was next. Andy Weidel's like, look, I drafted Jalen Hurts. I think that Justin Fields could fit that. We can do a lot and bring him along like Jalen Hurts in a way. So then you go down the next chain, and then say Arthur Smith is next. Arthur Smith wants Justin Fields. Omar Khan, from the top, hey, get it done with Justin Fields. There's kind of a unison here of everybody's a trend that everybody wants Justin Fields. Omar Khan's like, okay, I'll get Justin Fields, but under my terms and for the money that I think he's worth. So maybe lowballing Justin Fields a little bit, even though that it's been reported that the money has been the same. We don't know that for sure.
Right.
Omar Khan, okay, we'll get it done. Doesn't get it done. Mike Tomlin comes in and is like, yeah, I want a veteran quarterback. So now it's Mike Tomlin's turn. Or Omar, I gave you a chance. You didn't get it done, so now we're going to turn to Mike Tomlin. And Mike, what do you want? I think that's kind of how it went and how it is right now. Mike Tomlin's like, okay, we either have Russell Wilson or Aaron Rodgers. I want Aaron Rodgers.
Yep.
Yeah.
They flirted, man.
Uh-huh.
They did that cute little thing where they're winking at each other. Mike Tomlin runs down, and he calls a timeout. Rodgers like, oh. And he's like, oh. I said it earlier in the show, and I had some pushback on the text line, Doran. I said, I think Aaron Rodgers, if he signs a contract with the Pittsburgh Steelers, he will reference Mike Tomlin a lot in his press conference. And I think he'll reference Mike Tomlin, the man. I think both of themselves think highly of their intellect. And I do happen to believe both guys are smart. Someone texted in and said, Mike Tomlin is not that smart. Comes across as someone trying hard to sound smart and witty with the lame sound bites, hostages, living in fears, etc., that most outlets consider clever. But we disagree. I do not think Mike Tomlin's an intelligent guy. Let me tell you something. You don't have to like what Mike Tomlin does on Sundays. You don't. I don't. You don't have to like the game management elements, the risk-averse attitude for a guy who, pounds his chest all the time. But if you don't think Mike Tomlin is a smart guy, that's not a matter of opinion. You're just wrong. Wrong.
Absolutely wrong.
We have both had opportunities to spend time with Mike Tomlin in more intimate settings. Every year at training camp, Mike Tomlin holds court at this restaurant called D'Annunzio's with the media. The guy's a really bright dude. Same thing at the NFL Combine. And then once a year, there's a media trip out to a restaurant with whatever road trip you're on. Mike Tomlin makes a point to come into those things. Mike Tomlin's a really smart dude. A really smart dude. And an unconventional thinker. And this is coming from a guy, I don't need to pump Mike Tomlin's tires. But if you don't think Mike Tomlin's a smart guy, maybe you're not that smart of a guy. I shouldn't be insulting the listener because they're not privy to the same information that we are. But Mike Tomlin is a very bright guy.
Yes.
And I think Aaron Rodgers, despite, people are going to agree on some of his ways of life and some of his thinking and conspiracy theories and whatever. I think Aaron Rodgers is undoubtedly a smart guy. I know he went and played quarterback, but, you don't go to Berkeley if you're a dum-dum.
No, you don't make it to the NFL if you're dumb.
Also that.
You don't make it as far as an NFL coach if you're stupid. This doesn't even fact. How can you put that together in, life terms? Oh, I made it to the top. I make millions of dollars, and I run things in a business, in a multi-billion-dollar business. Oh, I'm stupid. That's never happened. There's not one stupid person that is the CEO of a billion-dollar business. Not one stupid person. Maybe stupid decisions. Maybe people don't agree. But there's not one stupid person in business and life that runs things of significance. It is what it is.
Yeah, you get there through your intellect. Mike Tomlin got a Steelers job. And I don't know why I'm all of a sudden defending Mike Tomlin. I just thought that was such an asinine text.
Yeah, like what?
Like Mike Tomlin got his job because he's an impressive human being, first and foremost. And I could see that appealing to Aaron Rodgers. And then for Rodgers, like, you don't become a good NFL quarterback if you're a dumb.
No.
Like, there's no dumb Hall of Fame NFL quarterback.
Not one.
There's no dumb, successful NFL quarterback. And Rodgers fancies himself like his own guy. Like, he doesn't affiliate. Like, I watched that documentary. He doesn't affiliate with one particular political party. He likes to, in his mind, view everything and do his own research and whatever. I think that Tomlin appeals to him. And I think Mike Tomlin wants that too. Like, I think Mike Tomlin wants the mental challenge of dealing with a professional challenge of dealing with Aaron Rodgers on a daily basis.
Dealing with an equal. Like, how he thinks he needs somebody else to think that way because he is, in his mind, like always a couple steps ahead of everybody. The last person he had was probably Ben that thought the same way, that, you know, the accomplishments of what they've done and the experience. I think that Mike Tomlin wants that to be able to bounce some things maybe off of, not like, you know, day to day, like, you know, plays or anything, but just thoughts of like, hey, like, this guy is going to be the quarterback of my team. He thinks in the realm that I'm thinking in.
And
maybe
intellectual equal.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I mean, I think Mike Tomlin has his clock management issues. I'm sure Aaron Rodgers has checked into plays before that weren't the right play. But I think that those two, the more I've thought about it, I think those two would jive. Doesn't mean that Rodgers wouldn't at times throw players under the bus, but let's not forget how Ben did business around here too. Tomlin has managed ego. And there's another thing too. I've been very hard on Rodgers, and I don't want to totally soften my stance, but like, he's not the only NFL quarterback, NFL player that has ego. If you're in the league, you have ego. If you talk on the radio, you have ego. You want your opinions out there. So I don't want to be a hypocrite there. I think this power struggle, if we want to call it that, is so obvious. You know, Jerry Dulac says the coach doesn't have more power than these guys. You know, if Aaron Rodgers is a Pittsburgh Steeler, I beg to differ, man. Like, this is a Tomlin move. And I wonder how people feel about it out there on the phone lines. 412-928-9370. You can text us. Brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. There's the, you know, smart aspects of all this, right? Where, oh, Mike Tomlin's a smart guy. Oh, Aaron Rodgers, he's a smart guy. We're getting into the nuance. Whose decision is this? And then you fast forward all the way to 2025, Norn. And what do we do in 2025? We try to interpret Instagram posts.
Yeah.
We had one last night. What's it all mean? George Pickins, a post that everybody's talking about. That's next. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins' 4-game winning streak is over. They lost to the New York Islanders yesterday. They got a game coming up on Friday next. They're going to play the Columbus Blue Jackets at home. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Paul Skeens, just 7 days until Pirates baseball on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Raise the Jolly Roger. Our Pirates are ready for an exciting season. Catch all the action here. Presented by Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 Hampton. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Palmer Science with an Odyssey Sportsman Edge, sponsored by AutoZone. Get the Zone, AutoZone. The Big Ten has the richest TV deal in college football these days. This 18-member coast-to-coast conference raked in $2.84 billion in revenue. Yet, half the athletic departments were in debt, led by Ohio State, which had a $38 million deficit. In short, college football spending has skyrocketed, and clearly, this is not a sustainable business model. Good luck moving forward with this. I'm Palmer Science.
Ready to shoot your shot? Log into BetMGM and make your picks in our March Matchups $250K Pick'em for your chance to win a share of bonus bets. It's free to play and easy to get started. Just log into your BetMGM account and predict what will happen at different points throughout the college basketball tournament. You'll earn points with every correct answer, which gives you a shot to win a share of bonus bets. That's right. Just pick what will happen throughout March Matchups, and if you make enough correct picks, you'll win a share of the $250K in bonus bets. You think you know college basketball? Log into BetMGM and make your picks to win a share of $250,000 in bonus bets. It's free to play. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age and older. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
There are jewelry stores, and then there are jewelers. Hi, this is Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler. If you've been looking for a trusted full-service jeweler who can repair, refurbish, design, create, and appraise, give us a try. Or if you just need some advice or a second opinion on a family heirloom, we are here to help. At Urbanowitz Jewelers, our professional staff of trained experts have been helping Pittsburghers with their jewelry needs for over 40 years. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Castee Village or Peters Township. We're like having a jeweler in the family.
We wanna see ya in a Monroeville Kia. Spring into savings. Visit MonroevilleKia.com for special offers on new Kias, like the 2025 Kia K4 LXS or the all-new 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive. Dealer exclusives are the keys to a great deal at Monroeville Kia. You get free lifetime state inspections, car washes, free charging for Kia EVs, and professional customer care with every purchase. That's our promise, because we want to see ya in MonroevilleKia.com.
Hey, it's Dan Zangrilli on behalf of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. 2024 was a banner year, and 2025 is off to a terrific start because Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union is growing, and they're proud to announce the opening of their newest branch on Cochrane Road in Scott Township. Just like me, nearly 25,000 Western Pennsylvanians call Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union home. So shape your future with a diverse line of highly competitive products from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union at AllegiantFCU.org, federally insured by the NCUA.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out. Oh, down in the rinse change. Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
I'm at a smoothie bar, asking people if they'd switch smoothies with me for $574.
Oh, I'll switch.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
That's a headache.
Nope, it's painless.
Oh, so it's easy money.
Yep, check Allstate first and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-747-7676. 800-747-7676. Again, that's 800-747-7676.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning rush with all the usual delays. This report brought to you by the Western Pennsylvania Injury Attorney, LGKG. History, trust, results. LGKG, your home team. LGKG.com. Outbound Parkway East, we have a disabled vehicle off to the side at Edgewood, Swissvale. Traffic gets by without too much of a problem. Inbound, though, your delays before Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Parkway West, you are jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill. Route 28 heavy at the Route 8 at the bypass, and then again past the 31st Street Bridge toward the north side. And traffic light delays on northbound 51 approaching Route 88, then again at Nobles Lane. And another delay from Edgebrook Avenue to the Liberty Tubes off-ramp. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Dan Zangrilli. LGKG Personal Injury Lawyers. They're different from all the other firms you'll hear on the radio. Unlike the others, they grew up here, they live here, they served their community here, and most importantly, they win here. History, trust, and results. LGKG.com. 724-658-8535. 724-658-8535.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
George Pickins posted something on Instagram, and people are worried and touchy right now. And so people are connecting some dots. I'm not sure need to be connected, but maybe they do. I don't know. We'll get to that coming up in a minute. The Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Dulac said on the Rich Eisen show, the Dan Patrick show, that all the powers that be in the Steelers organization seemingly wanted a different quarterback, and that Mike Tomlin doesn't have all to say. But I think we connect the dots here, and we think Mike Tomlin's the guy who's pushing for Aaron Rodgers. So, well, what does that say? We've talked about it. Now it's time for you to chime in at 412-928-9370. Let's go to Jack in Maryland. Good morning to you, Jack.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
You know what? Things are great.
Yes.
I honestly think this whole Aaron Rodgers decision has been based off of the whole playoff play the past, 7 years. Just someone with, a whole playoff experience and someone who's even won a Super Bowl. Honestly, I feel like with this team without Aaron Rodgers as a whole can get to 9-8, and I just feel like I just feel like Mike Tomlin can just think Aaron Rodgers can honestly just win us a playoff game, even though he can't.
That's a great point. That's a great point. I feel like we've talked about that, talked around it, but you're the first person I really think that have been so direct of saying, I think that their outlook and their direction year in and year out is to win a playoff game, and then they'll go from there.
Right.
And we'll do whatever it takes to win a playoff game. That's the first time I've really heard somebody be that direct and say, that I think is their plan. Their plan is we need to get somebody in here to win us a playoff game, and then after that, we'll figure everything else out.
Yeah, and thank you for the call, Jack. I think it's fascinating from that standpoint because the way I view it, we've talked about this, they're winning 10 games. Mason Rudolph, Russell Wilson, Justin Fields, Aaron Rodgers, they're probably winning 10 games. That's what their ceiling has become, but it's also, and more importantly, from their standpoint, when you're looking at Rodgers, that's where their floor is. They're a 9-win team, they're a 10-win team. Their ceiling and their floor are very close together. It's like those tiny houses. It's like a Hobbit house story where you got ceiling and roof and all that. If they think Aaron Rodgers gives them a better shot to win a playoff game than Mason Rudolph, I get that.
Right.
But that's fascinating to me, too, because, and I don't disagree, he's Aaron Rodgers. But Aaron Rodgers had a lot of playoff failures. I put that up in air quotes, it's all relative. So he wins the Super Bowl, and then why does Mike McCarthy get fired? Well, because they kept stubbing their toe in the playoffs. They went 15-1 one year. They lose in the playoffs. That's why the new coach, LaFleur, gets brought in to Green Bay. And I think Rodgers felt bad about that because the pressure ultimately got him. And then that's eventually one of the reasons why they moved on from Rodgers. His playoff success since the Super Bowl, it's been like Mike Tomlin's playoff success since the Super Bowl. They won a while ago. Since then, kind of a checkered history. And I'm not arguing that he doesn't give them a better chance to win a playoff game than Mason Rudolph. I would err on the side of Rodgers, but it's not like he's had a ton of playoff success lately.
I think it's pretty cut and dry. It's it's who has done it. And they did the same thing last year.
They did.
They did. They looked at Justin Fields, were we want Russell Wilson because he gives us the best chance to win a playoff game because he's done it. I think it might be that cut and dry. This guy has done it. So we're going to go with that guy. And I think in Mike Tomlin's mind, this guy has been there. This guy has done it, and he gives us our best opportunity. The other options that we had never have done it, and we don't have time right now to be figuring out if a guy can do it or not.
No.
We know that guy has done it.
Yeah.
So I think it might be that cut and dry, that easy.
Yeah, because they think they're close.
Right.
They think they're close. And you know what's funny and ironic about the whole thing? Ben against the Jags, Ben against the Browns, Ben against the Chiefs at the end, they got their asses whooped. And it looked better in terms of final score against Cleveland and Jacksonville. They never had a prayer to win those games. Mason Rudolph had them down one score on the road in Orchard Park in a playoff game, not this year, but the year before. Like, the best quarterback performance they've had in the playoffs in a long time was actually Mason Rudolph.
Right.
I'm not saying that if it's one game for my life, which would be a bizarre circumstance that I've now walked myself into, but a playoff game, you got to win it for your life. Yeah, you're going with Aaron Rodgers. But ironically, Mason Rudolph kind of had them pseudo-competitive in a playoff game.
Yeah.
Which I'm sure they factor in, too. Like, he didn't fold under the pressure. He didn't play well early. He warmed to the task over the course of the rest of the game, though.
And you also have to figure, I mean, the guy only had, 2-3 games before that to really get warmed up to get to a playoff mentality playing quarterback.
And you know what?
He didn't have any track.
And you know what, Doran? Like, he had no track because that first game against the Bengals was a playoff game. And then against Seattle, playoff game. Against Baltimore, playoff game. You lose any of those games, you're out. He played basically 4 playoff games for the Steelers and went 3-1.
And then the Ravens game, I mean, barely even threw the football.
Barely threw it. They were playing in a monsoon, but he made the clutch throw when he needed to.
Right.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. My apologies. We will get to you the Instagram post that's got everybody talking from George Pickins. That's coming up next. Wanted to remind everybody, it's a cool thing. Our friends at Pool Party Gaming, they have a free bracket for you. It's free, and you can win cash. It's simple. You go to 937thefan.com. You click on Pool Party Gaming. It'll take you directly to their website. You fill out brackets before tip-off at noon on Thursday, and you could win. First place gets $750. Second place wins $500. Third place takes home $250. All from Pool Party Gaming, a Pittsburgh-based company. No gimmicks. Just register, complete your bracket, and you could win cash from Pool Party Gaming. You can get there through 937thefan.com. The Instagram post from George Pickins next. But first, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates played yesterday against the Philadelphia. Excuse me. The Pirates played yesterday against the Philadelphia Phillies in spring training. Pirates won 3-2. Pirates play another game today in spring training. Got about a week left, a little over a week of spring training games left. But the Pirates play the Rays today at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, it's Doran.
Trust is key in my life, and let me tell you about something that I'd absolutely trust to sell my home, and that's Gina Giampetro. You have a 5-star experience when you sell your home with Gina, and she always delivers. Whether you're ready to sell your home or buy a home or maybe both, you want to work with the best, and that's Gina. Kevin recently worked with Gina to sell his home in the North Hills, and with her expert marketing skills, Gina had several buyers ready to look at the house as soon as it was listed, and she sold his home for over $500,000. Gina will sit down with you grant a price, you grant a deadline. If the deadline passes and the home isn't sold, she will have it bought and turned into a rental. She also offers a no-obligation guarantee. If she doesn't do her job at any point, you're free to get out of the contract. You know what to do. Pull out your phone, give Gina a call, 724-602-9752, or Google Gina Giampetro of RE/MAX Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the power of Bowser. Luck is on your side at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Save a pot of gold at Bowser Hyundai with 3.99% for 60 months on a new 2025 Hyundai Palisade SEL all-wheel drive or lease for just $399 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. With credit approval and financing through HMFC, offer ends March 31st.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
Looking for the perfect fitting running shoe? Gingerbread Man Running Company has got you covered. From expert fittings to top brands like Brooks, Hoka, and Asics, they'll help you hit the ground running. Visit them in Shadyside, Greensburg, or Indiana and get ready to crush your next mile.
Hi, I'm Neil Walker. One of my favorite places to go on the North Shore is the North Shore Tavern. If you love the Pittsburgh Pirates, then you'll love the North Shore Tavern. my home and Pittsburgh's home for Steak on the Stone. Just a stone's throw away from PNC Park on the North Shore.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This is Larry Richard. Join me and the Black and Gold headed to Ireland, and so can you with AAA. Enjoy a 4-night trip September 25th through the 29th with round-trip airfare, hotel transfers, and your stay at the Camden Court Hotel. Daily breakfast and transportation to and from the game at Croke Park Stadium. Reserved seat, game tickets, and more. Here we go to the Emerald Isle for football with AAA. 800-848-1238. 800-848-1238.
Did you know the laser hair therapy program at New Image Hair Clinic can preserve and regrow hair for 87% of clients who qualify? Here's Cookie Harris to explain.
New Image's HPRP program is a hair preservation and regrowth program that combines the best of laser technology, vitamins, and nutraceutical products to give your hair the optimal chance of survival and regrowth.
Go to newimagehairclinic.com or call 800-514-HAIR and see if you qualify for the FDA-approved HPRP Hair Preservation and Regrowth Program.
Don't waste your time or money on solutions that don't work. We've been restoring hair for over 60 years. Call us first.
See if you qualify for HPRP. Certain restrictions may apply. Call 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com. That's 800-514-4247 for your free evaluation.
When you buy a new house, you might say,
"Shut the front door."
Winning!
No, seriously, shut the front door. We own this house now.
But you actually need to say,
"Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there."
That's right. The local State Farm agent is there to help you choose the coverage you need.
Welcome to my crib. No one says that anymore, but I don't care.
So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois. This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Let Popeyes do the fishing while you enjoy our signature seafood that you'll love, like our delicious flounder fish sandwich or crispy shrimp tackle box. So come give them a try before they're gone, y'all. Limited time at participating U.S. restaurants.
So, your small business is outgrowing your garage. You could go online, find a space, and get catfished. Or you could work with an agent who's a realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. Right by you.
What would you do if you could go back in time with the tap of a button?
Watch the ancient Egyptians build the pyramids?
How'd they do it?
Buy enough Bitcoin to purchase your very own private island.
Or maybe just skip the joke that flopped at the holiday party.
Unfortunately, we haven't figured out how to rewind time. But you can rewind live shows with the free Odyssey app.
Never miss your favorite sports talk again. To get started, download Odyssey and search for your station.
Live from Studio B at Bowser Chevrolet in Monroeville.
It's all a game, Doran. When you got free agency or trade deadlines or coaching searches, any of that stuff, you're looking for any little nugget, anything that you can sink your teeth into, whether there's substance there or not. And here's where we are in this process right now. George Pickens posted an Instagram post in black and white with him standing on the sideline next to the greatest quarterback of all time, Tom Brady. And it's got people all jacked up. And I'm just going to be honest with you, man, I have no idea what to make of it. I mean, does this mean he wants to get traded to the Raiders? I mean, Tom's not afraid to tamper. We know that. I mean, is he requesting a trade? I don't know. People are freaked out by this. Or people who have wanted Pickens traded the entire time are using this as ammunition, saying, see, look. Man, I don't know. And here's the other thing. Like, the whole Darren DeVries thing going to Indiana, a couple of West Virginia players posted black screens with laughing emojis, and people are like, oh, they're all ticked off. Maybe not. Maybe they're reacting to fan reaction. I don't know. Mm-hmm. What am I supposed to get out of George Pickens' Instagram post in black and white where he's standing there next to Tom Brady? Like, it's a Rorschach test. And I feel like if people thought Pickens was going to get traded, they're probably saying, see? And if people didn't, they're going, no big deal. But it might mean absolutely nothing. I don't know.
It means nothing.
Thank you.
It means him posting a picture next to greatness. I mean, like...
Where was that? Or is it AI?
That was before a game that Tom Brady called. Tom Brady usually walks the field before the games. And he walks and he talks to people, and George Pickens was like, oh, Tom Brady, let me go introduce myself. Let me talk to Tom Brady, and somebody got a picture of it. A Fox game. I mean, it's just him posting a picture next to Tom Brady in greatness and probably saying, like, yeah, I want to be great like that one day.
You know what I also wouldn't rule out, man? And people don't seem to think about this as a possibility. He could just want to stir the pot.
Or that, too.
He could just want to see the reaction.
He knows the reaction.
Oh!
He knows it. But it's not about trading or getting traded to Las Vegas at all.
Could be.
No,
and here's why I agree 100% with you. Like, I don't know what he means by it. It could just be the greatness thing. It could be him stirring the pot. People are texting him. George also posted a picture of him hugging Aaron Rodgers. So it could just be that reaction deal. I lost my train of thought because I was reading a text. Oh, if the Steelers are thinking about trading George Pickens, we would know about it right now.
Yes.
There would be sources, whether it's guys like Caboli reporting it, Ray DiPaola, who's going to join us at 8 o'clock, whether it's a national guy like Ian Rappaport, who tweets out, Steelers standout wide receiver. Oh, my God, can't believe he's leaving Mike Tomlin. He's requested a trade. Like, we would know about it before he Instagrammed it. Like, this isn't an Aaron Rodgers tight-knit circle situation with George Pickens. There will be leaks. And there would be strategic leaks because you would want to drive the price up. Agents would be doing agent things. You wouldn't leave it up to George Pickens to get people going with an Instagram post. It just would not work that way with him. We would know. Texter, I love you guys, and the show's amazing, but please get some new music to come back from the breaks. They are too predictable now. Happy hump day. That's a text that will make Harry Callis happy, because Harry is very obsessed with the music of our show, as he should be, as the producer.
Yes.
Do we give Harry free reign to do whatever he wants with the music? I don't know.
No, because he'll be, like, making beats, and he'll think that that's his job is to make beats, and then, he needs to focus on his job, so... We need to get some real music and just upload it.
We'll reach out to our guy, TJ the DJ.
Yes.
We can make it a collaborative effort.
Yeah. Tom Brady. I can't believe people are, like, trying to put two together to think that.
Yes, George can.
George Pickens is saying that he's going to get traded to the Raiders because he posted a pic with Tom Brady. Give me a break.
His agent would put it out there.
Right.
Texter, did anyone know about Luka getting traded? No, but that's a totally different circumstance. Like,
it's Luka Doncic.
That's Luka Doncic. You cannot, if you are, just to give this text some credence for a second here, they should have been canvassing the league to get the best possible deal for Luka. The reason that they didn't, and this is my educated guess, is because they knew how the fan base would react preemptively. That has to be one of the most disapproved of trades in the history of sport.
Yep.
Because of how popular that player is, what he had done for that franchise. So the Lakers knew, and maybe just the big boss knows, and then the powers that be with Dallas knows.
Yep.
That's it.
Yep.
Because if it gets out, you're not making the trade because you will get so roasted in the court of public opinion.
Yeah.
This is not like that at all. I mean, I appreciate the text, but I don't see that that's apples to apples. It's more like apples to concrete. Like, it's just not the same thing. Texter, he's a social media drama queen that just so happens to have wide receiver talent. No, those things aren't often mutually exclusive. We've made this joke before. We've talked about, like, offensive linemen will be like, I'm going to pound nails today.
Yep.
And they're shirtless and they're lifting like 975 pounds. Wide receivers, it's like the first chapter of Charles Dickens they'll tweet out. And you're like, what the hell is this guy
what's this
about?
Like Devontae Adams did that, didn't he?
Yes. Yeah, he did the Edgar Allan Poe is what he did. Yeah. And then you got like Tale of Two Cities, and like it was the best of times, and it was the worst of times. It's like, oh my God, he's going to the Raiders? He put a Charles Dickens quote. Right. Dear God. No, that's what wide receivers do. They'll put poems from people they've never heard. They probably type in, I'm pissed off today. What's a good poem for them? And then they tweet it.
Absolutely. Like he was like, here, let me stir the pot a little bit. I'm going to post a picture of Tom Brady and see where this is. Like,
and really, it's a young person thing, too. Uh-huh. Like, I used to do it when I'd do it on AIM. You'd put up for those of you who don't know, the AOL Instant Messenger, you would put up an away message, and you would, like, bury your entire soul in that damn thing.
Yes.
Like, I'll be right back. Mom and Dad are fighting again, and I just want to lock myself in my room. Like, it'd be all that kind of stuff. I've gone too far. 412-928-9370. You worried about this George Pickens social media post? Me and Doran, we are not. Ray Fittipaldo at the top of the hour. Wait until you hear what Jay Glazer had to say about Aaron Rodgers. But first, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Dodgers leading the Cubs right now in the fifth inning of the game they're playing in Japan. It's a 5-2 score right now. Cubs lost the game yesterday, and these games count toward both teams' regular season record. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Doran.
Who's cutting down the nets this March? Get in on all the tournament action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. I've been feeling Duke. A Duke Blue Devil National Championship. I'm changing my colors. I'm changing my stripes. I'm changing my tune. Florida Gators, they're going to win the national championship. Yep, I said it. Bet $20 on the team you think that wins it all. If they do, you win a share of $2 million in bonus bets, plus receive $10 in bonus bets for every win your team has in the tournament. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Moni and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Cedarbrook Golf Course, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Window Nation. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Another trouble spot in the Wednesday morning rush. This report brought to you by Wetco Go Unlimited. We have an accident now. This is the intersection of 5th and Penn Avenues. This is in the Point Breeze East Liberty section of the city. Meanwhile, the Parkway West, you are jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East stacking at Greensburg Pike. Route 28 delays between the Highland Park Bridge and the Route 8 at the bypass down past Shaler Waterworks. A second delay from Millvale to the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Wetco Go Unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today. Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient Wetco locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wetco Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels. Sign up today at getgocafe.com/unlimited.
Calling all college hoops fans. Make your next bet during March matchups at BetMGM go even further with an underdog boost token. Simply add any plus 200 or longer tournament straight bet to your bet slip and activate your underdog boost token. If that bet hits, you'll walk away with a higher payout. For a tournament full of unforgettable moments, BetMGM is your sportsbook for all of it. Enjoy same-game parlays, original bets you won't find anywhere else, player props, and so much more during March matchups. And when there's a break in the tournament action or you're looking to switch things up, check out daily promotions and offers for all your favorite sports. Don't miss your chance at a bigger March matchup score with BetMGM BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards issued as tokens that expire in 48 hours. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Kevin Moret here for Mentality. Life's a relentless competition, and you might be losing without even knowing it. With testosterone levels plummeting 25% in just 2 decades, you're likely operating at a fraction of your potential. Your kids sense it when you're too exhausted for playtime. Your wife notices when that spark fades. Here's the harsh truth. Without addressing low T, nothing works. Diets fail, workouts fall flat, but there's hope. Mentality's FDA-approved treatment restores testosterone by an average of 30%. Don't let low T rob you of life's precious moments. Start at mentalityhealth.com/radio.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Is your business looking for local and national health coverage? If you have more than 50 employees, UPMC Health Plan has something new for you. UPMC National Access. UPMC National Access gives employees access to the top-ranked doctors and hospitals of UPMC, along with nationwide access through the Cigna Healthcare PPO network. For the quality, affordable coverage that your company deserves, locally and nationally, choose UPMC Health Plan.
DJ's Barbecue Grill and Lounge, the home of legendary ribs, invites you to watch all college hoops games and enjoy icy late drafts for just $3. DJ's also offers party packs to go for all in-home watch parties.
The best sports week of the year? Watch all the basketball games on big TVs with big deals and head to Dave & Buster's at the block at Northway off McKnight Road. Domestic pints just $5. Get 20 wings for $20. Eat, drink, play, watch basketball at Dave & Buster's North Hills.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on.
Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Turn it off!
Keep it rolling.
Turn it off!
You know what? Callis, the clip I asked you to play, don't worry about playing it. We don't have time here.
Indiana Hoosier.
You know what happened last night, dude? First of all, the 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Route 19 of Peters Township. So,
Country roads.
All right. Ben McCollum, come on home. Give you the NIL. That doesn't rhyme. Whatever. Enough. So I'm watching the tournament last night. Tournament last night. And first commercial break, the Rocket Mortgage commercial comes on with Country Roads.
Oh, yes. Yes.
And let me tell you something. I was low. I was real damn low.
What if you don't get one of the guys that you want to get?
I have full faith.
You had full faith that the breeze was going to stay.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
I did not.
Yes, you did.
No, I did not.
Yes, you did.
I said it the other morning.
Yeah, you did.
We're going to lose our coach.
You're like, but he's going to stay.
I knew he wasn't going to go to Iowa.
Right.
Which he didn't. So I nailed that. Mm-hmm. And then the next guy who reportedly is going to go to Iowa is Ben McCollum. Go get that guy. They'll get a guy. They got a great athletic director. They got great resources. They hired a great coach. he was just too good in the first season, man. But people don't care about this. We don't have to talk about this. We talked about the ever-changing landscape of college sports in the pre-show. I thought it was a good conversation. So if you want to revisit that, you can. On the Odyssey app, AUDACY, the Odyssey app. We will get to Jay Glazer's Aaron Rodgers comments coming up in the 8 o'clock hour. Ray Fittipaldi going to kick things off in the 8 o'clock hour. We're also at Bowser Chevrolet, Studio B out here in Monroeville. We're having a great time. You know, people are texting in about this George Pickens Instagram post. And look, we don't think he meant anything by it other than maybe to stir the pot, or literally just meant nothing by it. I'm not trading the guy, though.
No.
Hey, and I'll admit, I'm nothing if I'm not honest here on this fine radio station. I flip-flopped on that. I wanted them to trade him. I didn't want him to be lost for nothing at the end of next season, and I thought that it could blow up this year. It still very well could blow up this year. He is, in fact, George Pickens. However, I don't think you're getting more than a third-round pick for the guy, and you're going to get a third-round comp pick for him at the end of next season. So you're going to get something. I'd like to see it out with this dude.
Yeah.
I'd like to see if he's worth keeping around. And I don't know that that's a great business decision. I'd like to have the option, though. The Bengals just proved you could pay a dude $140 million, and you could pay another dude $150 million. Again, don't know that it's a great business decision. But if I were operating the Pittsburgh Steelers, I would like all my options to be on the table. And so I'm going to play out the year with George and just see how it goes. Because, again, I don't think we're winning the Super Bowl this year anyway. Just see how it goes. And help whoever the quarterback is come in here and have weapons to throw to. So that's how I feel about that.
Oh.
Agree or disagree? I'm in a better mood today than I was on Monday.
I think you're the same. It's just different. You know, you're in a different mood, but it's the same type of mood.
I could not have worked last night. If we did an evening show together and that news just dropped last night, and I knew it was going to happen for the last couple of days, definitely yesterday, I could not. I was pissed.
I mean, you went on with Pony and Muller. You knew exactly what they were going to do to you, and you put yourself in that situation, so you could have worked.
Oh, I needed to answer the phone, but what I gave them was merely a taste of what you would have had to deal with for 4 hours. Negativity, talking about the landscape of college sports, beating myself up. You probably would have walked out, because during the breaks I wouldn't have stopped talking your ear off.
Well, I mean, to let the listeners in, like whenever we have breaks, whenever we go to break and says, you know, a Nicholas Harry Callis headline, as soon as we hit that button, I get it from you every break.
You're getting it less today than you got on Monday, though. Monday I was talking about metrics and quad one wins and Texas and North Carolina. All right, that's true. Jeff Capel, what are you up to, man? Cast a wide net on this thing.
Oh, my goodness. Don't bring Pitt into your mess. Don't bring us into it. We're over here minding our business, sitting on the couch, too. I get it. But we're minding our business. Don't bring us into your mess. This is your mess.
You know what, Pony?
A lot of mess.
You know what Pony asked me? He goes, you're so down on college sports, but the second Rich Rod runs out of that tunnel, aren't you going to be fired up? No. Well, yes, but... Do you think I have any expectations other than complete and utter failure for anything sports-wise in my life right now? Like, the whole Pittsburgh sports landscape is bad, but at least we had a basketball coach in my spot. Now we don't. Nope. There is nothing good except for Go Bobby Moe on Friday.
Yes.
Even St. Francis loses last night.
Man.
And that was crap.
It's tough.
That was way tough.
Oh, man.
I felt
Hail Mary.
You feel good for Alabama State because you told me they'd never won a tournament game. God bless them. Good for them. Equally as gutted on the other side.
Got it.
To be right there and to have the lead earlier in that game and then to not get a chance to go take on Auburn, that really sucks. Texter, trade Pickens in the first-round pick to move up and draft that Arizona wide receiver. I like all suggestions.
I think he might slip.
That's a bad suggestion. People killed me. We were right in here.
Yep, we were.
Right in Studio B, Bowser Chevrolet, Monroeville. And I said, one of my dream acquisitions this offseason is if Tet McMillan of Arizona is there at 21. And you know what, man? People called me crazy. He ain't going out of the top 10. Saw a mock yesterday. 22. Mm-hmm. 22. He might be there.
Mm-hmm.
You were sitting here predicting his 40-yard dash time. He absolutely is in play for the Steelers at 21. If they choose to go the wide receiver route. Actually, there's a lot of mock draft stuff out there and something Dulac reported on quarterbacks, too, which we can get to in the 8 o'clock hour. We got a lot still left to get to. Ray Fittipaldo coming up next. Doug Whaley from 9 until 10. It's the Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Feeling lucky? Your next big jackpot is waiting for you. Visit the casino at Nemacolin in Farmington, PA for the ultimate casino experience with 26 table games, daily promotions, big-time giveaways, and 500 slots, including over 100 of the hottest new games. After, celebrate your big win with a juicy steak at the Royale Steakhouse. Or grab a bite at the bar while you watch the big game. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is turning the excitement up even higher for college basketball through the first 2 rounds of the tournament. Bet on the lowest winning seed of the day, and you'll win a share of $1 million in bonus bets. Now, that's an upset you won't be too upset about. There's a couple of local area underdogs you could bet on. FanDuel's the best place to bet on the tourney. You can bet on everything from spreads to money lines and team totals, plus so much more. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey, STARKEY. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey to download America's #1 sportsbook today and back your dog of the day. Because in March, anything can happen. 21 plus, present, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Winning pre-live moneyline wager on lowest seed required. Each $1 million jackpot to be split equally among eligible winners. Bonus bets are non-withdrawable, expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Crowley. The madness is here. Sullivan Super Service is helping you score big this March with a free furnace when you buy an air conditioner. That's right, it's BOGO time. Save money and stay comfortable all year long with this buy one, get one deal on a brand new AC and furnace. Call Sullivan Super Service or visit them online at sullivansuperservice.com. But hurry, the madness won't stay here forever, and a BOGO offer this good is only here for a limited time. Offer ends soon. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
At Giant Eagle, they've seen why Pittsburgh is called the City of Champions. Since 2020, with Odyssey and local communities, they've provided over 3.3 million meals through the Feed the Need Radiothon. This year, they're teaming up again with Odyssey and the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank, who have been helping those in need for over 40 years. Giant Eagle is proud to fight hunger in the communities we call home. Donate today at 937thefan.com.
Chris Muller here for Choice Cabinet. Are you a contractor? Maybe you're a DIY enthusiast. Or maybe you're just someone thinking about redoing a kitchen or bathroom. You might not know this, but the average wait time for cabinets is 8 to 12 weeks. Who wants to wait that long? Check out Choice Cabinet instead. Choice Cabinet has over 65,000 cabinets in stock. These cabinets are all wood with 10 different paints and stains. And delivery is available in as little as 3 days. If you need cabinets, the choice is clear. ChoiceCabinet.com.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
I'm approaching the age where I'm going to start getting my clothes the same place I get my groceries.
Angela Johnson-Reyes, the family reunion tour.
Can't keep shopping at the same stores I used to shop at. Like Forever 21. No, you're not. Turns out that was a lie.
See Angela Johnson-Reyes live on stage in Pittsburgh. The Event Center at Rivers Casino, Friday, April 25th. Get tickets now at riverscasino.com.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get ready to score big during the 3-point savings event at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Panda, ready to tell them how? Simply pick your vehicle, then roll home with 1, a huge Spitzer discount, 2, special low financing, or 3, more for your trade. Whatever you choose, it's a slam dunk. Plus, you'll get a lifetime warranty on new Toyotas, and fresh hybrid inventory is arriving weekly. So, make a fast break to Spitzer.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning Rush continues to have its problems. This report brought to you by two men in a junk truck. Crews on the scene of a vehicle fire in O'Hara Township, tying up the intersection of Freeport and Fox Chapel Roads. Meanwhile, we do have an accident being cleared at the intersection of Penn and Fifth Avenues. That's in the city's Point Breeze and East Liberty sections. Parkway East, you're stacked at Churchill. Parkway West over the top of Green Tree Hill. Route 28 delays approaching the Route 8 at the bypass to the north side, and the Parkway North heavy around the bend at Bellevue Westview. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Two Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at twomenandajuncktruck.com.
Spring is here. Let Two Men and a Junk Truck help you clean out that garage. Use code FAN25 and save $25 off your clean out. Same day or next day. Two Men and a junktruck.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
We got breaking news for real. Hooray. And joining us now to get into it is Ray Fittipaldo from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. He's our Steelers insider, and he's brought to you by the Western PA Injury Attorneys of LGKG, serving as your home team for over 90 years, lgkg.com. Ray, good morning to you. How are you today?
I'm doing good, guys. How are you?
Oh, wonderful. You ready for the news here, Ray?
I think I just saw it. No more Vikings, huh?
That's right, at least according to Tom Pelissero, who reports on Twitter.com, X.com. The Vikings have rejected multiple trade calls on J.J. McCarthy, telling other teams they're moving forward with him as their quarterback, sources say. The team plans to add a veteran, but they're not pursuing Aaron Rodgers at this time. McCarthy now enters the offseason as QB1. At this time worries me a little bit there, Ray. Like, at this time, could be doing a lot of work there. But, all right, now it's down to, at least according to Tom Pelissero, the Steelers and the Giants. So why don't you lick your finger and stick it up in the breeze here, man? How do you think this thing goes?
Well, Steelers, Giants, or retirement, right? Because I think that's also an option as well. I mean, I guess if Rodgers really was holding out hope on the Vikings, this maybe simplifies things, guys. And, maybe we can get an answer this week. So I mean, that's good news for the Steelers and the Giants. Their off seasons have been on hold really since free agency started last week. It's interesting that the Vikings rejected a lot of these trade offers, because I was of the opinion if Aaron Rodgers went to the Vikings, if I was Omar Khan, I was going to put a package together and I was going to call McCarthy's agent and said, get your guy out of here. We want him here in Pittsburgh, and there's maybe your franchise quarterback. But obviously the Vikings didn't do that, and now it appears it's down to the Steelers and the Giants.
Ray, so if it is the Steelers for Aaron Rodgers and we get the news within the next week, how do you think Aaron Rodgers would be, like, outside of football? Like, how do you think it would go? Will he be the true Aaron Rodgers he is, or do you think he'd be, like, kind of, settled in and rein things back a little bit of how – outgoing, I guess he is at times?
Yeah, I mean, if you read a lot about what he's like in the locker room, you don't hear a lot of bad things about Aaron Rodgers, like, as a teammate. I think a lot of this stuff kind of comes through his media. He's going to be on the Pat McAfee show. He may or may not, do his teammates justice in those forums, but in the locker room, you don't really hear a lot about him being a bad guy or a bad teammate. So I think Aaron could make that work, from that perspective. So the question is, guys, if he comes to Pittsburgh, is he going to be on Pat McAfee every Tuesday? Is he going to be telling his receivers to run the red line in his media availabilities? I mean, it's happened before. Ben Roethlisberger did that to James Washington. Sometimes quarterbacks want to get a point across through the media, and they do it. It's not always a good look on them, and their teammates don't always appreciate it, but Aaron Rodgers isn't the first, and he won't be the last to do that.
Ray DiPaola joining us here on the Fan Morning Show, our Steelers insider. One of your colleagues, Jerry Dulac, was on the Dan Patrick Show yesterday, Ray, and he talked about the Steelers brass, and we kind of extrapolated on that, like, who did Omar Khan won? Does Omar Khan won? Who did Mike Tomlin? Does Mike Tomlin won? Art Rooney, Andy Weidel, Arthur Smith, all the powers that be. I think it all points to, if Aaron Rodgers is the Steelers quarterback, that's a Mike Tomlin call, isn't it?
Yeah, but with one caveat. If Art Rooney ever got sick of, sitting around and waiting, he would be the one who would put an end to this really quick. Now, that hasn't happened to this point.
Right.
I thought it was interesting that Cam Hayward came out and said what he said yesterday. He's really the first person in the Steelers organization to kind of voice hey, we're the Steelers. We're not going to sit around and wait for you. So nobody in the front office has done that yet. But, yeah, for the most part, I agree with you, Adam. I think, this is probably largely a Mike Tomlin thing, and I think Art is trusting Mike Tomlin to get this done. If it doesn't get done, I mean, at this point, do you really want to fall back to Russell Wilson, or do you want to just get on with it and go to Mason Rudolph? I guess, we'll find out sooner rather than later, but those pretty much are their options right now.
Ray, the Steelers had dinner with Jalen Milroe last night, obviously Alabama quarterback. What do you read into that? Do you think that they have high interest in drafting Jalen Milroe?
Well, I think you guys know, Dorn. I mean, they're going to Michigan on Thursday for their pro day on Friday. They're going to take out the entire Michigan team too. Mason Graham's going to be there. There's going to be a picture. Oh, Mason Graham's going to fall to the Steelers, right? And then they'll do the next thing. I mean, last year they took out the entire Ohio State Buckeyes offensive line, I think. So yeah, I mean,
that's got to be pricey. Mm-hmm. That can't be cheap,
really, right? And get this, they didn't draft any of those guys. But here's the thing: you read into it, it's noteworthy. You read into the pre-draft visits, but a lot of that stuff, guys, and you know this, a lot of that is Jalen Milroe's agent texting Tom Pelissero, and Tom Pelissero is going to put anything out there that the agent wants because Tom Pelissero wants the scoops. So that's kind of how the NFL sausage is made. I wouldn't make a big deal out of it, but they're going to take a lot of guys out to dinner in the next couple of weeks.
Ray, what do you make of George Pickens' Instagram post?
He's going to get traded to the Raiders, right?
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. Was that picture taken recently? I mean, I saw it. I honestly don't know what it's from. It's interesting. The Steelers have some options with George. And I wrote this yesterday, guys. They should never trade him for anything less than a third-round pick. No matter if they do that this spring or in the fall, because George is going to sign a big contract next year if he walks in free agency. And at the minimum, you're probably going to get a third-round comp pick.
Right.
So unless you can get a 2 or a 3 for George on draft day or for George at the deadline, you just don't do it. You just hang on to it. And then, hey, listen, you guys know how it works. If they don't have that franchise quarterback on the roster at this time next year, all those comp picks they're accumulating, that potential second or third round pick for George Pickens, if they make that deal, that's all going to be ammunition to move up to go get your quarterback next year.
Ray, do you think, even with George Pickens, do you think that at 21 that receiver could still be in play? Like, say, if Ted McMillan does fall in this draft, do you think that a guy like him could be in play at 21?
Yeah, I mean, you hear a lot about quarterbacks too now. I don't think the Jackson Dart thing or the Shedeur Sanders thing is going to happen. The receiver, pretty much down to receiver and D-line, and I think the only way receiver would be in play at 21 is if they're going to turn around and trade George on draft day. So I think that's a possibility. And look at the pre-draft visits. I know we're only 8 or 10 in, but I think they've already brought in 3 receivers. And they're all like in that second to third round range. guys who are going to be available on day 2. So, that's noteworthy. These pre-draft visits, you could schedule them and then you can cancel them at any time too. But the Steelers did not cancel those after they acquired Metcalf. So I do think you have to keep your options open at receiver.
Ray, this was wonderful. It always is. We appreciate your time, and we will talk to you next week. All right, buddy?
All right. See you guys.
See you, Ray.
He the man. Ray Fittipaldo, Steelers insider from the Post-Gazette. The Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. When we come back, there's some stuff there from Ray we want to react to. There's a Steelers insider with an interesting nugget on not one but 2 draftable quarterbacks. And we'll get more into this Tom Pelissero report that suggests strongly that the Minnesota Vikings are out of the Aaron Rodgers sweepstakes. And then there were 2. But first, it's a Nicholas Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Right now, the score is 6-3. The Los Angeles Dodgers lead the Chicago Cubs in the bottom of the 7th inning in their regular season games that are being played in Japan. Well, they played their first yesterday, and the Dodgers won that one. And the Dodgers, like I said, have a lead in this one right now. For more headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now it is Dorn.
Nearly everyone will need a lawyer at some point in life, but how do you find the right lawyer for your specific situation? The Allegheny County Bar Association Lawyer Referral Service is your trusted source for finding the right attorney for your specific case. It can be an employment situation, a tax issue, a real estate dispute, a DUI, you name it, the Bar Association will help you find the right lawyer. There's no fee to use the service, and you get a free 30-minute consultation with your lawyer. Check out the website, getatpittsburghlawyer.com, or give them a call, 412-261-5555, and explain your situation. That's 412-261-5555, or getatpittsburghlawyer.com.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by Voss TV and Appliance, PJ Dick Trumbull and Lindy Group, PGT Trucking, NSS Live, and Aircraft Management Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Today's birthday shout-out goes to Big Red Andy Reid. The Chiefs' 67-year-old future Hall of Fame coach was courtside last Friday night to cheer on his alma mater, BYU, in the Big 12 tournament semifinal. It was BYU's legendary football coach, LaVelle Edwards, who first convinced Reid to try coaching. And boy, did he see something special in him. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with the sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a honey buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then, go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during...
Attorney advertising. Local counsel, Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
You just had an accident. You in the hospital. They got you on the heavy medication. You keep going in and out of sleep. As you sleep, you have a dream. Well, you think you do. In your dream, the nurse comes in the room. The nurse have a dog with her. The nurse says, I could be fired for this. But I gotta tell you, you just had a medical malpractice. I gotta tell you. You're looking at the dog is looking at you. You like, Top Dog, is that you? The dog jumps on your bed, dog start barking. You say, I knew it. It's Top Dog. Then you wake up, there's doctors all around. You telling them I'm calling Top Dog right now. He was just here, he seen what y'all did. This was a medical malpractice. This is Top Dollar, you hear me? This is Top Dollar. Top Dog Law.
There's
a new way to surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle and Market District. Shop Giant Eagle's uncompromising quality at a reliable price with everyday savings. Look for signs throughout the store to find bargains on produce, meat, and more. At Giant Eagle, we combine exceptional customer service and quality foods, all at great value to make the most of your shopping trip. Visit Giant Eagle or Market District today to see how easy it is to save.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
The Wednesday morning rush continues to chug along. This report brought to you by Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. Call the pickle today. Crews still on the scene of an earlier vehicle fire tying up the intersection of Freeport and Fox Chapel Roads. That's in O'Hara Township. Meanwhile, an earlier accident cleared, reopening the intersection of 5th and Penn Avenues in the East Liberty section of the city. Parkway West, you're jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound heavy approaching Parkway Center to Carnegie, and then from Roslyn Farms out past Campbell's Run Road. Parkway East exit Wilkinsburg. Route 28 delays before the Route 8 at the bypass. And the Parkway North jammed around the bend at Bellevue Westview, and then stacked on the crosstown coming off the Vets Bridge. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Are you in a pickle not knowing who to call for a new roof? The obvious choice is to call the pickle 724-515-5551 with Gherkin Roofing. Don't wait. Call the pickle today, 724-515-5551 or callthepickle.com.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Live sports on in the morning. We're at Bowser Chevrolet, Studio B, out here in Monroeville. We got a beautiful television in here. Doran may have just had a parlay go wrong because Teoscar Hernandez couldn't hit the ball out of the infield.
Bum.
And you are mad. I haven't seen you that mad.
Well, I mean, the guy can hit the baseball, right? Like, the guy's a really good player. And I need him to put the ball at least in the outfield. And he hits a dribbler. Are you kidding me? Like, that's what I get? Like, that's my fate? I mean, it's the top of the 8th inning. He's not going to get up again. And you hit a little blooper? Not even a blooper. He hit it right down to the ground and it popped up.
He could not have hit the ball less hard.
It was horrible.
I think it had a negative, actually, exit velocity.
Like, yeah, it was horrible. Like, give me a chance.
I think he hit it backwards and it actually then rolled into the field of play.
Unbelievable. Oh, my God.
I'm not laughing.
Sweating.
I'm not laughing at you. I'm just laughing because we've all been there before. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. How about this story, Dickerson? The Vikings are out on Aaron Rodgers, according to, who was it?
Pelissero.
Tom Pelissero, thank you. I wanted to go with Rappaport. Yeah, Tom Pelissero tweets out that the Vikings have rejected some trade calls on J.J. McCarthy and that he is going to go forward as QB1 now for them into the offseason. Which, all right, there you go. So it's the Giants, it's the Steelers, and it's retirement. What is the sexiest option there, Doran? Is it retirement? Is it going to hang out with Ron Cook and just go on 5-mile walks in the morning and do a little ayahuasca?
I mean, for Aaron Rodgers, it's probably retirement because he has so many things probably set up after. I mean, he could be a host on Jeopardy every once in a while and get paid doing that. Like, I know he had a good time doing that. I mean, he has so many things that he could do outside of football that would tickle his fancy, that would keep him, involved into something. So if I was Aaron Rodgers, I mean, it'd be one side, it would be like, how do I want to end my career? Do I end my career of, losing with the Jets and that's it? Do I want to end my career with one more chance of playing for the Pittsburgh Steelers? I'm probably going to win, but I'm not going to win a Super Bowl. Or do I just ride off into the sunset and explore other avenues that I've been kind of been doing a little bit while I've been playing? Like, so if you, I mean, at 47 years old, I think retirement, I'd be all over.
So he has described himself as a perfectionist, right? And so I could see that meaning different things for this decision, right? Like, you ended your career, if you walk away, going 5-12 with the Jets, and you played 4 snaps the season before. I could see perfectionist Rodgers wanting to finish on a higher note than that. But I could also see perfectionist Rodgers knowing I'm not what I was before, so why am I going to go out there and be less than? Why am I going to go out there and not be perfect? Because I can't be anymore. Now, I'm sure he still has a ton of faith in his ability and thinks he can go out there and be a good quarterback. But only fools think that age isn't going to tear you down. Like, again, he probably thinks he could be good, but he knows he can't be what he used to be. So maybe that means you retire. I do think it comes down to the Steelers or retirement, though. Like, I don't think the Giants are involved because
it makes no sense.
I don't think it's a money thing for him, man.
Money.
I really don't.
It's not.
I think it's about which part of Aaron Rodgers am I going to satisfy here? And I keep referencing it. I should have watched this documentary a long time ago. It would have framed maybe my conversations about Rodgers a little bit differently in the past. But like, he seems to be a person who really wrestles with himself. Like, am I this football player? Am I more than this football player? He's a really introspective person. Like, do you want to go off now and no longer be football player Aaron Rodgers and find what's next in your life? Chuck Noll always used to say, get on with my life's work. Or do you want to take another shot at this thing? And if you do, I just can't see you wanting to take a shot with the Giants.
It makes no sense. I mean, you're just not going to win.
No. You got Malik Neighbors, great.
Right, that's it.
You got Darius Slayton, okay. I would rather have DK Metcalf and George Pickens.
Stability.
And Mike Tomlin.
Yeah, stability. You get stability with the Pittsburgh Steelers in that way, in that regard. But I also was thinking, like, athletes, they get compared to other athletes, and then you start following that other athlete, and you're like, I can't let that athlete be better than me, especially whenever you're kind of under the same roof. Like, how did Brett Favre end? And maybe, like, in his mind, like, he's like, I want to be better than Brett Favre, because whenever it all comes back to Green Bay, whenever I'm going into the Hall of Fame, who are people going to link their quarterback of the Green Bay Packers? Is it going to be me or Brett Favre? Like, I want to be better than Brett. Like, I can't go out this way because I feel like Brett won a playoff game or something.
So here's the way it went with Brett. I think you're hitting on a really good point here. So he went to the Jets, and they started off 8-3. They were hot, and then they sucked, and they wound up 9-7. And you're thinking, okay, this dude's done. Kind of like a lot of people, and maybe myself included, feel about his time with the Jets, Aaron Rodgers. Then he goes to Minnesota.
The Sidney Rice catch, right?
Takes him to the NFC Championship game, and he throws the pick against the Saints in overtime.
Okay.
And they lose, but they got to the championship game, and my God, were they good, and he's handing the ball off to Adrian Peterson. Yeah, man, I hadn't thought about it from that standpoint. I've sort of thought about it like, okay, he does not want to follow in Brett Favre's footsteps. Well, Brett's final season, he got sacked by Arthur Moats on the frozen field in Minnesota when they were playing in the college stadium because they were getting their new skull place, right? And I'm not talking about chewing tobacco, the whole hand clapping thing. And His Iron Man streak got broken. They were terrible. He was terrible. Rodgers could be thinking, all right, I kind of went out the way that Favre did in his last year in Minnesota. What if I could go out and do what he did the year before, which is make a little run at this thing?
Right.
And then, hey, you say I did it like Brett. Well, one of us went out feeling pretty good and the other one didn't. I could see him doing that, too. We're all guessing, Frank.
For sure. I mean, every single person is guessing because we don't know. I mean, Aaron Rodgers keeping us close to the vest.
I don't know that he knows what he wants to do.
He doesn't because, like, you know what's hard to wrestle with or, you know, has to be hard to wrestle with just as an athlete. And, you know, personally, like, it's just obviously it's peanuts compared to Aaron Rodgers' situation. But, like, I knew that I was done. Like, my body said, like, all right, you've had enough. But it has to be hard to wrestle with playing so long, doing so many things within football, but still being able to do it. And then, but still being 40-some years old saying, like, you know, I probably want to, like, do other things. Like, I'm done. I don't want to go to training camp. I don't want to have to go to OTAs. This season's long. Like, I'm going to get beat up. I'm going to get sacked, but I can still do it. Like, that has to be hard. It's different whenever you lose your powers. That's different. It's easy. It's an easy decision. Like, yeah, I'm done. But whenever you still have your powers, a little bit of powers, and your powers are still better than most, that has to be hard if you're juggling stopping and whatever you still have your powers than if you don't have them.
It's like the whole Roger Clemens thing.
Yeah.
Whenever he came in midseason with the Astros, and I heard Pomp bring this up the other day, and I hadn't thought about this angle. If you're Rodgers, sit out the whole damn offseason. Let people know, hey, I'm still keeping my body in shape. Some quarterback goes down early in the season. Some quarterback goes down in training camp. Big dog goes down. You know, Patrick Mahomes, God forbid you won't see anybody here. Patrick Mahomes gets hurt. I'll come in. I'll come in and play. Joe Burrow gets hurt. I'll come in and play. Any quarterback. I'm just naming names. Then you don't have to do training camp. You don't have to do OTAs. Now, that makes it harder on the back end because then you got to get on that moving train.
Right.
But I don't have to do all that nonsense that I probably don't think I want to do and didn't do last year with the Jets. There's so much more on this. We'll continue talking about it. Tom Pelissero report says the Vikings are out. What does this mean for the Steelers? Did the Steelers call on J.J. McCarthy? Because that's the other thing Tom Pelissero reported, is that the Vikings turned down a couple of trade offers. Were the Steelers one of those trade offers? We'll get to that. Plus, Mike DeCourcy. Nope, that's not who's joining us. Lee Sterling. Lee Sterling is going to join us coming up next from Paramount Sports to go over some of his best bets in the brackets. The NCAA tournament proper starts tomorrow. We all know you're throwing money around. Our guy Lee Sterling is going to give us some advice when we come back. But first, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Latest report here coming from Tom Pelissero that says the Minnesota Vikings are no longer going to pursue Aaron Rodgers, and they are rejecting trade calls for their young quarterback, J.J. McCarthy. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Crowley.
Hey, thanks, Nick. It is Crowley here for Window Nation. Winters are long here in the area. It doesn't feel like that today. It did 2 days ago. It will this weekend. It will next week. And if you're tired of seeing and feeling that winter weather coming in past your old windows like I was, well, you need Window Nation. They have high-quality, energy-efficient windows. They get rid of drafts. They keep your costly heat inside. They lower your monthly utility bills. They keep your home comfortable year-round. Guess what? They're also affordable. How affordable? Well, I'll tell you. Right now, you get 2 windows free for every 2 you buy. Plus, with 0 down, no payments or interest for 2 years, you could get new windows installed in 1 day and not pay anything until 2027. Imagine what you could do with all that extra cash. Plus, they're guaranteed for life. Offer ends soon. Don't miss out on your chance to take advantage of the buy 2, get 2 free, and pay nothing until 2027. Schedule your fast, free estimate right now, 866-90-NATION, or visit windownation.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our Pirates play here.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. 100 miles an hour. What a man. Wow. There it goes. You gotta love it, Pittsburgh. Smash. He's yours.
From spring training and beyond, our Pirates play here. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Luck is on your side at Bowser Hyundai.
and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Save a pot of gold at Bowser Hyundai with 2.99% for 72 months on a new 2025 Tucson SE all-wheel drive, or lease for just $299 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer dock fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends March 31st. Now that's the power of Bowser. Log on to BowserHyundai.com.
Well, that's the power of
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Let's admit something. It's easy to get stuck in a rut. You grab the same thing for breakfast if you even bother to eat one every day. You think about exercise and then you think, well, maybe tomorrow. The only thing that's not stuck is the needle that goes higher and higher on the scale. Now, the new weight loss medications will help with the scale, but isn't everything else still stuck? I chose Awaken 180 because I didn't just want to lose weight. I wanted to be shown how to enhance my everyday life. I wanted a lifestyle change, in other words. That's exactly what Awaken 180 promised, and that's exactly what Awaken 180 delivered. I feel better. I'm happier. I even look forward to seeing my doctor for my annual physical because I know I've got things in a great place. Yes, I could have chosen the medications, but taking a new medication for life would have been the only change. Is your goal more than to simply lose weight? If it is, do what I did and get unstuck with the medication-free solution for weight loss. Fast, safe, proven weight loss with free support for life. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
What's new at New Image? Our new Hybrid Hair RX. Hybrid Hair RX technology targets where you are losing your hair, fills in where you are thinning and balding, and restores your hair to fuller and thicker hair.
Call 800-514-HAIR right now for your free consultation to find out what solution is right for you and see if you qualify for $250 off. Certain restrictions may apply.
Hybrid Hair X technology is fantastic. Thanks, New Image.
Hair RX changed my life. Thanks, New Image, for Hair RX for giving me my hair back.
Hybrid Hair RX means we combine the best in duplication and artistry to create the look and style you want. For over 60 years, thousands of men and women know New Image has the latest solutions for their hair loss. And now available, Hybrid Hair RX.
Call New Image first. Simply call 800-514-HAIR. That's 800-514-4247 or go to newimagehairloss.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-838-1441. That's 800-838-1441. 800-838-1441.
T-Mobile home internet is all about speed, value.
What you doing, Zach?
I'm rehearsing. There are so many benefits. You got to talk fast.
T-Mobile home internet ranks #1 in customer satisfaction for home wireless internet by DiPaola.
Wow, you are good.
Try singing it. T-Mobile has price lock.
They won't raise your rate on internet.
Hulu and Paramount Plus on there.
Get T-Mobile home internet all in for just $55 a month with auto pay and any postpaid voice line. Additional terms apply for JD Power 2024 award information. Visit jdpower.com/awards.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline nasal spray.
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
Live from Studio B at Bowser Chevrolet in Monroeville.
All right, let's get to some tournament chatter with our guy, Lee Sterling, in just 1 second. The new information in the Rodgers sweepstakes is that the Vikings are out. This, according to Tom Pelissero, they are prepared to move forward with J.J. McCarthy. We'll get into all of that. We will continue to update you on what's going on there. We got takes. Here's a tweet real quick. If Rodgers cares about winning, retiring's the only option. He can't win with the Giants or the Steelers. Yeah, that's not how he's going to view it. Any of these guys have egos, and the way Rodgers is looking at it is, wow, that team with Russ and Justin Fields just won 10 games. Mm-hmm. They won 10 games with Mason Rudolph. I'm Aaron Rodgers. Of course, Rodgers thinks he can win here. No doubt about that. All right, now to Lee Sterling of Paramount Sports. Lee, good morning to you, buddy. How's it going?
Good morning, guys. Headed down to Miami for the opening game.
Will you be rooting for West Virginia there?
No, I'm talking about the Miami Marlins against the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Oh, I didn't know if there were tournament games down there, and I was like, what the hell's my man talking about? Well, I hope the fish get the teeth kicked out of them, Lee.
I agree. Well, a lot of my friends are going, and you know why they're going?
Schemes.
Flo Rida and Louis Fonsi is playing after the game. That's how they're playing the game.
Nice.
Things are different here in Pittsburgh, where we'll just put Styx Renegade on loop, or we'll have the Clarks play. Do you even know who the Clarks are, Lee?
I don't know the Clarks, but I am a Styx fan. I've seen them twice in the last year. So
now that does not surprise me. You aren't a Pittsburgher, but you could live here, my man. All right, let's get to the tournament. Do we want to look at how do we want to do this? You want to go some first round
upsets? Go region by region. All right.
Okay. All right. You start it off, big dog.
All right. Let's start. How about we start in the South, where Auburn is number one there, number one overall in the tournament. I think it's a two-horse race. In fact, I think only 6 or 7 teams can win this tournament this year. I think we'll see a lot of upsets in the first round, but Auburn and Michigan State, take your pick. Iowa State is a 3. I mean, just too injured, no depth. Texas A&M is a 4. Are you kidding me?
Oh, they rebound the hell out of that basketball on the offensive side there, Lee.
You got to score occasionally, too.
Good point by you.
Yeah.
You think Yale knocks them off, Lee?
Yeah, I'm going to mark them off. I don't think they're going to go very far. Their offensive metrics the last 6 games have been horrendous. I like their coach, but not going to be their year. I like Louisville as an 8 seed. I think they're underseeded. That game against Creighton is a monster. I wish those 2 teams weren't facing off in the first round. But my upset in the first round in the South region is going to be UC San Diego plus 2.5 against Michigan. I think those kids from Michigan, they can tell you their ring size after they got fitted after that game. But I don't think they're watching too much film or paying attention of UC San Diego, who's won 30 of the last 34 games and also has one of the best defenses in college basketball. So give me some UC San Diego. But in that region, I like Michigan State. Give me some Tom Izzo to advance to the Final Four.
All right, I like that. Shall we move to – let's go to the West.
Down?
Yes.
All right. So this, I think, is the deepest region. You got Florida as the number 1 with Walter Clayton, red hot. He scored at least 20 points in 4 of the last 5 games. The only thing that concerns me is they have a head coach who has not won a tournament game. That's important. But St. John's is strong with Rick Pitino. They've got Texas Tech there. There's a 3 seed, J.J. Toppin, the transfer to New Mexico, and Maryland's playing well. Couple teams I like here in first-round games, think they can win a game or 2. Arkansas, plus 4.5 against Kansas. This is not Kansas's year unless Landon Dickerson can score 20, 25 points, pull down 12, 14 rebounds, have a couple assists and a couple blocks. I think Arkansas plus 4.5 is the right side. And give me some Colorado State as a 12 seed. First time I've ever seen this. Maybe it's happened one other time before. Colorado State is a 12 seed, is a 2.5-point favorite over Memphis. But I think Florida going to find a way. They're just too talented to move on to the Final Four.
You know what, Lee? I watched a ton of Memphis last week because my team was bubblicious, and so I was hoping there wouldn't be a bid stealer there. Was not impressed by them in the slightest at all.
And one of their key players is going to be out. So
Yes, which I thought disqualified you from being able to be in the tournament, but I guess that's only for some teams. All right, on to only some teams, and my coach now resides in the Midwest. Why don't we go on over to the Midwest portion of the bracket here?
So everyone's waiting for Tennessee, Kentucky. They'll probably meet up as the 2 and 3 seeds, but let's study Phi Slamma Jamma 2 here, the Houston Cougars. So a couple of years ago, seeded 1, and a lot of people thought they were going to make it to the Final Four, but they couldn't shoot. I mean, they couldn't shoot from the field. In fact, in the game against Miami, shot 38%. That's one of the reasons they lost. Also couldn't shoot free throws. Did not have a free throw shooter that shot above 70%. This year, they have one starter shooting above 70, one shooting above 80, and a third shooting above 90%. I love their guard play. They'll probably get Carmen Lipsy back for the second weekend. Give me some Phi Slamma Jamma 2 in the Midwest to advance, probably over Tennessee.
All right, and finally, Lee, the East.
Duke, not even close. I mean, Alabama, they should bring back Nick Saban, help them with the defense. Wisconsin and Arizona, their ceiling is just so low. They can't play at Duke's level. Cooper Flagg should be fine, even if they rest him for a game or two. And I think I'm going to take a flyer here. I think Houston is going to get it done. I'm going to take Houston at 6.5 to 1 to win it all. That hits May is a slow month. I'll probably be going to St. Bart's. So if anyone wants to join me, hit on Houston at 6.5 to 1.
Or just befriend you, and you can fly us out there.
Yep.
Lee, appreciate the time as always. Where can we find everything, buddy?
Just go to the website, ParamountSports.com, and had a great NFL playoff run, 10-1 to finish the season, including winning the Super Bowl. And looks like, who knows, maybe you guys can find yourself a quarterback if he's not doing some deep yoga for the next couple weeks. And they want to get everything, $197 from tonight in the first 4 all the way through the final on Monday, April 7th. We'll also include the UFC card on Saturday that goes from London. So check it out, $197, just one place, ParamountSports.com.
Lee, you're a winner. You're helping people. We appreciate your time, buddy. We'll talk to you soon, I hope.
You too. You too, guys. Take care. Be safe.
Thanks, Lee.
There he goes. Lee Sterling, Paramount Sports. J.J. McCarthy going to be the Vikings quarterback dorm. It's Aaron Rodgers, down to 2 teams, and retirement. Those would be his options. I don't know that this shortens the timetable. You know, I think people on Twitter, I'm looking at social media right now, people saying, okay, we should have a resolution here quickly. I'm not so sure that's the case. This all stemming from a Tom Pelissero report saying that the Vikings are out on Rodgers. Well, wait until you hear what Jay Glazer had to say. And he makes a lot of sense in this clip. And I just don't know that anybody can say this thing will be over in the next couple of days. That's next. You can follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Right now, it's a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Pirates, they have a game today against the Tampa Bay Rays. Pirates won their spring training game yesterday 3-2 over the Philadelphia Phillies. Pittsburgh Penguins, they ended a 4-game winning streak after losing to the New York Islanders yesterday by a 4-2 final. Penguins' next game is going to be on Friday at home against the Columbus Blue Jackets. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning rush, still with a few obstacles to overcome, and this report brought to you by Wet Go Go Unlimited. The earlier vehicle fire in O'Hara Township still tying up the intersection of Freeport and Fox Chapel Roads as crews are on the scene. Also an accident now in Dormont, the intersection of West Liberty and Dormont Avenues. Parkway West, you're jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill inbound. Outbound delays from Roslyn Farms to Campbell's Run Road. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Wet Go, go unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today. Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient Wet Go locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wet Go Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels. Sign up today at getgocafe.com/unlimited.
Calling all college hoops fans. Make your next bet during March matchups at BetMGM go even further with an underdog boost token. Simply add any plus 200 or longer tournament straight bet to your bet slip and activate your underdog boost token. If that bet hits, you'll walk away with a higher payout. For a tournament full of unforgettable moments, BetMGM is your sportsbook for all of it. Enjoy same-game parlays, original bets you won't find anywhere else, player props, and so much more during March matchups. And when there's a break in the tournament action, or you're looking to switch things up, check out daily promotions and offers for all your favorite sports. Don't miss your chance at a bigger March matchup score with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards issued as tokens that expire in 48 hours. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We wanna see ya in a Monroeville Kia. Spring into savings. Visit MonroevilleKia.com for special offers on new Kias, like the 2025 Kia Sportage EX front-wheel drive or the all-new 2025 Kia Telluride LX front-wheel drive. Dealer exclusives are the keys to a great deal at Monroeville Kia. You get free lifetime state inspections, car washes, free charging for Kia EVs, and professional customer care with every purchase. That's our promise, because we want to see ya in MonroevilleKia.com.
It's tax time again, so if the IRS gave you a choice to pay 40% in income tax, almost half of your salary, or only 25%, of course you choose 25%. It's a no-brainer. Unfortunately, you don't get that choice. But if you get injured, you do have a choice. Don't pay another law firm 40%. Choose Shenderovich and Fishman. Their fee is only 25%, and the attorneys whose names are on the door will be involved in your case. If you've been injured, call 1-888-98-TWINS or visit 98twins.com. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business.
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
When you buy a new house, you might say,
"Shut the front door."
Winning.
No, seriously. Shut the front door. We own this house now.
But you actually need to say,
"Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there."
That's right. The local State Farm agent is there to help you choose the coverage you need.
Welcome to my crib. No one says that anymore, but I don't care.
So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois. SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I will never predict what Aaron Rodgers is going to do. Aaron's his own dude. When you're talking about playing or retiring or what you want to do in your last year, it's not as easy as somebody in their 5th year, their 10th year. It's just not. And I've been through this a couple times. I've been through this with Michael Strahan, who retired, and the Giants made a full push for him to come back, offering him a lot of money. He's already signed with us at Fox. He's going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And finally, it's like, I can't do it. When you're dealing with finality, everybody gets upset that these guys are not on your timeline. They shouldn't be. This is a forever thing. This is unlike any other sport. Basketball, you retire, you can still go play pickup. Baseball, you can still go have a catch. Hockey, you can still skate with your guys. Football's over. It's over. It is done. You ain't going out playing two-hand touch with your friends. It's over. And that's difficult, man.
That's Jay Glazer, Mike Tomlin's friend, great reporter for Fox, one of the NFL's wonderful insiders. 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. I mean, Rodgers could always follow in Brett Favre's footsteps, do those Levi commercials.
Yeah.
Where he's running around in those really comfortable jeans and slinging the rock around.
Yeah, he has options.
But Glazer's not wrong. Like, okay, I've always said, like, do I want to have a guy who's contemplating retirement because maybe one foot's out the door? But the reality is, Rodgers probably is weighing that as a legitimate option. And so, okay, yeah, the Vikings are out. And Steelers fans today are excited, if not for Rodgers becoming a Steelers quarterback, they're excited that this whole thing's going to have a bow put on it and that you're going to know who the quarterback's going to be next year. But I'm not so sure, based on conversations we've had, Doran, and based on listening to what Jay Glazer just said there, I'm not so sure we're going to get a bow on this anytime soon. I'd love for it to break during our show or during Starkey's show or during Pony and Muller. And it's good for our station. It's good for ratings. And, I mean, my God, it's good for mental health because I'd like it to be over.
Yeah, but like you said, don't know when that's going to happen. But I think that it's going to be expedited now. I think that he was mulling over the situation with Minnesota. I mean, that's a better situation. They are closer. They actually know that they're close, and it's realistic. And I think Aaron Rodgers was like, look, I get to play inside. I get to play for, have these receivers, have this offensive line, have this coach, which is a good schemer. Like, it was a good situation for him. I think that outweighs any other situation. So now that that's kind of put to bed, I think that it's going to be expedited quicker. I don't know when, but I think he'll make his decision somewhat sooner than it was before.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I think that this expedites the process, but from what endpoint? Like, was he thinking, okay, I'll figure it out before the draft, and now, okay, when the Vikings are out, a couple of weeks, like, that's how that'll go? Or was he going to make a decision at the end of this week, and now he's going to make it in a couple of days? Yeah, you're right. I mean, this makes the decision easier when you take an option away. I still don't know when this thing's going to go down. And I'm interested because Tom Pelissero reports the teams were calling on J.J. McCarthy. I wonder if the Steelers called.
Probably.
Ray made it seem like if they signed Rodgers, that they would call. But I bet you they called on him already.
Just in case. To get the, the engines going.
Plus, you're going to do you're going to try to gather some notes there on where they might feel like they are on Rodgers. Like, hey, what do you guys think about J.J. McCarthy? And if they say no, screw off, or maybe they're out on Rodgers.
They're out, right.
But if they trade you J.J. McCarthy, there, you got your answer. I believe, because it was reported, that the Steelers checked in, however briefly, whatever, on Trevor Lawrence, on Sam Darnold. They wanted Justin Fields. There's a ton of reporting around Rodgers. We know that to be fact. Why wouldn't they check in on J.J. McCarthy?
Yeah.
Especially with this crop of quarterbacks not being a super sexy one in this year's draft. We'll get into all this, the nuts and bolts of it, with Doug Whaley. We are live at Studio B, Bowser Chevrolet in Monroeville. So much to get into with Doug over the course of the final hour of the show. Stick with us. It is the Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
The great rewards hunt is on. So join the adventure with DraftKings Casino. For fun seekers, follow the trail to huge jackpots, weekly bonuses, and exclusive games. But the excitement is only getting started because new players can get their losses back up to $1,000 in casino credits on their first day. Just sign up with promo code THEFAN. That's promo code THEFAN. And start playing to get up to $1,000 in casino credits back with a minimum $5 net loss. Only on the most rewarding place to play with promo code THEFAN. DraftKings Casino. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older. Physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. New customers only. Loss back for 24 hours up to $1,000 in non-withdrawable casino credits that expire in 168 hours. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos.
It's Chris Muller for Universal Windows Direct. Tax season is here, and you can make your home more comfortable and energy efficient with Universal Universal Windows Direct's tax time sale. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free with no limit, plus pay no interest until 2030. And Universal Windows Direct is also giving you an extra $500 off your home improvement project this month only. Call 412-545-6003 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free in-home estimate today. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
From the court to the open road, performance matters. That's why Spitzer Acura has luxury that delivers. Like the fast brake style of the Integra, the athletic lines of the TLX, or the smooth moves of an MDX. Spitzer Acura has the lineup that'll take your game to the next level. And with every new Spitzer Acura, you'll score a lifetime powertrain warranty, complimentary maintenance, and a service loaner. Don't wait for the buzzer. Our friendly team is ready to assist you now. Find your drive at Spitzer Acura. Online at spitzeracura.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Accidents just keep rolling in. This report brought to you by 2 men and a junk truck. The latest one in Shadyside, the intersection of Liberty Avenue and Baum Boulevard. Watch for delays as crews are rolling up on the scene. Parkway West, you are jamming over the top of Green Tree Hill down to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound delays now as you head past Carnegie all the way out towards Settlers Cabin. Parkway East jams at Greensburg Pike. Route 28 delays at the Route 8 at the bypass, and the Parkway North stacked around the bend at Bellevue Westview. Crosstown, that is heavy across the Veterans Bridge and jammed toward the Boulevard of the Allies. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by 2 Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at 2menandajuncktruck.com.
It's your backyard shed, but let's be honest, it's really a giant garbage box for things you'll never use again. Use code FAN25 and save $25 with 2 Men and a Junktruck.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
If you're looking for the most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs on the market, then it's your lucky day. They're right here with big savings at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington.
Katie, every day I still meet people who have no idea all that Mitsubishi vehicles have to offer. Take the 24 Outlander, all-wheel drive, advanced safety equipment, a panoramic roof,
plus room for 7 passengers. It's the perfect choice for a big family like mine. And right now, Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi has them up to $7,000 off. Or grab 0% financing for 60 months.
Eclipse Cross up to $4,500 off. Outlander Sports as low as $23,000.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade, regardless of year, make, model, mileage, or payoff.
Shop the Lucky Days event with the industry's #1 value brand, JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
It's Wednesday with Doug Whaley, the Fan's football executive insider. Doug Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Bet365. Wednesdays with Whaley is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
That's right, and we are live, Studio B, Bowser Chevrolet in Monroeville, where we are coming through crystal clear, Doran, in our home away from home. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Joined now for the next hour by our GM, our front office insider, Doug Whaley. Good morning to you, Doug. What's up, bud?
Baseball season has started, and as Callis reminded me, 8 days away from the home opener, so getting excited, fellas.
Are you going to the home opener, Doug?
No doubt about it. I will be there.
Now, Doug, we're going to drink how many Icy Lights in the parking lot? Because, Doran, Callis, and myself are going down. We've made quite the habit of this.
As long as they're not mango.
Oh, he doesn't like the mangoes.
Yeah, what's wrong with you, Doug? You don't slip a mango in every once in a while?
Come on. Nah, if you're drinking some ale, you drink ale. You don't drink fruity ale. How bad can scurvy be? Come on.
All right, Doug, let's get to the football here. It's very exciting. We're going to have to talk off the air about this. Get a little fan morning show crew together. And that's right, Doug. We're just infringing upon whatever plans you have. And I'm sure you're probably sitting right next to the ownership group right there, I bet. You get the best tickets in the house.
I don't think ownership group wants me sitting anywhere near them. So, but I welcome all comers.
I'm going to read the text line as a way to move away from that conversation. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. All right, Doug, it sounds like there's now 2 options for Aaron Rodgers. I guess 3 if you consider retirement. Tom Pelissero reporting that the Vikings are out. They're moving forward with J.J. McCarthy. It comes down to the Steelers, the Giants, or walking off into the sunset. How does this news hit you on this fine Wednesday morning?
That's funny. I was thinking about that when I was listening to you guys earlier, and I got a quick story. So we're in Buffalo, and Percy Harvin gets cut from Minnesota. And we call him to say, hey, we're interested in you. And he goes, I'm thinking about retiring. And then at the time, Anthony Lynn was our running back coach and I think our offensive coordinator. And he says, I'd love to have him, but once you hear athletes start talking about retirement, they're already retired. So we end up signing him anyway. I think the first game he takes a punt back for a touchdown, gets a wide receiver screen, gets a touchdown. So about week 8 or 9, we're going over to London to play the Jaguars. That week, he comes in and says, I'm retired. And we're like, wait a minute. I mean, it was crushing because we were right in the playoff mix, and that was when we were out of the playoffs for like 16 straight years. So this is the year we're going to make it. We got Percy. We got everything. So he retires, but here's the kicker. We go over to London, and the guy that handled our cap, Jim Overendorf, goes into dinner. He calls me, he goes, Percy Harvin's in London having dinner with his wife. So I called Percy. I go, so you're coming back? He goes, nah, the family had plans to come into London, so I just decided to jump and go with them. I didn't want to disappoint them. So I'm just telling you, that's the only thing that worries me. If you start talking retirement at 41, is he going to be able to get over that thought process in his mind and be able to give 110% for the entirety of the season?
So if you're Omar Khan and you're in that position then, Doug, because he could be mulling retirement, does that make him a no-go for you?
Let's put it this way. It wouldn't be a no-go, but I would definitely have a plan B already in place, and that's why I think they went out and got Mason Rudolph. I also think in the macro, and we can get into this later, and a lot of people may not like it because the quarterback position is pseudo-unsettled. I like what they are doing.
Do you think that if they do roll with Mason Rudolph that he could do well? Like, I mean, he didn't have a great season last year in Tennessee, but the season before that with the Steelers, obviously, down the stretch led him to the playoffs. And do you think that with the weapons that they have with DK Metcalf, George Pickens, running back in the draft, Jalen Warren, and, some other guys, do you think that Mason Rudolph can make this a winning team?
I think so. I mean, when you look at the coach and you look at what they're putting around him, like you said, DK Metcalf, you got George Pickens, you got Freiermuth, you got maybe a running back in the draft with Jalen Warren, the guy they signed from Philly, I'm forgetting his name, and the defense already and what they're going to do. And then more importantly, what they are setting themselves up for if Mason isn't the guy. So Mason can be a steward and hold the ship on the straight and narrow until they get the guy, because look at all the compensatory picks they are accumulating for next year. And then when you look at the draft, there isn't a position that you would say, all right, they definitely need besides quarterback. So they can go, that opens that draft board up where they can truly follow the draft board and get the highest rated player on their draft board, which in turns makes them true evaluators of the talent, not evaluators of the talented position of need. So to me, I do like what they're doing. And obviously it's not going to be really jet setting as a great offseason because they're really getting hung up by Aaron Rodgers and his decision. But when you look at how this is setting them up for their next decision, I think Omar Khan and the Pittsburgh Steelers are nailing this offseason.
Wow. I don't know that I'm surprised to hear you say that, No, I am. I'm surprised to hear you say that. Doug Whaley with us here for the final hour here of the Fan Morning Show. Do you think they called J.J. McCarthy or called on J.J. McCarthy then, to that end as they're getting all their ducks in a row? Tom Pelissero. Yeah. Go on, Doug.
I think we might have lost him.
Oh. He's coming in and out. Call back, Callis, yeah. Unless we have him. Do we have you, Doug?
Yep, call him back.
Technical difficulties.
Yep.
You love him.
Good.
I am surprised to hear Doug say that he likes it because he says they've addressed everything, and they have. I mean, even defensive line, they go and they sign Loudermilk again. They get a couple of guys. From a depth perspective, I see what they're doing there. I don't think they've actually addressed that need, though. Like, I think they still need a guy there. They still need another starter there, and they don't have one on their roster now.
Well, that's what I mean. They'll address that in the draft. I think they look at that.
But I think that's the one position that they have to draft.
Mm-hmm.
Like anything else, okay, I think you're fine. Like you don't have to draft a corner
or a receiver.
Certainly now. You don't have to do that at inside linebacker because you added another piece there.
Maybe running back. Maybe.
But even then, I think if you go into the season with Warren and Gainwell, like you're not in a terrible spot. And you'll get a camp body, something like that, who you think could get, 5% of the touches. But I do think they need to address defensive line. Doug, sorry we lost you there. Do you think they made the call on J.J. McCarthy? Tom Pelissero reporting that teams were turned down by the Vikings when they asked about McCarthy.
No, I think they're made a call on everybody. I mean, before the draft, you call, and before free agency, you call on your roster that is available for trade. A la, now that you're J.J. McCarthy, what are you going to do in free agency? If you go with Darnold, is J.J. available? Jacksonville, you have a new regime. Are you staying pat at that quarterback position, or is Trevor Lawrence available? So you ask those questions, and it's just doing your due diligence because a closed mouth doesn't get fed. If they never call, they may never know. Sometimes things change. New regime, they like Darnold over J.J. Yeah. Make an offer that we can't refuse, then we'll listen to it. So it's not out of the ordinary, and it's not something that they were definitely eyeing JJ, but they're canvassing the league and finding out what their options are.
What do you think about, pro day dinners? And the Steelers met with Jalen Milroe last night and had dinner with him. Do you read into anything? Like, what do you get out of that as a brass, as a coaching staff, whenever you're taking a certain guy to dinner during this time period?
What you get is what type of person you're bringing into your locker room or possibly bringing into your locker room, not only this year as a draft pick or possible draft pick, but more importantly, in a couple years as a free agent. And you've heard Mike Tomlin say that often. We liked him in the draft process. Now we signed him as a free agent. So it's all about information gathering. And you can read into it, but really it's piece of the puzzle so they can come up with a final draft grade. A lot of people say, what they did in the combine or this and that. It's a piece of the puzzle. Probably 70 to 80% of it is the film of what they did on their game tape. Probably 10% of it is medical. And then another 10% of it is football character and character off the field. So if my math right, that equals 100%. So this is that 10% of what type of person is he? What makes him click? Is he going to be a fit in that locker room? Or is he going to be someone that may not be a fit, but we can mold him to what we're going to be or what we want him to be? Or if we don't get him, we know in free agency, we've done a lot of the work already.
I think there's starting to be some smoke around the Steelers taking a quarterback. We'll get to that coming up in the next segment, Doug. But I want to stay on this dinner thing here. Like, were you guys breaking things down to the nth degree, like worrying about what these dudes were ordering to eat? Like, does it go that far?
No.
Okay.
No, what we would do, though, is we had a rule. This was in Buffalo. Anytime we were at dinner, if we had coaches there, you could not talk football. And then when we were in Buffalo, we had this place that had a large room, and they had Sirius radio. And then what we would do is every guy in the dinner would have 10 minutes to pick the radio station. So we'd like to just make them feel comfortable, let them get in their element and not talk football, because the next day they would go into the office, all football. But what we would also do is we would have the servers do certain things to throw them off, as in bring them the wrong drink, bring them the wrong food, and see how they responded. Were they respectful? Were they disrespectful? And then also the music choice. What did they like? Were they respectful on that? And it just makes them feel comfortable, and then you just break down that guardedness, because these guys are nowadays are so prepared from their agents and what they do in this off-season training by ex-GM saying, when you go into these interviews, you got to act like this. This is what they're going to say. Be prepared for this. Be prepared for that. So we'd like to just break them down like that, and you just got a true sense of them. And then especially we'd have gang dinners where we'd have a couple people from their team, but a couple people from other teams, and see how they interacted. So that was what we wanted to see in the locker room setting. Try to mimic that locker room setting as much as possible and see what we were getting.
I just love the idea of like Doug slipping some maitre d' like $30 and telling him like roundhouse kick. Yeah, I don't know, LaShawn McCoy in the face. Right. Let's see how he reacts.
Well, let's put it this
Bang.
way. Now, the servers were not of the male persuasion. Let's put it that way.
Oh, man. So you guys pulled out all the stops. That is fascinating to me.
All the stops. Yes. I can tell you some stories off air that I can't tell you now. That there was one time two guys that didn't play against each other, but were from different conferences. One conference thought they were much better than the other conference. Another guy said, we can go out right now and we'll do one-on-ones and we'll see what's up. So it got very entertaining. Yes.
Did you let him do it?
No, because if they got hurt, we'd be crushed. So, no, we didn't let them do it.
Oklahoma's in the parking lot. All right, there is a ton of smoke now, all of a sudden, about the Steelers being linked to a couple of quarterbacks in the draft. One on a local level that I think is noteworthy, which we'll get to. One on the national level. So we'll do that coming up next. If you're just joining us, there's breaking news this morning. Tom Pelissero reporting that the Vikings are out on Aaron Rodgers. So it's down to the Steelers, the Giants, and retirement. Right now, it's time for a Nicholas Harry-Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Pirates have a spring training game today against the Rays at 1 o'clock. The Pittsburgh Penguins, they lost yesterday. They play next on Friday. And final score in Japan, Major League Baseball game between the Dodgers and Cubs, was won by the Dodgers 6-3. The Dodgers swept the two-game set in Japan. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Doran.
It's time to call PJ Fitzpatrick for a perfect new roof. I trust PJ Fitzpatrick, and the reason comes down to one word: quality. Quality product, quality craftsmanship, and a quality customer experience. I saw it for myself when they completed wonderful work in my home. A knowledgeable home improvement professional from PJ Fitzpatrick will expertly assess your home's needs and happily answer all of your questions. Their communication is excellent. You'll never be left wondering where your job stands, and dealing with PJ Fitzpatrick equals peace of mind. All their installers are industry-leading professionals, and they back everything with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Visit trustpj.com and check out thousands of 5-star reviews. In addition to roofing, PJ Fitzpatrick installs windows, doors, gutters, showers, and more. Visit trustpj.com today. Tell them Doran sent you. That's trustpj.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
How many Super Bowls has Russell Wilson cost his team by wanting to pass the ball on the 1-yard line? 1.
Adrian, are you in the mood to wish Mulsey a happy 40th birthday?
Yeah, happy birthday. The only good thing I like about this guy is he has a bald head like me.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Drive your dreams. Beyond the Lincoln. Beyond the Lincoln Monroeville. BeyondTheLincoln.com.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sponsored by Wrangler. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles to kickstart your day. Wrangler for the ride of life. We're paying the right guys, said a jubilant Joe Burrow after Cincinnati signed his top 2 receivers, Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, to $276 million worth of contract extensions. Burrow had lobbied hard for the normally frugal Bengals to open the vault, and boy, did they. I'm Boomer Esiason.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with the sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a honey buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and a 96% customer satisfaction rating, the highest in the industry, it's no wonder. Here are real stories, real results from satisfied Window Nation customers.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Our Window Nation consultant, Daniel, was a 10 out of 10. They would not give up until they designed windows with safe, pure, and efficient material. Window Nation is amazing, legit, and affordable.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient, customizable windows are built to last a lifetime. Right now, get 2 windows free with every 2 you buy. Pay no interest for 2 full years. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a fast in-home free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION.
At NJM Insurance, we like to think of ourselves as a symphony. We start with a foundation of doing the right thing. Then we layer in dedicated reps whose priority is you. Add in excellent discount programs. And last, but certainly not least, we put our policyholders first. And the reason we don't use jingles or mascots is because it's just not us. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
Good morning, beat freaks. Who's ready to move? Let's start this day right.
Tasha's morning dance parties are meeting rave reviews.
Lose your phones and find your groove.
They need an ops manager to help their community dance the morning away.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Spring forward with real unlimited data from Straight Talk this tax season and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. So you can stream games during Mad March hours, check the weather for April showers, and watch gardening videos about May flowers. Straight Talk, real unlimited data, available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 4/15/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires purchase of single line Gold Unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Heading into midday, still seeing some trouble. This report brought to you by Popeyes. Crews remain on the scene of an earlier vehicle fire in O'Hara Township, the intersection of Freeport and Fox Chapel Roads. Meanwhile, an earlier accident cleared in Shady Side, reopening the intersection of Baum Boulevard and Liberty Avenue. Parkway West, you're jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill. Outbound, just a little heavy past I-79. Parkway East jams at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 heavy past the Route 8 at the bypass. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Popeyes.
Let Popeyes do the fishing while you enjoy our signature seafood that you'll love, like our delicious flounder fish sandwich or crispy shrimp tackle box. So come give them a try before they're gone, y'all. Limited time at participating U.S. restaurants.
Live from the Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
See, I thought I was out on the NCAA tournament because my team got totally screwed and then the coach got stolen. But then Craig Riley traipses up in here, our beloved boss, who is also a degenerate gambler, and he gave me some reasons to get back into it. He gave us some reasons to be jacked up about it.
Don't give the reasons out to anybody else. It's ours. It's ours.
It is going to be our thing because the last time I took his thing and did it, which was last year, I put it out there, and I had an entire fire department send me emails saying that they listen to our show daily, and I lost them all their mortgage payments. So I'm not going to put that out there. That made me social media's biggest loser. Look at me. I'm such a pro. Brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Doug Whaley with us until 10 o'clock. And the breaking story today, Tom Pelissero reporting that Aaron Rodgers is no longer an option, baby, for the Minnesota Vikings. That team's called on J.J. McCarthy and we're told, nope, not open for business. J.J. McCarthy is going to be QB1. So that leaves the Steelers, that leaves the Giants, and that leaves, well, retirement as the options for Aaron Rodgers. We'll get back to that. If anything else should break, we'll let you know. How about Jerry Dulac of the Post-Gazette? He's been a beat writer for 75 years. He went on Dan Patrick, and he said, quote, I know the Steelers like Jackson Dart, and I know the Steelers like Howard from Ohio State. Also, Daniel Jeremiah put out his mock draft yesterday. Daniel Jeremiah is not one of these guys who goes and does his mock draft based on, his evaluation of the prospects. He does it with his ears, what he's hearing. And he had the Steelers drafting Jackson Dart. Doug Whaley, would you consider taking Jackson Dart 21st overall?
I would consider it, but again, I'd have to see who else is on the board. But the way, and this is what I was talking about before, what they've done in this offseason, receiver, could they use another one? Absolutely, because of Pickins gone next year. Running back, could they use one? Yes, but they don't have to. On offensive line, you're pretty set. You might pick somebody for backup depth-wise. Defensive line, yes, you need some young guys, but you signed a lot of free agents, so you have depth there. Linebacker, you signed. DBs, you signed. Everywhere across the board, even safety, you have people in place that you could feel confident going in the year that you'll get production, maybe not the highest level production. So that opens up the draft board. So if that quarterback is there and everybody else is around that quarterback that's still on the board, the quarterback's a higher rated guy, then go for it. And that's why I say this offseason has set themselves up to truly pick the best player available on the board, which gives them a better chance of success and not overdrafting it for need and missing on that pick. So if he's there and they don't like anybody else or they don't have a guy draft rated higher, go for Jackson Dart. Absolutely.
See, Doug, I just have a weird feeling that the draft is going to fall in a place where Shedeur Sanders is going to be there. Like, even if they have a higher rated player at a different position at 21 and Shedeur Sanders falls all the way to 21, do you think that they go quarterback with Shedeur Sanders?
They could. Me personally, I wouldn't. After looking at Jackson Dart, Shedeur, and Cam Ward, everybody talks about Shedeur getting sacked that so many times, over 80 or whatever. If you study the film, he's holding the ball too long. And one of the reasons why I think he's holding the ball too long, he doesn't want to throw him away because then that goes against his completion percentage. So he brought it on himself. And that's something that I think is going to takes longer to get out of, like trying to make every play a banquet. It doesn't have to be. Dump it off. Throw it away. He's trying to get every play to be the biggest play ever. And that, like I said, is something that's hard to break. And a lot of those sacks were on him. So to me, I would not. I'd go Jackson Dart over Shedeur Sanders. But again, am I sold on Jackson Dart? No. But if you get to that place and he's the highest rated guy on your board, you take him.
Have you watched a lot of Jackson Dart, Doug? Because I'm gonna tell you that I haven't. I mean, I've watched YouTube highlights. They generally don't show the bad stuff.
No, I have. And I look at it this way. I'm going to agree with everybody, throws a very good deep ball. The thing that I think he's going to have to be able to get improve the ability to do, and that's the stuff that take what the defense gives you. Can he be patient enough to go on a 10-play drive where he's hitting a 5-yard check down, he's hitting a screenplay, he's hitting that curl, he's hitting that option route, and not be able to just go in for that big play all the time. I think that's something that you can really coach out of him. So to me, he's got some ability. Now, is his ceiling as high as Cam Ward? No, but he can be a serviceable starting quarterback, start wins type quarterback in the future.
Here's a text storm. Weirdest thing ever is to talk about something but say I'm not saying. Grow up, bro. Okay. You know what it is? We were saying bet your mortgage check on Alabama State to beat Auburn. That's what Craig came in here saying. Let's spend all of our money that we've ever earned in our lives, take it on Alabama State to beat Auburn. 35-point favorite, by the way.
35.
35, yeah.
Yeah, I'm taking the 35 points.
The Auburn Tigers. Ugly game last night.
Did he say beat them or cover?
No, we're beating them. Straight up.
Whoa.
Doug, he didn't.
All right.
He
I'd
didn't.
like to see that ticket.
No, he didn't say that. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Doug, Doran brought up a really good topic yesterday. Do the Steelers actually want any of these quarterbacks? Like, they might be interested, and were interested in Justin Fields. For a time, they were interested in Russell Wilson. They're clearly interested in Aaron Rodgers, but do they really want these guys? I mean, we could argue semantically what we mean by want, but are they going to pull out all the stops to get Aaron Rodgers, or is it just, hey, if this guy falls into our lap at our price, we'll be fine, but if we don't have him, we're fine with Mason Rudolph?
I think the way it's going, you have to say that's the way it is. I don't think they're ready to jump on the table and pound their hands saying we have to have this guy, because their actions are showing that they haven't. They let Justin Fields walk out the door. They had the exclusive negotiating rights with him all year long. They're letting Aaron Rodgers be Aaron Rodgers. So, and they called on all these other guys. I don't know if they specifically asked about these guys, but I know they called to see if anybody was available. And I think in the draft, they're going to be like, if this guy is where we are, where we think his value is, we'll take him. But if not, we're not going to overdraft. So that, to me, lets me know that they're okay. If the chips fall and Mason Rudolph's the guy, hey, we'll go with Mason Rudolph. And I think that's one of those ways where you don't set your franchise back by making a mistake because, again, you're drafting or signing somebody for need. And the need is what gets you in trouble and like I said, set your franchise back.
Doug, how do you feel about next year's draft, quarterback draft? Because there's a lot of people high on it, but I've come to the fact that it's more deep than really good. Like, we don't know how these guys are going to pan out. Like, do you have an outlook of, like, where you are right now on the crop of quarterbacks for next year's draft? Like, do you think that they're really good, or is it just a deep draft?
I think I haven't looked at them, and it just TV scouting, and that's one thing we say in the scouting world: don't TV scout, because it always gets you in trouble. But I think you hit the nail on the head. Is that it's a deep draft, and that's when in that position you want to have as many options as possible. So that's why everybody is touting this as a good draft next year, because of the different amount of options. And there are going to be some options that maybe come to fruition that aren't. Think about when Baker Mayfield came to end up being the first pick overall. When you went into that draft, he was probably a 6th or 7th round prospect, and then he had a heck of a year and propped himself up. So there's going to be some risers, there's going to be some fallers, but in all, the options are there, and that's why people are excited about next year's draft.
Yeah, Kenny Pickett, if he would have come out the year before he did, I mean, he'd been a 5th-round pick, winds up going 20th overall to the Steelers. It's a hard thing to do. Doug, the Steelers and the Giants are two franchises that have gotten along for a long time based on their ownership groups. I'm wondering if they could get together and give Rodgers some sort of joint deadline. I'd like to talk about that more when we come back. Doug Whaley with us until 10 o'clock. Right now, it's a Nicholas Aricalis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Tom Pelissero reported about 90 minutes ago that the Minnesota Vikings are no longer interested in Aaron Rodgers, and the report also says the Vikings are rejecting all trade calls for J.J. McCarthy. They look like they're going to keep the young quarterback. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now it's Crowley.
Thank you so much, Callis. The Bet Park Sportsbook and online casino has you covered for the college basketball tournament. You can make futures bets right now on what team's going to win it all. Check these out. You got $25 on Duke, pays $80 if they win the championship. $25 on Florida. I like Florida. That pays $100. $25 on Auburn, pays $125. $25 on Michigan State, pays $625. But whether your team scores or not, there is always another way to win on the Bet Parks online casino and sportsbook app. The only app I ever use, the only app I ever recommend to bet on sports and to play all my favorite casino games in the palm of my hand. Live dealers, blackjack, roulette, poker, and more, plus play hot online slots based on the movies Rocky, Ted, and Goonies. And new users get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. Go to betparks.com, download the app right now. Enjoy all the action and excitement from the casino at your fingertips. Must be 21 in PA, New Jersey, or Michigan. For the BetParks app, gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hola, amigos. Brad Evans here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM network. No team is hotter than the Florida Gators right now. They dominated the SEC tournament, win every game by an average of 15 points. Over last month, they ranked first in adjusted offensive efficiency. Florida, to make the Final Four, is sitting at a -135. Hashtag Team Huevos. Bet smarter or beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
It's time for basketball, and Uber Eats is dropping deals on game day favorites to keep you locked in on the action. Like when you're craving a buzzer beater, but also buffalo wings. Or when an upset makes you want to ugly cry into a pizza. And right now, Uber Eats has game day deals from Burger King, Buffalo Wild Wings, KFC, and hundreds more local favorites. So you can keep your eyes on the ball and your hands on a burger. Order now, only on Uber Eats. Product availability varies by region. See app for details.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the power of Bowser. Luck is on your side at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Save a pot of gold at Bowser Hyundai with 3.99% for 60 months on a new 2025 Hyundai Palisade SEL all-wheel drive or lease for just $399 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. With credit approval and financing through HMFC, offer ends March 31st.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Let's admit something. It's easy to get stuck in a rut. You grab the same thing for breakfast if you even bother to eat one every day. You think about exercise and then you think, well, maybe tomorrow. The only thing that's not stuck is the needle that goes higher and higher on the scale. Now, the new weight loss medications will help with the scale, but isn't everything else still stuck? I chose Awaken 180 because I didn't just want to lose weight. I wanted to be shown how to enhance my everyday life. I wanted a lifestyle change, in other words. That's exactly what Awaken 180 promised, and that's exactly what Awaken 180 delivered. I feel better. I'm happier. I even look forward to seeing my doctor for my annual physical because I know I've got things in a great place. Yes, I could have chosen the medications, but taking a new medication for life would have been the only change. Is your goal more than to simply lose weight? If it is, do what I did and get unstuck with the medication-free solution for weight loss. Fast, safe, proven weight loss with free support for life. Online at Awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVay. Dripping faucets, leaking pipes, no hot water, clogged drain backing up. Whether it's a minor repair or a major emergency, call the honest plumbing experts at McVay Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. McVay's your go-to plumbing professionals for any plumbing issue you may have. McVay offers fast, reliable, and affordable plumbing services. With McVay, you get transparent, upfront pricing, so there are no surprises when you get your bill. And remember, when a plumbing problem happens to you, don't overpay. Call McVay or go to callmcvay.com to schedule an appointment online.
There's a new way to surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle and Market District. Shop Giant Eagle's uncommon
uncompromising quality at a reliable price with everyday savings. Look for signs throughout the store to find bargains on produce, meat, and more. Visit Giant Eagle to see how easy it is to save.
Just in time for spring cleaning, it's Zero Res 3-room special starting at $109. So now is the perfect time to take advantage of this deal. 2 days only. Go to ZeroResPGH.com. ZeroResPGH.com now.
Cedarbrook Golf Course is the area's finest yet affordable public facility. Conveniently located at the intersection of I-70 and State Route 51 in Ross Draver, this season, Cedarbrook has heavily invested in new course equipment and continues on-course construction improvements. Book your tee time today at cedarbrookgolfcourse.com or call 724-929-8300. Cedarbrook is the leader in affordable quality golf.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2, plus tax, acquisition fee, title, plates, and dealer dock fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for rebate. Not all buyers will qualify. In stock units only. Offers end 3/31/25.
The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event is going on now at Mike Hamlin Hyundai. Drive the new 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe SE or Tucson SE. Both available with financing as low as 1.99% for 48 months. Or receive up to $3,000 in rebates. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by owner insurance. America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Hamlin Advantage. Oil changes for life.
We get it. Attention spans just aren't what they used to be. Heads in social media and eyes on Netflix. But what do people do with their ears? Well, for one, they're listening to audio. Americans spend 4.4 hours with audio every day. Oh, and you want the proof? Well, you just sat through this ad that's now approaching 30 seconds. What could you say to a potential customer in 30 seconds? Let Odyssey put together a media plan tailor-made for your unique marketing needs. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Back to the Finn Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
All right, so we've been chasing the Aaron Rodgers breaking news. Aaron Rodgers reportedly not an option now for the Minnesota Vikings, according to Tom Pelissero. Teams had asked about J.J. McCarthy, some trade offers for J.J. McCarthy. They were rebuffed, and those teams were informed that J.J. McCarthy will be the Vikings QB1. There's other breaking news. I see Noah Hiles, among others, tweeting this out. Derek Shelton just informed the media that Jared Jones experienced elbow discomfort after his most recent bullpen, which was earlier this week. He'll miss his next start this spring. Conversations will then be had about how Jones' 2025 regular season will start. Look, that ain't good. I mean, if you have forearm discomfort, that generally points to Tommy John. If you have any elbow discomfort, that generally points to that kind of thing too. And so here's my take on all this. They babied him. I'm not saying that it's their fault. It's that these things aren't preventable. Like, he was always the one that I was worried about. If you're thinking about Jared Jones, if you're thinking about Bubba Chandler, all those dudes are horses. Like, they are built like they can withstand a hurricane. So it doesn't scare me when I see Paul Skeens throw 100 miles an hour or Bubba Chandler throw 100 miles an hour. It has always scared me when Jared Jones has. Remember when they pulled him out of that game, 54 pitches? He was dealing because they wanted to protect him. You can't. You can't. And you only have these guys based on the economics of baseball for 5 years. You got to get what you can get out of these dudes. And last year, he got injured midway through the season. So the babying of him didn't do anything. Treating him with kid gloves didn't prevent this. And, you know, I'm speculating. We still don't know how bad it's going to be. But it doesn't take a doctor to figure out that this isn't good. I mean, I went to college for 5.5 years, didn't get my doctorate, but elbow discomfort, that ain't good. And they treated him with kid gloves. You can't prevent these kind of things. So I hope this doesn't have them now treat Paul Skeens this year with kid gloves. And Noah Hiles was on not that long ago and said he wants to pitch 240 innings. That's not happening. Could he pitch 200 innings? 192, be in that Mitch Keller range? Absolutely, if they let him. I hope this doesn't scare them off. But if you're a kind of person who's optimistic on the season the Pirates are going to have, it was because of the rotation. If this guy misses the season, well, bye-bye optimism. And, Doug, I know you're a huge baseball fan. We'll get back to the football stuff here in a second, but, man, that's a massive bummer for the guy, too. You have to feel for him and for the organization. I mean, it's a total disaster.
Absolutely. And you said it. It's one of those things where in sports, the one thing that you have no control over is injury. So I'm with you. And then my immediate thought process is, all right, does that change their thinking on Bubba Chandler and what they're going to do with him?
Yes.
And do you put him in that rotation now saying, listen, we can talk about this and that and try to play the system of MLB. Why don't we just get out there and put the best pitchers and best players we have on the field and try to win, because our window is short, because we're not going to be able to sign any of these guys that end up being top players in the league because we're going to lose them as free agents. So let's get Bubba Chandler in there.
And you know what, Doug? I have no doubt that under different circumstances that they would do that, because that's what they did with Jared Jones last year. Like Jared Jones, I didn't think was going to make the opening day roster. He had a lights out spring, and they said, forget service time. This guy's going. Yeah. I think they would be inclined to do that with Bubba Chandler, except the guy that they did it with last year now just winds up with an elbow injury. So I think they could wind up walking cautiously here.
But so what are you going to be cautious this year and the next year? You can't be cautious all the time.
I agree.
This is sports. This is sports, and you can't predict it. So you be cautious this year, and then you go out and have a season that we're always used to the Pirates having, and then next year you put Bubba Chandler in there and saying, oh, we were cautious, and then he gets hurt too. So to me, don't try to predict the future. Try to win the day.
Doug, I want to get to the Rodgers thing, but this is all striking me at once. Just Adam Crowley is a sports fan. 5:59 on Sunday night. I thought my team was going to the tournament. We've got this great young coach. You fast forward 2 days, no tournament, no coach. I'm all excited about opening day, and now, Jared Jones is not going to pitch opening day that's absolutely not. He's not going to be ready to go early, if at all, this year, according to me. I'm getting no intel on that, but you just start connecting dots, and elbow discomfort sounds bad. All right, on to the Steelers now, Doug. The Giants and the Steelers have always had a great relationship. The Rooneys, the Maras. Could Art get on the phone and call the Giants organization and say, guys, I know you want Rodgers. We want Rodgers. Obviously, we would prefer to have Rodgers. Can we give this dude a deadline here so that we can both get on with our off seasons? Does stuff like that happen?
No, not at all. Because as close as they are off the field, they're still competitors on the field. And when you're talking about a quarterback in a position like this, it's no holds bar. I don't care if my cousin's married to your cousin and we go to family reunions together. It's not personal, it's business. And this is a business, and they want Rodgers obviously as much or more than the Giants want Rodgers. But when you look at it in the macro, two of the most storied franchises in NFL history are getting held hostage by Aaron Rodgers. Think about it. He's like, I'll get back to you. Don't call me. I'll call you.
Doug, okay, taking the Giants then out of the equation, should the Steelers say, A-Rod, buddy, ayahuasca guy, Friday, 5 p.m., close the business. You're either coming here or you're not. Or does them signing Mason Rudolph in their minds allow Rodgers to just take this thing as long as he wants to take it?
I think the latter. I think they're saying no matter what you decide, Aaron, we have somebody we believe in on the roster. And it may not be the cachet that everybody wanted in the Pittsburgh Steelers area, but it's something they feel that with the coaching staff they have, the roster they can put around him, they can be a 10-win team and go into the playoffs. And as Tomlin always says, once you get into the tournament, it's a whole new season. So that's their belief. Now, will they be right? We shall see, but that gives them the flexibility to wait on Aaron Rodgers and not be that person waiting to pick up the phone to see if the person they asked to the dance says yes.
Well, I've kind of wavered on this. And I just said it. Give the guy a deadline. But, have they now missed out on all of the players that would be worthy of the cap space that he's holding up anyhow?
Yeah, and that's one way to look at it. But I think they're looking at it as in the free agents they signed and what they can get in the draft will give them that flexibility to wait on Aaron and still feel confident in the roster that they're putting together.
Are they Ayuking this a little bit?
Time
use
will
that
tell.
as a verb?
I think time will tell. Me personally, I look at it this way. Aaron Rodgers isn't going to be a foundational piece for you to get back to winning consistent Super Bowls. Mason Rudolph isn't, and any quarterback in this draft. So that's why I say putting themselves in positions next year to have the flexibility to possibly find that guy that's what I'm looking at. How are they positioning themselves to find their next generational quarterback that can have them consistently compete for championships? It's not going to be this year. It's not going to be next year. But you can start putting those pieces together now. So when you have that guy, then you hit the ground running, and you can have a rookie guy take you to the playoffs. Second year, go deeper, run into the playoffs. In the third year, you're competing for a champion.
Doug, one more segment when we come back. It's a Wednesday with Doug Whaley. We are live at Bowser Chevrolet Studio B in Monroeville. Craig Riley is here sitting over my shoulder, and I'm suddenly very insecure about the work that I'm doing. Back with more. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Report just came in. Jared Jones will miss his final start of spring training with elbow discomfort. More information to come on that development. And a report about 8 o'clock this morning, Tom Pelissero came out and said that the Vikings are no longer interested in Aaron Rodgers. They're going to reject any more calls in an effort to keep J.J. McCarthy. I'm sorry, let me say that again. They're not going to trade J.J. McCarthy. They're going to reject all trade proposals from this point forward. More Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Paul Skeens, just 8 days until Pirates baseball on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Raise the Jolly Roger.
Our Pirates are ready for an exciting season. Catch all the action here. Presented by Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 Hampton. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Still some problems with vehicle fires. This report brought to you by Coit. One of them in Collier Township on Presley Road, not far from the I-79 overpass. Also one in O'Hara Township on Freeport Road and Fox Chapel Road. Parkway West, you're jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East, that stacks at Wilkinsburg. And Route 28, watch for crews blocking a lane between the Highland Park Bridge and the Route 8 at the bypass, causing delays back to that Highland Park Bridge on-ramp. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Coit, Pittsburgh's premier home cleaning company. Coit welcomes spring with huge home cleaning savings. Save 40% off all Coit cleaning services, carpets, area rugs, drapes, upholstery, and more. Call 1-800-FOR-COIT and schedule your home cleaning appointment and save 40% off all Coit services.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. FanDuel is turning up the excitement even higher for college basketball through the first 2 rounds of the tournament. Bet on the lowest winning seed of the day, and you'll win a share of $1 million in bonus bets. Now, that's an upset you will not be upset about, and we got one right here in Pittsburgh with Robert Morris. They are a huge underdog against Alabama. They're going to be a 20.5, maybe even bigger than that underdog by the time that game tips off, and the good thing going for them, we've seen big upsets last year. Oakland from the same conference beat Kentucky right here in Pittsburgh. Princeton as a 15 seed. Oral Roberts as a 15 seed. St. Peter's as a 15 seed went all the way to the round of 8, so it can happen, and maybe this year Robert Morris will wear the glass slipper. FanDuel.com/Andrew to download America's #1 sportsbook today and back your dog of the day, because in March, anything can happen. 21 plus in present Pennsylvania, opt-in required. Winning pre-live moneyline wager on lowest seed required. Each $1 million jackpot to be split equally among all eligible winners. Bonus bets are now withdrawable and expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
People often ask us, what's the most important part of running a successful business? And our answer is family.
Hi, John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 45 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're not just a customer. We treat you like family. We take the time to understand your needs and help you find the perfect windows for you and your home, like our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows.
They're the strongest, longest-lasting, best insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
We're passionate about enhancing the beauty and efficiency of Pittsburgh homes using the top-of-the-line replacement windows. And right now, you can save 30% plus get no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Join our family of satisfied customers.
Visit us on the web at metropolitanwindows.com
or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right. So we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Okay, raise your hand if you want to make your life a little bit easier. Great. Now raise your other hand if you like to be comfortable. Perfect. Now that you have both hands raised, imagine putting on your shoes. And that, folks, right there is your answer to an easier, more comfortable life. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. This is footwear you don't need your hands to put on. They can be raised in the air, and you can just step it and go. Why don't you experience what people can't stop talking about? Life-changing Skechers Slip-ins. Get your Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Do you know what time it is right now? I am going to tell you. It's Colin Dunlap for Schultz Ford. About that time right now, truck month at Schultz Ford. Oh, yeah. So, all the locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford Wheeling, too. Always online, schultzford.com. About truck month that's happening right now. How about that F-150? Man, are they spectacular. You drive an F-150, you're sitting inside, it's like being in your living room. Spacious, elegant, extravagant, phenomenal. Want something a little smaller? How about that Ranger? Man, are they sharp. Anyway, truck month. So get yourself to one of the dealers or online right now at schultzford.com because it is truck month. You could see yourself inside one of those trucks, right? So, schultzford.com right now. Pick that truck out that you want for truck month.
schultzford.com. 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 schultzford.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. One more segment here with Doug Whaley, the news of the day. Well, now it's twofold. Jared Jones going to miss at least his next start. He's got elbow discomfort. That does not sound good. The other massive story, the Vikings, according to Tom Pelissero, are out on Aaron Rodgers. And then there were three options. The Steelers, the Giants, and, well, not playing football ever again. I guess there's another option, too, Doug, that I hadn't considered until I heard Bob Pompiani bring it up the other day. Like, Aaron Rodgers could theoretically just bide his time, right? And if a quarterback goes down in training camp or a quarterback goes down 4 weeks into the season, he could throw his hat in the ring there, couldn't he?
Absolutely, and that's the longer this goes, that's probably the most plausible thing that will happen, because when you're thinking about retirement, you're like, do I want to go through the off season? Do I want to go through training camp? You get to a situation where training camp's 3 weeks in and a starter goes down, you just come in and you're just playing. So, and then that gives his body a chance to heal, his mind a chance to refocus, and he might end up saying, I missed this game and I want to come back. But for me, once they, like I told you before, once you start mentioning retirement, that's probably, you're retired already.
Oh, and if I'm the Steelers and Mason Rudolph were to go down, if he has not accepted a deal, like that's a total no-go for me. Like, I know Mike Tomlin, jump on a moving train, blah, blah, blah. Dude, Mike Williams, they didn't think could figure out the offense. Roman Williams, they didn't think could figure out the offense. Now you're going to do it with a quarterback? Like, I don't think it makes sense for them, but I could see Rodgers trying to pull that with somebody else. Last thing here for you, Doug, because I don't know that we've actually discussed this. We certainly haven't today. If Rodgers is the quarterback, how do you think it goes from an on-the-field standpoint? And we've talked about the off-the-field standpoint and the drama and throwing people under the bus, but as a pure thrower of the football. What do you think that looks like?
Well, I think that's a two-pronged question. One, will they let him be Aaron Rodgers?
Yeah.
The kibosh on what makes Aaron Rodgers. And secondly, can he consistently perform at that level, the Aaron Rodgers level, for 17 games? And that's maybe what you saw with Russell Wilson. He started out gang of fire. And then the longer the season went on, it's the consistency when you get to be a certain age. Can you consistently perform at that level? And that's going to be the biggest question to me.
Doug, you're 11 years older than Aaron Rodgers. That's it. That's crazy to me.
Crazy. So.
You look better, too. Just throw that one out there. Doug, this was fun, as it always is, buddy.
All right. We'll see you next week. I'll be in studio.
Let's go. And then a week after that, we're going to opening day, partner. Take care.
No doubt about it. We'll see you.
See you. Doug Whaley, our executive insider. Oh, boy. Lot to chew on between now and tomorrow. And we ask this question every day to end the show and have since the beginning of this Aaron Rodgers saga. Will the Steelers have their quarterback situation sorted out by 5:40 tomorrow morning? Callis, do you have an answer to that question?
I say no.
I also say no. And as has been customary, Doran says yes. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 5:40. You got Papa Joe coming up next. Peace.
Your hometown building partners since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. The all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS starting at $169 for 24 months with $3,499 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $216 for 24 months with $3,499 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires April 30th, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity. So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Now through April 17th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $30 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
All right, imagine you're just like me, looking at your house, looking at your chimney, looking at your retaining wall, and saying, I need to get that done, I need to get that done, I need to get that done. Well, year after year passes, and then finally, it could be too late, and then sometimes more costly. So get on it now. With the weather really starting to warm up, you got to call Precision Pointing. They do it all. Brick, block, mortar replacement, whole house restoration, retaining walls, free estimates, no money down, so you don't have to worry about them running away with your deposit. Precision Pointing. Do what I did. Visit brickpointingpittsburgh.net today.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
At Diamonds Direct, we believe luxury is an experience and not a price tag. Luxury is expert guidance. It's the selection of 10 jewelry stores under one roof. It's saving time on endless comparison shopping, and you'll only find this experience at Diamonds Direct. Our luxury showroom has it all backed by our lifetime warranties and our signature best price guarantee. Diamonds Direct is the perfect combination of luxury and value, so you don't ever have to compromise. Learn more at diamondsdirect.com. Diamonds Direct, your love, our passion.
The Captain is back. That's wild-caught beer-battered cod with melted cheese and all-American sauce on a sandwich or sub. Don't let this delicious option sail away. Get Go Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
Big basketball games, big TVs, and big deals. Dave & Buster's in the North Hills, off McKnight and Babcock. $5 domestic pints, 20 wings for $20. Endless entertainment for the kids. A no-brainer for one of the best sports weeks of the year. Dave & Buster's, North Hills.
When it comes to great deals on tax prep, Jackson Hewitt isn't holding back, and neither is this commercial. Their offer is so big, it has to be said with Reverb. Expert tax prep for $149 or less. It's a deal so spectacular, it needs a symphony, some explosions, and a clock ticking, because this offer, $149 or less, ends soon. One expert tax prep for $149 or less. Try Jackson Hewitt today and save. Whew. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
From the court to the open road, performance matters. That's why Spitzer Acura has luxury that delivers. Like the fast brake style of the Integra, the athletic lines of the TLX, or the smooth moves of an MDX. Spitzer Acura has the lineup that'll take your game to the next level. And with every new Spitzer Acura, you'll score a lifetime powertrain warranty, complimentary maintenance, and a service loaner. Don't wait for the buzzer. Our friendly team is ready to assist you now. Find your drive at Spitzer Acura. Online at spitzeracura.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
More vehicle fires to deal with. This report brought to you by NJM Insurance, the latest one blocking the right lane of the inbound Parkway East. Crews on the scene. This is between Bates Street and the Boulevard of the Allies. Traffic is getting by in the center and left lanes. Also one in Collier Township on Presley Road near I-79, and one being cleared in O'Hara Township on Freeport Road at Fox Chapel Road. Crews blocking a lane of inbound Route 28 for midday work between the Highland Park Bridge and the Route 8 at the bypass. Delays back to that Highland Park Bridge on-ramp. For the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Brought to you by NJM Insurance. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance.
At NJM Insurance, we're like a symphony. It all starts by doing the right thing. Add in dedicated reps and put policyholders first. But no jingles or mascots because it's just not us. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
What would you do if you could go back in time with the tap of a button?
Watch the ancient Egyptians build the pyramids?
How'd they do it?
Buy enough Bitcoin to purchase your very own private island.
Or maybe just skip the joke that flopped at the holiday party.
Unfortunately, we haven't figured out how to rewind time. But you can rewind live shows with the free Odyssey app.
Never miss your favorite sports talk again. To get started, download Odyssey and search for your station.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Aaron Rodgers watch day 11 is continuing to heat up as Tom Pelissero says that the Vikings have rejected multiple trade calls on J.J. McCarthy, telling other teams they're moving forward with McCarthy as their quarterback. Pelissero also reporting that the Vikings plan to add a veteran quarterback, but they're not currently pursuing Aaron Rodgers at this time. J.J. McCarthy enters for the Vikings the offseason as QB1. And signs are pointing that it could lead to the Steelers and Rodgers, maybe just a matter of time. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. It's Pomp and Joe.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Sports. Back to Bob Fabiani and Joe Starkey. The Pomp and Joe Show.
Hey, I'll take it.
On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Good morning. We are at the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry, which means that Bob and I and T-Bert to our right have all walked right back into our childhoods. Bob, I look to my left, I see a Mario Lemieux all-star portrait. I look straight ahead, I see the great Jack Ham, who's on board with Jackson Dart. His Hall of Fame autographed jersey. I see helmets. I see autographed footballs. I see Andrew McCutcheon running in center field, making an incredible catch. I see a James Worthy framed poster right in front that I'm taking home with me, making a donation here. To my right, you see a Magic Johnson autographed jersey. I'm wondering if I should bring Ron a Joe Namath autographed photo from early in his career. There's Jerome Bettis from the Urlacher game. We are very pleased and proud to be at the Baseball Card Castle today with the General and his lovely wife Christine and everybody else. As a kickoff to our Feed the Need Radiothon next week, we have some incredible items that we're going to be auctioning off today. But first, Bob, I'm very happy to be here with you. How are you?
I'm really happy to be here. I've heard all about this place, but honestly, Joe, when I walked in here, I did not expect this.
I know.
I did not expect. I don't know what I expected, but I did not expect this. Those of you who've never been here, you owe it to yourself if you're a sports fan to come in here. It's amazing. And the amount of cards, but not just cards, helmets and sticks. You look to your left, Joe. How many hockey sticks do you think are here? All signed by various people.
Enough for the Penguins to make a bunch more turnovers like they did last night, Bob.
It's amazing how much is here. It's all about history. Jeff has every kind of history covered here. It's amazing. So we're happy to be here. I'm glad to see it for the first time ever.
I mean, down to your right on the floor is a Bill Mazeroski autographed frame photo of the 60 home run. It's like there's so much stuff here, you got to find extra room for that, which is legendary.
But, you know, people love to have stuff in their basements and their fan caves, wherever they're doing this. If you want stuff, this is the place to come. It's really incredible. And I don't think you can come in here and ask a question and say, hey, General, do you have this? The answer will always be yes.
Yeah.
Somewhere here, but he's very organized. That's the thing I see about this. These cards are organized by name, by era, by everything.
He said 21 million cards in this building right now.
And that seemed like a high number, but if you go back and see it, you'll say, oh, that makes sense.
Plus, there's donuts, Bob, and I see you partaking in one. Is that blueberry?
Yes.
Looks delicious.
Well, they've rolled out the red carpet here. We appreciate that.
Literally, there's a red carpet on the floor.
It's right next to Ron's old stomping grounds, Domenico's. I see it over there.
Yeah, they're bringing over pizza today, I might add, Bob. Do you think one of these, and there's many Joe Namath memorabilia pieces, do you think I should buy one and bring it to Ron if I see him next week in Fort Myers? Would that be a nice gesture on my part?
That would probably be a nice gesture on your part, yes.
I think so.
Yeah, I think you should. Are you definitely doing it? If you're not
going there or bringing Ron a present?
No, going there.
Definitely going there.
Meeting him.
Not yet, no.
Okay.
I have to confirm that.
Well, I think it would be a nice gesture.
The only thing they don't have here is Mulsey's basketball from his pickup game at Penn State when he made 9 straight threes, and I wouldn't discount the General from getting a hold of that, Bob. Would you?
He's still searching. He said the price is too high.
Can you believe this James Worthy photo? General, can you pick that up and show it to Bob? I had a James Worthy poster in my dorm at Cortland State. Look at that thing. Autographed by him on his classic one-handed dunk for North Carolina, I might add. And congratulations, Limits, on North Carolina last night.
Oh, don't get him started. Don't get him started on that.
They didn't deserve to be in the tournament, guys.
Well, you can make the same argument.
Yeah, they beat San Diego State, big boy.
Right, and guess what? West Virginia would have beaten them too.
Yes, I agree with that. So would have Pitt.
But good for you. I mean, at least you had a nice night. And it was a blowout.
And then they're going to beat Ole Miss and potentially Iowa State and go to the Sweet 16.
But how about that first game? St. Francis had every reason to think they could win that game.
I can't believe how that ended.
They had the possession of the ball, turned it over, got it back, turned it over again, and then he has to go
Bob, that was more improbable than Leitner. It was more improbable.
But the fact that the ball came to that one kid, Knox, who was underneath and just happened to beat
it came to the other kid first.
And
he tried to catch it, and he bobbled it. And it was like the immaculate reception wrapped in basketball.
What a way to kick off March Madness.
Actually, it really wasn't. I mean, it was kind of like that. But think of a play where a team, like a Hail Mary, where a teammate has it and tips it, unless he's George Pickens fighting with Browns fans instead of doing his job. Correct?
Yes.
All right. Well, we have some amazing items to auction off, and we're going to get into that as the show moves along. And, of course, we're going to have the General join us on the air. But we have some big stories to deal with right off the top today. And it involves two guys who throw a ball for a living. One of them is Aaron Rodgers. Tom Pelissero reporting that the Vikings are moving forward without him. Vikings done. That leaves, I think, 3 options: Steelers, Giants, or retirement. And the other piece of news is the dreaded elbow discomfort for Jared Jones. What a giant story that is. Derek Shelton, Noah Hiles has it in the Post-Gazette. Derek Shelton saying this morning that Jones is not going to make his next start in spring training. Shelton says that's for sure. I think with that being said, Shelton said, we're going to have to look at what happens going into the season. Man, I don't like the sounds of that. Elbow discomfort, Bob, and then Shelty not saying, oh, no, nothing to worry about here. It's just precautionary. He ain't saying that. And when I see this, I think of one thing, that power pitchers, especially in the modern era, have short shelf lives in some cases, but are susceptible to arm injury. And that, in turn, reflects on the tiny little window opening that the Pirates have right now and how they've done absolutely nothing to maximize that window. I can't help but worry about Skeens moving forward. To me, Bob, this is a reminder of all that with Jared Jones. This is really, really bad news potentially.
Potentially, and it reminds me also just a few weeks ago of Garrett Cole. You know, he's been around longer, of course, but then he had the same thing.
Yeah.
Forearm discomfort, and it's going to be fine. We heard the same stuff, and next thing you know, he's out for the season. So hopefully that's not the case, but Jared Jones is a smaller person who does throw the ball at 98, 99, even 100. And I think Jeff had a good point here, the general. He said, and I thought this yesterday too, I was watching the game at the TV station, and I saw that Thomas Harrington, who normally would not go 5 innings this juncture of the season, spring training season, he threw, and I thought, that's a lot for him. Is he going to make the team as something? Why would they do that? I just felt it was a little bit weird. Maybe that's an indication that maybe he could be the guy who's going to take that spot.
Maybe. How about Bubba Chandler?
I would go there first, but maybe they don't want to start that clock, so they'll go for Harrington now, maybe. I don't know. But it's all up in the air until they make this official, and hopefully it's not that. Hopefully just rest will help it, but I don't know. That's a scary scenario.
You know what happens when they say elbow discomfort.
I know.
It seems like most of the time.
Do you get elbow discomfort? Does it affect
I have elbow discomfort, but I'm not being paid all this money.
But you are going golfing afterwards.
I am
elbow
doing that,
discomfort
yes.
will affect that.
I'm going to fight through it, Bob. We were just talking the other day, maybe even yesterday.
About the strength.
No, about how, isn't it just the Pirates' luck that their strength is starting pitching in an era where starting pitching has never been less important. Plus, their strength is starting pitching in an era where arm injuries have never been more prevalent. I mean, it's just such rotten luck, it feels like, all the time for them, but it also feels like they don't maximize their opportunity here, or they haven't maximized it based on their off-season moves. It's a jarring reminder. Even last year, I remember saying last year, for all you know, and this is exactly what I said now that I think of it at the deadline, for all we know, this could be the only year that we'll ever see Paul Skeens, Jared Jones, and Mitch Keller together and healthy around the trade deadline, and I don't even remember if Jones was healthy at that point.
He had missed some time later in the year, yes. I'm not sure what that was either. But I still think I will. I understand your premise about starting pitching not matter, but I always think it matters.
No, it matters less.
Okay, it matters less, but it still matters
a lot. Yeah,
you got to get those guys into the 6 and 7. It makes your bullpen better if you get longer. But the problem is the way the game has gone, the way the game has been managed now.
Yeah,
that everyone thinks, okay, certain amount of pitches come, that means you're done. I'm going to my 6th inning guy, my 7th inning guy, my specialist here, my specialist there, and you can overmanage that way. And I really wish, especially with Skeens. And maybe this is going to temper their enthusiasm about pitching him more than he wants. He wants 240 innings,
right,
or thereabouts. Well, they may say now, "Oh, look what happened to Jones here. We can't." But he is 6'6". He can handle it better. I think he has a better physique for that. But that obviously would be a concern. And I wouldn't expect it early in the year. But as the year progresses, I expect him to go late, if not complete, most games.
It's about the last thing you wanted to hear out of spring training right now. So let's hope for the best for Jared Jones. But, man, I was just reading how he was sort of lighting it up, at least stuff-wise, in spring training, had a really good offseason. I was just reading that piece. I can't remember whether it was Mackey or the Noah Constrictor. Bob, is this a tick bite on my leg here? What is that? It started to
You're
itch
asking me.
yesterday. It's a bullseye.
I go to
That
the
looks like a tick.
dermatologist. You have things like I have. You better.
T-Bird, you seem to be definitive on this. What's happening here?
That's not a bullseye. You're fine. That looks like a
It's
pimple.
a pimple.
You got
Oh,
like
it's a pimple.
Do people get pimples on their legs?
Yeah, of course.
They
Are
do?
ticks out already, T-Bird?
I haven't had
Are
a
they
pimple.
out and biting already?
Where do you live?
I live in Green Tree, but I'm on golf
There-
courses
you
all
don't,
the time.
you don't have a tick.
No, what
You're
what you should do, Joe, on golf courses, you do not start chasing those errant shots into the fescue or bushes. Don't do it. Leave it there. Hit another ball.
No, I'm not taking a penalty. I'd rather
No.
risk my life.
You're going to go in there, and you may find a snake for all you know.
I'm starting to be more curious. That looks like a bullseye to me, Bob, and it itches like crazy.
Don't itch it.
Plus, I just had a Lyme disease test, and I passed. Wouldn't it be ironic if right after passing that test I have Lyme disease now? You may be doing this show alone in a week.
You'll be fine. I don't think that's anything.
All right, back to the other big story. And we'll be keeping tabs on this city limits back at the home office all day today because this could happen quickly now. Tom Pelissero reporting that the Vikings are out on Aaron Rodgers. Where do we go from here, Bob? Do you feel like by the end of the show, by the end of the day, that Rodgers will have decided between the Giants, the Steelers, and retirement?
I don't think it'll be by the end of the day. I think it'll be. I don't. You do?
Yeah, I think by the end of the
I
show.
think now. I think he had all of his hopes apparently in this Viking possibility. So now he's going to even take maybe longer to figure this out because these are apparently not his first choices. So if they're not his first choices, he's going to have to dig deep into it. He also may want to play that game. I'm not going to do anything right now. I'm going to wait until somebody gets injured in Week 10. And there's a team that's making a run for a Super Bowl that needs a quarterback, and he's ready. He can make that message known if he wants to.
He could do that.
I don't know what he's going to do.
You're right. That's a fourth option.
So
And I'm sorry I didn't think of that, and I commend you for thinking.
No, it's one of those things that a lot of players will do. They'll wait and say, okay, I'll keep myself in shape. I'm waiting for a call.
Honestly, if you were advising Aaron Rodgers, what would you tell him? I would tell him just that. Like, you know what? The Steelers are going nowhere. The Giants are interesting, but they're the Giants. Why don't you just wait until a team gets really desperate when they lose their starting quarterback? You'll absolutely get calls.
Because there are going to be injuries, and there's going to be situations that develop, and it may even be with Minnesota down the road. Who knows what McCarthy does? And
you're right about that.
He still may hold that. I don't know. I can't understand what his mind is, what he's thinking, because he's taken too long to think. If I had to make a choice of the two, I'd take the Steelers, not the Giants. But unless he's motivated to return to New York and say, look what I'm doing to you, Jets. We play in the preseason once or whatever.
I wouldn't discount that. I wouldn't. I think we're going to get a decision pretty quickly coming up here. And I think it's probably better than 50% that it would be the Steelers. I would put them at 55%. Would I do that? I'll put the Giants at significantly less. Retirement at about 10%. And maybe what you're suggesting at about 20%. Do the percentages add up there, Bob?
Yes, and I think 20% outside chance that could happen. And apparently the Steeler deal is a 1-year offer, whereas the Giants have offered more in a couple of years. I don't know if that matters to him at this point.
Is that right?
Well, Jerry Dulac reported that he surmises it's a 1-year deal, which is quite frankly, even if it's a 2-year deal, it's a 1-year deal. You're not going to you get that money and spread it out, and then you can always kick it down the road. So I don't think it's more. He's not going to be here more than 1 year. Let's put it that way.
Well, here's the other thing. If you're advising Aaron Rodgers right now, you may be telling him, Aaron, I'm not sure that you're all that welcome in Pittsburgh. Last year, in fact, I was looking today, almost on this very day last year, Cam Hayward had a 1-hour FaceTime call with Russell Wilson. Minka, TJ, Cam had the greatest PR campaign, Bob, since I don't know when. Since, Tony Dorsett's Heisman campaign. And, boy, is it different this year. Yeah. Not only are they not rolling out the red carpet, they're throwing out an old pea-stained carpet for Aaron Rodgers. So, honestly, I might be saying, listen, it doesn't sound like they're really wanting you there in that locker room. I think that might be a factor. Did you hear what Cam said?
Yeah, I heard Cam, but I think Cam is just to the point now where you know how you get up there in age in real life, in age in football, and you just say,
Yeah.
you know, I don't need the nonsense here. Let's just get on with it. Here's my selling point. You want to be a Steeler? Let's go.
Yeah.
He did it last year, and maybe he felt, okay, we did it, didn't work. I'm not going to go out there every year and try to recruit.
You don't think it's specific to this guy?
No, I just think
do.
it's – you do?
Absolutely.
I just think he's tired of the whole whatever this is. And it could have been somebody else. He would have had the same reaction. Let's go. This is your opportunity. If you want to take it. If not, don't. So I just think he's getting old. And
I disagree with that, Bob. I think if he wanted somebody badly enough, that he would have gone on the PR track again. And I also think, I agree with Pony from his show yesterday, that I think Cam, and I would bet other guys in that locker room, are extremely unhappy that the Steelers didn't come back with Justin Fields. I think those guys probably wanted that.
I agree with that, and I think that should have been the play, and they were willing to make the play to a certain level. If you're going to make the play, make the play. Don't get caught up in whatever number. You're talking about just $10 million more in this day and age with all the money being thrown around.
Probably a promise that he'd be the starter.
Okay, do it. Who else do you have at that point?
I agree.
And then you use his legs more than you've ever had. You had two guys who could stretch the field. You create openings, and you can devise a game plan for Justin Fields that would have been, I think, successful here, at least for this year.
I think Cam's making a statement on specifically who this is, that they don't want the drama. You know, I think if you read between the lines of what he said the other day, it was, listen, if you're going to come here, let's come here and play football. Okay? And already, before he even gets here, I think people are sensing, perhaps including Cam, that the drama's begun before this guy is even here.
Yeah, that's true.
And like what else is he going to bring? Let's take a listen one more time for people who didn't hear it. If you have it there, oh, Limitless Wonder. Cam Hayward on his podcast, Not Just Football. And Bob, I can't help but wonder if the popularity of Anything But Football with Al Villanueva, the show that I did with him, inspired Cam's title of his podcast.
Might have
Not
done
Just
that.
Football.
So
I think I did.
I think you did too. That was good when you had Alejandro on. That was awesome, and he was very good about expressing himself on so many different levels.
He was fun. Let's take a listen.
I want to play football. I'm tired of talking about the quarterback situation. I'd rather have it done. I don't know what ends up happening. I don't know, man. Like, this is... I'm ready to move on in the free agency. There's too much going on.
So if they called you and were like, we need you to follow him into the darkness for a couple days, if he says if you come down there with him, he's signing. Are you going to be off the grid for a little bit, go to the darkness, and try to get this guy? We need you. You're our best recruiter. I'm about to get into Darius Slay, and it sounds like you recruited him too. So we need you to start recruiting. Get that NIL bag out like you did at Ohio State.
I ain't doing that or darkness retreat. I don't need any of that crap. Like, either you want to be a Pittsburgh Steeler or you don't. That's simple. That's the pitch. Like, if you want me to recruit, that's the recruiting pitch. You know, Pittsburgh Steelers, if you want to be part of it, so be it. If you don't, no skin on my back.
Bob, I don't know if I was advising like a car dealer or maybe a college recruiter if I would want their key line, the one to clinch the deal, to be, if you want it, so be it. If not, no skin off my back. I think that's very specific to Aaron Rodgers. Cam just went out and recruited Slay.
Yeah, but he didn't have to do it the way Rodgers needs to be done. Obviously, Rodgers is more of a diva and needs different treatment.
Yes.
He's saying, I'm not going to go down that road.
Right.
I can talk to him and tell him to be a Steeler, but I'm not going to go into a darkness retreat eating what he eats or, whatever he does in those
He doesn't
darkness
want
retreats.
the drama. He doesn't want it.
All right, well,
sounds like.
No, I just think he's tired of the way this is played out. And a lot of people are. So I do think there'll be a conclusion now that Minnesota supposedly is out of this a little bit sooner, but I still don't think it'll be today.
I think it's going to be by the end of the show. In fact, I think it could be any minute. And I'm not just trying to drum up interest here, Bob. I think it could be any minute. City Limits is on the line here.
Do you think that Aaron Rodgers has made up his mind? He was just so based on your scenario, you think he knows what team he's going to pick?
Now you get to the Schefter little rant the other day about it. It's not that hard. You have the Giants and the Steelers,
not that hard.
Or retire, or wait. Now you have four options, I guess. You're right about that.
I just think he loves the drama, so I think he'll stoke this drama a little bit more. And it seems like both franchises are willing to endure this, which I'm surprised. I thought deadline should be imposed. Hey, we need an answer. Here it is.
I mean, I'm almost to the point where I really don't blame Rodgers that much. I mean, I get it. He was waiting on the Vikings, which I think any reasonable person would say of those three teams is by far the best choice for any quarterback.
Well, they have the
right?
best roster. They're totally loaded.
So I don't blame him. I blame them more than him. Them for kind of just waiting around here for a soon-to-be 42-year-old drama king. Like, they look horrible here, and I feel like Cam, in some ways, was sort of defending the Steelers' honor here. Like, my God, what are we doing? Where is Justin Fields? Why isn't he here? And now we're sitting around waiting for this guy? You know, I feel like Cam was making a statement there, like, and we can argue and talk about how much of an attraction the Steelers are these days, but he was saying to me, Bob, essentially, my God, we're the Pittsburgh Steelers. What are we doing? Sitting around with the Giants waiting for this guy?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I think he's getting annoyed at the whole process. We should be if you translate a little bit, we should be above this. It shouldn't come down to this. What are we doing playing this game?
Very well said, Bob.
Of all the people out there, you don't want to play a game with this guy. And they're playing the game. And they also, by the way, we get the first dinner tweet that we saw yesterday that all the Steeler brass, including Tom Arthur, quarterback coach, had Jalen Milroe for dinner last night in Tuscaloosa. Yeah.
Let me ask you this, Bob. If you're Jalen Milroe or any one of those guys, do you hit him up for everything you can eat in that thing? Do you order steak and lobster? You go surf and turf?
Do. You go surf and turf. And if you're anything like Edmund Nelson, my friend who I used to do games with, he orders like a 60-ounce steak, and he wouldn't. And then that would be followed by a 60-ounce dessert. I mean, he just would take it. So, Edmund, please don't hate me for saying that, but I know you love your food, and I do too.
From the other side, if you're the Steelers, especially if you're dealing with a quarterback here, do you find it admirable or off-putting if the guy sits down and says very confidently, I'll take your best wine, $1,000 bottle, and I'll take the surf and turf, and you can start the volcano cake because it'll be done in time. Do you like that out of a guy, or are you like, what the hell is going on here?
Yeah, I do. I think, okay, fine. You're pretty confident here that we're going to pay for you.
I like it, too. Yeah,
and then we're going to end it with Louis the 13th. We're going to give you that on top of it. We're going to get you a $700 sniffer of cognac.
Yes.
And, in fact, why don't you guys all get one, too, and we'll salute this dinner tonight. And we'll spend $5,000 on cognac.
I think that would impress me way more than the opposite.
If he says, well, I really don't want anything, I'll take a salad. No.
Right,
I'm not doing that.
Right.
I want.
That would be like, no, you need
You're feeding me, and this is what it's going to take, and this is what I need to be fed on the field.
And you need to have an arrogance and a self-belief about you and a leader quality
Would you do
and
that?
a little flair for the dramatic.
Have you ever had an interview where you sat down and you were afraid to order?
No. I actually felt the opposite. I was telling you the other day, I interviewed at the Minneapolis Star-Tribune to be their hockey writer a while ago. And their editor took me out for a steak dinner. I ordered everything on the damn menu.
Mushrooms on top, onions. Give me everything. What do you got?
I wanted the message to be, I am a self-confident person here, and only the best will do. Whether it's reporting on Marion Gaborick's latest injury or ordering the surf and turf here. That's what I was going for.
Make a statement.
Yeah.
I'm worth it. You'll pay, but I'm worth it.
Bob, have you ordered those volcano cakes where you have to order it at the beginning of your meal so they have time to prepare it for dessert?
Yeah. They're okay. It's more of a I like tableside cooking.
Well, they're made
to be honest.
Share.
If you ever seen like Caesar salads normally come out that way, but there's some desserts that can be made right at your tableside. That's pretty good. Most of them involve fire, so you have to be aware of that.
Have they invited Jackson Dart out for dinner?
I don't think. I think they've met with him, but I'm sure
they did meet with him.
Yeah, I'm sure they're.
But the dinner takes it to another level.
And it can also throw you off. We've tried to track dinners before, and a lot of people get carried away. Oh, he had dinner with this guy. Do you remember Willis? He had dinner with him twice.
Right.
Oh, no.
But it is interesting because you only have so much time to divvy out to people and to choose to go to dinner with somebody. To me, that stands out a little bit. Who goes on that dinner, Bob?
Well, according to this report, it was Mike, it was Omar, it was Tom Arth, and I don't know if Arthur Smith. There was a fourth person. I'm not sure who the fourth person was.
Yeah, Artie Smith?
I think so. I'm not sure of that, though.
Did he order any frozen desserts? Like he likes to use frozen players in the game, Bob?
No. Actually, looking back at that whole situation, maybe the Steelers missed out. Maybe they should have taken Russell Wilson out as a starter at some point when they started to go back to Fields, if for no other reason to tell him, this is an open thing, we're not trying to dish you, and maybe this is your second time to show us that you belong here as a starter.
I would have gone to Fields at halftime of the playoff game. And I know Russell played pretty good in the second half, but that was desperation, and the whole dynamic of the game changes. They were so pathetic in the first half of that playoff game. They had, 59 yards and 2 first downs and no points.
Yeah, they just weren't moving the football at all.
Yeah.
So, I would have done it maybe before that. I would have done it during that losing streak at the end at some point.
If Artie goes out to dinner, does he bring Earl Patterson with him for these dinners, Bob?
He might. And he's so well entrenched into his career, he could order anything too. So that's a pretty big tab. What do you think the tab was last night?
5 guys.
5 guys at a steakhouse.
Over 1,000.
Oh.
1,500,
more.
2,000.
I bet you it's more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Bob. This is exciting, actually, in some ways. Isn't it the Steelers quarterback derby?
It is. I'm sure the general here is wondering, should he get Aaron Rodgers'
Actually,
signed
it's
signature?
not exciting at all. I don't know why I just said that.
Well, it keeps the conversation going, which I'm to the point now, though, where I want that conversation to end. I think we've talked this thing out. We've said enough. It's time to move on with somebody here. So, and it looks like they're going to be definitely drafting a quarterback at some point.
Just move on with Mason, for God's sakes. They've already cost
but they still need more quarterback help, and they're still looking to find options.
Skylar Thompson.
That's not an option. I'm sorry. I mean, he's good for him. He has an NFL career, and he's very good just to get there, but that's not my option. So I think they're looking at someone to draft this year, and I wouldn't be surprised if they draft again somebody next year.
When I walked in today, Bob, there were 4 Buffalo Braves cards sitting at my seat here. General knows what I like. There is Randy Smith. You remember him?
No.
You don't?
I don't remember Randy Smith. No.
All-Star Game MVP, fastest player in the league. Look at those uniforms. Is that incredible? Was a soccer player at Buffalo State, and became an NBA player, and a great one, the late Randy Smith. Bob Kaufman.
Oh, I remember him.
Yeah.
I do remember him.
I don't know why there's 2 Bob Kaufman cards. He
maybe
was
3.
Not that good, and replaced by Bob McAdoo, and I've never heard of this man.
Bill Hewitt?
Bill Hewitt. I don't know who that is.
But if you come here to the Baseball Card Castle, you're going to be amazed, as I was. I did not expect to walk in here and see all of this. I don't know what I had in mind, but it wasn't this.
We're going to take another little tour in a minute here, Bob. Look at that Alan Faneca poster back there. You like that?
Plus bobbleheads, figurines, you name it, they have it.
What's that?
When I talk to the general here, I'm going to say, Jeff, how do you get all of this? You talk about recruiting. Is it a recruitment process? Do people come to him? How does this happen where you get all this stuff?
Well, we're going to have the general coming up in a bit. Up next, we're going to dive into this quarterback situation a little deeper at 412-928-9370. And also Noah Hiles from Bradenton is going to join us, the Noah Constrictor. He's out there sniffing this story, Bob. And it's the Jared Jones story. Who's going to replace him in the rotation? That type of thing as we move closer to opening day. In the meantime, we are at the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. General Patton is here. He is a legend. He has treats for Bob and I, and there's treats on this desk right now that are part of an auction, Feed the Need auction, that we're going to do today.
This is sort of the kickoff, Joe.
This is the kickoff.
It's going to go next week, mostly, right?
Exactly.
And this is it, though. We are honored to kick it off.
This is the opening kickoff. And here's the number you call to bid on these items separately. Okay? One of them is a T.J. Watt autographed jersey. Look at that thing, Bob. Huh?
Yeah. T.J. Watt is very popular, one of the best-selling uniforms in the NFL, and you have a chance to bid on a jersey with his signature on it, all to help feed the need.
The tone of your voice and the way you deliver that is so superior to the way that I do. You should have been an auctioneer. You do auctions, don't you?
I do auctions, but I don't do it the way those auctioneers do it.
Yes, you do. That's what I just heard. It was unbelievable.
But they talk so fast. I don't know what that means. I just talk.
Who am I to do this, Bob? Why don't you tell the people what's here, and or at least I'll throw it to you.
Okay, throw it to me.
All right, there's
the
3.
first one is T.J. Watt. You already established that, so you could call. What's the number to call? We should give him the number.
Yes, the number to call is 412-920-9444. That's 920-9444. You can help us kick off the Feed the Need. radiothon that we're going to be doing next week. This is it. This is the opening kickoff. We also have Roberto Clemente card with Carl Yastrzemski and Frank Robinson. It's got pieces of Clemente's bat in the card. Is that right, General?
It says MVP and HOF, and the actual letters are formed here with bats that they used, which is incredible. In fact, this thing sells for a lot of money here. So just so you know,
that might be worth $1,000.
Yeah. So if you're going to call that number at 412-920-9444, identify that as your object and make a bid on it.
What else do we have? A Mario Lemieux autographed game used, is it?
It's not just Mario; it's the whole team.
Holy bird oil! It is the whole team. Notably Mario.
Yeah, Mario's there. You got them all, and that's is that a Chris Dahlquist stick? But it's game used, obviously, because it looks that way, and it has every signature from that team on it.
It's a coho stick. Remember when Herb Brooks, they were playing the Russians, and he said, "I'll make him eat that coho." Is that what he said, Bob?
Something like that.
Yeah.
But that's one of them.
And then we have Paul Skeens cards left and right here, which could be very valuable. Look at that, Bob.
So there are three different ones. I like this one, this kind of iridescent thing. And they're all in cases.
What an incredible word, General, that Bob.
What does that mean, Jeff?
It means they're perfect.
That means they're in perfect condition. So mint condition. They're in a case, and we have three of them. So if you want to make that bid on the Paul Skeens cards, it's 412-920-9444.
And what's this, General? That's a baseball?
O'Neill Cruz. I could tell
O'Neill
by
Cruz autographed
You can't
baseball.
read that? You don't know that says O'Neill Cruz?
What?
It's a perfect legible. You have no idea. It looks like some doctor trying to run out of the operating room and quickly put his signature on some sort of a.
This is incredible, Bob. And I think if there's a time to jump on the O'Neill Cruz bandwagon, now might be it.
He needs to be a 30-30 guy this year. All right, so once again, before we go to break, Lot 1, Paul Skeens, 10 rookie lot, 3 rookie cards here. Call 412-920-9444 if you want to make that bid. The second one, Joe, is a
Clemente, Ted Williams, Carl Yastrzemski was from Long Island, just like me. His family was potato farmers, as a side story, Bob. And Frank Robinson, but notably Clemente with pieces of a bat in the card. And then what, Bob? You take it from here. I feel very inferior to you.
No, the thing about this MVP HOF is it's formed with wood from the bats they used. You don't see that anywhere.
Bob.
But I said it better.
Said it better.
Yes, TJ Watt autograph jersey. And that's 412-920-9444. And then lot 4 would be the Penguins signed stick. We have 22 autographs, including Le Magnifique on there, Coffee, Recky, Stevens. You can make a bid at 920-9444.
The way you added Le Magnifique in there
Le Magnifique.
Really enhanced it, and it's something that I can't do.
You could do it.
No, I can't.
Say it.
I just stumbled on it once. Le Magnifique.
Make that G a little silent. Le Magnifique.
Le Magnifique.
There we go.
Thank you, Bob. And what's the last thing down there? Oh, the O'Neill Cruz autographed baseball. So let's get some bids going. Help feed the need, 412-920-9444. And the separate number, you want to weigh in on the Jared Jones situation, the Aaron Rodgers situation, and we have more to talk about today, the Penguins implosion from last night, 412-928-9370. It's Pomp and Joe and T-Bird live from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Bob, people lining up to ignore me and talk to you?
I don't think so. They came here. In fact, they were here early demanding that they see Joe Starkey and a mark you have on your leg. One of them's a doctor. He said he heard that. He came off the road and he wanted to see that mark.
Are you a doctor?
No.
All right.
But he plays one on TV.
Somebody could check this. Limits, everything okay back there? I'm slightly worried about you today. You're very small, and sometimes things overwhelm you.
Guess what's coming in? Here we got a UPS delivery, and what do you think's in that? If you're delivering that to the baseball card couple, you came to the right time here.
This is incredible. Limits, are you okay?
Yes, I wish I could be there with you guys, but other than that, I don't know where the small comment came from, Joe, but other than that, yes, I'm good.
Well, you only weigh like 130 pounds. Am I right about that? I just sometimes worry about him.
145. I thought you meant that I'm not a tall person.
Oh.
The UPS guy just came in and said he's never been to a place like this. And he's delivering. He's delivering. I'm sure there are more cards in there.
It's overwhelming almost. Look behind you, Bob. Look at that.
Autograph pucks from just about everyone. Team photos autographed.
Memories of a Jason Zucker autograph session. Were you here for that one? Look at the Penguins team picture
I know.
from 96-97.
Barasso's the only signature not on there.
Big surprise there. All right, Bob. It's Pomp and Joe from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Derek Shelton informed the media Jared Jones experienced elbow discomfort after his most recent bullpen session. That occurred earlier this week, as reported by Noah Hiles of the Post-Gazette, and that Jared Jones will miss his next start in spring training. There's already conversations about what's going to happen for his first regular season start in 25. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Chris Muller every Saturday morning at 7. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet and poured by Samuel Adams American Light and Twisted Tea. Chris will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Cedarbrook Golf Course, Chestnut Ridge Golf Club, Western PA Golf Association, Mood Golf Club, and Shattapet Country Club. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fast, fun, and easy. Beyond Lincoln. Beyond Lincoln Monroeville. BeyondLincoln.com.
This is Boomer and Science with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by TGL, presented by SoFi. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Novak Djokovic's Professional Tennis Players Association, which has failed to gain traction as a quasi-union, yesterday sued the sports governing bodies, including the ATP and the WTA, for suppressing players' income opportunities and creating unhealthy playing conditions. For all but the top echelon pro tennis, believe it or not, folks, is a brutal grind. I'm Boomer and Science.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No, we tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes, our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first, because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Loyalty has its rewards at your neighborhood Par-Mar store. See for yourself. Download the Par-Mar stores app today and find deals, coupons, and earn points to get free groceries. Dan Zangrili reminding you that if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
Who's cutting down the nets this year? Get in on all the tournament action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest upsets to placing bets in just a few taps, all tournament long. New customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code Radio100 to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
T-Mobile home internet is all about speed, value.
What you doing, Zach?
I'm rehearsing. There are so many benefits. You got to talk fast.
T-Mobile home internet ranks #1 in customer satisfaction for home wireless internet by DiPaola.
Wow, you are good.
Try singing it. T-Mobile has price lock.
They won't raise your rate on internet.
Hulu and Paramount Plus on them.
Get T-Mobile home internet all in for just $55 a month with auto pay and any postpaid voice line.
Additional terms apply. For JD Power 2024 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
I'm Joe George from the local injury law firm of LGKG. I grew up here and I live here, and I fight for my clients here. If you're injured in an accident, let's fight together. The Western PA way. Call me directly at 724-658-8535. That's 724-658-8535.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village.
There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed cracks in your drywall, chimney, or exterior walls? I hope not, because if you have, they could be indications that you've got a much bigger problem with your foundation. That's where Baker's Waterproofing comes in, a groundworks company. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to stabilize your foundation. Schedule your free inspection at bakerswaterproofing.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Hey, it's Crowley. The madness is here. Sullivan Super Service is helping you score big this March with a free furnace when you buy an air conditioner. That's right, it's BOGO time. Save money and stay comfortable all year long with this buy one, get one deal on a brand new AC and furnace. Call Sullivan Super Service or visit them online at sullivansuperservice.com. But hurry, the madness won't stay here forever, and a BOGO offer this good is only here for a limited time. Offer ends soon. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
I'm approaching the age where I'm going to start getting my clothes the same place I get my groceries.
Angela Johnson-Reyes, the family reunion tour.
Can't keep shopping at the same stores I used to shop at. Like Forever 21. No, you're not. Turns out that was a lie.
See Angela Johnson-Reyes
live on stage in Pittsburgh. The Event Center at Rivers Casino, Friday, April 25th. Get tickets now at riverscasino.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-838-1441. That's 800-838-1441. 800-838-1441.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with the sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a honey buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
I need new rotors.
When you buy 2 Duralast rotors during our spring sale, you get Duralast brake pads free.
Free?
With the rotors.
Well, that's great. What if I need extra stopping power?
You can upgrade to Duralast Gold pads for just $10.
So Duralast pads are free?
Yep.
And an upgrade is just $10?
That's right. Part of the spring sale at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Bob, where are my glasses? Did you take them? Oh, there they are. It's Pomp and Joe at the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Bob's eating a blueberry donut and enjoying some coffee. The place is starting to fill up, I might add. We all agreed that in the first segment, Bob, you underachieved a little bit. That's what everybody said here.
Well, I'm pretty much your caddy, so I'm part-time Pomp, as you call me, so therefore I'm just trying to help you along the way on days you need help. That's it.
No, we posed for a lot of pictures. It was very exciting, and this is absolutely awesome as we kick off our Feed the Need event for next week. Limits is yelling at me back in the home office. It's unbelievable. He's trying to get me to adhere to the schedule today of all days. I'm out on site here, Bob.
A lot's going on. He should know better than that.
What is happening?
You don't adhere to the schedule when it's right in front of you. So when you're on a situation like this, it's never going to be anything different. So that's okay. Chill out back there.
It's incredible.
I just didn't want to keep Noah waiting. I don't know how much of a schedule he's on.
Oh, see, I didn't know we had a guest on. So we do.
We do.
Important news here.
Yeah, we have the Noah Constrictor, Noah Hiles, live from Bradenton. Read his stuff at postgazette.com. Noah, what is happening here with Jared Jones? How much concern about this discomfort in his elbow? And if he's not ready to go, and it doesn't appear he would be at the start of the year, who takes his place?
Yeah, guys, thanks for having me on. There is some concern. I will emphasize that they're still waiting to figure out what is happening with Jared Jones here. They're getting a second opinion now, and they're just kind of in a waiting pattern to figure out what the actual diagnosis is for Jared Jones and how much time he might miss because of it. Right now, all we know is he threw a bullpen on Sunday. After the bullpen, approached the team and said he had right elbow discomfort. Because of that, they put him on the shelf. He will not pitch in his final spring training outing that he was scheduled to pitch in. So he's done for spring. And Shelton's quote is he's not going to make his next start in spring training. That's for sure. I think with that being said, we're going to have to look into what happens going into the season. So if he is unable to pitch at the start of the regular season, I think there are two clear options to replace him in the starting rotation, and those options are Thomas Harrington, the only prospect arm that's still with the big league club right now in spring training, and Carmen Majinski, a guy who's been a reliever for this team at the major league level for the last 2 years, but transitioned into a starter role, I think, for situations possibly like this, if they needed that additional depth. So I would say those are the two candidates that would be most likely to replace Jones in the rotation should he need to go on the IL.
Noah Hiles, live in Bradenton, talking about the news that Jared Jones experiencing elbow discomfort, 2 words you never want to hear in relation to a pitcher. Off the Top, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Fan Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And if you want to communicate with our friend and yours, City Limits, the text line, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Noah Hiles on the fan hotline, Bob, presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years.
So, Noah, I want to ask you about Harrington. So yesterday I'm watching, and I noticed that he's going into the 5th inning, and you know, we were just sitting there talking about that's kind of long, not knowing anything about Jared Jones. Do you think at that point they had some sort of idea that maybe they need to build him up just in case?
Yeah, I think they do. I mean, one, I think his stay this long with the big league club isn't entirely related to Jones. I think he's just had a really good spring, albeit in a limited sample size. He's only pitched 3 times in Grapefruit League play, but he's shown a lot. I mean, he's added velocity to all of his pitches. He has, I think, probably the best command of the strike zone out of any pitching prospect they have right now. There's a lot to like with this guy, but I think that going into his start yesterday, yeah, they knew that they needed to get a better look at this guy because of the Jones information, which came to their attention on Sunday. So I think that played a part in why he pitched on Tuesday and for how long and everything that went into his outing on Tuesday.
All right, Noah, we'll leave you with this. What about Bubba Chandler?
I mean, I wouldn't completely rule it out, but I would say Harrington has the edge over Chandler right now simply because he's still with the big league team in camp. Chandler was sent down to minor league camp weeks ago. So I would think because of that, I would give the edge to Harrington, but who knows? I mean, if this is going to be a long-term thing, and again, we don't know that for now, that's just a hypothetical I'm proposing. If it is a long-term thing, then maybe Chandler is an option. But for now, I would say that Harrington and Majinski would be the top 2 candidates to replace Jones should he need replaced in this rotation.
Hey, man, we appreciate you joining us on short notice here. That was
thanks, Noah.
Very nice of you, and we'll talk to you again.
Absolutely, guys. Happy to come on whenever.
See you, buddy. That's Noah Hiles of the Post-Gazette. Our six-pack, as always, brought to you by Bet365, and the 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Bob and I are here at the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. You can stop by to say hello. It's time for Starkey's Card of the Week. And just to introduce the General and let him talk a little bit more about our auction items today that you can bid on at 412-920-9444. Listen to this show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. General, we can't tell you how thankful we are that you have invited us out here again this year, this particular week, or at least leading into our Radiothon week for Feed the Need. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome, gentlemen. Thanks for coming. Appreciate the gracious introduction. But the main thing for today, this is fun stuff, but let's raise some money for Feed the Need.
And you've already done that because I have some updates in front of me. So let's go through these one by one. If you call 412-920-9444, you can bid on these things. Our lot one here is a Paul Skeens collection. Why don't you explain it more? And the bid currently is $150. So if you want to top that, call that number I mentioned.
So we have 3 separate Paul Skeens Topps rookie cards. All are PSA 10 gem mint.
What is PSA, just because?
PSA is a grading service.
Getting a prostate exam. That's when I saw that. I said, what is this?
Think of this. It's like hiring an umpire. They're an arbitrator. You send your card to them. You pay them a fee. And it's interesting because Steve Cohen, who owns the Mets, owns PSA, paid $784 million for the company.
See?
They are third party. So in the age of the Internet, in the old days, you'd say, oh, this card's mint. People would take your word for it. Now, this is an arbiter that slabs the card, records when they graded it, and then gives their opinion 1 to 10 as to what the card is. Obviously, 10 is the highest. This is collector grade, investor grade. These are 3 separate Paul Skeens rookie cards, all the highest grade you could get, 10. So that's a good investment lot.
So that currently is for $150. So if you want to call the number at 412-920-9444, you can make a bid to top it and get that.
So the second card is a booklet card. It unfurls, and it has 6 pieces of game-used memorabilia, including the great one, Clemente. We've been here 35 years. The number one person that people ask for Christmas gifts, Father's Day, Roberto Clemente. This is actually a piece of bat he used in a game. They only made 36 of these cards.
Wow.
And all of these other Hall of Famers, Frank Robinson, Yastrzemski, Mickey Mantle, Harmon Killebrew, Ted Williams, piece of memorabilia from each of those guys also embedded in the card.
Did I tell you, General, that Yastrzemski is from a part of Long Island that my ancestors are from and that they were potato farmers?
Fantastic player. And
I loved him.
Very collectible.
I wish he hadn't popped out to end that Yankees playoff game, the Bucky Dent game, but I forgave him. Apparently he plays golf every day, you tell me?
Very good golfer, yep.
What part of Florida is he in?
I don't know that part.
Bob, should I call you Yastrzemski and explain our
You've
Long
called
Island
just about
roots?
everybody else, so you may as well call him too. I mean,
might be able to work something out. Third thing we have is a T.J. Watt autographed jersey authenticated by Beckett. It means the autograph's guaranteed.
Well, one thing we should mention, that bid already is $350 for that Clemente piece you mentioned. So if you want to call on top of that, you can do so, and you'll be helping Feed the Need and getting a great piece.
We also have a T.J. Watt autographed jersey. Our fourth lot is a game-used stick from the early 90s, autographed by all the Penguins, including Mario Lemieux. Kevin Stevens is on there, Paul Coffey, Mark Recchi.
First bid we had is $66. How about that?
Interesting number. It's a good number.
Yeah.
We need to get a 6 or a 7 in front of that. Yeah. It'll buy a lot of meals. Number 5, we have an O'Neill Cruz autograph baseball. O'Neill's a good autograph. People
might get a lot better, too.
We need him.
Yeah.
We need him. We need a 30-30 out of him. And before we go any further in regards to the bids, I'd like to make a donation for the Feed the Need.
I was just going to say, this guy.
Look
at this guy. $1,000 from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry.
How about that? That deserves a round of applause there, General.
Yeah. Here for sure. Should I put it right in the bucket there, General?
Put it in the bucket.
That's awesome.
A lot of people have already come in and made generous donations here.
No applause needed for me. It's like an honor to be involved. When Mike told me about this a couple of years ago, I'm like, how could we not do this?
Right.
There should be no one hungry. You know, we all have the ability to help, and this is my little way of contributing. So thank you guys for coming today.
Of course,
that's awesome.
General. I mean, this is.
I'm blown away by this.
Me too.
He tried to describe it. Joe said, "When do you see you trying to describe it?" In my mind, I had something I thought I would see, absolutely dwarfed compared to what I've seen here. It's unbelievable how good.
And stuff you don't think of, Bob.
We got to meet your dad too.
Yeah, what a great.
He's got a great head of hair. What happened to you now?
There we go. So, how much more could God bless you? You work in an area that you love, stuff you do. I got my father with me.
How about that? He's going well.
My lovely wife and her birthday today.
Happy birthday, Christine.
Christine, happy birthday.
So it's a family affair, and it's something we're honored to do, and this is certainly the highest of honors. One of the things I've always believed is a business should give to the community, not just take from the community. And this is a great way. Our businesses overlap.
I've seen it firsthand, General. You donated to my softball team that subsequently imploded, but I thanked you for that at the time, too.
I don't think I had anything to do with the timing there.
No, you were a reason we might have stayed together. Bob, did you see the 72 Summit Series cards back there?
I saw,
Canada
yes.
and the U.S.? How about that?
I saw,
Canada and
Jeff's
Russia.
father showed me the Montana Irish helmet.
Yeah.
That helmet is pretty special, signed by Joe Montana.
Is that a Gronkowski Woodland Hills jersey?
No, Pro Bowl.
Wow.
Pro Bowl autograph jersey.
Look at that. What were you going to say, General? I'm sorry.
It's one of the things about the 35 years is something different comes in every day. That's the.
So let me ask you about that. Do you actually recruit this stuff? How do you assemble such a collection of stuff?
No, it's 35 years of just trying to treat people the way you want to be treated. Try to be fair with people. The word gets around. Collectors are. It's funny. We talk about this. Your customer base and mine is exactly the same. We have 100% overlap, right? And after 35 years of hoping to treat people fairly, the word gets around, and we get literally hundreds of people a week who bring stuff. Some of it's not great, some of it's fantastic. And you have to go through all of it in order to find something really cool.
You ever seen anybody take this long to eat a blueberry donut, General?
That I haven't.
Bob's been nibbling at this
No, I'm
thing
telling
for
you
an hour.
why, because I have a tooth problem, and it's killing me to
really?
chew on it. And I think I need a crown, so therefore I'm kind of babying my way through this donut.
I have a tick bite, you have a tooth problem. We need a dentist
yeah, but
and a doctor.
I didn't put out a national call for it like you did. I didn't come in here. You asked me a question. That's the answer. I didn't come out and say, oh, my God, my tooth. It's just I'm so panicked.
No, now I feel bad because nobody wants to have a toothache, seriously. Are you in pain right now? Or just when you bite
it's
on
just
things?
when I bite. So do you have straws?
Yeah,
I
can
can
get you
suck
straws.
all the blueberry right out of that thing.
Can you nibble on the donut on the other side of your mouth?
That's what I've been trying to do. And then I bit my cheek. So now I got a bloody cheek. I'm trying too hard.
Bob's playing hurt today. All right. This is spectacular. Kicking off Feed the Need. And if you want to donate, or I'm sorry, bid on any one of those auction items, 412-920-9444. If you want to donate, you text NEED, N-E-E-D, to 50155. That's 50155, because it's almost that time to feed the need of the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank. March 25th, that's next week, our Giant Eagle Feed the Need Radiothon will be raising money to provide meals for our neighbors in need. And that's brought to you by Aetna, Isley's, Beano's, and Greater Pittsburgh Auto Dealers. All the details at 937thefan.com. We forge on here from the baseball, Card Castle, and Cranberry. It's Pomp and Joe. Let's dive back into quarterback talk and a little bit of Jared Jones talk next. I'm not at all encouraged by what we're hearing about Jared Jones. So even before the season, it feels like the Pirates have taken a blow here. We'll get into all of that next.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and Tampa Bay Rays today at 1:05. Andrew Heaney will start for the Buccos. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. 93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked on The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Are you in a pickle not knowing who to call for a new roof? The obvious choice is to call the Pickle 724-515-5551 with Gherkin Roofing. Don't wait. Call the Pickle today, 724-515-5551 or callthepickle.com.
Luck is on your side at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Save a pot of gold at Bowser Hyundai with 2.99% for 72 months on a new 2025 Tucson SE all-wheel drive, or lease for just $299 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends March 31st. Now that's the power of Bowser. Log on to BowserHyundai.com. BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit the store for a free test walk. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA.
At Diamonds Direct, our experts go the extra mile to ensure you have the tools to say I do with absolute confidence. Our promise to you is a completely risk-free shopping experience rooted in transparency, education, and integrity. No pressure, no intimidation, just clarity and confidence in your purchase. But we're about more than just price. Everything is backed by our exclusive guarantees. Put our tools to the test against any competitor, and our expert staff will ensure you get the very best overall value and unforgettable experience. Learn more at DiamondsDirect.com. Diamonds Direct, your love, our passion.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out. Pour down in the rinse change. Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
Who says a golf facility can't serve up the best brunch in town? At Shooters Golf, we're redefining weekends with a brunch experience like no other. Saturdays and Sundays from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Treat yourself to incredible dishes that will have your taste buds cheering. Think chicken and waffles, savory omelets, and brunch favorites you'll crave all week. Pair it with a mimosa, Bloody Mary, specialty hot chocolates, handcraft coffee creations, and you've got the ultimate weekend escape. Shooters Golf, it's brunch done right. See you this weekend.
As you know, it's tax time again. So if the IRS gave you a choice to pay 40% in income tax, almost half your salary, or only 25%, of course you'd choose 25%. Unfortunately, you don't get that choice. But if you get injured, you do have a choice. So don't pay another law firm 40%. Choose Shenderovich & Fishman. Their fee is only 25%. They have a 99.7% success rate over 25 years, and there's never a fee unless you win. If you've been injured, call 1-888-98-TWINS or visit 98twins.com. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Hi, it's me, your USPS grounded Vantage shipment. Just left the warehouse and hitting the road.
I know. Just got the notification.
Great. Smooth sailing so far. I'm almost there.
Yes, I know. I get all the updates.
Made it. Safe and sound.
I know.
Well, did you know I was with USPS the whole time?
Oh, yeah. I know.
Keep your business in the know with the USPS Ground Advantage service. Visit USPS.com/in-the-know.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-469-1635. 800-469-1635. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-469-1635.
We wanna see ya in a Monroeville Kia. Spring into savings. Visit MonroevilleKia.com for special offers on new Kias, like the 2025 Kia K4 LXS or the all-new 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive. Dealer exclusives are the keys to a great deal at Monroeville Kia. You get free lifetime state inspections, car washes, free charging for Kia EVs, and professional customer care with every purchase. That's our promise, because we want to see ya in MonroevilleKia.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business.
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5, exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store on staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
When something happens to your kitchen, you might say,
"This is ludicrous."
But that won't fix your home. That will only get you the rapper, Ludacris.
Having trouble? Don't panic. Don't be alarmed. You need to file a claim? Holla at State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
That's right. You can file a claim on the app or call us.
Thanks, Mr. Chris.
No matter how ludicrous the situation, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
If you're looking to take your golf game to the next level, or if you just want to join a community of nearly 40,000 other players in the region, be sure to check out the WPGA. Hey friends, Josh Roundtree here to tell you about the Western Pennsylvania Golf Association. For the last 125 years, the WPGA has been the resource for local golfers of all skill levels in Western PA. To learn more about all of the resources that the WPGA has to offer, including an affordable membership program and competitions, check out WPGA.org or find the WPGA on Twitter and Instagram at the WPGA.
In the city of Pittsburgh, for all your sewer and drain cleaning needs, contact Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining at 412-872-4105 or visit us online at metzplumbingandsewerlining.com.
DJ's Barbecue Grill and Lounge, the home of legendary ribs, invites you to watch all college hoops games and enjoy icy lake drafts for just $3. DJ's also offers party packs to go for all in-home watch parties.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins winning streak is over as they lose to the Islanders last night 4-2 at PPG Paints Arena. The Penguins led 2-0 at the end of the first period and carried over at the end of the second period, but allowed 4 unanswered goals in the third period of play, including 17 seconds into Palmieri. That started off the scoring for the Islanders and got rolling where the Penguins could not come back as Sidney Crosby scored his 24th of the season in the first period. Penguins next up will play against the Columbus Blue Jackets 7 o'clock at home on Friday. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis Monroeville. Back to Baseball Car Castle.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Good talk radio.
All right, thank you. Now, more Pomp and Joe Show.
Absolutely.
Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Bob Pompiani and I at the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry with the General. General Patton has invited us in. He also helped kick off the donations with $1,000 to Feed the Need with the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank. Our radiothon is next week, but we're starting today, really, and this is the spot. Of course, it's year-round. If you can text NEED to 50155, that's the thing to do, Bob, is do that right now, 50155. We have a wonderful donation from a neighbor here. Flowers by Gerard has donated $200.
Wow.
I'll put that in right now. And I'll tell you about the items right after I give the number where you can bid on the items in our fan auction here. 412-920-9444. That's 920-9444. We got Paul Skeens, 3 cards. Could be very valuable. Top bid there's $150. We have the Clemente booklet card with pieces of a game-used bat. Mickey Mantle on that card. A couple others. Ted Williams, Frank Robinson, Carl Yastrzemski. That's up to $350 right now. TJ Watt autographed jersey. Beckett authentic. You can bid on that. All these separate bids, of course. The Penguins team signed stick. 22 autographs, including Mario. Paul Coffey, Mark Recchi, Kevin Stevens. Very appropriately, the top bid right now is $66. And the O'Neill Cruz autograph baseballs at $35, and I think that's going to rise. In all the excitement here, General, we forgot about Starkey's card of the week. Bob, do you have a guess? I'm going with Sid because every night it seems there's a different milestone or approaching one.
Yeah, that was mine too, just because he tied Gretzky with the most amount of points in one single franchise. So
Maybe
that was going to be, if I had to pick a second one, I would pick,
Aaron Rodgers, Jalen Milroe for going out to dinner with the Steelers brass last night?
No, I'm not going to do that. Maybe it's Cam Hayward because Cam Hayward spoke up.
Maybe. What do we got, General?
Bob's red hot. We're going with Cam Hayward, the anti-Aaron Rodgers candidate this week.
I like that. Let's give him a hand for that one.
And let's give Cam Hayward a hand for saying, let's get on with it.
Yeah,
we're either a Steeler or we're not.
Right.
So we have a prestige Cam Hayward rookie autograph. That's the card we're going to give away for the regular Starkey's card of the week.
Holy bird milk. Speaking of which, do you have a Kurt Loudermilk card? He just signed yesterday.
Isaiah,
I mean? Who am I thinking
Kurt
of?
Loudermilk.
Who's Kurt Loudermilk?
90s football.
See, I do that
Was
a lot
he a
too.
player?
I do that a lot too when there's, especially with there's father-sons.
I'm losing
like
my
Andrew
mind
Luck,
here.
I always used to call him Oliver because I remember Oliver.
That was a tough one, yeah.
Scott Young for the Penguins, and who was it?
Warren Young.
Well, Warren out.
Michael Young from Houston?
No, not Michael Young.
Neil
there are a
Young?
lot of Youngs.
One of the interesting things about your business and mine is when younger people come in, and you mention Omar Marino being on the 79 Pirates, and they're like, never heard of him. Right?
The young people don't.
Right.
But this is a great way to learn. You come in here.
Are you a doctor?
What? Lawyer, actually.
Lawyer, okay.
Oh.
I'm looking for a doctor to come in, Bob, to check my bite here on my right leg, and he could check your tooth while he was at it. I imagine sooner or later a doctor's going to come in, right?
This is not a doctor, but I know where these guys
there's
are
pizza
from.
here from Dom's. Too bad Ron's not here to
Domenico's.
witness
There we go. Here we go.
This is incredible.
This is
Hello, Dom.
Look.
There's Ron Cooks.
The sexiest man alive on the cover of the pizza box.
On the cover of the pizza box. Dom, how are you, sir? We appreciate this. Ooh. Hi, sorry, Filippo.
I know about Filippo. That's right. You got mentioned all the time by Ron.
Do you know of a doctor in the area who could look at a bite on my right leg? He says no, Bob. Maybe we could do this later. Thank you, sir, for the pizzas.
Yeah,
we appreciate that very much. Bob, I'm also paranoid, which is why the General gave me hand sanitizer here. We have T-Bird here. I'm afraid of the T-Bird flu.
He has the flu?
No.
Okay, then what are you worried about?
Nothing. Let's bring on this man. Last year, there was a wonderful lady who said that the last name of her father, so originally her last name is Starkey. And this year, he's a FedEx employee, drives around, listens to the show, Bob. His name is Kevin Starkey. Is this a
But
miracle?
he's no
or what?
relation.
I don't know. Kevin, how are you, sir?
I'm doing well, thank you.
You're not related. You don't know that for sure?
I don't think we are. My
Have
wife
you
does.
done a DNA test just to make sure you're not related to him?
No, we haven't done that yet, but it's a possibility, I guess.
Where are your ancestors from?
My dad was born in West Virginia.
Does he know Adam Crowley?
No, I don't think so.
No. I don't know that I have any from West Virginia, any relatives. We could be distantly related.
Perhaps. My wife does the genealogy thing. Maybe I'll get her started.
Wouldn't that be funny if you found that Joe Starkey was somehow related to you?
That would be incredible.
That'd be awesome.
For all I know, this is my long-lost cousin, Bob.
Yeah, I think that would. Well, listen, since you guys have a lot to talk about, Sunday dinners, things that I've not been invited to, go ahead.
Did you know that Ringo Starr's real name is Richard Starkey, Kevin?
Yes, I knew that.
Who's the most famous Starkey who ever lived? Joe Starkey, the guy who called the band on the field play. Did you know that?
I thought you were more famous than he was, actually.
Bob, you want to break the tie there?
Well, I agree with you. I think it was the guy who called the Stanford band play. By the way, the other Starkey that was in radio, do you know his net worth is a lot? Did you see it?
The other Joe Starkey?
Yes.
What do you mean? Where did this come out?
You could look online and find out. It popped up one day and out of the blue, and I was looking. I said, "Really? He made that much money? He must be good in something other than this, because I know making what you make here, you can't make that sort of money."
Probably not. Not only did he call the band on the field play, he also told me once when I met him. And when I met him, Bob, I said, "Hello, my name is Joe Starkey. Pleased to meet you." He said, "So is mine." He had one of the only live broadcasts of the Miracle on Ice, maybe the only one, on the radio.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Wow.
Because
I
you
didn't know
remember
that.
the game was on delay. Do you remember
Yep.
that?
Yeah, anytime it's over there, Lake Placid was on delay because of the way the television set it up.
Right.
They wanted that to be later so everyone could watch it.
And I think there's some Miracle on Ice memorabilia right here at the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. You should stop by and say hello. Kevin, I really appreciate you listening to the show. I'm glad that both of us are named Starkey, and you're a wonderful man.
And you do a good job with FedEx.
Thank you. Appreciate
and
it.
your daughter is very nice as well.
Yeah, I want to make sure I come with my wife today to see you guys. So.
Oh, it's your wife?
Yeah, my wife, Jackie.
Look at, see, he's taking care of you, Jackie.
See that? I don't know if that was more of a compliment to her or an insult to you. But
what are you doing here?
I'm sorry.
She took it that way. You're taking it quite the other.
I try to please as much as I can. So.
This is incurculate.
Well, she looks
Where
like a
do we go
daughter.
from here? I know. I think it was a compliment.
No, but it's nice to meet the other Starkeys that we know in this area. So this has become like a tradition, I take it, huh?
Let me give a shout out to my brothers, Keith, Chris, and Bob. So I get 3 other brothers. So.
The Starkey family singers.
How many people
Shout
come
out
up to you
them.
and say, "Do you know Joe Starkey? Are you related?"
There's a lot of people actually.
Yeah.
Great question, Bob. I
How
didn't
about
think of that. Do people say that?
Yeah, they'll ask me all the time.
And what do they say about Joe Starkey when you say not related?
I said, I wish I was. He's a heck of a nice guy.
Look at that.
Very nice,
Yeah.
huh?
Even though he just insulted you and said
All right.
Thanks, Mr. Starkey.
All right, thank you, guys.
Thank you, sir. Filippo here has a Ron Cook apron on. Can you believe this, Bob?
Boy, look at Ron's nose. It's much
Says-
bigger on that apron than I remember.
Kiss the cook. That's amazing.
Was that a what was that? That was a competition or something, or Kiss the?
It was a Kiss charity.
Oh, a charity event, yeah.
Yeah. Man, I'd hate to win that one, wouldn't you, Bob? All right. Thank you very much to Domenico's for donating all these pizzas, and thank you to everyone for being here at the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Bob, we have business to attend to here. Jared Jones, this injury, I'm not sure why Bubba Chandler wouldn't be a prime candidate. I realize Harrington is the one they kept around, but to me this opens the door for Chandler, doesn't it?
It should, but the way they're going to do business is going to wait on him and not activate his clock, so it'll be Harrington if it needs to be. And, again, we saw evidence of something going on yesterday because he pitched 5 innings, and normally you would not see a guy go that far if he's not going to be in their rotation, but he did. So, hopefully this is just precautionary, and Jones can actually pitch with some rest. But anytime you're talking about elbow or anything like that, it leads normally to bad things. So we have an update here on the Clemente booklet card. We now have a new total coming in at $500. So if you call 412-920-9444, feed the need, and you want that Clemente booklet card with game-used bat pieces on it, it's really an incredible thing. It's worth a lot more than that, I'll tell you. You can get it. The bid is up to $500, so call and up it.
Bob, I'm still recovering from the Kevin Starkey incident.
Your intentions were good.
Yeah, I thought that was.
And most men don't care. That's.
If you're gonna compliment somebody and insult somebody else, always compliment the wife. I say.
We were told to say hi, Robbie. Robbie felt. Oh, Robin.
Robin.
Okay, Robin. Sorry, we didn't mean to omit you, but we didn't. They did. So.
Did you see the Naji Harris quotes today, Bob?
No.
He apparently has spoken about leaving the Steelers, and I think we can maybe read into some of these quotes. Why don't we talk about that next as we get ready for Jay Caulfield at the top of the hour? It's Pomp and Joe. We're at the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. We're kicking off our Feed the Need Radiothon. A lot of generous people here, including the general himself, who put a $1,000 check in the little box. You can come in and say hello to Bob and I. And T-Bird, who's become something of a legend. Did you know he won the hot dog eating contest, Bob?
Did you? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
How many?
It was 6, but they were jumbo size. They wanted to see us suffer. They were like the size of an Italian sausage.
With the bread?
Yeah, with it.
Yeah, with the bread.
In 10 minutes.
Any condiments?
No.
Bob, could you do that?
No, I wouldn't want to do that.
Especially with your tooth.
Especially with my tooth. But even without that problem, I wouldn't do that. Did you dunk the bread into the water?
No, and some were doing that. Some of my competitors were, and it was nauseating just seeing that. I can't get behind that whole water.
Did you have any reversals? Did any of it come back out?
No, I actually went and had a few beers after that.
Oh, boy, look at you.
A lot of people
That's
thought
awesome.
T-Bird was high for that, Bob, that was his secret, but he claims he wasn't.
I would never engage in a contest like that. I don't want to eat that fast. It can't do good to your system.
No performance-enhancing drugs were used.
I don't know, man. I'm the one who saw you walking in. I was the last person to see T-Bird walking into
He
the
wished
hot
me
dog
luck.
eating contest. I wished him luck, but I also sensed something might be amiss, and I think that was his advantage, Bob. He was higher than Le'Veon Bell on McKnight Road.
Okay, well, if that happens, then you can do things without even knowing you're doing them. So if you're going to down that many hot dogs, you may need to be high.
That's a good line. All right, Bob. This place is filling up. Look at this.
Yeah, a lot of people coming in.
Look
for
at
Feed the Need and also looking around at the baseball card castle,
Yeah.
plus making deals. You know,
I'm
they
telling
brought in their own memorabilia here.
It's like taking a walk right back into your childhood if you love sports. It really is. It'll blow your mind. This is Bob's first time here, and he's in that state right now. Look at the Sandy Koufax autograph photos back there, Bob.
Listen, there's stuff from every sport and every key player in those sports. It's pretty amazing how he's assembled this after 35 years in business. But, you know, the reputation matters. He's got a great reputation here, and everything you see is well documented. It's all authentic, and there's a lot of it.
Get your bids in, 412-920-9444 for the Skeens card, the cards, the Clemente cards, the TJ Watt autographed jersey. Let's get cooking on that one. The Penguins signed stick, including Mario, and the O'Neill Cruz autograph ball. Separate bidding for all of that, 920-9444. Let's talk about those Naji Harris quotes next on Bump and Joe.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Derek Shelton informed the media earlier today. Jared Jones experienced elbow discomfort after his most recent bullpen session. That came earlier this week. And Jones will not pitch in his last start, what could be his last start of spring training. There are now conversations being had about how Jones's 2025 regular season will start. The Pirates and Rays will play today at 1:05 with Andrew Heaney on the mound. More headlines at 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our Pirates play here.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. 100 miles an hour. What a man. Wow. There he goes. You gotta love it, Pittsburgh. Smash. He's yours.
From spring training and beyond, our Pirates play here. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Ego, power beyond belief. Multi-time Pro Bowler Cam Hayward is sick of waiting on Aaron Rodgers to make a decision. The Steelers lifer chided Rodgers on his podcast, saying you either want to be a Steeler or you don't. Now, considering the Steelers have only Mason Rudolph on the roster at the moment, being outwardly critical of someone the front office is actively negotiating with doesn't sound smart. Like it or not, at this point, Rodgers gives Hayward the best shot at winning another Super Bowl. I'm Maggie Gray.
All power, zero compromise. Ego cordless outdoor power equipment features advanced lithium battery technology that exceeds the power and performance of gas without the noise, fuss, or fumes. From blowers and trimmers to mowers and pressure washers, one battery powers over 90 tools. No wonder it is the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power. Power beyond belief. Visit egopowerplus.com to learn more or to find an Ego retailer near you. That's egopowerplus.com.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online, no medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/sports. Ethos.com/sports.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Get off the couch and get moving. 2 Men in a Truck Pittsburgh is hiring movers and drivers now. If problem solving and making people happy is who you are, we want you on our team. Visit careers.2men.com.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue.Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue.Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Let the madness begin. Stop into Southeast Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram in Peters Township for slam dunk deals. 2025 Ram 1500 Tradesman. Payment starting at $369 for 36 months. This deal ends when the final buzzer sounds. See dealer for details.
Clouds and sun this afternoon, the high 80.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Let's admit something. It's easy to get stuck in a rut. You grab the same thing for breakfast if you even bother to eat one every day. You think about exercise and then you think, well, maybe tomorrow. The only thing that's not stuck is the needle that goes higher and higher on the scale. Now, the new weight loss medications will help with the scale, but isn't everything else still stuck? I chose Awaken 180 because I didn't just want to lose weight. I wanted to be shown how to enhance my everyday life. I wanted a lifestyle change, in other words. That's exactly what Awaken 180 promised, and that's exactly what Awaken 180 delivered. I feel better. I'm happier. I even look forward to seeing my doctor for my annual physical because I know I've got things in a great place. Yes, I could have chosen the medications, but taking a new medication for life would have been the only change. Is your goal more than to simply lose weight? If it is, do what I did and get unstuck with the medication-free solution for weight loss. Fast, safe, proven weight loss with free support for life. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Luck is on your side at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Save a pot of gold at Bowser Hyundai with 3.99% for 60 months on a new 2025 Hyundai Palisade SEL all-wheel drive or lease for just $399 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. With credit approval and financing through HMFC, offer ends March 31st.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishy.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
So are you ready for your show?
When it comes to Pittsburgh sports, nobody's got you covered like Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey.
Oh, that's right.
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Pomp and Joe, live from the baseball card castle in Cranberry, kicking off our Feed the Need radiothon for next week. The general himself, Jeff Patton, he batted leadoff like Omar Marino back in the day, Bob, and I say it was a leadoff homer. $1,000
You set the stage.
Check. Yeah, $1,000 check. Here are things that you can bid on with this number, 412-920-9444. And the items are sitting here right in front of me. Paul Skeens PSA 10 rookie lot cards. Now, for card collectors, those things mean something. For someone who's not necessarily a hardcore collector, there's 3 awesome rookie cards that could be worth some money.
Pristine shape.
Pristine is a wonderful word, Bob. They're up to $500 for that pack, though that little pack of 3. The Clemente booklet card there. And he appears on the card with Ted Williams, Carl Yastrzemski, Frank Robinson. That's up to $500. The T.J. Watt autograph jersey, Beckett Authentic, is up to $75. The Penguins team signed stick with 22 autographs, including Mario, Paul Coffey, Recchi, Stevens, up to $125. And I have word that Jake the Plumber may get in on that, so be aware. When Jake the Plumber comes a-calling, Bob, he means business. Did you know that?
Well, yes, because I know that he's a big hockey fan, correct?
I believe so. And the O'Neill Cruz autographed baseball is up to $36. So, again, the number for those is 412-920-9444. Bob, thank you for bringing over the pizza from Domenico's. You brought me 2 pieces.
You're welcome. I knew you'd like 2.
Very generous.
Very tasty.
Man, is it good? You can see why Ron always went there for free food and beer, right?
Yes. One of the pizza boxes had a Ron Cook Sexiest Man Alive picture on it.
I love that. I absolutely love it. The Naji Harris quotes. I'm reading a story out of the Post-Gazette from Brian Batko. And we know that Naji is now, back home out west. Here's what he said on KCAL TV, KCAL TV in LA. While I was elevating, I feel like the time just ran out, he said. It was a team where we lost Ben, we lost a lot of O-line, we just didn't know anything on offense, really. We didn't know anything, Bob, he says. We didn't have an identity. We had a young guy come in at quarterback. I was young, the team was young. I really didn't have anybody to learn from on the offensive side. What do you make of this? He said, I think the veteran guy on the team was like a 2 or 3 year vet. He's
referring to, back when they drafted, I guess, Dan
Pickett.
Moore and
Yeah, those guys.
Kendrick Green. They were
Right.
young, then Pickett, and then, no experience over there for them.
He said, I was just trying to look for people to pick their brain, and it was just defensive guys. I'd go to the defensive guys and talk to them, but there wouldn't be too much they could tell me about an offensive thing. Through my years, I learned a lot. So he basically says here there was nobody to learn from. We didn't have an identity. And then he goes back at the end and says, I feel like I just didn't get it done as far as elevating more. And he said, I feel like I obviously was missing something. Those were interesting years there. I'll say that. Interesting years. What do you make of all that?
It sounds like it's an indictment of Matt Canada when he was an offensive coordinator, too, because that's the time he was describing, I guess.
Yeah.
And they doubled down and kept him around and eventually got rid of him. But, you got to have some identity on offense, more so than any. That's who you are as a team.
So you agree with him here?
Well, I'm just saying, if that's what he's saying, that's what he's meaning, that they didn't have an identity.
I thought they did. They handed him the ball a million times. I mean, how much do you need, like the
It also
learning
sounds
part
like
of it?
excuse making.
Yes, that's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, so he's complaining that he didn't develop because they didn't develop him. I don't know what it is. It's probably a mixture of that, but he did have, I remember the first year, people were wondering how many carries can he get. They need someone else to offset him, and they brought in Jaylen Warren, and Jaylen Warren had a good role to play, and it was better for Naji Harris, I think, as well, because they were a good complement.
It wouldn't be the first time in the history of sports that a young guy led the way. They made him an offensive captain as a rookie, did they not?
Yes.
Or
Mike
was it his
Tomlin
second
believed in him and wanted it, the way he ran and how he was as one of his captains.
What does learning from veterans have to do with here? We're going to give you the ball 8 trillion times. How many touches did he have?
His first year, he had more than any of them.
381 touches.
Right.
I think their identity was you, Naji. Sounds like that's what it was. It was let's give the ball to Naji as many times as we can. And he was just okay. That's what he was.
3.9 says you're okay. That's his average over the time he's been in Pittsburgh.
He had some good moments. I've often said I absolutely love his attitude, his intensity. His running style was fun to watch. He got a bunch of those angry run awards. But in the end, he was kind of just another guy. But it feels like, Naj, what was our identity? It was give the ball to you all the time and make you a team captain. That's what it was.
Yeah. Their identity always has been, if you're going to pinpoint an identity, being physical on offense and run the football.
Yeah.
That's what it was. Now, based on those comments, it makes it sound like he didn't think there was much other than that, supposedly. I don't know what that means, that we didn't have. His identity was, you're right, to run the football. He did it. They did it. But they didn't do enough of other things in the pass game.
Right. Now, he is right if he's saying in so many words that the coordinator was a joke and I didn't have a quarterback. He is right about that.
That's what I would interpret with that first quote you had.
Yeah.
Just because it sounds like then that's an indictment of your coordinator.
Cam Hayward, on his now much talked about podcast the other day, said of Naji, I think that's very underrated that he had, 1,000 yards every year he was in the league so far. And fans always wanted more but didn't understand the work Naji put in, one of the hardest workers. I respect that. Like I said, his intensity and his attitude are unquestioned, but fans wanted more because he wasn't good enough. I hate to say that, but he wasn't.
They wanted the breakaway guy, the guy who can go the distance.
He
and
didn't merit his draft spot.
Right. No, there's no question about that. Still very durable, got out there, reliable. And I appreciated how he handled his final year here because I thought that could possibly be a problem after they didn't pick up his fifth-year option, but he handled it well. And as a result, he got another deal out of it. This is a one-year deal, which means he's going to be in the same position this year out there in Los Angeles. He has to have a good year if he wants to get something bigger.
Meantime, the story today is Aaron Rodgers and Tom Pelissero reporting that the Vikings are moving on. Do you think they made the right choice here, casting their lot, a very talented roster, casting their lot with essentially a rookie in J.J. McCarthy? Did they make the right move? I think they did.
Yeah, they must really like what they saw, even with him missing a year. Before he got injured, I think they were very high on what he was doing. So, yeah, at some point you got to just make a choice. Their choice is we're going to go with the young guy. That's why we draft him. He was our first-round pick. He's going to play. However, they still have a problem with depth. I thought maybe this would be something for Rodgers to come in if he could check his ego and say, okay, I'll be your backup if you want me to be your backup, just in case, thinking that he would get that shot at some point, whether it's bad play by McCarthy or an injury to McCarthy. I still think that was a possibility if he wanted it to be. But if he wanted to be the starter, that's a tough position to put Kevin O'Connell in, because he is, the one thing about him and his offense, it seems like you can put just about any quarterback in there and they're going to do pretty well. He knows how to scheme guys open, and he knows how to call plays.
I mean, Sam Darnold looked great for about, 16 games, and then it all went to you-know-where over the last couple. He was sacked something like 15 times in those 2 games. I mean,
like most quarterbacks, though, those sacks are you can say and blame on the first thing you think of is the offensive line, and it was bad. They went out and they addressed that this offseason.
Well,
however,
they addressed the interior.
Right.
They have.
But my point is, it's also him holding on to the ball. There were times when he could have made plays, and he chose not to.
So you bring Aaron Rodgers in there. He's a guy who seems to be afraid to get hit these days, maybe understandably, like Ben late in his career. He got rid of the ball, Bob, in like a split second every time he dropped back, and it wasn't like he was throwing it down. He's a dink and dunk guy at this point in his career, Aaron Rodgers. He had a low yards per attempt. He gets rid of the ball in a second. I think once Kevin O'Connell really poured through the tape of last season and talked over this decision with his higher-ups, it feels like he probably came to the conclusion, like, I don't know that this would be worth it. If it would be worth it to bring in, the traveling Aaron Rodgers show. Is it
worth it to have him as a backup if he were willing to do it?
If he were willing, of course, but
maybe
there's zero chance he wants
and that's
to
the
do
problem. And Rodgers, if you really wanted to be there, that would have been a good spot. Accept the backup role and see what happens.
Sure.
Because you saw what happened in San Francisco when when they went through that Super Bowl run and they had everybody injured and they were down to their 5th quarterback. You got to have protection there. And if you're a Super Bowl team with a roster as loaded as they are, you better have protection at quarterback in case something goes wrong with your rookie or your second-year guy.
So now it would appear that there's 4 options for Aaron Rodgers: Giants, Steelers, retire, or, as Bob points out, just sort of hang out. I mean, even Ben was getting calls a couple years into retirement.
Brady, all of those guys.
Yeah, man. Somebody's quarterback is going to get hurt. Is that the best idea? I think that might be, if I were advising him, his best bet.
Yeah, unless he just really wants to start, and I don't know how many years he thinks he's going to go, but I think he can pick and choose at that point. There may be 2 teams that are vying to win something, and their quarterback gets hurt. It happens every year.
May I interest you, Bob, in a gently used Kirk Cousins for a 3rd-round pick? I wouldn't do that.
No. I'm to the point now where
He's
I think
more of a statue than Rodgers.
I think they're going to draft somebody. They'll go with Mason. Somebody else they'll bring in, and whoever they draft, and it may be a middle round draft. I don't think it's. I know how you feel, but you're into Jackson Dart. He's darted right up the draft board.
Yes,
now
he has.
Now they have him as a top 10 pick. Some people, so the Steelers will not get him. However, they may get a slightly used Shedeur Sanders if he is the guy who falls at Jackson Dart's expense.
Bob, did I tell you about my latest Jack Ham tweet from yesterday?
No.
You weren't here for that,
I
were
wasn't
you?
here. Didn't you?
You ready for
but
this?
He said, okay, put it on the air.
Yesterday, no, I just did it anyway. Yesterday at 10:20 a.m., you ready, from the legendary Jack Ham? Mel Kiper now has Dart going 9 to New Orleans. You're the reason for his meteoric rise up the draft board, says Ham. Be careful. With this kind of power comes great responsibility. Bob, am I running the draft right now? Am I affecting the nature and dynamic of this draft?
Because you were one of the first to come on and say Jackson Dart when a lot of people were saying 3rd round, 4th round, depending on where he – But here's the problem with that assessment right now.
Yeah.
A lot of these same scouts did not have him valued where he is, right?
Yes.
But because they went through a combine, he did everything that they asked him to do and more in a combine. He improved his stock. The question is, what do you believe more in? What you see a guy in a combine running around throwing things down the field with no pressure, or do you believe what you see on the game field?
Right.
And here's the thing about these quarterbacks. Kenny Pickett became a 1st-round pick only because he stayed in school 1 more year, right? If Kenny Pickett had come out a year earlier, he wouldn't have been a 1st-round pick.
4th round, probably, yeah.
So
my point is,
of course,
he might have been the 4th round anyway if Mike Tomlin hadn't picked him.
Exactly. But the point is, sometimes these things change pretty rapidly, and that doesn't necessarily mean it's the right move to draft him. It may be. But you better make sure that he's your guy. So if the Steelers are in a position where they think they can get some quarterbacks in the middle round, and they're kind of 50-50 on Dart, and he's available to them at 21, but they also have a really good defensive lineman they want. What do you think they do?
I mean, if you're convinced Dart can be your guy, you have to take the quarterback. You have to.
Well, how much of percentage of convincing do you need? Is it 100%, 90%? Because you never know.
Oh, well, no. Even if you're picking first, you never know.
So he's not rated as highly as a couple of defensive tackles that they want, or defensive linemen. What do you pick?
The quarterback. If I have a degree, you can never know. You're right about that. You can't be 100% certain. But if I'm Mike Tomlin and he's making the pick, if I'm convinced that this is my guy, and I know that's a scary proposition because he hasn't exactly been aces on his picks at quarterback and coordinator, you got to go with the quarterback. Let me ask you this, Bob. As I look at a mock draft, this is Matt Mayako from Bay Area NBC. Pro Football Talk, I think, is part of this. And he's good. If you're the Titans, he has them taking Cam Ward right off the top. Is that the obvious call here? If you're Tennessee, what would you do as the Titans?
Well, I think they're going to take a quarterback, so you get the choice of whomever you want. So they've done their work on that, I would imagine.
Would you take the quarterback?
They also took Will Levis, and they were very wrong about him.
What would you do? You have the top pick in the draft.
I would take a quarterback.
Okay.
I don't know how they have these guys rated, but I would take a quarterback because they need a quarterback. I don't think Will Levis is a guy they're going to do anything with.
And you're convinced Cam Ward is that guy?
I'm never convinced of any quarterback, but of all the ones on the board, I think he is closest to being ready.
I would either trade back and take Jackson Dart, or, man, I'd be real tempted on Travis Hunter. I'll tell you that much. He's got the Browns at number 2 taking Shedeur Sanders. If you were the Browns, would you do that?
I guess. How many quarterbacks? I don't know what they're going to do. They need other things in Cleveland, too.
I'm not convinced on Sanders. I'm just
What are you hesitant about with him?
Arm strength, for one thing. He was accurate. Also, he's not a great runner either.
No, he doesn't run to run.
And then it's just sort of a gut feel. Watching him, I probably saw him more than the other two guys. I don't hate the idea of picking him, but I don't love it either. I would trade back and take Jackson Dart.
Where do they have Jackson Dart going on this draft?
9th to New Orleans. I think.
So then after that, there'll be a big pause in quarterbacks, I would imagine, until you get probably to the third,
maybe,
fourth.
Although some people have the Giants as early as, what do they have? The third pick. Some people have them going in the top 10 elsewhere. It would be very tough for me. Like this draft has the Giants taking Abdul Carter third, and that's a good pick. But if I walked away from this draft knowing I had a chance at Travis Hunter and didn't take him, for the Patriots to get the gift of taking him 4th would be phenomenal. He's the best player in the draft to me.
Athletically,
you agree?
Yes, I think because he wants to do both cornerback and wide receiver. So if he's going to do that, he gives you 2 position flexibility, and he's shown he can do both.
And here's the other guy that I couldn't sleep at night if I had a shot at him in the top 10 and didn't take him. And that's Tyler Warren.
But he's not going to be around.
But I see people saying, 15 or 17. This guy has him going to the Jets at 7, and that sounds about right. What a great player to pair with Justin Fields.
Are you surprised with Ashton Genty going 6 overall to the Raiders?
No. And I wish that the Steelers, given their circumstances, again, I'm not sold on Fields at all, but given the predicament they're in, I would love to have seen them keep him and then somehow find a way to get either Warren or Ashton Genty and just go, because Warren is half running back. You can use him in short yardage.
Absolutely. He's a wide receiver. He's another wide receiver.
He's unbelievable, Bob. He might be the second best player in the whole draft.
Right behind Carter or Hunter?
Either one.
Yeah.
I think he's a top let's put it this way. Tyler Warren is a top 5 player in this draft.
I don't think there's any question. He does things that, versatility-wise, to line him up wide, close, backfield, he can do everything. He's another one of those guys that special talent that comes around once in a while. And the Jets, if they're going to take him, boy, that would help them. They have a couple of good wide receivers. You got Justin Fields, and now add him to your offense.
Breece Hall, Garrett Wilson, and Tyler Warren as your weapons. Yeah. I mean, I guess I worry about the line, but that's incrinculant, Bob. This guy has the Saints taking Dart at number 9. There's always one shocker high in the draft, he says, and here it is. You like it, Bob?
Well, I guess. For me, I don't know enough about Jackson Dart other than watching a few games that he's played. I see what he did at the Combine, and again, sometimes that is misleading to me. You can see guys who really shine at the Combine, but then they're not what you thought they were, given the bright lights. I don't know if he's one of those guys or not. I've seen games, that Florida game jumps out at me as decisions. When you watch highlights, you're never going to see bad plays in some of these highlight things on social media. You only see the good throws. You never really see the bad throws.
And then we get to number 21. Well, first of all, interesting in this draft is Emeka Ibuka from Ohio State going right before the
See, if
Steelers
he's available, I would trade up a little bit to get him. I would figure
Really?
out a way. Yes, I like him, and I think they need him.
That's number 20 to the Broncos. And then Shamar Stewart, defensive lineman from Texas A&M, would go to the Steelers. If Dart is gone, I am going defensive line over receiver.
You had a choice between...
I don't know anything about this guy. I'm not going to pretend I do. I'm sure Limits does. Limits, what do you think of Shamar Stewart?
I don't think much, to be honest, Joe.
Meaning you don't know much or you don't think much of him?
I don't know much about him.
Thank you, Limits.
And he's one of those guys. There are a lot of guys they're listed as, first and second rounders on the defensive line.
If you had him or the corner from Michigan, Will Johnson, just in theory, a upper echelon defensive lineman or corner, which position are you prioritizing? Sounds like
I go
receiver
defensive
over
line.
both for you.
Well, I like receiver because I think, defensive line needs a lot of help. Of all the positions they have right now on their roster that needs help, I think defensive line is number one. Because they have a bunch of guys, they signed Louderman back yesterday 1 year, but he has 1.5 sack in 4 years. That's it.
How about Tanner Shuck from Louisville, the quarterback? He's older than Ron.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to go down that.
I don't.
That's a Brandon Whedon situation that I don't like. I'd rather get a...
They weeded him out quickly. Didn't they? Bob, I'm taking Jackson Dart here.
I know
Can you
are.
believe how far he has rocketed up these draft boards?
And it's all because of you, Joe.
I know.
The word got out, and people start talking about the Dart Man.
Just like Jack Ham said. Let's look at another mock draft, Bob. I can't get enough of these. How about you?
Well, you got to take it with a grain of salt. They change every day. And the same authors of these will have a different one tomorrow.
I know.
So.
It's all in good fun. That's what they're supposed to be. Again, Travis Hunter going fourth to the Patriots. Wow. If I'm the Patriots, I think that's one of the best picks in NFL history to be fourth and get that guy.
Well, this has New York taking a defensive player, but it's not Abdul Carter.
No, this has the Giants taking an offensive tackle.
Or offensive, but it's not Carter. The other one had Carter. Where do they have Carter in this draft?
They have probably him going second to the Browns.
Second, okay. Well,
man, that wouldn't be a bad pick, would
No.
it? Him and Myles Garrett together?
Yep. Now that Miles is back in harmony with the rest of the...
Miles can teach him how to show up late to meetings but still be ready for the game, Bob.
How to swing a helmet intended for somebody's head.
Right. Ashton Genty at number 6 to the Raiders again. Shador Sanders at number 7 to the Jets.
See, the
Can you
Jets.
imagine if you're Fields and that happens?
Wow, that would be a shock. I don't
Holy-
think they'll do that. They need other things in New York.
And this is what I was talking about, Bob. This has Tyler Warren going all the way to 14 to the Colts. That would be one of the steals of the century, maybe the millennium.
I think Travis Hunter would top that. I just think because of what he offers, he can do both sides of the ball.
And at pick number 21,
cornerback
Jahdae Barron from Texas. I don't know. I suppose that would be kind of smart, but it's not where I would go. Where does he have Jackson Dart going? Not even in the first round? This guy's lost his mind.
Oh, look at that. There's no Jackson Dart sighting in the first round.
He's got the first pick of the second round, Jackson Dart to the Browns. Can you imagine the Dart and Pickett combo?
Yeah, and I imagine...
Holy horse milk.
And we haven't talked about Russell Wilson yet today.
No.
Nothing's changed. Where is he going to end up? Right now it seems
I think
like...
he's waiting on Rodgers, and if Rodgers doesn't go to the Giants, maybe the Giants, but maybe the Browns. Maybe the Browns.
Wouldn't that be funny if he and Pickett is followed by Russell Wilson everywhere he goes?
I'm going to tell I'm going to tell you right now, if Jackson Dart is on the board at 27, Sean McVay's going to be all over that, and he's going to groom his next quarterback behind Matthew
we
Stafford.
talk about succession plans. That would be a good one.
Yep.
Because even though Stafford has re-signed, how long can he be there? How effective will he be in 2 years? And, yeah, you could bring in a young guy and do it and develop him and wait a couple of years. There's no harm in waiting.
All right, Bob. This was fun. We move on to hockey next. The Penguins absolutely imploded in the third period last night. Very disappointing, and I think that may have been a last gasp. And like so many times in franchise history, it was the Islanders who delivered the mortal blow. I mean, how many times is this going to happen? It's been happening for 50 years with the Islanders doing that to the Penguins. Anyhow, we'll talk to Jay next. We are live at the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. We are observing right now the general hard at work, sitting in front of his computer. Probably looking up the next card, the next piece of memorabilia. Look at that
He's
man
in a little
over
chat
there.
room, I can imagine, talking to people about different things, like PSA and whatever else is involved with some of these things.
Yes, mint conditions and such things. We've already kicked off the Feed the Need Radiothon for next week. This is sort of the official kickoff ceremony, and the general himself donated $1,000. You can text NEED to 50155, or you can stop by. There's a little box of donations right next to me, or you can bid on our auction items, and prices are going up, aren't they, Bob?
They are. Paul Skeens, the PSA 10 rookie lot 3 rookie cards, all in mint condition, up to $500.
Yes, sir. And that's at 412-920-9444. What else is happening?
The Clemente booklet card. This has been now at $650.
Holy
So it's up to $650. Someone just made a bid of $650.
Yeah.
And again, that one is actually worth more. We saw what the price on that thing is.
Pieces
So
of used bat.
Pieces
in
of
there.
used bat. That's exactly right.
TJ Watt autographed jersey. Beckett authentic up to 100. Penguins signed stick, including Mario at 125. And what's happening with the O'Neill Cruz?
It's up to
Autograph-
$50. But you know what?
ball.
You might want to get in on that now because he may have a breakout season to the point where he's one of those 30-30 guys. He's certainly capable, and they need him to be.
Jay Caulfield next. Again, to bet on those, 920-9444. Caulfield next on Pompin' Joe.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Derek Shelton informed the media that Jared Jones experienced elbow discomfort after his most recent bullpen earlier this week, and he's now going to miss his last start in spring training, at least his next start, whenever that would have been. And conversations are currently being had with Jones on when he could start in the regular season. Pirates and Rays will throw the first pitch in 1 hour from now at the Tampa Bay Rays affiliate with Andrew Heaney on the mound. T1D will play center field for the Pirates and lead off with Adam Frazier batting second and playing at third. Tommy Pham is the right fielder batting third today. Andrew McCutchen will DH. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Below the record high today, 78 degrees, set all the way back in 1898. I mentioned that because I have us hitting 80 degrees today for the high. It would also be the first 80-degree day of the year if we hit it. Noon temperatures already in the 70s in most places. Skies will be partly to mostly cloudy today with high clouds moving in. Rain chances return tomorrow morning with the rest of the week seeing temperatures closer to the seasonal average. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smile in the KTK Weather Center.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Cedarbrook Golf Course, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Window Nation. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
At NJM Insurance, we like to think of ourselves as a symphony. We start with a foundation of doing the right thing. Then we layer in dedicated reps whose priority is you. Add in excellent discount programs. And last, but certainly not least, we put our policyholders first. And the reason we don't use jingles or mascots is because it's just not us. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
It's Chris Muller for Universal Windows Direct. Tax season is here, and you can make your home more comfortable and energy efficient with Universal Windows Direct's Tax Time Sale. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free with no limit, plus pay no interest until 2030. And Universal Windows Direct is also giving you an extra $500 off your home improvement project this month only. Call 412-545-6003 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free in-home estimate today. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
Why wait weeks or even months to service your vehicle? Introducing Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg. Servicing almost every make and model.
No appointment necessary.
Come in today. Is your check engine light on? Come in today. Oil changes, brake and tire service, filters, fans, belts, fluids, you name it. Our technicians are ready to service your vehicle today. Plus, new Hyundai owners receive complimentary maintenance.
No appointment necessary. No phone call needed.
Service your vehicle today with Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg.
Spring forward with real unlimited data from Straight Talk this tax season and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. So you can stream games during Mad March hours, check the weather for April showers, and watch gardening videos about May flowers. Straight Talk, real unlimited data, available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 4/15/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires purchase of single line Gold Unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Selling your home, it's one of the biggest financial decisions you'll ever make. You could go it alone, trying to navigate market trends, determine fair pricing, and tackle tricky negotiations on your own. You could second-guess every decision, wondering if you're doing it right. Then there's the showings, the offers, and the mountain of paperwork. Or you could work with the expertise of a realtor, here to guide and help protect as you make your next big move. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. Right by
The Fan is celebrating its 15th anniversary, Doran.
15 years is a long time, but 75 years is longer. Guardian Protection is celebrating 75 years serving our community.
And they're a big part of our 15th year anniversary celebration as well.
Yes, I know I speak for you when I say I love my Guardian Protection system.
Darn right. Congratulations to our great friends at Guardian Protection on 75 wonderful years. And you can check them out like we have, Doran, at guardianprotection.com.
Get ready to score big during the 3-point savings event at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Panda, ready to tell them how? Simply pick your vehicle, then roll home with 1, a huge Spitzer discount, 2, special low financing, or 3, more for your trade. Whatever you choose, it's a slam dunk. Plus, you'll get a lifetime warranty on new Toyotas, and fresh hybrid inventory is arriving weekly. So, make a fast sprint to Spitzer.
Whack more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
The Great Rewards Hunt is on. So join the adventure with DraftKings Casino. For fun seekers, follow the trail to huge jackpots, weekly bonuses, and exclusive games. But the excitement is only getting started because new players can get their losses back up to $1,000 in casino credits on their first day. Just sign up with promo code THEFAN. That's promo code THEFAN. And start playing to get up to $1,000 in casino credits back with a minimum $5 net loss. Only on the most rewarding place to play with promo code THEFAN. DraftKings Casino. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older. Physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. New customers only. Loss back for 24 hours up to $1,000 in non-withdrawable casino credits that expire in 168 hours. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos.
Pittsburgh is home to a lot of great people and great local businesses, and we're proud to be one of them.
Hi, John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 45 years.
If you're looking to replace your old worn-out windows with new energy-efficient ones, then consider buying from a hometown business like us.
We're passionate about enhancing the beauty and efficiency of Pittsburgh homes using the top-of-the-line replacement windows, like our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows.
They're the strongest, longest-lasting, best-insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
And right now, you can save 30% plus get no interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Experience the difference of buying from a locally owned, family-operated company.
Stop by one of our showrooms or visit us on the web at metropolitanwindows.com.
Or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hey, it's Dan Zangrilli on behalf of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. 2024 was a banner year, and 2025 is off to a terrific start because Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union is growing, and they're proud to announce the opening of their newest branch on Cochran Road in Scott Township. Just like me, nearly 25,000 Western Pennsylvanians call Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union home. So shape your future with a diverse line of highly competitive products from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union at AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This is Larry Richard. Join me and the Black and Gold headed to Ireland, and so can you with AAA. Enjoy a 4-night trip September 25th through the 29th with round-trip airfare, hotel transfers, and your stay at the Camden Court Hotel. Daily breakfast and transportation to and from the game at Croke Park Stadium. Reserved seat, game tickets, and more. Here we go to the Emerald Isle for football with AAA. 800-848-1238. 800-848-1238.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Wet Go Car Wash, urging you to go unlimited. That means you can wash your car as much as you want at the 45-plus convenient Wet Go locations when you sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. You're getting a pass that gives you access to all those car washes for one low monthly price. You're getting an undercarriage wash, underbody protectant, sealer wax. Your car is going to look so good. So what are you waiting for? Sign up now. And for an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wet Go Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
Looking to make some extra cash and make a difference? Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company has the perfect opportunity. Refer your friends and neighbors to Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company's trusted home improvement services. You'll earn $100 cash or $250 off your next project, plus a $25 donation goes directly to Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity. Every successful referral helps Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity, which helps build homes and changes lives for families in need. It's easy. Share a name and they'll handle the rest. Visit MountPleasantWindow.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins lost to the Islanders 4-2 yesterday at PPG Paints Arena after having a 2-0 lead at the end of the first period. So the four-game winning streak, for the Penguins is now over with the loss. Sidney Crosby scored for the Penguins in the defeat to help make it a 2-0 game. Tristan Jarry made 34 saves on 37 shots. He's now 12-9-4 on the season. Penguins and Blue Jackets will play on Friday, 7 o'clock, PPG Paints Arena, before 3 games on the road. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Jay Caulfield joins us next.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Get a load of this. I'm turning it up.
Talking Pittsburgh sports on the Pomp and Joe Show.
Oh, it's all for real.
Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you, in the Fan hotline, on which is our Stanley Cup champion, Jay Caulfield. That's presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Bob and I are at the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Right now, the General is here. Everybody's here. We're having a wonderful time. A woman by the name of Jackie came up and said, please give this to City Limits, and it's a box of rocks.
The rock box.
Yes. Based on Limits telling us a couple weeks ago that when he was a kid, he didn't play in a sandbox at home. They had a rock box. And so, Bob, here's a box with a bunch of pebbles in it. This is
pebbles. So that's the key. When you hear a box of rocks, you anticipate they're big rocks that you would actually hurt somebody with, but that's not what Austin's played in.
Tell her I said thank you very kindly from me.
He says thank you very kindly, Jackie, and we'll bring those in for Limits tomorrow.
All in a very nice wrapped box, too.
I know. That was the special part of it. It's really the kickoff of our Feed the Need Radiothon next week, and we have a bunch of items you can bid on. 412-920-9444. 920-9444. Skeens cards. Clemente booklet card with pieces of used bat. TJ Watt autographed jersey. Penguins signed stick. Mario, Coffee, Recchi, Stevens, and an O'Neill Cruz autographed ball. So we're at $600 for the Skeens cards, $650 for the Clemente and other cards, $200 for the TJ Watt autographed jersey, $300 for the Penguins team signed stick, and we're up to $100 now for O'Neill Cruz autographed ball. So let's bring on Jay Caulfield. He's on the Sullivan Super Service fan hotline, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Jay, we're told by General Patton here that there's 21 million cards in here. I asked him 2 minutes ago, hey, Jay Caulfield's coming on. Can you find a card of him? He came out with the Jay Caulfield card, 6 copies of this card, in which you're looking very dapper on the front and the back. This is incredible.
Mint condition, too, Jay.
Mint condition. Well, tell the General thank you. That's very nice. I'm not sure which. Is it a pro set? Is it?
Yes, pro set.
The one at the bar. There's one at Boston Garden. Look like Boston Garden. Is it a black jersey?
Black jersey, yeah, it is Boston Garden. Yep,
You're
that's
right.
it. You know it.
Yeah, that's Boston Garden. Yeah, yep. Well, that's
How about
awesome.
that?
That's
You
very
can just
nice.
ask him.
I'm glad he has that.
Jay says thank you.
I mean, this is incredible, Jay. It says Jay entered the NHL in '85 when the New York Rangers signed him as a free agent. They traded him to Minnesota, but the Penguins claimed him in October of 1988 in the waiver draft. What do you remember about that, Jay? And what do you remember about the dislocated finger that caused you to miss 18 games the next year?
Well, it was they had the waiver draft back then. They don't have that anymore. So there was a number of, I believe the Penguins did not make the playoffs the year before. And I was in Minnesota, and my wife was with me, Alicia was with me, and at the end of training camp, because we were going to find. They were telling us to go find a place. We just had to get through the waiver draft, and next thing you know, I get a phone call from Tony Esposito and the Penguins, and instead of finding a place in Minnesota, we flew to I flew out to Pittsburgh, and Alicia drove out a couple of days later with all our stuff, and that then meeting. That's when everybody practiced in Mount Lebanon. So my first practice was there, and that's when I first met. Kevin Stevens was my. Is my roommate. I get into it was Green Tree Marriott, I believe we stayed at, and I'm there earlier, and Kevin and the guys were out. And when Kevin finally came in, I had to get to the rink at like 8 o'clock in the morning. But Kevin, I think we talked all night. It was like I've known him my whole life, and truly, from that moment on, honestly, we've been just great friends ever since. And he's that likable, that nice of a guy, and a great teammate. But Kevin Stevens is the one part that will always remember when I first came to Pittsburgh as my roommate.
Now, did you dislocate the finger trying to punch Ron after an interview, or how did that happen?
No, that happened I broke my hand in against Edmonton. It was against Kelly Buchberger, and I think we both. All I remember is we both we're kind of throwing a punch at the same time, and I caught. When there's movement, right? There's head movement. I caught the corner of his eye in his helmet. He wore that old Wimwell helmet that was really tight to his face, and I caught that corner. That's what I remember. That's what drove my, the knuckle back through into the hand. That's what the dislocation was. So I do remember that, and that was I had surgery right away and that kind of thing. So I was out for a little bit and then got back.
All right, so I have to ask you. Kelly Buchberger, I remember him. He was
future Penguin.
Yeah, he was one of those guys who can bring it.
Hey, he came here.
Of all the fights you've been in, who was the hardest guy to fight? Who was somebody who gave you problems? And if you had to be in today's game and you see a guy like Matt Remke coming at you, what would you do?
Yeah.
Would you just take him on because you're about the
same
same
height? Could you beat him, Jay? Could you beat him?
Well, first of all, I'll tell you. I'll give you a number of players for me. Dave Brown in Philadelphia, and he was 6'6", and he was a lefty. He was a southpaw. I had a number. Yeah, because being in the Patrick Division Eastern Conference, so I've played against him a lot. But I would say Dave Brown. I put Craig Berube in the top, and I certainly Bob Probert and Joey Kosher were. And Kosher ended up in New York. So I'm giving you my top four, not just one. I'm giving you the ones that I felt, that they were as tough as probably ever played the game. I think if you look back, and Ty Domi was after me, so I've known Ty, so I didn't play or have any fights with him, but I thought Joey Kosher was Bob Probert, Dave Brown, and Craig Berube would be the ones I would mention. And Rempe, I think he's just he's in there, he's really big boy and doing his thing. So I think the best fighters in the game today, Bob, I'm going to say that Olivier that comes into town on Friday night. I'm going to say Olivier, Delorier, and I always thought Ryan Reeves did his thing all the time, right? So, but Delorier and Olivier are, in my opinion, the two best fighters in the game. And then Rempe, because he's just a big body and, and working on his fighting all the time. So, but they're all they made the game interesting. But Delorier and Olivier are the best, and Olivier's got 16 goals. So he's not only a fighter, but he does everything for Columbus. It'd have been a nice pickup if they could have got him here a number of years ago. He's one of the best in my opinion.
Another guy who was originally looked at as just a fighter has turned into a 30-goal scorer. That would be Tom Wilson. His game is really evolved. He doesn't fight as much as he used to, but he's still capable. And man, that guy's well-rounded now. He's a goal scorer, a guy who can feed you, and he also can back you up with any kind of fisticuffs.
Yeah, Bob, I'm leaving him because of how he plays the game, but certainly Tom Wilson, just like how Rick Tocchet made himself from a he was a fighter scrapper, but played the game and grew into what he did. Tom Wilson is somebody that falls right into that. He's in that same category, and as a great fighter too. Yep, he just does what he needs to do, and now is able to just play the game. I mean, what a great thing to be able to. He does it all, and Olivier's the same player, but they're the great fighters. That's a great one to mention. I'm sorry I misstepped by not mentioning him.
That's okay, Jay. Stanley Cup champion Jay Caulfield on the fan hotline. Fan text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And it's 12:21, time to make that call to the Buell Insurance Agency. Get help with those premiums at 724-443-5610. Also, I want to mention that the Fan and the Pirates want to visit your teams in action for our youth baseball softball showcase presented by Sheets. Parents, coaches, email us at youthsports@937thefan.com to register your 12 and under team, and the Fan might make a stop to your field. Details at 937thefan.com. Brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. Stanley Cup champion Jay Caulfield on the line. Brought to you by Tom's Watch Bar. Jay, what the heck happened last night in the third period?
Yeah, Joe, that was a tough one, Bob. I mean, they had a long road ahead of them, but they were on this great little run. And if they kept it going last night and then win Friday night against Columbus, because these teams are all stumbling. The only one that's not is Montreal. So Montreal at the time last night was losing 3-2. The Penguins are up 2-0. Everybody else lost. The Rangers lost. You're looking at just kind of climbing the ladder. Even though other teams had games in hand, they're not playing great hockey. So I think when it came out and then that got away from them, that was disappointing. And even though, again, it was a long stretch, but it was a possibility. And I think the team felt that, and I think they played it. But, you start making I don't know what it was. I know Mike Sullivan was unhappy about it. He talked about maybe guys taking shortcuts and not above the attack of the opposition and not doing what the little things that you have to do to win the game. And it bit them last night. I mean, the score right off the bat, I will always say the last minute of a period, the first minute of a period are important, obviously some of the most important shifts in the game. And after a goal, right? But at the end of a period, the beginning of the period, and to have Palmieri score right off the bat and have a little bad luck go against Jari there, that was a tough way to get it going. Then it was breakdown after breakdown, and then they get the opportunity and they win the game. So you got to hand it to the Islanders because they came out, they were trailing, and they came in and they outproduced and attempted the Pens all night long. And even though I will say the Pens were good through 2 periods. It just totally got away from them, and I do believe it's not final, but that's a big dagger right there, Joe. That's a tough one to take.
It really is. And the one thing, even in the 4-game win streak, Jay, I've seen that the Penguins have not had the better shot totals, and at times the opposition is in their zone a bit more. So even the 4 wins were a little bit shaky from that point of view. So why is that happening? You mentioned mistakes, and it seems like the mistakes are coming from the guys who should not make mistakes. They're the veteran guys on that blue line who get a little too careless.
Yeah, so I agree with that, Bob, because I mentioned last night, what's the difference in this game versus the other games? Just Tristan Jarry couldn't come up with the great save. That doesn't mean he played. I'm just saying, through the other games, to your point, I find it hard to believe he wasn't a star in 3 of the 4 games of that winning streak.
Mm-hmm.
Right? He was the reason why, a major reason why they get the 2 points. But last night he was stellar through 40 minutes, and they just got to him a little bit. Now, that doesn't mean he had I'm not saying he had a bad game. I'm just saying he came up with them in the previous 4, and last night they got by him. And they had great looks. They were grade A chances. That's tough on a goaltender, and that leads to your point, Bob. Yeah, they were out of shot, out attempted, a number of things, but they got themselves on a run and were feeling pretty good about their game. And that's what happens when you've got great goaltending or your goaltending is playing really well. You're in all these games. If your goaltending goes sideways, you don't have a chance. You don't in this league, no matter what. I mean, and all of a sudden, a great goaltender can cover up for the mistakes that's happening in front of him. And last night, he needed the Penguins to pick him up when they had that power play late in the game, just to get on the board and tie it up. But it didn't happen. So I felt like Tristan Jarry literally was a star of the 3 of the 4 games before last night. He was really good through 40 minutes, and then the last 20, they just couldn't. I said the one off the post off is backing in. And then you see the one with, they lose coverage in front. And then the half breakaway by Engvall for the winner. They're tough chances. Not much you can do. But you get off a streak when you can't come up with those, and the team just kind of gave it up. There was no pushback in that final 20. The Islanders had all of it.
Jay, we appreciate the time today. Doran Dickerson and Pat Bostic are taking on Bob and I in a golf match, I believe, at Nevillewood coming up, and you and Mario can play the winner.
It's like March Madness of golf.
Hey, very nice. Listen, you guys, I want to hear a good report, boys. I want to hear a really good report, all right?
How are you hitting them today?
Well, I was with Rob King today, so I was 82 and Rob was 80.
Yeah, Rob can play. I know he hits the ball.
Yeah. But we played this other little game, Joe. It's something, Bob, you might really like it. I do it with all, like Mario, we all do this stuff. But if we play fairways, greens, putts, and saves. So you total them up. And if it's 1 against 1, it's just you against me against Rob. But if you're foursome, it would be you and Bob against your enemies, right? Who you're going against. So you total up total fairways throughout your 18 holes for you and Bob. Total greens in regulation that you hit. Do total amount of putts. The total through the whole day. And then saves are if you get up and down for a par or, chip in for, if you're not on a regulation and you get up and down for par or better, that's a point. So, and you can play it for $1. You can play it for $10 a category or whatever number you guys want. I know you're a big spender and big bettor, Joe. So you can make that any number. But I think it's something that keeps you in tune the whole game, the whole time. You're never out of it. You have to stay with it. It's a good game for you to play, Joe.
Bob, are you willing to play that game?
I think that's a good game. Yeah, it keeps you in all aspects of your game are tested there, so you have to keep track of it all. Yeah.
Now, do you and Rob King give each other putts, or do you have to hit it in?
No. We know the range. The guys that I'm with, everybody knows the range that we give putts for. We do that like all good sportsmanship. Everybody's good about it. Everybody knows the range that's good for us.
See, that's good to do right off the bat when you know it, so no one's questioning whether or not you're giving a putt that's outside of that friendship area.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jay.
No, we don't. You're welcome, boys. Enjoy it. Play well.
You too.
All right, Jay. Take care of yourself.
Hit them straight, but not often. Isn't that what they say, Bob?
Sort of, yes. Oh, I wanted to tell Jay, if you're still listening, check out my tweet about Joe because it's very accurate.
That's a great tweet.
I see you like this.
You can check it out as well. It's a man who's in 19 different contraptions that train you for golf, right?
Yeah. As soon as I saw it, that's the first thing I thought of you.
You can start thinking too much in that game, Bob. Coming up, the big boy, Mark Cabali. What is happening here? It looks like the Vikings are out on Rodgers.
It was a joke.
So is Rodgers in on the Steelers, the Giants, retirement, wait a while, try to come back? Let's hear the big boy's thoughts. Bob and I are at the baseball card castle in Cranberry. The General and his dad are running the show here today, along with the General's wife, Christine. Happy birthday, Christine, from Bob and I and everybody else, right,
Happy
Bob?
birthday, Christine, yes.
We're kicking off the Feed the Need Radiothon for next week. We have a bunch of auction items that you can call and bid on up until about 1:30. 412-920-9444. Bob, would you please give an update?
Here's the update. Lot 1, Paul Skeens, PSA 10 rookie lot. 3 pristine-shaped cards. $600 is the current bid. If you want to top it, 412-920-9444. We have the Clemente booklet, which features game-used bat pieces to describe MVP and HOF, along with Mickey Mantle, Ted Williams, Carl Yastrzemski, Frank Robinson. This is up to $650, so it's the leading one so far. You can bid by calling 920-9444. TJ Watt autographed jersey, Beckett authentic, $200. That's jumped up significantly in the last 30 minutes. Penguins team stick, including Jay Caulfield on that stick, 22 autographs. Lemieux, Coffey, Recchi, Stevens, Caulfield, and others, $300. And lot 5 would be an O'Neill Cruz autograph baseball. Right now it's going for $100. It could be yours if you call 412-920-9444 and help feed the need.
Very good, Bob. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. As I mentioned, the big boy is next. First, man, there were some interesting games last night. One a blowout, one very close. As we get ready for the main bracket here, FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge is turning up the excitement even higher for college basketball through the first 2 rounds of the tournament. Bet on the lowest winning seed of the day, and you'll win a share of $1 million in bonus bets. How about Alabama? Was it Alabama State last night?
Yes, Alabama State.
Incredible.
It was a crazy finish. I've never seen quite a finish like that one.
Maybe they'll carry that magic over. I think they play Auburn. So that's an upset.
They won't.
They won't carry it over? Or they won't play Auburn?
They're not going to beat Auburn.
I didn't say beat, Bob. This is the betting game we're in. Cover is the name of the game.
That's still a lot of points.
I know. How many points? We don't even know yet.
I think it's like 30.
Thank you, Bob. FanDuel is the best place to bet on the tourney. You can bet on everything from spreads to money lines and team totals, plus so much more. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to download America's #1 sportsbook today and back your dog of the day, because in March anything can happen. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania, opt-in required, winning pre-live money line wager on lowest seed required. Each $1 million jackpot to be split equally among all eligible winners. Bonus bets are non-withdrawable and expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins have announced that they will go to Sweden for 2 regular season games next year. We'll play the Nashville Predators on November 14th and November 16th in what is being dubbed the NHL Global Series. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Paul Skeens, just 8 days until Pirates baseball on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Praise the Jolly Roger.
Our Pirates are ready for an exciting season. Catch all the action here. Presented by Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 Hampton. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Looking back on one of the best individual runs in the history of the NCAA tournament, how can anyone forget Kemba Walker? In 2011, Walker's UConn team finished 9th in the Big East Conference, but went on a tear to win the Big East tournament. Riding that momentum, they beat Kawhi Leonard's San Diego State team in the Sweet 16, Arizona in the Elite 8, John Wall's Kentucky Wildcats in the Final Four, and Butler in the final. An all-time run. I'm Maggie Gray.
Attention timeshare owners. This is an urgent consumer alert from the Timeshare Exit Hotline, a national company specializing in helping consumers legally get out of their expensive timeshare contracts. We're offering you a way to legally get rid of your timeshare. So if you're fed up with the maintenance fees that keep on coming and want to learn if you can terminate your timeshare legally and permanently, call today. Even if you've tried before and were unsuccessful in getting rid of your timeshare, call today and see if we can help. We offer a complete 100% unconditional client satisfaction guarantee. Make this completely free call and learn how we can help you legally put an end to your timeshare nightmare once and for all. You have nothing to lose, so call right now to qualify and receive a free consultation.
Call 800-838-8614. 800-838-8614. That's 800-838-8614.
Paid for by Airtime Media.
Discover uncompromising quality at a reliable price with Giant Eagle in Market District. Look for signs throughout the store highlighting lower prices. Surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle. Experience value like never before. Visit Giant Eagle today to see how easy it is to save.
Spring is in the air, and it's time to breathe new life into your home. Prepare your property for the warmer weather with 84 Lumber. As your one-stop destination for quality materials and unbeatable service, 84 Lumber is here to guide you every step of the way. Whether you're a DIY enthusiast or a professional builder, 84 Lumber's knowledgeable team has you covered to transform your space into an outdoor oasis. 84 Lumber has 14 locations in the Pittsburgh area, and they are open on Saturdays. Don't wait. Spring into action and visit 84lumber.com to find the store nearest you and get a quote today.
Men lacking confidence in the bedroom because of ED, NuFlow Men's Health is the area's leader in treating ED with long-term results. NuFlow is serious about helping your ED issues. No pills, no injections, no games. Be that guy again. Call NuFlow today for your free consultation at 412-784-9000.
Mom, I need to lay low for a few days.
Lay low? What's going on?
I only paid for this Hyundai Tucson.
Christopher Allen Lynch.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. Get the car or SUV you want at the Hyundai Getaway sales event. Right now, get 2.99% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Santa Fe, Tucson, or Elantra. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. Offers end March 31st. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Luck is on your side at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Save a pot of gold at Bowser Hyundai with 2.99% for 72 months on a new 2025 Tucson SE all-wheel drive, or lease for just $299 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends March 31st. Now that's the power of Bowser. Log on to BowserHyundai.com.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
You just had an accident. You in the hospital. They got you under heavy medication. You keep going in and out of sleep. As you sleep, you have a dream. Well, you think you do. In your dream, the nurse comes in the room. The nurse have a dog with her. The nurse says, I could be fired for this. But I gotta tell you, you just had a medical malpractice. I gotta tell you. You're looking at the dog is looking at you. You like, top dog, is that you? The dog jumps on your bed, dog start barking. You say, I know it. It's top dog. Then you wake up, there's doctors all around. You telling them I'm calling top dog right now. He was just here, he seen what y'all did. This was a medical malpractice. This is top dollar, you hear me? This is top dollar. Top dog law.
Get
Get to Tom's Watch Bar on the North Shore.
Tom's Watch Bar on the North Shore hosts the best watch parties for all the black and gold hockey games, making it the go-to destination for dedicated hockey fans. Enjoy 360-degree viewing, surround sound, premium food and drinks, including their famous prime rib dip. Enjoy game day vibes that match being at the game at Tom's Watch Bar on the North Shore, the ultimate game day experience for all hockey fans and all sports fans.
Chris Muller here. Did you know that the average wait time for cabinets is 8 to 12 weeks? Who can wait that long? The good news is you don't have to. You just need to check out Choice Cabinet. Choice Cabinet is family owned, and they have over 65,000 cabinets in stock with delivery available in as little as 3 days. Plus, Choice will deliver inside your house or apartment on their own trucks to ensure there's no damage. If you need cabinets, the choice is clear. ChoiceCabinet.com.
Calling all college hoops fans. Make your next bet during March matchups at BetMGM go even further with an underdog boost token. Simply add any plus 200 or longer tournament straight bet to your bet slip and activate your underdog boost token. If that bet hits, you'll walk away with a higher payout. For a tournament full of unforgettable moments, BetMGM is your sportsbook for all of it. Enjoy same-game parlays, original bets you won't find anywhere else, player props, and so much more during March matchups. And when there's a break in the tournament action, or you're looking to switch things up, check out daily promotions and offers for all your favorite sports. Don't miss your chance at a bigger March matchup score with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards issued as tokens that expire in 48 hours. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
T-Mobile home internet is all about speed, value.
What you doing, Zach?
I'm rehearsing. There are so many benefits. You got to talk fast.
T-Mobile home internet ranks #1 in customer satisfaction for home wireless internet by DiPaola.
Wow, you are good.
Try singing it. T-Mobile has price lock.
They won't raise your rate on internet.
Hulu and Paramount Plus on them.
Get T-Mobile home internet all in for just $55 a month with autopay and any postpaid voice line.
Additional terms apply. For JD Power 2024 award information, visit jdpower.com/award.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Where's what we came for?
Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey are talking Pittsburgh sports and beyond.
Let's go, let's go!
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
We are back at the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. If you've never been here, you owe it to yourself to come and check it out. It's unbelievable how many things they have. 21 million cards, not to mention other items, helmets, footballs, you name it, they got it. And we are kicking off the Feed the Need with a telethon that will really take place next week, but this is our kickoff event in today's show. So if you call in this number, 412-920-9444, you can bid on certain things we have available, like a Paul Skeens PSA 10 rookie lot, which is now being offered for $600. If you want to top that bid, call 920-9444. We have a Clemente booklet card, awesome, with game-used bat pieces describing the MVP logo that you see on here. $650 current bid. TJ Watt autographed jersey, Beckett Authentic, $200 current bid. And then Penguins team signed autographs, 22 of them, including Coffey, Recky Stevens, Lemieux, Jay Caulfield, $300, and an O'Neill Cruz autograph baseball right now going for $100. Again, it all goes for Feed the Need, 412-920-9444. Pomp and Joe with you here, and we're welcoming in Mr. Mark Caboli, Austin City Limits Bechtel, back at the station. And Mark, you're going to be busy, I would imagine, here in the next several days, given what's happened. Now that we know the Minnesota Vikings have said no, thank you to Aaron Rodgers, at least for now. So what do you think that means, and how soon do you think we'll get an answer from Mr. Hide in the Darkness Rodgers?
I don't think anybody knows, Joe. If they do, they're making it up for sure. I think he's on his own time right now. So, and in one way, with Minnesota basically pulling out of the picture here, it really doesn't, unless the Steelers get fed up and just pull their name out of the hat. I mean, it pretty much doesn't. It really just allows the Steelers, if they want to, just sit and wait. I mean, if you don't get Aaron Rodgers, you get Russell Wilson, right? I mean, there's no other options for either one of them, unless you would think that Russell would go to Cleveland or New York, but you would think that he would have done that already. Maybe if the retirement by Rodgers maybe throws a little bit of a wrench into that plan, but I mean, I think you just, at this point, you've pretty much pushed all your chips to the middle with Aaron Rodgers and just deal with it until he makes his decision. I mean, you would love to know so you can move forward with planning, but it's not like he's going to be there for OTAs or mini camp or anything like that.
Shouldn't he be, though, Mark? Shouldn't he be? I mean, this is a whole – if he does come here I mean, he didn't do it in New York, and I know what he's done, but, man, that's one of the problems. He also has an offense that he likes to run, which may not be, in connection with what they see here in Pittsburgh or in New York with the Giants. He has a lot of say in that.
Yeah, Bob. I mean, beggars can't be choosers. I mean, you put yourself in a position where this is your guy of choice. He pretty much has all the power now. So if he says, yeah, I'll sign here, but I'm not going to be showing up until I mean, hypothetically, I'm not showing up until we hit St. Vincent College. I mean, what are you going to do? You're going to just say no? Let me go to Joe Flacco and Mason Rudolph? I mean, he pretty much has them under their thumb right now. So you would imagine he would show up, but I don't know if he would. I mean, it's Aaron Rodgers. He pretty much does what he wants to do at this point. So I don't see it lasting, months. But I also don't see it being figured out here in days either. You just have to deal with it.
Yeah, that's what I believe.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. And the Fan hotline, on which the big boy is on, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. We're out at the baseball card castle in Cranberry. Bob, a man just showed up. Was it a Coupe de Ville? Was that the name of the car? He bought Joe Namath's old car. T-Bird, you're an expert on this. This guy bought Joe Namath's old car, and it's sitting in the parking lot here with all kinds of Namath memorabilia.
And he wants to sell it to you.
That thing
I thought he wanted to give it to Ron. I'm a little confused as to what he had the papers for the car. He wanted to give it to Ron.
Yeah, he ain't doing that.
Are you sure about that?
I'm sure. That's for sale.
Is that car for sale,
anyone who's
sir,
out
or are
there
you
who
giving
loves
it to
sports
Ron?
and cars, he's looking. Yeah.
See?
Yeah,
I would buy it and give it to Ron. Big boy, you should see this car. You ever been in a Coupe de Ville?
No, but if he actually thought he was going to sell something to Ron Cook, he must have never met Ron Cook before.
You're a pathetic person, you know that? Great for talk radio, my man.
No, but hey, the bottom line is everybody's still thinking about Ron. The pizza had his name on it when it came in
this is almost in honor of Ron today. Sir, what's your name?
Edward Fobb.
Edward Fobb. And how did you get this car? Did you buy it directly from Namath?
Namath gave it to his nephew, Franklin Namath Jr. And I was in business, and my partner bought it, and then I bought it from him 30 years ago.
For how much, do you mind my asking?
I think about $3,500. I don't even remember.
How many miles are on it?
99,000.
This guy T-Bird over here, he puts sound systems in cars. He's a miracle worker.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I have a car stereo shop in Sharpsburg, but I love restoring and working on custom cars in general.
Okay, there's a shop down there, too, that does nothing but
That's
classics.
right. T-Bird will do it any way you please.
I love cars.
Big boy, have you met T-Bird yet, our hot dog eating champion?
Come on, T-Bird is the Sunday afternoon, evening pregame show guru for the Steelers.
Is that me? I think you might be confusing me with somebody else.
We're getting way off the tracks here. All right.
We have gone off the tracks. Thank you, sir. The car is awesome. I enjoyed seeing it, and I have a picture I'll show Ron, and that's really cool. He's the biggest Namath fan there is. At this point, big boy, they might as well sign Joe Namath. Aaron Rodgers stinks. You think he'd be better than Flacco? You think he'd be better than Fields? You think he'd be better than Mason?
Well, I'll take my chances with the first two. Be honest with you, he's still Aaron Rodgers. I think what Aaron Rodgers brings that none of the other ones you've mentioned is maybe, I don't know. I'm not even going down the Flacco street right now, but I think what a guy like Rodgers brings you is the experience of winning in the playoffs and in the Super Bowl. I understand it's been a long time right now.
Namath would bring you that too. Aaron Rodgers was an underachiever in the playoffs in his recent career.
Well, recent, yes, but I think he would give yourself the best opportunity. Now, if you can do something like Mason for the season and Aaron Rodgers for the playoffs, maybe that's the best bet right now. But, just let it play out right now. I think we're going to have to do that because I still think Aaron Rodgers has a ton of talent. Just watching him last year and his ability to throw the ball, especially back shoulder fades to pretty good wide receivers and to be able to move the ball down the field. He is still very talented. Maybe it hasn't shown up on the field consistently over the past couple of years, but I think they're in a position when they got Mason now to be able to wait. I mean, the worst comes to worst, you have Mason out there, and that's that's not like dog crap out there. And Mason can still is a pretty good NFL football player that can get you through a season and get you to your proverbial 10 wins to 11 wins with this team. Aaron Rodgers, like I said, you're all in with him. Give it a shot. And if it doesn't work, you move on to somebody else next year. And I think that's
10 wins or 11 with Mason, I think, is optimistic. But I have a different question. Last year at this time, Cam Hayward was rolling out the red carpet for Russell Wilson, campaigning for him, bringing his friends into the campaign, FaceTiming with him. I'm sure you heard what he said with the Aaron Rodgers thing yesterday, which was basically, you want to be on the team, cool. If not, no skin off my back. If the leader of this team is saying that publicly, what are you thinking if you're Rodgers, and what do you think in general of what Cam said? It doesn't sound, call me crazy, doesn't sound to me like he loves the idea of Aaron Rodgers on the Steelers.
I think he's playing the role of the leader right there. Hostages. We want volunteers, not hostages type of situation. I don't know how much
volunteers, not hostages.
I don't know if he really means that or not. Cam gets caught up sometimes in his emotions and says stuff. Maybe that is his true emotions right there. But I really didn't take a ton away from that, of him being critical of him. Maybe he's just saying, hey, we would like to know who our quarterback is right now. I don't know.
Big boy, he was asked if he would go in a cave with Rodgers and said, I'm not doing that crap. You want to join the Steelers? Join the Steelers. If not, forget it.
I took it as him fooling around.
What?
I took it as him joking around. He was on his podcast. I
did not. If you listen to it. You tell me.
Wrong.
Let's all listen to it together. Bob, are you ready for this?
Let's go.
I mean, I did not take this as joking. I could be wrong. But especially when I compare it to Russell Wilson last year, he practically ran a PR campaign for Russell Wilson. Here we go.
From the Not Just Football podcast.
I want to play football. I'm tired of talking about the quarterback situation. I'd rather have it done. I don't know what ends up happening. I don't know, man. Like, this is... I'm ready to move on in the free agency. There's too much going on.
So if they called you and were like, we need you to follow him into the darkness for a couple days. He says if you come down there with him, he's signing. Are you going to be off the grid for a little bit, go to the darkness, and try to get this guy? We need you. You're our best recruiter. I'm about to get into Darius Slay, and it sounds like you recruited him too. So we need you to start recruiting. Get that NIL bag out like you did at Ohio State.
I ain't doing that or darkness retreat. I don't need any of that crap. Like, either you want to be a Pittsburgh Steeler or you don't. That's simple. That's the pitch. Like, if you want me to recruit, that's the recruiting pitch. Pittsburgh Steelers. If you want to be part of it, so be it. If you don't, no skin on my back.
Big boy?
Well, the first 3 quarters that he was definitely fooling around, right?
You agree with that, Bob?
I think he had fun with the darkness thing, if that's what you're implying, Mark. That he was making.
Well, I think we all agree with the first.
But I
3
think
quarters.
I think what you see as that went on, he was losing his mind a little bit over how long this has gone, and that revealed itself.
Aren't we all though? Right?
Yeah.
Aren't we all? So, I don't know. I just didn't take it as a shot, so to speak. I got it as, hey, I'm fed up. I need to find out who my quarterback is. And I honestly do think he was playing the role of the captain. Hey, like I said, you either jump on board or leave. And I think that goes with about anybody. I don't think there's no ill will towards Aaron Rodgers. But once again, maybe I'm 100% off base on this, and maybe it was a shot. But that would be an interesting place to take a shot at. A week and a half into his courting of Aaron Rodgers, the captain of the team, to come out and make a statement like that. That's one of the reasons why I just thought he was just fooling around.
Why so different? Why so different compared to Wilson last year?
Well, maybe the Wilson thing he learned last year, that maybe I should just stay out of it. I don't know. I'm just totally grasping straws here of why he said what he did what he did. I don't know. I have no idea, but that's a tough situation to answer right now, because I don't even know who else was the quarterback. Who was else was the quarterback options last year? It was Kenny. Was he taking shots at Kenny last year by courting Russell Wilson?
Yes, I think the defensive leaders made quite a statement when they go out in public and start courting Russell Wilson when Kenny's still on the team. Of course, yes.
All right, let's move beyond that now. We saw dinner last night with Jalen Milroe. How are you, Mark, in assessing – because regardless of what happens with this Aaron Rodgers situation, they're going to need somebody else in that room, whether it's another veteran or most likely someone they draft this year. But they don't have a second-round pick. If they don't get anyone in the first round, can they afford to – and what do you get out of a fourth-round pick at quarterback these days?
Probably not much. I mean, I'm sure that you can go around the league and find a handful of guys that were successful out of that third-day situation. I think Dak Prescott was, third-round pick? You're not going to get too many Tom Brady's out of it, right? Was he a fourth? So, I mean, you're really –
That's
you're really
rare,
stretching it right there. So I don't know if you're going to find anything. At that point, why do you even do it, right? Just to add somebody to the roster. I don't know if you do that. Now, if they had a second-round pick, maybe that's different. Maybe they can move into the second round. But I think that you just bring another guy in. I mean, if you got – I'm not even considering Skylar Thompson here. If you got Mason and you're able to bring somebody else in, a veteran – type of guy, doesn't even have to be a veteran, as that number 2. If Aaron Rodgers doesn't come, I think that's a better option than just throwing a pick at somebody in the fourth round. Just worry about that next year at that time. So I don't think so. I mean, obviously, if things break in the first round, different. You can grab your guy Jackson Dart.
I hope so.
He may be long gone based on some of these
Bob,
things.
This thing is itching again. There was a guy in here who brought in tick medication for me. Should I take it?
Is he a doctor?
Yeah, I think I got bit by a tick.
He's been saying that all day, but there's no evidence that if you got,
Are they out? There's no ticks out?
They stay in you for.
No, they'll be still.
They move
stuck in your body. You can see it.
They go all the way into the heart chamber.
You can't see the tick necessarily. Can you, T-Bird?
I don't know. I thought the tick was like a bug on your leg.
Yeah, it's like it attaches itself to your skin. You would be able to see it.
What if he's already in there?
Well, if he dug his way in there, then that's not good.
A nice little home.
Nesting.
He's going to have
He's
babies,
trying to get
and they're
out.
going to reproduce, and you're going to have all. Do you know how much they reproduce? They can
He
go
got in
everywhere.
there. Now he's trying to get out after this show, Bob.
Oh my goodness!
So what about Milroe?
Yeah, what about this dinner?
I asked you that originally, but then we got off track. I mean, is he worth taking? Do you think he's a talented kid? I think probably the best athlete of the guys that are available. What is your take?
And if I may piggyback on Bob's question, how significant, honestly, is it when the Steelers take somebody out like that? Like, do we then start paying more attention to that?
Oh, yeah. I mean, no, I think they do that every single year at Alabama. I'm pretty sure they take a handful of guys. I don't even think it was just him. It was probably a group of guys, to be honest with you, to see how. A lot of times they do that for different reasons too, to be able to see interactions between certain peoples and their teammates and see what they order and stuff like that. They got all this whole weird little plan of how they try to get deep into somebody's psyche too. So I'm sure.
And sometimes they get references from those guys about other players that you may be not talking about. You know, who could be, free agents.
Well, how many times, Paul, do you see maybe they don't draft a guy now, but in 4 years ago,
Right.
Like, this guy was very interesting to us. Let's come back around to that. I'm sure there's a bunch of you're in Alabama, for goodness sakes. There's probably like half a dozen first-round picks there that they're probably interested in, or first-day picks or first two-day picks that they want to get a look at as well. So I wouldn't automatically assume it's Milroe, but I'm sure he's part of it too. Where he comes off the board, that's the key to all this, right? I mean, if he's there and, third, fourth round, yeah, great. But once you get rid of that second-round pick, it pretty much limits you, right? No pun intended. The limits of what you can do if you don't want to take a quarterback in the first round, which it doesn't appear that they would do that.
All right, we'll finish you off with this one. Jerry Dulac's chat is up. He's great at what he does, but there's something that he's been on for a while that I just vehemently disagree with him. Is this Mason Rudolph's been mistreated train? Bill in L.A.
You're asking the wrong person, Joe.
Says, Jerry, as you've mentioned, Mason Rudolph was treated very poorly by the Steelers for a long time. Why do you think Mason is coming back for more punishment? Jerry said, that's a good question, Bill. I'm not sure. I'm sure, because hardly anybody else wants him except maybe the Giants, and he's going to make $8 million over 4 years. And every time he's come back to the Steelers, he has, in fact, gotten a chance when it was merited. What are we talking about here?
Well, there's a lot of reasons why he was mistreated. It starts from day one, so I don't even want to go there, to be honest with you.
What was day one?
Day one is when you have a first-round grade on him, get him in the third round. You don't have then you dump your quarterback coach. You have him take third-team reps. He doesn't take any reps with all. He has to do virtual reality just to get any time at all. Then the next year you throw him into the starting lineup and say, go ahead, Ben's hurt. And then you have different coordinators. You still don't have you don't have quarterback coaches, get smacked over the head. I mean, you can go on and on and
It's
on
not
and
their
on.
fault he got smacked over the head.
There's a lot
They
of
didn't do
reasons
that
why.
to him. That was Myles Garrett last I checked. And not only that, when it was Myles Garrett and he was accused of a racial slur, Mike Tomlin and the organization backed him 1,000% on that and essentially said Myles Garrett is lying.
Yeah.
Plus, he's been paid millions of dollars to handle a clipboard. They didn't have to stick with him. Huh?
I just don't think they put him in a position to be successful right now. We talk about all the time about this is a team that can't develop quarterbacks. I think that's number one right there. That's like the poster child of the Pittsburgh Steelers of not being able to, not caring to, not putting the resources into developing a quarterback.
Well, I guess Tennessee couldn't either because he had 9 touchdowns and 9 picks.
Yes,
or
the
whatever it
worst
was last year.
team in the league last year. The worst.
Okay,
and they didn't want him either.
so where is Mason going to go where he's going to be good?
They didn't want him either. They wanted Will Levis to be their quarterback. So they didn't even give him an opportunity there.
Oh,
Well,
poor Mason. Everywhere he goes, he gets no opportunity except to start games.
Well, if ever there was a time to beat out a quarterback, it would have been Will Levis, because he has not played well down there.
Would you have picked up Levis and Butthead?
No, I didn't, and that's why they're going to redraft the position this year. Tennessee will take a first-round quarterback.
He did have multiple opportunities to go this year, and the reason why he came here is plain and simple. For not only the $8 million or the $4 million a year, but what other opportunity do you have to play behind a potential 41 and a potential 37-year-old quarterback? I mean, either one of those guys going to get hurt walking up the steps, and all of a sudden you're the starting quarterback.
He might have had the same thing with the Giants. They're the other team. He didn't even go to their interview. They had him scheduled. He didn't go there. So he went back to the place where he's been so horribly mistreated without even listening to the Giants, who actually have a pretty good offensive mind as their coach.
Who's probably darn close of getting fired if things go wrong this year, then guess who's on his way out?
Yeah, unless Mason is as good as you think he is and gets his fair chance there and leads him to 11 wins.
Why are you such a hater, Joe?
I'm not. I'm telling what I think the truth is with Mason Rudolph here.
Everybody all of a sudden loves Mason, and you have to be a guy that really throws the shade towards him.
Don't you, Joey?
Tony! Why did he come back here if he had a chance to go to New York? If they've treated him so poorly, why is he back?
I told you why. I don't know why he came back. The reason
First of all, I think that whole treated poorly thing has been embellished. I don't think it's.
So do I. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, it's like everything that, and then takes a life on its own. I think obviously he knew that this was an opportunity, and he's smart enough to know that he's going to get some playing time, if not starting time. So why wouldn't you do it? And you can sense when a team is struggling to find guys on their roster. This second straight year, they've had to change over the entire quarterback room. So
we have to go, Bob. It's 104.
Why do you always do that to me where you are allowed to talk as long as you want, as you control this truck down the street?
It was the big boys'
fault. Forget about that. He was in the toilet for the first 5 minutes of the segment.
That's right, he was.
Yeah, I can't help that. I'm having more blowouts than the 1960 World Series.
I don't think you were doing that at all. I think you were looking at your tick bite in the mirror, trying to figure out what it is and why.
Look how it's getting redder because I'm scratching it. You see how it's changed since the beginning of the show?
I also see little ticks in there. There are going to be a multiple.
Yeah, the guy's starting a family in there,
Starting a family in your leg.
Check, man. You can get Lyme's disease, Joe, real quick.
Thank you, big boy. We'll talk to you next week.
Bye, Mark.
Bob, I'd love for somebody to mistreat me to the tune of $8 million over 2 years.
Well, in sports in general, whenever you hear that kind of thing, that's why no one's being mistreated. If you don't get an opportunity, part of it may be the coaching staff not willing to give it to you, or you haven't earned it either. It's a two-way street. So now he has a chance here, and he's been around. I think he's matured in football, NFL terms, so he knows what he's dealing with here. And I still think he can be, what I took away from his 3 games and would end it in that Seattle win to get them into the playoffs is that he was willing to step up in the pocket. I don't think he's one of those guys. The problem with that is when you step up in the pocket and you wait, you're also prone to get sacked and fumble. And those are the problems that come with that. But he's shown me the ability to make plays and wait on plays.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Your chance to bid on our auction items for our Feed the Need Radiothon, 412-920-9444, 9444. The Paul Skeens cards, the Clemente booklet card, the T.J. Watt autographed jersey, the Penguins signed stick, the O'Neill Cruz autographed ball. We'll be back with updates on all those at Pomp and Joe, live from the baseball card castle in Cranberry.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines powered by by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
St. Francis lost in crushing fashion to Alabama State 70-68 to begin the NCAA tournament, and the first four in Dayton. North Carolina crushed San Diego State 95-68 as North Carolina moves on to play against Ole Miss. Alabama State will play Auburn. Mount St. Mary's and American will play tonight at 6:40, also in Dayton, followed by Xavier and Texas. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville as March Madness rolls on the NCAA tournament.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Bet365.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Let's admit something. It's easy to get stuck in a rut. You grab the same thing for breakfast if you even bother to eat one every day. You think about exercise and then you think, well, maybe tomorrow. The only thing that's not stuck is the needle that goes higher and higher on the scale. Now, the new weight loss medications will help with the scale, but isn't everything else still stuck? I chose Awaken 180 because I didn't just want to lose weight. I wanted to be shown how to enhance my everyday life. I wanted a lifestyle change, in other words. That's exactly what Awaken 180 promised, and that's exactly what Awaken 180 delivered. I feel better. I'm happier. I even look forward to seeing my doctor for my annual physical because I know I've got things in a great place. Yes, I could have chosen the medications, but taking a new medication for life would have been the only change. Is your goal more than to simply lose weight? If it is, do what I did and get unstuck with the medication-free solution for weight loss. Fast, safe, proven weight loss with free support for life. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Get ready to score big during the 3-point savings event at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Panda, ready to tell them how? Simply pick your vehicle, then roll home with 1, a huge Spitzer discount, 2, special low financing, or 3, more for your trade. Whatever you choose, it's a slam dunk. Plus, you'll get a lifetime warranty on new Toyotas, and fresh hybrid inventory is arriving weekly. So, make a fast break to Spitzer.
Whack more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
The best sports week of the year? Watch all the basketball games on big TVs with big deals and head to Dave & Buster's at the block at Northway off McKnight Road. Domestic pints just $5. Get 20 wings for $20. Eat, drink, play, watch basketball at Dave & Buster's North Hills.
Looking for the perfect fitting running shoe? Gingerbread Man Running Company has got you covered. From expert fittings to top brands like Brooks, Hoka, and Asics, they'll help you hit the ground running. Visit them in Shadyside, Greensburg, or Indiana and get ready to crush your next mile.
Hey everybody, Chris Coonihan for Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection company with over 1 million satisfied homeowners. I'm here to answer all of your home maintenance questions. I have Mary from Des Moines on the line. How can I help, Mary?
You're wrong. You'll see. $100.
Mary, you there?
Hey, Chris. Sorry. I'm calling to settle a bet with my husband. Okay, so is it better to deal with a clogged gutter now or wait until the weather's better?
Mary, the time is now. The longer you wait, the more damage you can have. Your husband may have lost this bet, but repairing your gutters can save your family thousands of dollars over the lifetime of your home.
But how much will it cost to get our gutters inspected?
Well, husband of Mary, leaf filter inspection and estimates are always free for new customers. And right now, if you go to leaffilter.com/gutter, you can get an additional 30% off.
I think I won here.
We both did. What's that site, Chris?
That's leaffilter.com/gutter. Visit today to schedule your free gutter inspection.
See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
Tom's Watch Bar on the North Shore hosts the best watch parties for all the black and gold hockey games, making it the go-to destination for dedicated hockey fans. Enjoy 360-degree viewing, surround sound, premium food and drinks, including their famous prime rib dip. Enjoy game day vibes that match being at the game at Tom's Watch Bar on the North Shore. The ultimate game day experience for all hockey fans and all sports fans.
breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This is Larry Richard. Join me and the Black and Gold headed to Ireland, and so can you with AAA. Enjoy a 4-night trip September 25th through the 29th with round-trip airfare, hotel transfers, and your stay at the Camden Court Hotel. Daily breakfast and transportation to and from the game at Croke Park Stadium. Reserved seat, game tickets, and more. Here we go to the Emerald Isle for football with AAA. 800-848-1238. 800-848-1238.
Start your day right with Get-Go Cafe and Market, where value meets flavor. Wake up, double up on Get-Go breakfast sandwiches and save. Enjoy 2 croissant breakfast sandwiches for just $6. Customize your order with eggs, meat, cheese, and more, all served on buttery croissants. It's easy to have a great morning with this delicious deal. Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better. Believe it.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Kevin Morat, Mentality founder here with a wake-up call. You're running on fumes, gentlemen. Just 1/3 of the free testosterone you need. That's why you're drained, defeated, and disgusted with your progress. But here's the truth. Mentality doctors specialize in epic comebacks. Our clients show an increase of 30% testosterone levels within the first month. We don't just treat men, we reignite lives. Just imagine the focus, energy, and drive being restored. Your comeback starts now. Don't wait. Make this your best year yet. Start today at mentalityhealth.com/radio.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $359 for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $239 a month for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing. Also, special 1.9% APR for 60 months on the 2025 Kia Sorrento. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires April 30th, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Hey, it's Crowley. The madness is here. Sullivan Super Service is helping you score big this March with a free furnace when you buy an air conditioner. That's right, it's BOGO time. Save money and stay comfortable all year long with this buy one, get one deal on a brand new AC and furnace. Call Sullivan Super Service or visit them online at sullivansuperservice.com. But hurry, the madness won't stay here forever, and a BOGO offer this good is only here for a limited time. Offer ends soon. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
It's tax time again. So if the IRS gave you a choice to pay 40% in income tax, almost half of your salary, or only 25%, of course you choose 25%. It's a no-brainer. Unfortunately, you don't get that choice. But if you get injured, you do have a choice. Don't pay another law firm 40%. Choose Shenderovich and Fishman. Their fee is only 25%, and the attorneys whose names are on the door will be involved in your case. If you've been injured, call 1-888-98-TWINS or visit 98twins.com. They've got your back, not your wallet.
People often ask us, what's the most important part of running a successful business? And our answer is family.
Hi, John Maggie and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 45 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're not just a customer. We treat you like family. We take the time to understand your needs and help you find the perfect windows for you and your home. Like our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows.
They're the strongest, longest lasting, best insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
We're passionate about enhancing the beauty and efficiency of Pittsburgh homes using the top-of-the-line replacement windows. And right now, you can save 30% plus get no interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Join our family of satisfied customers.
Visit us on the web at metropolitanwindows.com.
Or give us a call at 412-655-8411. PA 1565.
Now, fan headlines. Sports, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Derek Shelton told the media Jared Jones had some elbow discomfort after his most recent bullpen session earlier this week. And according to Noah Hiles of the Post-Gazette, Jones will miss his next start this spring, as the Pirates are going to have conversations about how Jones' 2025 regular season will start. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Back to Pomp and Joe.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Empowering, innovative, and provocative. Like that word. It's Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey. The Pop and Joe Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Bob's favorite actor is Pee Wee Herman. Right after him is Ethel Merman. Who was Ethel Merman, Bob?
Ethel Merman was very good in her day, yes.
What, was she in a show?
Movies.
Yeah?
I think so.
T-Bird was just telling me he's been getting into 70s sitcoms, and so have myself and Susie. We went back to All in the Family. Ever watch that?
Oh, God.
Remember that show?
That would not do well today.
No, it's so interesting to go back and
I used to love MASH.
to the dialogue.
The dialogue, yeah. I love MASH. It was one of my favorites. Just, all the characters were just... Alan Alda was terrific. I used to love him. Hogan's Heroes. Did you ever watch that Hogan's Heroes?
Bob Crane was Hogan.
Hogan.
Yeah.
I don't know what the name of Sergeant Schultz was, but he was
Son.
Yep.
Great show.
Moving on up.
Moving
the
on
Jeffersons.
Up. The greatest theme song ever. Look at this, Bob, that I found. We're at the baseball card castle in Cranberry. We're with the general. He's standing right in front of us, and what a wonderful man he is. It happened every time I walk down an aisle. I just went to the bathroom during the break on the way back. A program in mint condition, Carnegie Tech versus Notre Dame, October 28th, 1939. Ron covered the game. 25 cents. Look at that. Look at this program from the game. And this is when Carnegie Tech was a powerhouse.
They really were, and that's why they were playing Notre Dame, and it was a big item apparently. So, really good cover.
I could spend
25
days
cents.
in here.
That's what I mean. You'd find things. It's like a discovery zone here.
It's absolutely.
And because of it, we have some great things that they've allowed us to auction off for the feed.
Why don't you tell people about that, Bob? And I'm going to add that we're going to now go till 2 o'clock with these, and the winners will be informed by phone if they have won. Why don't you go through the auction items as we kick off Feed the Need? The number is 412-920-9444. 9444. Go ahead, Bob.
So Paul Skeens, the PSA 10 rookie lot set, 3 cards, all in great shape, up to $700. If you want to improve that, call 412-920-9444. The Clemente booklet card, game-used bat pieces that are used in this display. It's really cool, and it's worth a lot more than this bid. But the bid is $650. That's a bargain. If you'd like to top it, please do. Baseball Card Castle has made this all possible. T.J. Watt autographed jersey, Beckett Authentic, is up to $200. The Penguins team signed stick with 22 autographs, including Mario Lemieux, Coffey, Recchi, Stevens, Caulfield, and others, $300. And O'Neill Cruz autograph ball is up to $125. We'll go till 2 o'clock, and if you want to get a bid in, please do so before then.
And, of course, in the meantime, you can always text 50155. Text NEED to 50155. Bob, are you aware that you have a new president and general manager at KDK TV?
Julie Eisman, yes.
Have you met her yet?
No, they just made the announcement yesterday. So Chris Catuno has been there for a long time, is going to head into retirement, and I'm sure he's very excited about that because he spent a lot of time in television. So, we have a changing of the guard down there at KDK TV.
Is it nerve-wracking when you have a changing of the guard, Bob? Do you feel like you have to prove yourself yet again?
I think that's generally how everyone feels when new management comes in, sure. But I've been through a lot of these over the years. I've been there for 43 years. I think I counted 13 of general managers.
43 years. Wow.
So I've seen it, and
You've seen it all.
I can tell you that she's well received by a lot of people, so I look forward to working with her.
She worked in Wilkes-Barre right before
That's
this,
right.
Bob. You think she's a follower of the Wilkes-Barre Penguins?
I certainly hope so. I mean, we like sports people involved in what we do.
We never did talk about the actual Penguins implosion last night, at least not at any...
Again, to me, it was all about Letang, Carlson being not what they need to be defensively late in the game when you're up 2-0. They gave away too many high-quality chances. And when you do that, sure, Tristan Jarry looks like he had 4 goals and 3, actually, 1 empty netter. But the quality chances are really very telling. And you can't do that when you're trying to protect a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, I feel like that was pretty much it, that there was maybe a small kernel of hope, a miracle to be had, but there wasn't much. And once again, it's the Islanders who put the nail in it. So, like they've done so many times over the years.
It's always been the Islanders.
Yeah,
huh?
it's amazing.
David Volek. Every time I think about them, I think of him.
50 years worth. All right, Bob. Let's go back to
how about the other big story, the
Jared
elbow.
Jones story?
Yeah,
That's where I wanted to go.
A lot of people may not have heard that today, but it came out early after the medical people met with the media down there.
I mean, that's just it's exactly what you don't want to hear in spring training. And by the way, this is now the second consecutive year that bad news has come out of spring training. You remember last year, and I might be forgetting about something else, but last year one of the big stories was David Bednar. Wasn't quite right, and I felt like they rushed him at the beginning of the year, and that was that. Their bullpen, we could pick many reasons why the Pirates of 24 imploded. Bullpen might top my list, and he had more blown saves in the first week and a half than he did the previous season, or at least as many. Yep. And now it's Jared Jones with right elbow discomfort. Sure, maybe it's nothing. Maybe he'll be fine. But it seems to me whenever I see that, it's followed by really bad news, and it just underscores how precious their opportunity is with these young pitchers and how short a time they may have them, either via injury, as so many power pitchers endure, or via finances, where they're only going to be able to afford some of these guys for so long.
Yeah, and when you think of a guy like Jones, if you lose a year with him, because they brought him up here last year when not many people thought they would, he had a really good spring training, and they decided, we'll bring him up. He's ready to go, which was surprising to a lot of us. You're actually going to bring up a young kid like that, but he was well worth the call-up. But now, if they lose a season, hypothetically not, but let's hope that doesn't happen, that's 2 years down. You know, you're moving closer and closer, but they got to have other guys, and they do. They have pitchers here like Thomas Harrington, who went 5 innings yesterday. He looks like the guy who may get a shot at this. You never know. There could be a good story there developing. But
I don't like what I'm hearing, Bob.
About
just Shelty's quote. Like, if I had heard, you know what, this is just precautionary. You know, there's no damage to, major damage. Instead, he said he's not going to make his next start in spring training. That's for sure. I think with that being said, we're going to have to look at what happens going into the season. I mean, obviously, he's probably not going to pitch at the beginning of the year. And then Todd Tomczyk, the medical guy, said he just wasn't recovering as we would like him to. We're still in the process of learning as much as we possibly can. Don't have an official diagnosis or prognosis. We're in the early stages of learning about this. It just doesn't sound great to me.
It sounds like, if anything, if he doesn't need surgery, then they're going to wait for a long time to make sure he's in any event there, he's not going to be available early on. And hopefully it won't require that, because that's what you always think of when you hear elbow tightness or soreness.
Right. Now, on the other hand, Tomczyk said this is normal protocol when a pitcher comes to the medical staff with a concern of not recovering well, which indicates there was something already going wrong with him. We want to be thorough and comprehensive. He says, I don't want to be alarmist. And that's fair enough. There are also times where we get this, and it is something a guy can pitch through. It's just, we've all heard it a million times. As soon as I heard that this morning on my drive in fact, I think it was Limits who said, they're saying he has elbow discomfort. It's just like, the first reaction is, oh, no.
Because it always leads to that. And I go back to Garrett Cole at the beginning of the spring. He had the same thing, and there was thought that he would just be fine with rest. Well, then they soon discovered he had a second opinion. And by the way, Jared Jones is getting a second opinion. So, it sounds like they're looking for answers, and they may not get the ones they want.
How about the big boy coming on with us in the last segment, thinking that Mason Rudolph can lead them to 10 or 11 wins? I mean, if he can do that, then why even go out and look for anybody else? He's a legitimate high-impact starter if he leads the Steelers to 11 wins, Bob.
Yeah, I mean, if that's the case, it doesn't matter how you get him. If you get 11 wins and he's your starting quarterback, then he's touching the ball in every play, regardless how you get it.
Well, why wasn't he widely coveted around the NFL then?
Yeah, I think that's a stretch to go that far with, but I think they're in the situation they're in. I look back at the Justin Fields. There are a lot of different things you can say about it. I've been saying all along, from the beginning of this process, that that's who I wanted. I thought they were going to sign him and move on with other business and just draft a quarterback next year. I still think that, looking back, if they had a mulligan, they would have done that. I also think, You remember when he first came here, Joe? They picked him up, 6th-round pick. Great deal for them. He started 4-2, could have been 5-1. Dallas gave up the 95-yard drive. They gave up a 95-yard drive or whatever it was to Dallas to lose the game. It could have been 5-1. Why didn't they just pick up the option, his 5th year? We talk about Naji's all the time. Justin Fields was $25 million for a 5th-year option. They could have done it. It's not that big of a deal in a quarterback room anyway, price-wise.
Well, Jerry Dulac just saw this. Steelers preparing to go in a different direction if they can't reach an agreement with Rodgers. What else are they going to do? Of course they have to go in a different direction, but Jerry says they're offering Rodgers $41, a 1-year deal to be their starter, but are preparing to go in a different direction if an agreement can't be reached. What direction? I mean, is it Russell Wilson? How bad would that look when they're the ones who came out and said, our preference is Wilson or Fields? Wilson's been out there. All they have to do is say yes, and he would be back here in 2 seconds. They haven't, which is an obvious indication they don't really want him, and they would be settling if they took him. Do they turn back to Wilson? Do they go for Brooke Pryor mentioned, or was it her yesterday? Drew Lock as a possibility?
There are a lot of names out there.
Joe Flacco?
They're out there for a reason. So if that's the case, if that happens, and if they don't really want Russell Wilson, then I would imagine it'll be Rudolph, somebody like Flacco, and they'll draft a quarterback mid-round and have him in here. Next year, they'll redraft the quarterback. Just because they're going to be
or the different direction, I'm not joking about this, is drafting someone in the 1st round, whether they think they could get Sanders dropping near them or Dart.
Well, but how about if it requires moving up? If they go in the top 10, you remember what it cost to go Devin Bush in the top 10. What would it cost to move up in this year's draft?
A lot,
and
I would
do they
say.
have enough? They haven't. Maybe next year after they get compensatory picks, they would. But why not wait till next year when you have a bigger allotment of quarterbacks?
If you love a guy, if you're not reaching just because it's a need and you actually love one of these franchise quarterbacks, why wouldn't you move up?
If you're in love, you go and make the play. If you're not in love with a person, then you don't. You let it fall to you. And if it falls to you and he's on your board as a high pick, someone you want, then fine. If not.
Do you remember the first time you fell in love, Bob?
Oh, geez. You're going to go back to all that. I remember why I fell in love with my wife.
I love you, but answer.
She offered everything that I could ever ask in a man.
I was in love with Wendy Smith.
Wendy?
Yeah, I was, I think, a junior in high school.
That was your first. You remember your first love?
Who doesn't?
I love you.
I don't.
I love you.
That's angrily.
I don't remember. I
love Wendy Smith, but I was scared of her and all girls, including Amy Alfano. And I'll never forget Amy Alfano sitting behind me at a basketball game.
He even remembers their name. Like, it's amazing. He remembers the name, where they were sitting, what they were wearing.
I was scared because I was so pale that my basketball teammates called me Casper, and I had braces and greasy hair and purple toughskins. And I didn't think anybody would ever want to even talk to me, let alone go on a date or anything.
And you would be correct. And she probably ignored you, right?
She did, yes. Yes, she did, Bob.
I remember a few times, but none of them rose to the level of this.
Yeah.
With my wife has been terrific. We've been married for 37 years now.
37?
Yeah.
When's your anniversary?
In May. So I'll be 38. Getting close to the big 401.
I've been married since 2006.
Good.
I think. Yeah, 2006.
The over and under was 5 years, and you went over.
The over under was 0. I didn't get married till I was like 40 years old.
Wow! And then Susie came along, and that was it.
Yeah.
Head over heels.
And then Marianne, the kid, came along 2 years later after we got married. It's incredible, Bob.
You're so proud of your daughter, and I love that. You go travel, do the things as a father should.
I got a late start. I was like Geno Smith with the Seahawks. It didn't happen for a while, but then all of a sudden, everything happened. All hell broke loose.
Well, good for you. Ultimately, you end up with the people you want to be with, and it makes a huge difference.
Will it here? Because it seems like the Steelers, if they don't get Rodgers, would be going to choices like beyond their top 3, 4, 5. I mean, Bob, they look like desperate losers right now, don't they?
Yeah,
groveling for Aaron Rodgers?
Yeah, I really thought, I guess they misplayed that field situation, unless they really didn't want him and just going through an offer. But if you make an offer to someone and it's a legitimate offer, you have to believe that they would have wanted him. Now, maybe he didn't get the assurances that he wanted beyond that, and based on being taken out after 4-2, that could have, made him think differently about whether or not he was going to get the chance to be their starter. So I don't know, but now with that gone, and if this doesn't work, man, they're really going to be looking around to find anyone.
Join us for Dine and Donate Week, supporting the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank. Visit the following local restaurants with a portion of the food sales going to our Feed the Need Radiothon on March 25th, which is next week. Today, Albero Verde and Green Tree. Tomorrow, Pittsburghers in Bethel Park. All the details at 937thefan.com. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years.
Look who just walked in.
We are who?
Jerry DiPaola.
Oh, my God.
He's over there.
It is Jerry DiPaola. Let's give him a hand, Bob.
I haven't seen Jerry in a long time.
One of the nicest men in America. Hello, Jerry. You look great.
Pittsburgh Tribune Review. And
he's the third nicest Pittsburgh sports person in history, behind Marc-Andre Fleury and Jeff Hathorn.
That's
Did
right.
you know that?
It
is hard to beat them.
It's good to
Jerry,
see you, though.
Why don't you join us in a moment here?
Sure.
This would be incredible. Yeah. It's great to see you.
Good to see you. How you been, Joe?
I've never been better, and I value your inquiry. We used to work together covering the Steelers.
I'm sure
and
you did.
Pitt all the time. He's one of Pat Narduzzi's favorites. Did you know that,
always in the front row. I hear the questions being asked, though.
Why don't we talk to Jerry next? That would be wonderful. We're at the Baseball Card Castle. This place is awesome.
Update real quick, Joe. Paul Skeens now. This PSA 10 rookie set is up to $1,000, and so is the Clemente booklet card, up to $1,000. You still have time until 2 o'clock. Call 412-920-9444 if you want to make a bid.
You took the words right out of my mouth. And there's other items. The T.J. Watt autographed jersey, the Penguin signed stick, O'Neill Cruz autographed ball. And we're taking bids at that number, 920-9444, as Bob said, until 2 o'clock, and then we'll inform the winners by phone. It's Pomp and Joe, Jerry DiPaola, live and in person next.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and Rays in spring training action, 3-0. Tampa Bay leads. They've jumped on Andrew Heaney through an inning and two-thirds, has allowed 4 hits, 3 runs, no strikeouts or no walks, as Elroy Jimenez hit a 2-run home run, and Danny Jansen a solo shot, bottom half of the second inning. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hole, brother. That's what we're going to do. Yeah. And if you guys are going to hole like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. live and local, just like Mike's.
Joe.
Thank you, City Limits. There's a man here who just told me I really like that City Limits guy. I said I don't like him that much, but yeah, he is a good guy. You're a good guy in the end, aren't you? You have a lot of fans here. Limits, there's 3 different people who have showed up today. This guy said I really like him. Our friend Jackie brought in a little box of Pebbles for you that I'm bringing in. And a third person said, say hello to City Limits. You're becoming very popular. I wanted you to know that.
Well, I'm glad, and I thank them for listening and their interest in me. And hopefully I'll get a chance to meet them down the road.
I think you will. Mandy needed to sell her home in McCandless and reached out to Gina to learn more about her options since this was her first time selling a home. Mandy had a lot of questions. She said Gina was always there to answer those questions and that Gina knew how to price Mandy's home fairly. Had great marketing skills, was always looking out for Mandy's best interests. Mandy said Gina and her administration team are amazing to work with. She would give them a 10 out of 10 stars in a heartbeat. So would I. Here's the deal. You can't lose. You sit down with Gina, you choose a price and a deadline. Home sells by the deadline, or doesn't sell by the deadline, I should say. She will have it bought and turned into a rental. So you agree on a price. Set a deadline. Home doesn't sell by the deadline. Gina will have it bought and turned into a rental. It's as simple as that. Call Gina at 724-602-9752. If you're in Pittsburgh, ready to sell your home, that's Gina Giampietro of RE/MAX Select Realty. So yes, 724-602-9752, or you can Google GM Petro Remax Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. If you follow NFL mock drafts, there's a typical pattern with quarterbacks. They start moving up in March, and by April, they're typically in the top 10. That could happen this year as well. Cam Ward seems like the consensus #1 overall pick to Tennessee. Now ESPN's Mel Kiper added Shedeur Sanders and Jackson Dart in his top 10. It doesn't necessarily mean these guys are surefire stars. It's about demand. Teams need quarterbacks. They can't afford to wait to take them. I'm Andrew Perloff.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Choose Syntec Full Synthetic Motor Oil designed for today's engines exclusively at your O'Reilly Auto Parts store or O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
It's time for basketball, and right now, Uber Eats has deals on Burger King, Buffalo Wild Wings, KFC, and hundreds more local favorites. So you can keep your eyes on the ball and your hands on the burger. Get game day deals now, only on Uber Eats. Product availability varies by region. See app for details.
Meet Justin Wright, savvy spender. He always spends his money just right. Justin saves on gas and fills his tank far from freeway prices. He skips the overpriced coffee shops and makes it at home. He even writes his own name wrong for that authentic barista cafe feeling. And Justin backs into every spot like a getaway driver, because time is money. And he chooses Now by Xfinity. Dependable internet, unlimited mobile, and the TV he loves. All with no annual contracts, no credit checks, no hidden fees, and no surprises. Get Now internet starting at $30 a month, all in with unlimited data and Wi-Fi equipment included. Now by Xfinity. It's just right. Go to Xfinity.com/now to learn more. Restrictions apply. Speeds up to 100 megabits per second. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Data thresholds may vary. Pricing subject to change.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at NissanUSA.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
I'm at the movies, asking people if they'll switch seats with me for $574.
Here, take mine.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
Too much work.
Not if you call them. They handle the switching.
Now, that's a plot twist.
Shh. Check Allstate first, and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Luck is on your side at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Save a pot of gold at Bowser Hyundai with 3.99% for 60 months on a new 2025 Hyundai Palisade SEL all-wheel drive or lease for just $399 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. With credit approval and financing through HMFC, offer ends March 31st.
Well, that's the power of Bowser. Yeah.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is turning the excitement up even higher for college basketball through the first 2 rounds of the tournament. Bet on the lowest winning seed of the day, and you'll win a share of $1 million in bonus bets. Now, that's an upset you won't be too upset about. There's a couple of local area underdogs you could bet on. FanDuel's the best place to bet on the tourney. You can bet on everything from spreads to money lines and team totals, plus so much more. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey, STARKEY. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey to download America's #1 sportsbook today and back your dog of the day. Because in March, anything can happen. 21 plus, present, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Winning pre-live moneyline wager on lowest seed required. Each $1 million jackpot to be split equally among eligible winners. Bonus bets are non-withdrawable, expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Let's admit something. It's easy to get stuck in a rut. You grab the same thing for breakfast if you even bother to eat one every day. You think about exercise and then you think, well, maybe tomorrow. The only thing that's not stuck is the needle that goes higher and higher on the scale. Now, the new weight loss medications will help with the scale, but isn't everything else still stuck? I chose Awaken 180 because I didn't just want to lose weight. I wanted to be shown how to enhance my everyday life. I wanted a lifestyle change, in other words. That's exactly what Awaken 180 promised, and that's exactly what Awaken 180 delivered. I feel better. I'm happier. I even look forward to seeing my doctor for my annual physical because I know I've got things in a great place. Yes, I could have chosen the medications, but taking a new medication for life would have been the only change. Is your goal more than to simply lose weight? If it is, do what I did and get unstuck with the medication-free solution for weight loss. Fast, safe, proven weight loss with free support for life. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
We wanna see ya in a Monroeville Kia. Spring into savings. Visit MonroevilleKia.com for special offers on new Kias, like the 2025 Kia Sportage EX front-wheel drive or the all-new 2025 Kia Telluride LX front-wheel drive. Dealer exclusives are the keys to a great deal at Monroeville Kia. You get free lifetime state inspections, car washes, free charging for Kia EVs, and professional customer care with every purchase. That's our promise, because we want to see ya in MonroevilleKia.com.
Need a garage door fixed right now? Need someone to fix the opener or repair broken door springs? Maybe you need new rollers or cables. Door panels may be damaged. Maybe you think you need a new garage door. You need someone, and now call 1-844-345-4737 for Precision Garage Door Service. One of America's largest certified professional garage door experts has trucks fully stocked and ready to roll. Call 1-844-345-4737 for 24-hour same-day service in Pittsburgh and surrounding areas to fix any garage door problem. Precision will dispatch certified professional garage door technicians. They'll repair or replace anything on your garage door economically. No waiting. And if you do need a new garage door, Precision will provide a free estimate. Online, it's PittsburghGarageDoors.com or call 1-844-345-4737. Phone answers 24/7. Credit cards are accepted. Precision Garage Door Service.
Precision Door Service, a name you can trust.
PA 060566.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
It's unbelievable. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Social media's biggest loser, Mulsey, brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. And What's Cooking, brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Very kindly, our thanks to the General, Jeff Patton, for all our time here. Amy Mock did a wonderful job from our station. T-Bird, reigning hot dog eating champion. Jerry DiPaola shows up at the end of the show, sitting right next to me. And Bob Pompiani, all of us had a wonderful time.
32 years for Jerry at the Trib. Keep on keeping on.
32 years.
Sir, how about
Wow.
that, huh?
You look great, Jerry.
Thank you. So do you, Joe.
Well, what did you buy there?
My grandson, Baylor, you know, he's a big card collector. His birthday is Sunday, I think.
Nice. Eagles fan?
Yes, he has. We all got him a Hertz jersey for Christmas.
I love that. You should have Bob treat you to those cards.
Treat me?
Yeah.
No, that's okay. I could
He's a
afford
very
it.
generous
Yeah.
man.
I'm all right. I'm good.
We had a great time. Jerry, our time is short here.
Yes.
Tell us about Pitt football right now and what's going to happen next year.
Well, I really don't know if it's going to be a great season. Thank you. A great season, for Pitt. They have so many questions. And it's a big year for Pat Narduzzi, too. When you go 3-9 in 2023, then you end up 2024 with a 6-game losing streak, you better start winning and winning in a hurry. Now, Eli Holstein is back, and Kyle Lewis is back, and Desmond Reed. They stepped up NIL-wise and brought these guys back. But you never know. They brought in a lot of transfers, 3 wide receiver transfers, 3 defensive end transfers. Who knows how good they are? You know. So, but we'll see. I think that the schedule is difficult. Notre Dame's on the schedule this year, I think.
Mm-hmm.
In West Virginia on the road. In fact, Eli Holstein talked yesterday about going to West Virginia, and he says, I think they're going to throw batteries at me. And he says...
He's probably right.
He's probably right. He says, well,
Adam Crowley will be first in line.
Yeah, they will. They did it to Dave Parker, Bob. They'll do it to this guy.
I remember, but there's no reason to do that anyway. I know people are crazy about how they think. As far as Pat Narduzzi, we talked about this all the time where these contracts get in the way of things sometimes.
Right.
He and Capel both are set for a lot of years.
2030. Yeah.
And it takes a big amount of money. Do you see any scenario under which they would make a change?
Not before the season, not before the football season. And basketball season's been over now for almost 2 weeks. I would think if they were going to make a change at basketball, they would have done it already. I could open up my email, in 5 minutes and see some kind of thing.
Yeah.
You never know. But I think next year's big for both. This is big for Narduzzi and big for Jeff because I think they have. Yeah, because this year's basketball team was supposed to be really good.
12-2.
Yeah, 12-2, and they ended up, 17-15. It's not good, and fans aren't happy, and administration can't be happy either. Though we haven't heard from Alan Green yet.
Thank you, Jerry.
The General took care of you. Look at all
Yes,
this.
he did. Thank you,
nice
General.
Packs. Again, you have still, about 12 minutes to bid on these auction items to help feed the need. We have the Paul Skeens rookie cards. That's up to $1,000, 3 rookie cards. The Clemente booklet card with Mantle, Ted Williams, Yaz, Frank Robinson. That's up to $1,000. The T.J. Watt autographed jersey, Beckett Authentic, up to $225. The Penguins signed stick, Mario Coffey, Recky, Stevens, Caulfield, etc. That's up to $300. And the O'Neill Cruz autograph balls now up to $125. 412-920-9444. You have up till 2. Bob?
We have a special announcement here that the General is going to make, and that's about this Paul Skeens card. It's up to $1,000, but before we go, General, make it quick. Tell us what you're doing.
What we're going to do is offer a second lot to any of the bidders that were in there. If they want to match the current high bid, we'll throw in a second lot, and all the money goes to feed the need.
Holy bird milk.
Perfect.
This is
Thank
getting
you,
better
Jeff.
all the
So
time.
in other words, it's $1,000. He has a second set here. So if you want to match that before 2 o'clock, call 412-920-9444.
Bob, I'll see you next Monday.
Yes,
Jerry,
sir.
I hope to see you soon.
Good to
Not
see you,
every
Joe.
10 years or so like this.
And enjoy Florida.
Great to see you.
If you see Ron,
T-Bird?
if you see Ron, give him my regards.
I will. He's a big fan of yours. T-Bird, have a wonderful night. See you guys.
All right, guys.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Derek Shelton earlier today told the media that Jared Jones experienced some elbow discomfort after his most recent bullpen session earlier this week, and that Jones will miss his next start in spring training. Still, everything pretty precautionary at the moment, but conversations are being had about what the start of Jones's 2025 regular season could look like. Pirates are currently in spring training action against the Tampa Bay Rays. It's a 3-2 game as Andrew Heaney pitches into the third inning. The Pirates get 2 runs back. G1 Bay and Adam Frazier driving in runs. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. PM Team next.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. 93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
I'm Michael Jenkins here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. The playing games wrap up tonight from Dayton, and I expect SEC supremacy to reign supreme. Texas will take on Xavier in a rematch of the 2023 round of 16, and there is value on the burnt orange getting 3.5 points, as Texas is the more battle-tested team as owners of 7 quad 1 wins compared to only 1 for Xavier. I'm Michael Jenkins from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books, and download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak high. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel, Rodden, and Bressman attorneys at law. Pay after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
You just had an accident. You in the hospital. They got you under heavy medication. You keep going in and out of sleep. As you sleep, you have a dream. Well, you think you do. In your dream, the nurse comes in the room. The nurse have a dog with her. The nurse says, I could be fired for this. But I gotta tell you, you just had a medical malpractice. I gotta tell you. You're looking at the dog is looking at you. You're like, Top Dog, is that you? The dog jumps on your bed. Dog starts barking. You say, I know it. It's Top Dog. Then you wake up. There's doctors all around. You telling them, I'm calling Top Dog right now. He was just here. He seen what y'all did. This was a medical malpractice. This is Top Dollar. You hear me? This is Top Dollar. Top Dog Law.
Looking to make some extra cash and make a difference? Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company has the perfect opportunity. Refer your friends and neighbors to Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company's trusted home improvement services. You'll earn $100 cash or $250 off your next project, plus a $25 donation goes directly to Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity. Every successful referral helps Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity, which helps build homes and changes lives for families in need. It's easy. Share a name and they'll handle the rest. Visit MountPleasantWindow.com.
Calling all college hoops fans. Make your next bet during March matchups at BetMGM. Go even further with an underdog boost token. Simply add any plus 200 or longer tournament straight bet to your bet slip and activate your underdog boost token. If that bet hits, you'll walk away with a higher payout or a tournament full of unforgettable moments. BetMGM is your sportsbook for all of it. Enjoy same-game parlays, original bets you won't find anywhere else, player props, and so much more during March matchups. And when there's a break in the tournament action or you're looking to switch things up, check out daily promotions and offers for all your favorite sports. Don't miss your chance at a bigger March matchup score with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards issued as tokens that expire in 48 hours. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Spring forward with real unlimited data from Straight Talk this tax season and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. So you can stream games during Mad March hours, check the weather for April showers, and watch gardening videos about May flowers. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 4/15/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires purchase of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
People ask, is PNC just a boring bank? Well, that depends. Is starting a business boring? Or being the first person in your family to go to college? For nearly 160 years, PNC has done the hard and occasionally boring work of banking to deliver brilliant results for their clients. To see what boring banking can do for you, stop in to any one of their local branches right here in the Pittsburgh community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association member, FDIC.
Dorn Dickerson here, and I'm sitting here with my good friend Jake, owner of Southside Plumbing and Heating. Jake, you've been doing this for a little while, haven't you?
Well, Dorn, we've been in business for generations, building an unparalleled experience in top-notch customer service and solutions for our customers.
Oh, wow, so you really know what you're talking about, huh?
Exactly. We don't just hide behind a family name. We are family-owned. That's why we are not just another transaction, and our customer satisfaction matters to us on a personal level.
Give them a call today, 412-431-7455. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business.
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
When you buy a new house, you might say,
"Shut the front door."
Winning!
No, seriously. Shut the front door. We own this house now.
But you actually need to say,
"Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there."
That's right. The local State Farm agent is there to help you choose the coverage you need.
Welcome to my crib. No one says that anymore, but I don't care.
So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
If you're looking for the most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs on the market, then it's your lucky day. They're right here with big savings at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington.
Katie, every day I still meet people who have no idea all that Mitsubishi vehicles have to offer. Take the 24 Outlander, all-wheel drive, advanced safety equipment, a panoramic roof.
Plus room for 7 passengers. It's the perfect choice for a big family like mine. And right now, Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi has them up to $7,000 off. Or grab 0% financing for 60 months.
Eclipse Cross up to $4,500 off. Outlander Sports as low as $23,000.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade, regardless of year, make, model, mileage, or payoff.
Shop the Lucky Days event with the industry's #1 value brand, JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hey, it's Dan Zangrilli on behalf of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. 2024 was a banner year, and 2025 is off to a terrific start because Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union is growing, and they're proud to announce the opening of their newest branch on Cochrane Road in Scott Township. Just like me, nearly 25,000 Western Pennsylvanians call Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union home. So shape your future with a diverse line of highly competitive products from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union at AllegiantFCU.org, federally insured by the NCUA.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and a 96% customer satisfaction rating, the highest in the industry, it's no wonder. Here are real stories, real results from satisfied Window Nation customers.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Our Window Nation consultant, Daniel, was a 10 out of 10. They would not give up until they designed windows with safe, pure, and efficient material. Window Nation is amazing, legit, and affordable.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient, customizable windows are built to last a lifetime. Right now, get 2 windows free with every 2 you buy. Pay no interest for 2 full years. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a fast in-home free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION.
Every bottle has a story, but these bottles of fine wine and good spirits, they have herstory. Like Woodbridge by Robert Mondavi Chardonnay, crafted by a world-class female winemaker who helped shape Napa's legacy, now $2 off. Or McBride Sisters Black Girl Magic Red Blend, created by two sisters raised oceans apart who reunited to change the wine industry. Now that's herstory. Shop more women-made wines for Women's History Month, in-store or at FWGS.com. Offer ends March 30th, 2025. Please enjoy responsibly.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins losing to the Islanders last night in come-from-ahead fashion. And now all the analytics models say they have a 0% chance of making the playoffs. For more, we'll go to 937thefan.com right now. It's a hump day edition of the PM Team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com. You're on the air.
Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
I am told the Vikings have rejected multiple trade calls involving their young quarterback, J.J. McCarthy, telling teams they are moving forward with McCarthy as their quarterback. Minnesota's still interested in adding a veteran, whether through free agency or a trade, but I am told they are not pursuing Aaron Rodgers. J.J. McCarthy now enters the offseason as QB1, while for Aaron Rodgers, his immediate options now center on the Steelers and the Giants.
Tom Pelissero, the big news today. That has gone everywhere, but has really shook things up in Pittsburgh because it's a bit of an Aaron Rodgers breakthrough. And that is the realization on his part that his preferred destination, the team he had been holding out hope for, has said, no, we're good. Thanks, but no thanks. You want us, we don't want you. I've been there in life. I put my hand in the air. Guilty as charged here. So many times. Have I thrown it out there? Hey.
Unrequited love?
Do you have any interest in a guy that has been known to stay up till 1 a.m. watching the NIT?
And
if yes, then I'm your guy.
Unsurprisingly.
That happened last night.
It took you all. You watched the NIT, dude?
I had the tablet in bed. We were watching Cal State Northridge and Stanford.
You should seek help. Like it should be like, hey, I was watching Cal State Northridge and Stanford, and it should flash a number on the screen that says, like, if you need mental help.
Herb Sendick. He's a local guy.
Yes.
Went to Carnegie Mellon. He's coaching Santa Clara. They put a number on Cal Riverside.
Most famous Santa Clara basketball grad, Donnie. NBA.
I want to say Steve Nash.
Let's go.
Oh, very good. Bechtold ain't getting that.
They're one of those 15s over a 2.
Yep.
They beat
How about
Arizona.
that, Andy Toole?
They beat Arizona.
But anyways.
Fulgaris could be this year's Steve Nash, even though they're completely dissimilar as players.
I do have a question. Do you have, like, money on these? Are you betting on these NIT games? Or you're truly just watching NIT?
Did you have money on Northridge Stanford?
No.
Okay. I actually would
It's
have
for
been
the love of the game.
I would have been reassured had you said, "Yeah, I just put $10 on Stanford just for the hell of it."
You had
like
zero.
You had
Zero buy-in to this.
Pony, the St. Francis game was phenomenal.
I watched the whole thing.
A great ending. I turned it on, I think, early first half, and then watched the rest of the way through. The North Carolina game, once it got out of hand, I turned it off and read a book. You're sitting here. Mm-hmm. You're sitting here willfully choosing to watch the NIT at 1 a.m.
Yeah.
Why don't you – here's what I think you're doing that I think is messed up. Your wife is trying to sleep, okay? She's presumably got a full day of work or whatever today. She's trying to sleep. Just go downstairs and watch on TV.
No, because then when I come upstairs at 1 a.m., moving around wakes her up.
Really?
Yeah, so I'm better off. She's a light sleeper. I'm better off being in the bed watching it on a tablet with no volume. You know what?
This
was not meant to be
I'll finish my
an intervention
here.
on me. This was meant to be as a segue into what's going on with Aaron Rodgers, guys.
Frankly, I'd rather talk about this for another 20 seconds than have to think about Aaron Rodgers playing will he, won't he for another 2 weeks, which is exactly what's going to happen in my opinion. I will just say maybe if you want to, you have to make sacrifices in a healthy marriage. If you want to watch Cal State Northridge versus Stanford, I think you should have to sleep in the guest room.
No, I thought about that, but then if I do that, I shirk responsibility with Stella because I don't have the monitor in there, and then if she wakes up, Amanda's stuck.
I think you
helping
take
her
the monitor
the
in, plug it in, and that's how you do it.
It doesn't function in that room.
Oh, wow.
Anyways, so the team he wanted is out, and that leaves the Steelers and Giants. It leaves a marriage of convenience for Aaron Rodgers if he wants to go down that path. He loves Mike Tomlin. He said that a million times. He loves, like, the football fans of Pittsburgh and how hardcore they are. He loves the history of the Steelers organization. He's talked about that, what they did in the 70s growing up watching NFL films. He loves all of those things. But clearly, there's something about the present-day configuration of the team that he doesn't like. Because if he did, he would be here by now. He preferred the Vikings, and now that they're out, all the reporting is he's not just ready then to get on a plane and come to Pittsburgh and hold a press conference here. I thought that might be the case this morning when that news came out. The subsequent reporting, the follow-up reporting has been the opposite. Schefter saying that this could take a while. So if it's not money, then there's something about playing for the Steelers that doesn't sit right with Aaron Rodgers, despite all of the gushing things and glowing things he has said about the Steelers on Pat McAfee's show over the years, or in Packers press conferences and Jets media availabilities.
Might it have been easier for him to say nice things from afar, and when rubber meets the road, he's not exactly bullish on playing for Mike Tomlin if he has any idea how things run here, as far as offense being inhibited or tamped down, and Tomlin wanting it his way, which is quarterback is more of a complementary piece?
Maybe it's wide receiver dysfunction. Maybe he sees the way guys act here, and he's like, I don't really want to deal with that necessarily.
I mean, he caused some of the dysfunction in New York with Garrett Wilson.
Yes, but that is one of the things about Rodgers, is that oftentimes he is the drama creator, but that does not prevent him for calling out the drama that hovers around him and blaming other people for it. Like last year and the year before, talking about all the snitches in the Jets organization and all the people that were leaking, all the leakers there.
Well, the good thing is that the Steelers don't have any prior experience with quarterbacks who have that sort of trait.
Yeah.
Donnie just made an unbelievable
He's got the passive.
face.
Rodgers has got the passive-aggressive thing down pat.
He and Ben.
So, look, I mean, if he's going to make a decision to play football and not wait for a quarterback to get injured, and if he's really going to do something where he makes a decision and he's all in on going through off-season programs and training camps and really ingratiating himself and assimilating himself into being a part of that team, then I do think it'll be the Steelers. But the fact that I thought it would. The fact that it didn't go from, hey, the Vikings are out, and now the Steelers are really primed to make this happen with Aaron Rodgers tells me that he has misgivings about them. And maybe he'll just say the hell with it. I'll do it because it's the best of bad options. Or maybe he won't. And I don't think he'll retire, but I think more and more the possibility of him just waiting and thinking, wait a minute, I can make tons of money and skip the minutia of minicamp, the drudgery of training camp, and maybe latch onto a better situation if somebody gets hurt. Sounds appealing.
I called it the Roger Clemens scenario when you first brought it up, though, but it's not as simple as that. Even though if you're Aaron Rodgers, you're going to run your own offense or run principles you like, Roger Clemens, like, pitching is pitching.
I agree with you. I agree 100% with what you're about to say.
Pitching is pitching. You've got to, like, learn an offense. You have teammates. You're not just thrown to the catcher and everyone's playing defense behind you. It's a much more team-oriented, like, cooperative position, right, where you've got to work with a coach, receivers, etc., than just coming in as a hired gun on a pitching mound.
And there's no guarantee that the right quarterback gets injured
correct
at some point during the season, and you have an opportunity to go play for a Super Bowl
in this sense,
contender.
it's much easier if, say, just for argument's sake, in football terms, it'd be much easier to just be the best kicker in the league, but you, for some reason, you're without a job at this point, or you're a really good kicker, and just wait for somebody to have a kicker get injured. You walk, you know what I mean? Like, the analog is there. You've got to do way more than that to be a quarterback. There's just way too much going into it to feel like he's going to be able to automatically. You know what it would be? If Jordan Love went down with an injury, that would be the one spot, wouldn't it?
Well, yeah, because he knows LaFleur's offense.
Right. But, I mean, is there another team where he has enough history with a guy? Like, do you think he could pick up McVay or Shanahan's offense
Sure. I mean,
quickly?
the Rams pulled Baker Mayfield off the street, and a few days later he played well in a win for them. So they've shown that they can do that. I bet that would be on his short list of teams that he would not. Who knows with him? I mean, not
Maybe
hoping
just
for a
join
guy
the
to get
Toronto
injured.
Argonauts. Maybe just said, I want to dominate Canada now.
Donnie, where are you on this? Like, are you of the opinion right now that the Steelers are the obvious landing spot, and are you convinced at the moment that Aaron Rodgers is eventually going to end up here?
I'm feeling that way now.
You are?
I thought that the big...
So put a percentage on it. What percentage do you think? Is it better than 50-50 that he's a Steeler?
Yeah, I think I would put it there. I think I would go, like, to quote the great Scott Steiner, like 66 2/3 chance of winning.
Oh, we're getting very close to Steiner math.
It might
with
be
this whole
close to
thing.
141% chance even. But no, I think it's like 2/3 a chance that he is a Steeler. The other 1/3 piece of that pie is retire/New York Giants.
So is that a positive development for you?
For me, the sports talk show host,
No.
yeah, it is. For me, the fan,
The season ticket
No.
holder who lives and dies with the Steelers.
I don't care to have 41-year-old Aaron Rodgers on this Steelers team. If you're telling me it's 25-year-old or 35-year-old or even 38-year-old, like I said the other day, then yeah. But I don't think I'm down for 41-year-old Aaron Rodgers because they're not just an old man quarterback away from winning anything significant.
Do you think he could say something or do something that changed your mind before the season started if he came here?
Like what? Like he's going to sit at a podium and say that I will win a playoff game for you?
Or like commits to mini camp, doesn't miss a day of it, seems like he's bought in?
I mean, I would like more commitment. It's not even, like, that's not even really just a shot at him individually. I just don't think the team is ready to win anything big, even if they add him.
Like, what if he came out and said, I'm putting Pickins in his place, we're doing my offense, I'm taking control of things here, it's my show? Would that have you on his side?
Maybe a little, but I mean, I still question like what the real ceiling is with it. Like what? Maybe they win 11 games instead of 10.
So answer
and then
your
they
own,
probably still get their ass.
So
kicked.
answer your own question. What is your ceiling is the same ceiling we've had for late stages. Ben, Kenny Pickett, Mason Rudolph, Russell Wilson with him.
Pretty much. I mean, look around the league. Look around the AFC. You're going to
The
bring
guy's not coming off a 12-5 season or something.
Yeah, he's not coming
I
off
agree with
another
you.
MVP
He
even
also-
in his later
He's also
years.
known as a playoff choke artist outside of the great Super Bowl run he had where
He's
he
turtled
killed
in-
the Steelers.
well,
I
some
thought,
playoff
I
series
thought
or
we
games
reference this guy a lot. Ryan Scarpino had another banger of a tweet a little bit ago that I told Malsey about. He said, Aaron Rodgers, Super Bowl champion 15 years ago, 11-10 playoff record. He'll fit right in.
On the off chance no one knows who Scarps is, most people do. He worked for the Steelers for a long time, belly of the beast. Donnie, I'll also quickly say, if Rodgers was the player you're talking about at those previous ages, he wouldn't be available like this and be picking between the Steelers and the Giants. Frosty says if they don't spend the money, this is a YouTube comment, on Uncle Rico from Chico, I like that actually, then what do they spend it on?
Something a little bit surprising to me, too, is the amount of fans that are gung-ho for this to happen. For a guy that we watched this Steelers team beat by 3 touchdowns last season.
So let's roll out the red carpet for those people. We've been at this now for almost 2 weeks. The Vikings are out. Are there Steelers fans out there that are now excited about Aaron Rodgers coming here because it became more realistic, more plausible, more possible, more likely today with his desired destination saying, no, we're good with J.J. McCarthy. 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. The nugget in that story from Tom Pelissero, who broke this news, that we also need to talk about. There's two parts of this. There's Rodgers, and there's the other quarterback he brought up and what teams were doing regarding that quarterback. Maybe the Steelers, maybe not. We'll tell you next. A headline, and we're right back on The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Islanders beat the Penguins 4-2 last night. New York scoring all 4 goals in the third period. Pens welcome the Blue Jackets on Friday. Puck drop set for 7. Headlines. Powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mousy.
Thank you, Donnie. Let's talk right now about Mitsu by the Mall. That's Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Hills, where they've got great deals. Like right now, the 2024 Outlander, something that comes with all-wheel drive, the advanced safety features you want, fits 7 people. Yes, 7-passenger capable. You can get one with a panoramic sunroof. They've got such a great inventory that they still have 2024 Outlanders that are priced to move. Mitsu by the Mall has them up to $7,000 off, or you can get 0% financing for 60 months. You want to try something different than the Outlander? How about the Eclipse Cross? Right now, up to $4,500 off. Outlander Sports are as low as only $23,000, and you're getting that 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and up to 125% of Kelley Blue Book value for your trade, regardless of year, make, model, mileage, or payoff. Now is the time. Go see him. Tim Ferrara, the general manager, and his terrific team. Luck is on your side at Mitsu by the Mall. Check them out or learn more. Jim Shorkey, NorthHillsMitsubishi.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Paul Skeens. Just 8 days until Pirates baseball on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Raise the Jolly Roger.
Our Pirates are ready for an exciting season. Catch all the action here. Presented by Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 Hampton. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. North Carolina's inclusion in the Field of 68 upset a lot of people, but the Fuhrer seemed to inspire them. The Tar Heels blew out San Diego State in the first 4 and now head into Friday's matchup with Ole Miss with some momentum. The 12 members of the selection committee are rooting hard for UNC to make a run. Even now, they can say, see, the Tar Heels can play some ball. Do they deserve to be here? Probably not, but that doesn't make beating North Carolina any easier now that the actual tournament is underway. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with a sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a honey buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Is your business looking for local and national health coverage? If you have more than 50 employees, UPMC Health Plan has something new for you. UPMC National Access. UPMC National Access gives employees access to the top-ranked doctors and hospitals of UPMC, along with nationwide access through the Cigna Healthcare PPO network. For the quality, affordable coverage that your company deserves, locally and nationally, choose UPMC Health Plan.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2, plus tax, acquisition fee, title, plates, and dealer doc fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for rebate. Not all buyers will qualify. In stock units only. Offers end 3/31/25.
The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event is going on now at Mike Hamlin Hyundai. Drive the new 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe SE or Tucson SE. Both available with financing as low as 1.99% for 48 months. Or receive up to $3,000 in rebates. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by owner insurance. America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Hamlin Advantage. Oil changes for life.
Do you love hauling 20,000-pound coils? So do my friends at PGT Trucking. Pat Bostic here for PGT Trucking. They have local Pittsburgh runs for experienced flatbed truck drivers. Get home every day with PGT's Pittsburgh Local. Positions are available for company drivers, lease purchase, and owner-operators. Must have experience with steel coils. Join PGT Pittsburgh Local and become one of the proud professionals. Apply today at pgttrucking.com. That's pgttrucking.com.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. The all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS starting at $169 for 24 months with $3,499 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $216 for 24 months with $3,499 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires April 30th, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
We still got to get Angle in studio. And he's dying to come in studio with us from what I've heard.
Best match of his career, Donnie. You're picking one Kurt Angle match of all time.
This one might surprise you. It's Kurt Angle versus Shawn Michaels, WrestleMania 21.
How about this one? Here's an even more surprising one. It didn't even have a real finish. Kurt Angle, Stone Cold, SummerSlam 2001. Because they wanted to put the strap on him at Unforgiven the next month in Pittsburgh.
You know, I do find this interesting. A couple things. Since Aaron Rodgers beat the Steelers in a masterful game in Super Bowl 45 and ripped our hearts out, but it didn't hurt as much because the Steelers had won a Super Bowl a couple of years before. So it didn't sting like, say, the Super Bowl 30 loss to the Cowboys. But still, you lose the Super Bowl, you play the what-if game if Mendenhall doesn't fumble, all that stuff. The guy was spectacular against a great defense, 304, 3 touchdowns, no turnovers. Since that playoff game, he's 7-9 in the playoffs. He's just like Tomlin. They are peas in a playoff pod. Since that time, Mike Tomlin has won 3 playoff games. Aaron Rodgers looks like the quarterback equivalent of Jeff Fisher in the playoffs. He's 7-9.
That is crazy. The other thing, too, is like not all these playoff losses are on Tomlin. There have been times where his offense sputtered. Even the Jacksonville game was a combo effort by the defense and the offense to kind of throw that one out of whack. But, like, defense has obviously been a big problem for them in some of these losses. In much the same way with Rodgers, Pony, you have these games where you expect him to be the trump card, and one of the major reasons that Green Bay loses is because he can't get it done production-wise.
Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Take your calls on this as the Vikings are out and Aaron Rodgers still out there. For years, I've heard Steelers fans call this station and say things like, Ben Roethlisberger is a better player than Aaron Rodgers because he has more Super Bowls and he's come up big in big games more often. And now these same people from the same tribe are saying the Steelers need to go out and get Aaron Rodgers, which doesn't make sense to me. I do also want to point out what Tom Pelissero said at the beginning of that breaking news bulletin. It started with him talking about J.J. McCarthy and how calls were made to the Vikings about McCarthy under the assumption that Rodgers might go there. McCarthy would look at a situation and think it's dire there. Like, wait a minute. They drafted me in the first round, and now they feel like they need a 41-year-old quarterback instead of me? What the hell is going on here? And smart NFL teams have called the Vikings and just said, well, okay, well, what would it take to get J.J. McCarthy? My understanding of the situation is that the Steelers are not one of those teams. So, you know, McCarthy was you hated him out of college. You were not a McCarthy fan whatsoever.
I still don't really get the appeal, but I mean, people smarter than I are convinced that this is a case of they just didn't ask him to put his full skill set on display.
I just wonder too and you obviously can do some of this after the fact, but I just don't really think the Steelers spent a lot of time scouting those quarterbacks. Because think about it, that entire college football season, it was going on while the Steelers still had Kenny Pickett.
Mm-hmm.
So they didn't think they were going to need to draft a quarterback then because Pickett was in year 2. They don't go through that fall thinking, hey, let's send our scouts to watch college quarterbacks.
Yep.
And they didn't go to any of the pro days or even at the big events look at quarterbacks because
didn't think we'd need one for 15
they
years.
They got Russell Wilson and Fields.
Yep.
So we know how much they value the homework and intel they do on guys now. That's why Tomlin was out for dinner with Jalen Milroe last night. They didn't do any of that on McCarthy. So that's my guess, is that Tomlin's just not really familiar with his game and doesn't feel like he needs to be.
The Shaq meme?
Sure.
Sorry, sir, I was unfamiliar with your game and actually remain so.
I mean, I will express my opinion as a fan here. Like, that is, if that is true, that the Steelers are not one of the teams that called the Vikings on McCarthy, I do think that that's a mistake. I'm not a fan of that.
Wasn't it just a question of due diligence, even if you don't feel like you have a great
I
feel
love due
for the
diligence. I'm a fan of it. Diligence should be done all the time. But remember, if you and I believe that Aaron Rodgers is a Mike Tomlin idea, that he's hatched that egg, and that's what he wants.
Jerry Dulac would also agree with that.
Yep. Then if Mike Tomlin's not really a J.J. McCarthy guy, why even waste anyone's time and make a call? What in that respect, what would Omar Khan be doing due diligence for? Just his own personal edification?
Wondering what the price tag was, just for almost like...
Hey,
it's
Minnesota,
like in poker,
it's me, Omar Khan.
Yeah, in poker, you're about to lose anyway. I'll pay to see this card.
I don't even know if my coach likes your guy, and he's really in charge here. But can you just tell me anyways what it would take to get him? By the way,
he'd be much more interested if he had gone and watched him at his pro day and taken him to dinner, but...
Yeah.
The Milroe stuff.
We'll get to some of that.
I know.
Here is Southside D on the fan. Hello, Southside D.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? How you doing?
Hey, man.
Hey, I'm just over it, completely. Season ticket holder, lifelong listener of the show. I mean, this can't be real life. Everything I hear every day on the radio, is this even a real thing? How is this real? You want me to pay more money every year to go see the same product where everyone in the world knows it ain't working, but we're just going to keep doing it. And, hey, maybe Aaron Rodgers will come because that'll get us where? Where are we going to go with him?
Same place they have been. You know what? They could pull a neat trick here, though, if they do get Rodgers, get to 10-7 by hook or crook, and then get smashed in the first round of the playoffs. Pony, would you be able to think of any team in NFL history that in a, 4-year span would have 3 Hall of Fame quarterbacks, all different ones, that would end up getting crushed in the first round of the playoffs? I can't.
And you know what, D, to answer your question, to take it seriously, if that happened, if they were to go 10-7 again and lose in the first round of the playoffs, we know how Art feels. We know how Mike feels. They would deem that internally as a good season. Mike would not say that outwardly. He's going to say the standard is the standard. It's to win Super Bowls. But Jim Rooney gave away the GOAT. It's to outperform the mean. And I honestly think they would look at it this is pretty good living post-Ben.
If anything, they'd say, look at how well-constructed we are as a franchise. We keep swapping in different quarterbacks.
I'm telling you, they'd look at it as a positive. I just think they would.
I was out on the golf course this morning. I was playing with somebody.
Congratulations on all your success.
Thank you. Had a good round going through 9, then kind of fell apart. But that's the only thing people want to know about. And you know what? The guy I was playing with, he was like, hey, what are they going to do at quarterback? I said, it's hard to say. I hadn't seen the Rodgers news yet. And when I got done telling him my opinion, what you hear from people now? It's just like a sigh, just a bummer.
But I thought this Viking news kind of pep people back up. I really did. Okay, they're out. That means it's really happening. I got to, get myself in the mindset that this is a good thing
again. Are you hearing from people that it's really going to happen?
No. Well, it's split, honestly. Some do think it'll happen, but they're not saying it with gusto. No gusto whatsoever. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Donnie had a spectacular experience at the Penguins game last night, and he's going to tell Tyler Kennedy all about it next. But first, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Heartbreaking loss for St. Francis in the first four last night. Alabama State beats them on a buzzer beater 70-68. North Carolina blows out San Diego State 95-68 in the second game. Two more tonight before the big dance begins. Mount St. Mary's gets things underway at 6:40. Xavier in Texas at 9:10. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mosey.
Thanks, Donnie. The BetPark Sportsbook and online casino, they've got you covered for the college basketball tournament. You can make futures bets right now on what team will win it all. Check them out. $25 on Duke. Pays $80. Yes, Duke. Are you serious? Yes, I am serious. $25 on Duke pays $80. $25 on Florida pays $100. Thinking about a little bit of a longer shot. How about $25 on Michigan State? Always strong this time of year. Pays $625. Whether your team scores or not, though, there's always another way to win on the BetParks online casino and sportsbook app. You can play favorite online slots, Cash Eruption, 88 Fortunes, Cleopatra online slots, live dealers, blackjack, roulette, poker, and more. Now, new users get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. Go to betparks.com, download the app right now, and enjoy all the action and excitement from the casino at your fingertips. You must be 21 and in PA, New Jersey, or Michigan for the BetParks app. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Bet365.
At Giant Eagle, they've seen why Pittsburgh is called the City of Champions. Since 2020, with Odyssey and local communities, they've provided over 3.3 million meals through the Feed the Need Radiothon. This year, they're teaming up again with Odyssey and the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank, who have been helping those in need for over 40 years. Giant Eagle is proud to fight hunger in the communities we call home. Donate today at 937thefan.com.
84 Lumber is building America, and they're looking for hardworking, determined individuals to join in the company's success and break ground on their lifelong career. No previous experience is required. At 84 Lumber, they provide the tools and training you need to get started. They also offer various training programs to continuously learn and follow the career path that's right for you. Climb the ladder of opportunity with a company that is founded on growth, stability, and the idea that nothing is impossible. Visit 84lumber.com/careers to apply today and build your career with 84 Lumber.
It's the great taste of Germany right here in the Berg. Hofbrauhaus, Pittsburgh Brewery and Restaurant. Our house features live music all weekend long, Friday, Saturday, and Sundays. Check out the website for details. And the menu at Hofbrauhaus Pittsburgh features traditional, freshly brewed beers and a fantastic menu with something for everyone, from the best burger in town to our braised pork shank, and also plenty of options for those observing Lent. Check out their menus now, HofbrauhausPittsburgh.com.
That's the power of Bowser.
Luck is on your side at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Save a pot of gold at Bowser Hyundai with 2.99% for 72 months on a new 2025 Tucson SE all-wheel drive, or lease for just $299 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends March 31st. Now that's the power of Bowser. Log on to BowserHyundai.com.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out. so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to TrueGreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Mr. Kennedy!
Tyler Kennedy, brought to you by Julian Gray Associates. Take steps to protect yourself and your family throughout the different stages of your life. Penguins Stanley Cup champion. Tyler, most Penguins fans I talk to on a regular basis were actually thrilled with last night's result, because they've actually reached the point where they want the Penguins to lose games to better their odds of getting a good pick in the draft lottery. Is that fair or foul fan behavior, in your opinion?
I think it's pretty fair. I'm not sure if I'm pretty much thinking the same way. I want to make sure in the draft that we get as high as possible. So you seek out maybe a guy that can play in your top six, a future first line center, some future guys that have an impact on the Penguins down the road. And the more they win, obviously the picks go down and down, but I don't know. It's a tough thing, because you don't want to see the Penguins lose, but the positive is that the more they lose, the better pick they get, and you hope that there's someone that's like a diamond in the rough that can change the outlook of the Penguins in a couple years down the road.
TK, I think it's pretty simple what you want these last, 12 games now. You want Tristan Jarry to play as much as possible, the Penguins to lose like 2-1 with him racking like a .940 save percentage, and Crosby to just continually get in on the only point that they have, either score or assist. He beats Gretzky, Jarry looks appealing in the trade, and they sink like a stone.
Wait a minute, you want Jarry to play well? I'm worried that if Jarry plays well, they're just going to trick themselves into thinking he's the guy next year. Yes.
TK, you don't think he's right.
Yes, I do think
you don't think they're going to talk themselves into Jarry.
Absolutely, I do.
Guys, that is like the hardest question, because I love a feel-good story. I love a guy that's been in the dumps, that's had every odd against him. He went down. He knows what it feels like for everything wrong to happen to him and then kind of come out on the other side. But on the business standpoint, you got to get rid of him, right? Like you're hoping he does well, and you get rid of him just because of again, he can play good the last couple games here, but I want to see him in a high-pressured playoff game and see how he performs. Right now,
I don't, because I know how that goes with him. I hate watching him in playoff games, Tyler. It's scary.
Well, exactly. We don't know how he's going to react to that. So that's why you probably have to trade him, and you hope he plays well. But, going to Sid, where do you guys think he ranks on 5-on-5 points in the league?
I saw that tweet. I think he was third, which was remarkable because he was ahead of McDavid on that list.
You already saw it.
No, because I loved it. People sent it to me, and I'm like, I love how at this age on this team he's still as good as it gets.
It's unreal.
Yep.
5-on-5 is it's hard to score in the NHL 5-on-5. And for him to be third ahead of McDavid, Kucherov, what a feat that is alone, and that just shows how good Sidney Crosby still is.
TK,
and
I didn't mean to cut you off there. Sid, it is an astonishing
okay.
stat. I know. Well, I think for good reason, though, when you hear what our guy Donnie experienced last night at the game. He was there. He was sitting in the big-time seats where the food and the drink are free, TK. But
what kind of number did you do on him last night, Don? Give us a tail of the tape.
Did you go hard in the food and drink section?
I didn't do as much damage as I think you guys are anticipating.
He's a responsible adult,
Why?
though, and it's a weeknight.
The whole point is to do as much damage as possible.
I know.
Damage it up.
I know. I mean, but so it was $1 hot dog night. The hot dogs down there were free.
Mm-hmm.
So a couple of those. The cookie dessert table was very, very good. They had a little snack area where you can grab and go back out.
Love
to your
a good
seat.
snack area.
And you know how I am with popcorn, so I took 2 of those bags out there for the first period, and I got another one in for either the
okay, so you
the
did
second
you
or
did
third.
good work.
Yeah, and then they had the I don't know, the higher class food, I guess you could say. They had that little
hoity-toity
section
food
too. Yeah.
Did you get after any of the hoity-toity?
Little bit. They had a shrimp and orzo, which is pretty good.
Uh-huh. Tyler, you get invited into some of those bigwig club spots at games?
Like at the suites?
Yeah.
Yeah. Usually when I go to the games, I usually sit in the suite. And it's nice. It's quiet.
Are you taking advantage of the food, of the free food? Are you someone that really goes to town in those spots?
No, I think the best thing about the food is you don't have to wait. You're not waiting in line. You're not really moving from your suite. Everything is right there.
Yeah.
Obviously, when the dessert cart comes around, I love the brownie and ice cream. I get at least, one brownie, a couple scoops of ice cream. But I like the sweets. It's a good thing. But I don't go there hungry to fill up. I just, most of the time I eat before I go.
Who was the most thrifty guy you played with, who would always take advantage of little free things, always trying to save a buck here and there, always trying to mooch off free food and stuff like that from your playing career, Tyler?
So this guy, I think he's at probably 80 million. He's made 100 million. So I've played with a guy, Brent Burns.
Yep.
Guy's been in the league forever.
Playing in Carolina,
he
no
really
teeth.
thought different. He was very cheap towards the team. So he used to come and bring a huge backpack and all that stuff. And I remember him filling his backpack up with water, BioSteel, all this stuff. And I'm like, Burnsy, what are you doing? He goes, if they want me to play good tomorrow, I need to hydrate today. And I was like, Burns, you're making 10 million this year. What are you doing? He goes, yeah, I know, but they're responsible for making me hydrated. So he would, use everything at
kind of
to his
genius
advantage. But
I like it.
Other things, he would be cheap. He'd give all guys all this great stuff that he had sponsorships with. But he was a guy that was a little different because of how much money he was making, and just seeing him put bottles of water from the fridge and BioSteel and all that stuff in his huge pack sack to bring it home to drink.
How about when Joe Thornton walked around Pittsburgh with no shirt on when the Penguins were playing the Sharks in the Stanley Cup final? Was that regular Jumbo behavior to just have the man boobs out and stuff around town?
Dude, that is Jumbo in such a nutshell. Jumbo is when I went from Pittsburgh, which was really close to a military camp where it was every day going to work and we were there to win. Our goal every year was to win the Stanley Cup and beat everyone, and obviously it's led by Sid, how he eats, how he works hard. If you don't work hard in practice, you're just not going to fit in that Penguin group, And when I went out to San Jose, it was as close to a country club I've ever seen. It was so fun coming to the rink. And, it's 85, 80 degrees. You're wearing flip-flops every day. Jumbo's running around the dressing room naked, having fun, laughing, and just having a good old time, And, that is San Jose. San Jose was such a fun place to play. And, I'll never forget, in Pittsburgh, I was nervous before testing my whole 6 years here, where I was like, I got to go to bed early. I got to score right. Even if I was on a 2-year deal, guaranteed. When I went to San Jose, we were in training camp. Guys are just like having fun. We already knew who was on the team, and we were about to like get our bag skate in, like, getting in shape.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember Joe Thornton went up to the coach and said, "Hey, hurry up. We have a tee off at Pebble Beach in an hour and 20, and it takes an hour to get there. So we got to spin this up a little bit." And I swear to God, we did one lap. Ref blew the whistle. I look over. Burnsy and Jumbo are gone, flying down the highway. Burnsy used to have this like lifted up Jeep with no top, like so California, clubs in the back. They had a day, but like when it came down to play, like those two, like they knew when to turn it on, you know. But it was like that was the difference, and probably that's why they never win in San Jose, but like, and why they win in Pittsburgh. But
TK,
again, just seeing the different cultures was like unreal.
Thanks, man. We appreciate it. We'll talk again next week.
All right, boys. Have a great day.
There you go, Tyler Kennedy.
I thought for sure we were getting Donnie's other experience from that game. Uh-oh.
Okay, one more.
Wait,
go ahead,
one
TK.
more, yes.
He's back.
Wait. We're having tandems in golf.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Me and Doran, Pony and Pop. If you guys want to play, we're gonna have a little tournament.
Oh boy.
Winner goes on.
Wait a minute. So you're paired up with Doran, and I'm paired up with Pomp?
No. Pomp's who's Pomp with?
You just said me. You said Pony.
I think Starkey, maybe. Starkey.
Oh, he's with Starkey.
Yeah, I said Starkey. Yeah.
And then it would be me and Pony?
Yeah.
Well,
man, I know Sid's done some heavy lifting at times to carry the Penguins when the rest of the team hasn't wanted to be carried, but I think I would feel like I would need back surgery after carrying Pony around, TK.
Well, that's the thing. Like, we're playing at Nevillewood. I got to play my home course. I suck in every other course. I suck at Nevillewood.
And your partner's Doran?
Have you seen Doran swing, by the way?
All he says is he's an athlete, so we'll see. All he tells me, he's like,
Charles Barkley is also a Hall of Famer, and we've all seen his swing. I don't know really what that means.
Yeah,
all right, TK, thank you.
Let's do it.
We'll make it happen.
We'll make it happen. I can't wait for TK to see Doran swing.
Tyler Kennedy, brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business. I mean, Starkey and Pomp would have to take off as the favorites there now.
Oh, easily. Because, I mean,
they're two good players.
We love to bust Joe's chops, but, I mean, Pomp's better than Joe, but Joe isn't bad.
And he said the fourth team is Donnie and Crowley? What? No. Does Crowley golf?
Well, he didn't say that. I was going to ask if you guys needed a caddy that day.
What if you dressed up like an old-timey golfer like Payne
knickers,
Stewart?
Yeah.
That would be great.
The little newsy kind of hat, the English, whatever that's called.
How much time do I have to get ready for something like this?
I don't know. I mean, the weather's not going to turn till, I would say May is
because
the
if there was
really
substantial money on the line, it would be like the montage scene in Rocky IV for me.
It's me putting another ball down again. I got Pony chasing a chicken around.
Who would I be? Would I just be Paulie in those scenes?
Yes.
Yeah, you'd be like,
into the
you'd
pool?
be eating a ham sandwich or something, just watching him. You're doing great. Looking good.
I mean, my guy Kyle, who's Bob Huggins Jr., who looks like he's the love child of Bob Huggins, he has a simulator at his house.
I think
so. If I knew that there was big money on the line, I would go there and train.
We would need to do a thing where I did we had a ball bounce off the ball washer, hit your arm, and you just went, my arm, it's broken. And I could tap in like Alexander or somebody to play. Nussbaum's pretty good. Paul Nussbaum in sales.
But if there was a handicap to it, well, then that would really
if it was
even
played
things
with handicaps, here's the problem. TK, I think, has to have one because he's a member at Nevillewood, so you're a country club member. They get you.
So just give me the worst handicap.
So you're a 36?
Yeah.
I don't think Doran has a real one, though. We'd
well,
have
then
to
let him be a 36 too.
No, because he's better than you.
Okay, well, then let him be a 34, 35.
No, we would want him to be closer to Starkey at an 18 because then he doesn't get as much of a benefit.
Well, yeah, that makes sense, but he's not going to go for that. Or maybe he will because his athlete pride will take over.
What, if somebody...
he'll give himself a better number.
So he'd want a lower number is what he would
Well,
give
yeah,
himself.
because he'd want people to think that he's a good golfer.
He'd also want to win money, though.
So that he would sandbag and give it a bad number.
Yeah, I'm a 31.
This is never going to happen. What are we even talking about here?
I mean, I would like to play Neville Wood, so I will do my
It sounds like easy content for Going Low, which is back on Saturday mornings, does it not, Donnie?
Oh, yeah.
Content smacking you right in the face, Mozzie.
I'm going to have just the Rory McIlroy talk. Maybe we'll further examine this. I might just grab that clip there, Donnie, and play it.
Vikings out on Aaron Rodgers. That leaves the Steelers and Giants for his services. And what one Pitt legend is saying about that situation. Timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. First, I'm going to tell you guys about FanDuel, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. And this is obviously high times for FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, because the tournament is back. We had a blowout last night in North Carolina. We also had a heartbreaker with St. Francis. I do like an underdog tonight in the 16 seed face-off there in Dayton. I like Mount St. Mary's against American. You know, that league that Mount St. Mary's is in, it's won games lately in the tournament, and they came on like gangbusters late. I think that there's a good shot they win and keep it rolling as like a 3-point dog tonight. And right now on FanDuel, through the first 2 rounds of the tournament, bet on the lowest winning seed of the day, and you're going to win a share of $1 million in bonus bets. So get to FanDuel and sign up now. If you don't have an account, FanDuel.com/Andrew to play. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania, opt-in required. Winning pre-live moneyline wager on lowest seed required. Each $1 million jackpot to be split equally among all eligible winners. Bonus bets are now withdrawable and expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan brings you the Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show with Pony and Muller every Thursday at 4 p.m. Get the insight you need to win big. The Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Tyler Kennedy, brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, your hometown roofing experts.
What would you do if you could go back in time with the tap of a button?
Watch the ancient Egyptians build the pyramids?
How'd they do it?
Buy enough Bitcoin to purchase your very own private island.
Or maybe just skip the joke that flopped at the holiday party.
Unfortunately, we haven't figured out how to rewind time. But you can rewind live shows with the free Odyssey app.
Never miss your favorite sports talk again. To get started, download Odyssey and search for your station.
Chris Muller here for Choice Cabinet. Are you a contractor? Maybe you're a DIY enthusiast. Or maybe you're just someone thinking about redoing a kitchen or bathroom. You might not know this, but the average wait time for cabinets is 8 to 12 weeks. Who wants to wait that long? Check out Choice Cabinet instead. Choice Cabinet has over 65,000 cabinets in stock. These cabinets are all wood with 10 different paints and stains. And delivery is available in as little as 3 days. If you need cabinets, the choice is clear. ChoiceCabinet.com.
I'm approaching the age where I'm going to start getting my clothes the same place I get my groceries.
Angela Johnson-Reyes, the family reunion tour.
Can't keep shopping at the same stores I used to shop at. Like Forever 21. No, you're not. Turns out that was a lie.
See Angela Johnson-Reyes live on stage in Pittsburgh. The Event Center at Rivers Casino, Friday, April 25th. Get tickets now at riverscasino.com.
Have you ever thought about flying private? No lines, no hassle, it's a beautiful thing. Pat Bostic here for my friends at AMG Jets. Whether it's a business trip or a weekend getaway, AMG has a fleet of private jets to take you where you need to go in unparalleled comfort and style. They've been departing from Pittsburgh International Airport for over 20 years. Begin your private jet travel today. Visit AMGjets.com. That's AMGjets.com.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This is Larry Richard. Join me and the Black and Gold headed to Ireland, and so can you with AAA. Enjoy a 4-night trip September 25th through the 29th with round-trip airfare, hotel transfers, and your stay at the Camden Court Hotel. Daily breakfast and transportation to and from the game at Croke Park Stadium. Reserved seat, game tickets, and more. Here we go to the Emerald Isle for football with AAA. 800-848-1238. 800-848-1238.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business.
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5, exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey. More like Mirror Joyed. That Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at your local retailer.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVeigh. Dripping faucets, leaking pipes, no hot water, clogged drain backing up. Whether it's a minor repair or a major emergency, call the honest plumbing experts at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. McVeigh's your go-to plumbing professionals for any plumbing issue you may have. McVeigh offers fast, reliable, and affordable plumbing services. With McVeigh, you get transparent, upfront pricing, so there are no surprises when you get your bill. And remember, when a plumbing problem happens to you, don't overpay. Call McVeigh or go to callmcveigh.com to schedule an appointment online.
Did you know the laser hair therapy program in New Image Hair Clinic can preserve and regrow hair for 87% of clients who qualify? Here's Cookie Harris to explain.
New Image's HPRP program is a hair preservation and regrowth program that combines the best of laser technology, vitamins, and nutraceutical products to give your hair the optimal chance of survival and regrowth.
Go to newimagehairclinic.com or call 800-514-HAIR and see if you qualify for the FDA-approved HPRP Hair Preservation and Regrowth Program.
Don't waste your time or money on solutions that don't work. We've been restoring hair for over 60 years. Call us first.
See if you qualify for HPRP. Certain restrictions may apply. Call 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com. That's 800-514-4247 for your free evaluation.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
First four continues tonight with games in Dayton. Sean Miller and Xavier taking on Texas for a spot in the field. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, more PM Team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19, Peters Township. Big 3 o'clock hour. In about 15 minutes, we're going to give away another pair of tickets to opening day. The home opener, Pirates and Yankees. What a hot ticket. Big ticket. Yankees are always a huge draw at PNC Park. And the home opener is a holiday here. So these are hard to find tickets, and we're going to give away 2 with another game of PM Team tournament over-unders. Controversy ensued big time yesterday when Chris, on a technicality, cost a man tickets to take his son to the game. Devastated that he was going to take his diehard fan kid to the game, and Chris shattered that dream, but maybe that individual would like to call back today and try his hand at it.
What if it happened again where they're on a technicality, he lost again because of me? Guy already
You're a stickler
I'm a piece of
for
garbage.
rules, so I could see you doing that again, yeah. Aaron Rodgers allegedly down to 2 options, the Giants and Steelers, because the Vikings said we're out. We'd rather roll with J.J. McCarthy. Vikings no quarterbacks. Vikings no offense. Kevin O'Connell was the NFL head coach of the year, 14-3, made Sam Darnold look good. Darnold got a $100 million deal. And they said, you know what, Aaron Rodgers, you might want to come here, but we're better off without you. Yet the Steelers, beggars can't be choosers, still waiting on Rodgers and allowing him as much space and time as needed to make his decision, which gets me to these comments from a Pitt legend. Now, is this guy's name on the side of Acrisure Stadium yet? When you go to a game at Pitt, you see Aaron Donald banner, you see Larry Fitzgerald banner. I don't think there is a Shady McCoy banner.
What other ones? Hugh
Tony
Green,
Dorsett
Dan Marino,
banner.
Tony Dorsett.
Yeah. Darrell Revis. McCoy is a borderline Hall of Famer. Get on that, E.J. Borghetti. How about some love for Harrisburg's own, a Pennsylvania guy? We love Pennsylvania. Shady McCoy.
We love Pennsylvania.
And, well, I'm going to read something that he said here that's not going to really ingratiate him to fans here, but that's okay. Unless maybe they like the hard truth here, the honesty.
Oh, I think what he's about to say here, if he had said it 3 or 4 years ago, would have been far less agreeable and popular with people.
Shady McCoy, quote, today, as a reaction to what's going on here with Aaron Rodgers on FS1. This is the first time that the Steelers look like an incompetent franchise. You go out there, spend $125 million willy-nilly on a superstar wide receiver with no quarterback. What are we doing here? Said Shady. And this is when it really gets bad. This is the worst part. Is this the Steelers or is this the Jets? Is this the Browns? I'm disappointed with the Steelers franchise, what they're doing right now. I'm not mad. I'm not angry. I'm disappointed.
Like a dad who really wants to cut deep to the kid.
That this proud franchise has deluded itself, that it is stooped to low levels of spending money on a wide receiver like it's Madden and not having a plan at quarterback. And the plan is hoping that Aaron Rodgers comes out of whatever spiritual journey he's on and decides that this is the place where he wants to play football. Incompetent. They're not incompetent. That might be part of the problem. They're mediocre. And when you're mediocre and you don't have a quarterback, you get seduced by things. You trick yourself into thinking that, oh, this could work, or this will be right, or this will be the elixir, the magic bullet that we're looking for.
It's the Arrested Development meme, Donnie. You know what I'm talking about. Everyone tries this, and they always convince themselves that it'll work, and it never does, and they're always left mad in the end. But maybe this time it will.
But the reason why I think the Browns thing is such a hard sell for me, the Browns,
they've been too successful. They've won a playoff game more recently.
Oh, come on. But you don't actually think the Browns are not a more successful franchise.
Obviously, they made a laughingstock move with Watson.
The Browns year to year, for the most part, are a bad team, and that gives them access to good quarterbacks in the draft, and they draft those guys, and they suck.
Mm-hmm.
They've done it how many times? How many first-round quarterbacks have they picked since they came back into the league in '99? There's Tim Couch. There's Brandon Weeden. There's Brady Quinn. There's Johnny Manziel. Who else am I leaving out?
Well, Baker
Mayfield. Thank you, number one overall pick.
One that they
5.
picked, and then they
jettisoned
him to the curb.
Yep. That's 5 since '99. So to me, that's more embarrassing. That's incompetence.
Would you say the Steelers are a competently run franchise right now?
I think. Oh man. Okay, let me ask you this question.
If you're going to say they're not incompetent like the way the Browns are they competent or better than?
Do you view competent as a compliment?
I view it as the antonym of incompetent, which we know is a dig, so it has to be a small compliment.
But if I ask you about an employee, you're a boss or manager, and I say, what do you think of Donnie as a producer? And your response is
competent
he's
is
competent.
not. No, it's not a compliment.
So I think they are a competent franchise.
But you don't mean it as a compliment.
But they're no more than that.
Well, they got held up. More to the point, they got held up. If you say a team is incompetently run now, or they're an incompetent franchise, the implication there is that back in the day, in their glory days, they were a phenomenally well-run. I don't know if I could boil it down to one word, an exceptional franchise. How many exceptional franchises are there right now in the league in terms of how they're run? The Eagles are the easy one, the Chiefs, because they have done good things to build around
the Bills.
Mahomes.
Win playoff games every year.
The Bills, I think, are pretty well run, but their fans probably are getting fed up and frustrated with some of the big losses. How many more would you say, like
I mean,
really
they won the
well.
AFC Championship
the
game last
Lions,
year.
I know, gagged in the playoffs, but the Lions feel like they're on the trajectory of being very well run.
Sure.
I know this team hasn't won the whole thing, but I would say the Ravens are definitely more
They're
well
up there
run.
too.
Well,
They're
they found their
definitely more
quarterback, and they
well-run.
didn't need to go to the top of the draft to do it. They got the Chiefs.
The Rams are right back in the thick of things. Like, I think ultimately they're pretty well run. But my point is there are maybe 7 or so teams that are like really exceptionally well run, led by the Eagles. Then I think there are a handful. The Jets and the Browns belong in this kind of area. The Jags, in kind of a weird way, sort of do too, even though they've won a playoff game. There are a handful of teams that are always a dumpster fire. I think the Cowboys are kind of a goofy situation year after year. Then there's a ton of teams in the middle. The Steelers have absolutely sunk into that in-the-middle range. They really have. They're just another team in the NFL as far as like yearly expectations, yearly performance, everything. Used to be when the Steelers would let somebody go, that guy was pretty much guaranteed to have had his best days be behind him. Now they get rid of guys like Kevin Dotson, and we see the guy making $20 million a year as a guard.
They're a team that annually has low expectations because of their quarterback issue, who exceeds their low expectations, which tricks most of the national media into thinking that Mike Tomlin's doing a good job. And then they play legitimate teams, and you get reminded of the divide or gap that exists between what they're trying to do and what the really good teams are doing. That's what they are. And I don't mean that that's incompetent, but it's definitely not good. It's not a good situation. You can't make the argument that they're okay because they haven't had a losing season since 2003, that currently they're a well-run team. They're a decent team.
But they fancy themselves a lot more than.
When 14 of the 32 teams make the playoffs, and you're usually team 12, 13, or 14, you are, with the organization bragged about a couple of months ago, you are outperforming the mean. That's not incompetent, but that's not meant to put them, like, that's not a flattering statement about the state of affairs here. Like, the other thing that Shady McCoy's comment reminded me of is, like, when you're in an argument with somebody and it gets down to semantics, like, you'll say to that person, man, that was a really dumb thing to say. And that person accuses you of calling them dumb. And it's like, no, you're not dumb, but
what
this
you're
is really
saying
dumb.
Yes. Our old boss used to say, don't call people idiots, say what you're saying is idiotic.
And yes, and that semantical thing I think is true of the Steelers right now. Like, I don't think that they're dumb, but I think what they're doing, pursuing Aaron Rodgers to the nth degree, to the ends of the earth, is dumb. I think the way they've butchered their quarterback.
It's desperate.
The way they've handled and tried to develop quarterbacks is dumb. Unfortunately, that's like the name of the game in the NFL. They appear to be really bad at the most important thing. Text us on the Edgar Steiner Associates fan text line. Edgar Steiner reminds you to text responsibly. There's never a fee unless we get money for you. All right, Mulsey, another game of PM team tournament over-under next.
Just hope I don't crush somebody's dreams.
If you want to go see the Pirates and the Yankees in person, it's a very hot ticket for the home opener for opening day. Take off from work, treat a friend, maybe your kid, maybe your girlfriend, trying to, get her all riled up in a sexual way. Pirates and Yankees. We'll give away tickets, 412-928-9370. This was a challenging game when we played it yesterday, so it won't be easy. But if you get it right, you will be headed to a huge game next month. 412-928-9370 to get in queue and play now. Right now, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Speaking of the Pirates, they trail the Tampa Bay Rays 5-2 in the 8th inning today. A day off for the Buccos tomorrow. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thank you, Donnie. Let's talk about Universal Windows Direct, shall we? Because guess what? Temperatures are going down. It's like 75 out now. That's awesome. But it's going to be in the 20s again for lows and in like the 40s for highs for a while. I looked at the advanced forecast. Either way, if you've got substandard windows, whether it's warm outside or really cold or hot outside, whatever, If the windows are leaching in the air that you don't want to come in and letting out the air you want to keep in, they're not doing their jobs. Fix that with Universal Windows Direct. During their tax time sale can help you save big while making your home more comfortable, making your home more energy efficient. It's buy 2 windows, get 2 free. There's no limit. If you need 30 windows, you're only going to pay for 15 of them, which would be pretty awesome if your house had 30 windows, if I'm being honest. Also, gets even better. Pay no interest until 2030. And then this month only, Universal Windows Direct, they're giving you an extra $500 off your home improvement project. So even better, the deal. This is like the time to act right now. Give them a call, 412-545-6003, or visit universalwindowsdirect.com. And like me, my friends, you will be saying, I love my windows.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. North Carolina men's basketball certainly looked like they belonged last night, and they might beat Ole Miss Friday, but none of that means the committee got it right on Selection Sunday. All we learned last night was that UNC was much better than San Diego State last night. You can't use the result to judge the initial decision. Bad decisions sometimes have good results, and sometimes good decisions have bad results. I'm Andrew Bogish.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
If you're looking for the most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs on the market, then it's your lucky day. They're right here with big savings at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills.
Katie, every day I still meet people who have no idea all that Mitsubishi vehicles have to offer. Take the 24 Outlander, all-wheel drive, advanced safety equipment, a panoramic roof,
plus room for 7 passengers. It's the perfect choice for a big family like mine. And right now, Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi has them up to $7,000 off. Or grab 0% financing for 60 months.
Eclipse Cross up to $4,500 off, Outlander Sports as low as $23,000.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and up to 125% of KBB for your trade, regardless of year, make, model, mileage, or payoff.
Luck is on your side here at Mitsu by the Mall. Learn more at JimShorkeyNorthHillsMitsubishi.com.
Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Hey, you want to give your bathroom a fresh, luxurious upgrade? My friends Nick and Larry at Boulevard Glass and Metal, they designed custom glass shower doors that bring elegance and style to any bathroom. Sleek, frameless designs to custom finishes, they do all of it. Enjoy shower doors that fit your style and space perfectly. Durable, easy to clean, and built to last. Your dream bathroom, it starts here. Visit BoulevardGlassandMetal.com for that free consultation. A stunning shower is just a call away.
Wake up, double up on Get-Go breakfast sandwiches and save. Make it a great morning and enjoy 2 croissant breakfast sandwiches for just $6. Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better, believe it.
Hey, it's Dan Zangrilli on behalf of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. 2024 was a banner year, and 2025 is off to a terrific start because Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union is growing, and they're proud to announce the opening of their newest branch on Cochran Road in Scott Township. Just like me, nearly 25,000 Western Pennsylvanians call Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union home. So shape your future with a diverse line of highly competitive products from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union at AllegiantFCU.org, federally insured by the NCUA.
Spring is here. Let 2 men and a junk truck help you clean out that garage. Use code FAN25 and save $25 off your clean out. Same day or next day.
2 men, let's go!
And JunkTruck.com.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
We have a collision at the intersection of Babcock Boulevard and Vincent Way out in McCandless. Crews on the scene should get cleared up relatively soon, but if you're in the area, exercise caution. With AAA Traffic, I'm Ryan McCullough.
This traffic report brought to you by Pool Party Gaming. Free to play, free to win.
Pittsburgh's college basketball tournament takeover.
Pool Party Gaming is Pittsburgh's platform for bracket pools and beyond.
Visit poolpartygaming.com to join or host.
Pool Party Gaming. Free to play,
free to win.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Join us for Dine and Donate Week, supporting the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank. Visit the following local restaurants, and a portion of the food sale is going to Feed the Need Radiothon. That is on Tuesday of next week. Today, El Barro Verde in Greentree, fabulous spot. They catered our 5-alarm fire marathon, tremendous Italian fare. Tomorrow, Pittsburghers in Bethel Park. I've never been there, but I bet my wife has. She grew up in Bethel. All the details at 937thefan.com. Joe Block, a Bethel Park guy, who says he gets a lot of his Pirates takes from his kid's bus driver, school bus driver, and he tests out calls and stuff on the bus driver. So there's a bus driver out there that has
big opinions that Block then adopts?
Yes. Block said when he had these calls last year, Paul Skeens, what a man, he's yours. He was channeling the bus driver's energy.
Really?
That's what I heard, yeah.
Pretty big.
And it was the year of
Block.
Block. I mean, Block had some awesome calls last year, Don. He really got into it. The Blockster. All right. There it is.
The ball is tipped.
It's time for the PM team tournament over-under game. If you get the question right, you will be headed to PNC Park for the home opener. Yanks and Buccos, April 4th, 4:12 first pitch at America's most beautiful ballpark. We will be there on Federal Street broadcasting live before the game. Come see us, because that means we would have hooked you up with tickets, and that would be a polite, nice thing to do. All right. Let's see who we have ready to go here today. We've got Tom to lead us off. Hello, Tom.
Hey, guys.
Tom, who's your favorite college basketball player of all time?
John Amici.
Where'd he go to school?
Penn State.
Good job. All right. Man, no love for the Crispin brothers there, Malsey.
Or Titus Ivory.
Yeah.
Calvin Booth. Amici, a British guy, by the way, making the NBA.
How about Mark Blount? Or is it Mark Blunt? Am I doing the Cook thing there?
Mark Blunt was
Mark
his name.
Blunt, okay.
Well, that was a Pitt guy.
There wasn't a Blount that played at Penn State?
I don't think.
All right.
Corey was the other Blunt I could think of.
I digress.
His brother, Philly.
All right, Tom, here you go. Over-under. 13.5 schools in this year's NCAA tournament who have won a national title.
Over.
Malsey?
13.5's the number. Louisville.
1.
Michigan.
2.
Marquette.
3.
Michigan State.
4.
North Carolina.
5.
Has New Mexico won one? No.
No.
Florida.
6. UConn 7. Oklahoma. Memphis?
No.
No. Thanks to Derrick Rose breaking free throws. Has Oklahoma with? No, they got beat.
Maryland.
8.
Maryland 8.
Looking good so far here.
Kansas 9. The Johnnies ever win? Arkansas 10. Corliss Williamson 40 minutes of hell here. That's only half the bracket practically.
Kentucky
11. Duke
12.
Arizona 13.
Yep.
Oh boy.
Michigan State.
We already said them. UCLA 14.
Yes.
Now here's the thing.
I thought he said under.
He said over. Didn't he say over?
Said over.
Oh, he said
Okay,
over.
here's the thing. Now, Mulsey's big on technicalities.
Oh,
we
here
know
we
that.
go.
He cost a man a chance to see the games with his kid the other day.
Here we go.
Louisville's national title has been stripped by the NCAA. Are we going to caught that?
No, you know how I feel. Didn't they win one in '86 with Denny Crum?
Who was the star player on that team?
Purvis Ellison, Never Nervous Purvis. So you can just put that in your pipe and smoke it, pal.
Tom?
Yes.
We'll see you on April 5th. You're headed to opening day to watch some Pirates-Yankees baseball. April 4th, yes. You can come out April 5th, too, if you want. No one will be there because they're off that day.
Very excited. My son's here with me. He's very excited.
Tom, congratulations.
What's your son's
Great
name?
job.
Oh, no. I'm down in the valley. Don't lose me, guys.
All right,
Hold on.
we'll put you on hold. You're okay. We got you.
The duality of Mulsey. I giveth to Tom with a strong ruling on Louisville. I taketh away from Joe with an equally strong and both of them correct ruling. Did you think I'd forget about Louisville's other title?
Maybe. That's why I asked it that way. Wow. Well done.
Never Nervous Purvis.
Pirates also do play on the 5th.
Yeah, you're right.
Both of those
There's
days.
no off day. There's no built-in
Friday,
rain
Saturday,
day.
Sunday series.
Was there any other
Remember
team?
when they used to do that? What happened to that? That was one of the cute things about baseball.
Did Houston win one during FISA Majama?
No, they lost.
I thought they made it like multiple times.
And lost.
Okay.
You're still hung up on your tournament things. I'm bringing up the fact that they used to do on opening day.
Well, you set these
opening
numbers
day,
right on the number, I think.
Opening day off, just in case they'd have to, for rain, move.
Teams still do that. I guess just the way that the schedule shook out.
I always despised the off day right after a home opener. I hated that.
You'd lose the momentum.
Yes, I was like, give me more baseball here. What am I doing now?
It just started and we're already stopping?
Yeah.
Come on, baseball.
Pretty much.
Do
That's how I
better.
always felt about it.
Jared Jones with some elbow discomfort, and he will miss his next spring training start, and they are waiting on a second opinion.
How many?
The dreaded second opinion.
Well, they've also, the dreaded elbow discomfort. I guess the only thing that would be worse would be forearm tightness, which is always the precursor to Tommy John. But, like, when does elbow discomfort not mean bare minimum, like 2 months on the DL? The IL, sorry. When has there ever been a pitcher experiencing elbow discomfort, and then a week later they go, you know what, he was fine. He just forgot that he banged it off his dresser that morning and didn't even notice the bruise. I mean, the thing with him is, guy that throws that hard, tries to throw off-speed stuff with that much break and movement at that size, it just does not seem sustainable.
That I agree with. I've long thought that.
I mean, there are not that many pitchers who throw that hard, that regularly, who are smaller guys, and he's what, 6 feet tall?
You know how we do this thing with Malkin where people just try to go back retroactively and say, I would have traded him in 2018, or I would have traded him in 2019.
Last
like they
year,
try to
when Jones was available.
Yes, I think I'm going to feel that way about Jones. If they had traded him to the Orioles for one of their top hitting prospects, or the Rockies for one of their young hitters, they're just obviously always in need of pitching. These moves that would have taken from your surplus,
given to somebody else and gotten something you needed.
Yep.
And with his overall stuff profile, somebody
and
could
it's
say,
just
that's a future number one.
And
maybe.
It also speaks to the perils of trying to build your team with pitching, which everyone says they want to do, and then the actual application and practice of it is much, much harder because of things like this now. Not only do you have to bank on the guy always being good and always navigating his way through a 162-game schedule, making 30-plus starts.
He has to be Justin Verlander levels of durable if it's going to work out.
Right. And this is, it's stuff like this that made people say, wrongly I'll add, but at least I thought it was a solid argument, this is why you draft Cruz over Skeens. Because hitters are better, safer bets when it comes to the health standpoint of the sport.
You know what frustrates me about this injury? I feel bad for Jones because when he was on, he was a lot of fun.
And by the way, we're talking like he's going to need Tommy John surgery. It's not official, but this is usually like the precursor and the first bit of news you get before something horrible like that happens.
I said 2 minutes ago, hardly ever do you have elbow discomfort followed by, oh, we're just kidding. You know what?
Never mind, all good.
You know what this underscores for me and frustrates me more, just if it is a severe injury, and I hope it's not, but if it is, they clearly, as a franchise, assumed we've got Jones, we've got Skeens, then we've got Jones, we've got Keller, we have Chandler coming, and this offseason, we can just rely and sit back and rely on all those younger arms being the thing that carries us. We don't have to augment this team seriously. The window's open as long as they're all here, and now one guy might be gone for a while before the season has even started.
All right, let's get Mike Florio's reaction to Aaron Rodgers having his options shrink by a team. The Vikings are out. That's been widely reported now. But also it doesn't sound like Aaron Rodgers is any closer to making a decision. Pro Football Talk's been all over this story. He joins us next. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township, southhillskia.net. Here's a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Islanders beat the Penguins 4-2 last night at PPG Paints Arena. All 4 goals for New York coming in the third period. Pens welcome the Blue Jackets on Friday. Puck drop set for 7. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thanks, Donnie. The BetPark Sportsbook and Online Casino, they've got you covered for the college basketball tournament. You can make futures bets right now on which team's going to win it all. How about $25 on Auburn? Pays $125. They're the number 1 overall seed. They are not the betting favorite, though, however. How about $25 on it? Here's a program doing big things. St. John's. That would pay $600. I don't think they're going to make a quick exit like their coach famously has in other situations. Let's keep it rolling, though. Whether your team scores or not, there's always another way to win on the BetParks Online Casino and Sportsbook app. It's the only app I ever use and recommend to bet on sports to play all my favorite casino games right there in the palm of my hand. They've got live dealers, blackjack, roulette, poker, and more. Plus, you can play hot online slots like Cash Eruption, 88 Fortunes, and more. New users get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. Go to betparks.com, download the app right now, and enjoy all the action and excitement from the casino at your fingertips. Must be 21 and in PA, New Jersey, or Michigan for the BetParks app. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Chris Muller every Saturday morning at 7. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet and poured by Samuel Adams American Light and Twisted Tea. Chris will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Cedarbrook Golf Course, Chestnut Ridge Golf Club, Western PA Golf Association, Mood Golf Club, and Shattapet Country Club. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Jim Rodriguez, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Memphis is a 2-point underdog ahead of its Friday matchup against Colorado State, and bettors should take advantage of this line. The Tigers knocked off Missouri, UConn, Michigan State, and Clemson en route to a 30-5 season and have enough cover against a streaking Rams team that's won 10 straight since losing to Utah State. I'm Jim Rodriguez from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentleman's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentleman's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. Friday, March 21st, come see bare knuckle fighting. Pagoo versus Angel Core, only at Cheerleaders.
At NJAM Insurance, we like to think of ourselves as a symphony. We start with a foundation of doing the right thing. Then we layer in dedicated reps, whose priority is you. Add in excellent discount programs. And last, but certainly not least, we put our policyholders first. And the reason we don't use jingles or mascots is because it's just not us. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
And they're not stupid, they're special.
Live and local, just like Mike's.
Time to talk to Pro Football Talks. Mike Florio, brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, your hometown roofing expert. Tom Pelissero, the first to report, NFL Network, that the Vikings do not want Aaron Rodgers. They shut down trade calls on J.J. McCarthy. Mike, does that make you feel like Aaron Rodgers will be a Steeler sooner rather than later?
No, because I don't know anything right now, mainly because Aaron Rodgers is taking his time. I still don't rule out Minnesota at some point. There was subsequent reporting as the Vikings engaged in a planned leaking of information. I don't think it took right away that the door was still open for Rodgers. The final analysis seems to be that the Vikings have gotten out the word that they're going to see what McCarthy can do in the offseason program, and they're not ruling out Rodgers at some point. Remember, when they added Brett Favre back in 2009, it wasn't until August 18th. They were into training camp by multiple weeks before Favre even showed up. So this is not changing. The only thing we know is that he won't be joining the Vikings in the short term. And I don't think that there's going to be a short-term answer. And as I say that, that probably means he's putting pen to paper on a deal with someone right now. But he's in no rush. He's in no hurry. He's taking his time. At some point, this thing's just going to fizzle out. And I wish that the Steelers, if they want this guy and he doesn't want to be there, I think Cam Hayward said it best, and I think all the fans feel the same way. Just hang up the phone and move on at some point. The Steelers have to do that, or it looks like they're being jerked around.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's become the prevailing sentiment. Maybe there was a bump in excitement today, Mike, here locally from people who just wanted a resolution when the Vikings news came out, but it certainly seems that Mike Tomlin is willing to wait as long as Aaron Rodgers is willing to make him wait, which, I don't know, does that surprise you that is apparently their posture or Tomlin's posture, since all the reporting locally is that he is the main one who wants Aaron Rodgers in the fold?
If Tomlin realizes that he's their best option by far and they can move forward with Mason Rudolph, plus if they draft someone or eventually sign a guy who's available, the real question for me is, because this game of musical chairs is at a point where the music stopped and Aaron Rodgers is taking his time picking a chair and the rest of the seats are going to fill up after he makes his choice. Will these other teams say, forget it, we're moving on? Will the Steelers sign a Joe Flacco or a Jameis Winston? Will the Giants
You threw out Flacco and Winston. You've thrown out both, Mike, as plausible plan Bs.
Well, I don't know why they wouldn't be. I mean, the Giants are the ones that are bringing guys in. This is the limited constellation of players who are out there when you look at this next cut of quarterbacks, with Rodgers as the first one, and then once he would make a choice, the other ones fall into place. I think the Browns make a move regardless of what Rodgers does because he's not on the Rodgers list. But does that possibility of the Browns signing someone spur the Giants or the Steelers to act? And I think it'll be important to look at the contract if somebody does act, because will there be an opportunity to pull the rug out from under that guy if Rodgers would all of a sudden say, I'm interested? So if you see a one-year deal between the Steelers and Flacco, how much of it's actually guaranteed at signing? Could the Steelers say, sorry, Joe, we're going to take Aaron Rodgers now instead and cut Joe Flacco loose? It just creates a mess of a situation, and I think it does complicate the effort of any of these other teams, specifically the Steelers and Giants, to sign somebody else. You're going to have significant guaranteed money in there to convince the guy that he's not going to get nudged overboard if and when Rodgers shows up.
Mike, you have like such a bird's eye view of the league. You're covering every team equally in a sense. Can you explain to me?
Not equally.
Well, yes, of course. Cowboys, Steelers. Yeah, I know. You're not maybe bending over backwards for Jacksonville Jaguars.
I'm glad
stories.
you went with the ones that we cover extra instead of the ones that are justifiably ignored.
Right.
Go ahead.
How is it that a guy who I think at his best can be good, maybe very good for spurts, Rodgers, I mean, but is by no means anywhere near the player he was even 3 years ago? How do you think it is that he still commands such sway over this process? I know it's only with a few teams, but just the amount of attention and waiting and drama connected to where he wants to play or what he wants to do next year seems wildly out of whack with the actual player he is at this point in his career.
I think it's because he's still, at this point in his career, better than the other options that are out there. He's still got an effortless cannon of an arm. It's a flick of the wrist, and it whizzes by your head, and it makes a sound you've never heard before. That's what Aaron Rodgers is, and I think that's why, even though he's lost his mobility, at least the mobility he used to have, to the point where I think he should just stay in the pocket and not even try to move, because that's how you get yourself injured when you're in your 40s and you're getting hit by guys who are almost half your age. But he's still got the ability to spin it, as they say, like few others can. And that's why he's got the football world kind of under his thumb right now, even though the Vikings have tapped out on a qualified basis because they finally decided to see what their number 10 overall draft pick from last year and J.J. McCarthy can do before they take a shot at Aaron Rodgers, understanding that by the time they make up their mind, he might be gone. But this is perfect for him because I don't think he really likes the offseason program. If he's not signed, he can go to Egypt, he can go to Peru, he can go to Arrakis, he can go wherever he wants over the next few months.
Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, our guest, trying to get in the head of Aaron Rodgers, which is never fun. And so, obviously, the reporting you had last week, something might be close, could be done by Tuesday, didn't happen. As that unraveled and that came undone, have you been able to uncover anything close to the reason why, Mike, Aaron Rodgers might have reservations about the Steelers? We know the Steelers want him. Why is there at least some reluctance on Rodgers' part to make a deal with the Steelers if it's widely believed that him and Mike Tomlin are basically lovers?
Here's what I believe happened as we look back on the last month. Going into the scouting combine, Aaron Rodgers was teetering on the brink of irrelevance. The Raiders didn't want him. He was at best the fallback option for the Rams if Matthew Stafford left. Then during combine week, I was told reliably that Rodgers, through his representation, had reached out to the Giants. And I think the big takeaway from that is, wow, he doesn't have anything going on if he wants to play for the Giants. Because he said he wants to play for a good team. And as I'm sure I've said to you guys at some point the past few weeks, no one would confuse the Giants right now objectively with a good team. So he goes from irrelevance to reaching out to the Giants. And all of a sudden, the Steelers lowball Justin Fields and he leaves. Oh, boom, the Steelers are interested. And then something gets Aaron Rodgers interested in the Vikings. And I think that was the wrench in all of this. I think the momentum was moving toward Rodgers and the Steelers, and all of a sudden, there went, that it's that meme of the guy who's walking with his girlfriend and he turns back to the other woman. The Vikings became that woman that breezed by Rodgers and Tomlin, and he's turned and he's still watching. And now the question is, will he suspend anything and everything? Will his attitude be, if you really want me, you'll wait, or at a minimum, you'll save a spot for me by throwing Joe Flacco or Jameis Winston or whoever overboard if and when I call you up in July or August and say, let's do this?
Mike, doesn't it stand to reason then that he likes the Vikings a lot more than the Steelers? Because if he liked the Steelers, what you just described there, that scenario might never happen. So if the Vikings thing is, a hope and a prayer that McCarthy looks bad, I mean, if he likes the Steelers, why even run that risk and keep your fingers crossed that the Vikings situation falls apart?
He also might, and this is odd to me, because I've yet to hear anything specific and tangible along these lines, but I know people who believe that there's cause for concern about McCarthy. So it may not just be a hope and a prayer. It might just be patience, knowing patience, sitting back and waiting for the Vikings to come to the conclusion that Rodgers believes they will come to. Because everything McCarthy does, I think, is going to be judged through the prism now of what would Rodgers be doing? How would he be looking? How would he be throwing it? And Kevin O'Connell's been around enough to know. He's been down on the field when Aaron Rodgers is throwing the ball, and he's heard the sound that only Aaron Rodgers can make. So I think that Rodgers is being deliberately patient because at the end of the day, he views a better chance to get to where he'd like to go with Minnesota than with Pittsburgh. I think that's the explanation. That's why he paused and turned when the Vikings all of a sudden became a viable option. And that happened once Daniel Jones opted to go to the Indianapolis Colts. So all of these things have happened fairly recently. And now I think Rodgers is going to just sit back and wait and see what happens. And he understands that he's assuming a risk that things don't happen in a way that cause him to go to Minnesota. And that if and when he wakes up and decides he wants to go to Pittsburgh because the Minnesota option is sealed off, there's not going to be a spot there for him. I think he's just confident that one way or another it's going to work out, and he's not going to sweat it for now. He's just going to live his life, and an answer will reveal itself at the proper time.
Mike, you know I like to ask you when we've covered the big Rodgers news of the day or whatever the big Steelers news is, to ask you something that's way in the weeds. So explain this to me like I'm 5 years old or like I have the intelligence of a golden retriever. The Steelers' resolution proposal for 2025 about a video call with unrestricted free agents and arranging travel after an agreement of terms and before the start of the new league year.
What?
This is the team's resolution proposal. This is like
resolution on what? What needs changed?
Way in the weeds. Can you explain to me like what the upshot of this would be or why the Steelers would want this to be changed to what they're proposing?
Because it sounds like the Steelers are one of the teams that don't tamper. And they're afraid they're going to get caught. You know, one of the takes I had last week, in the aftermath of the Seahawks signing Sam Darnold, I said there's no way in hell the Seahawks didn't have a deal in place with Sam Darnold before they agreed to trade Geno Smith.
Smart minds think exactly alike, because I said the same thing to Chris. Mike, yeah, I said, because people were positing afterwards, oh, my God, they traded DK Metcalf. How is that going to affect Sam Darnold's negotiations with Seattle now that their top receiver's gone? And I'm like, I bet they already have a deal with him. Exactly.
The deal's already done. And the flip side is the Steelers agreed to trade for DK Metcalf without having a quarterback deal in place. And I think that anytime somebody suggests that the former rules be changed to allow things that people are already doing, they're the Pollyanna that isn't breaking the rules the way that others are. Because as it stands now, you can talk to players' agents, you can negotiate a deal all the way to conclusion, and it can basically be announced to the world. Those rules have very much softened in recent years, but you can't set up a visit until the clock strikes 4 o'clock Eastern on the first day of official free agency, the start of the new league year. And look at this year. Once it hit 4, boom! Russell Wilson has a trip lined up to Cleveland, and bang, he's got a trip lined up to the Giants. The travel agents weren't working that fast. They already had it ready to go. They just couldn't say it until after 4. So the Steelers are foolishly complying with the rules. This is their proposal to change the rules so they can do the things the other teams are already doing.
That's interesting. Mike, I'm happy Mulsey asked that very convoluted question. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll talk again next week.
See you guys.
That actually makes sense, though. Like, could they be pissed that
we're doing it the right way?
Well, think about specifically on Darnold. So Seattle broke the rules and basically got something done with a guy before we were even allowed to talk to him. And we feel burned by that because that's someone we were interested in talking to and getting a deal done with. And once they get burned by that, they're like, screw this. We got to take it to the league now and try to get it changed. That actually makes sense.
It kind of reeks, though, of everybody gets away with it, and the Steelers are the kid that never does it, so they're going to call the principal and say, like, you've got to come here and change this now. Like, it kind of makes me think, like, it's the old, what is it, Jesse Ventura? If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. If you ain't tampering, you ain't trying. What are they doing?
Coming up next, the Steelers and Mike Tomlin specifically. We know Tomlin absolutely loves scouting college draft prospects. He wined and dined one last night, and then watch this man, a quarterback, run one of the greatest 40s of all times. Is this something that might actually happen? We'll tell you next. First, I'm going to tell you guys about Mike's Beer Bar. It's official. We'll be at Mike's Friday. At least I will. Keeping my fingers crossed for another man to be there with me on Friday. Hopefully it gets done. And hopefully you'll join us, too, at Mike's. What a place to watch the tournament the next 2 days. Wall-to-wall basketball. He makes sure all the channels are on the right games. You don't have to beg or ask or plead a bartender or waitress to get the right game on. Plus, the amazing beers there. 80 rotating taps of local craft beer. All the beers now as we move in from winter to spring. And some of those summery beers and baseball beers will be back there soon. So meet me at Mike's right next to PNC Park.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them, too, on the Fan Video Stream, powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This evening, partly sunny with temperatures in the mid-70s. Overnight, lows around 50 degrees and partly cloudy. The chance for showers arrive early Thursday. High temperatures in the upper 50s. And Thursday night, a few flakes mixing in with lows right around 30 degrees. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK First Alert Weather Center.
Hey, it's Michael Jenkins with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly. Time to put some money down on tournament action in Dayton, where Texas and Xavier meet tonight. The boys from Austin have had a disappointing season, but showed some fight in the conference tournament with that win against Texas A&M. And they should have success against a Xavier defense that doesn't play much defense at all, ranking well below the 150s when it comes to limiting 2-point and 3-point shots. Xavier deserves some credit for a late-season winning streak, and they will have plenty of fans in Dayton. But they have racked up only one quad win this season. So we're rolling with the points and the burnt orange. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app and take your game to the next level with the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's not luck that Fine Wine and Good Spirits has top-shelf Irish whiskeys on sale this March. Take Redbreast Single Pot Still 12-year-old. It scored 95 points from the Beverage Tasting Institute. Impressive. Jameson Black Barrel, 90 points from Whiskey Advocate. Nice. It's not luck. It's generations of craft from Ireland's finest whiskey makers. Save $5 on both, in-store or online at FWGS.com. 750 milliliter bottles. Offer ends March 30th, 2025. Please enjoy responsibly.
Chris Muller here. Did you know that the average wait time for cabinets is 8 to 12 weeks? Who can wait that long? The good news is you don't have to. You just need to check out Choice Cabinet. Choice Cabinet is family owned, and they have over 65,000 cabinets in stock, with delivery available in as little as 3 days. Plus, Choice will deliver inside your house or apartment on their own trucks to ensure there's no damage. If you need cabinets, the choice is clear. ChoiceCabinet.com.
As you know, it's tax time again, so if the IRS gave you a choice to pay 40% in income tax, almost half your salary, or only 25%, of course you'd choose 25%. Unfortunately, you don't get that choice. But if you get injured, you do have a choice. So don't pay another law firm 40%. Choose Shenderovich & Fishman. Their fee is only 25%. They have a 99.7% success rate over 25 years, and there's never a fee unless you win. If you've been injured, call 1-888-98-TWINS or visit 98twins.com. They've got your back, not your wallet.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, good rich and guys.
Big basketball games, big TVs, and big deals. Dave & Buster's in the North Hills, off McKnight and Babcock. $5 domestic pints, 20 wings for $20. Endless entertainment for the kids. A no-brainer for one of the best sports weeks of the year. Dave & Buster's, North Hills.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Transforming your land with a John Deere compact tractor is as easy as connect, latch, load, haul, spread. Cutting grass is as simple as roll, click, mow. Box blading is as effortless as hook, lock, grade. And backhoeing is as convenient as turn around, switch, dig. Because when you've got the versatility to tackle just about any job and dealer support in your own backyard, you just have to get in the seat. Find the right compact tractor for you at johndeere.com.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Let's admit something. It's easy to get stuck in a rut. You grab the same thing for breakfast if you even bother to eat one every day. You think about exercise and then you think, well, maybe tomorrow. The only thing that's not stuck is the needle that goes higher and higher on the scale. Now, the new weight loss medications will help with the scale, but isn't everything else still stuck? I chose Awaken 180 because I didn't just want to lose weight. I wanted to be shown how to enhance my everyday life. I wanted a lifestyle change, in other words. That's exactly what Awaken 180 promised, and that's exactly what Awaken 180 delivered. I feel better. I'm happier. I even look forward to seeing my doctor for my annual physical because I know I've got things in a great place. Yes, I could have chosen the medications, but taking a new medication for life would have been the only change. Is your goal more than to simply lose weight? If it is, do what I did and get unstuck with the medication-free solution for weight loss. Fast, safe, proven weight loss with free support for life. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-469-1635. 800-469-1635. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-469-1635.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania.
We wanna see ya in a Monroeville Kia. Spring into savings. Visit MonroevilleKia.com for special offers on new Kias, like the 2025 Kia K4 LXS or the all-new 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive. Dealer exclusives are the keys to a great deal at Monroeville Kia. You get free lifetime state inspections, car washes, free charging for Kia EVs, and professional customer care with every purchase. That's our promise, because we want to see ya in MonroevilleKia.com.
Hey, it's Jim Costa with Cash the Ticket. It's March, so Mike Valeni and I are all over the tournament again this year. There's just nothing like betting in March. Breakdowns of every region and every game. From conference tournaments to the Final Horn, we'll have the picks and the plays on every single game. Cinderella spotlights, upset alerts, and some of that value for the last team standing. It's tourney time, so hunker down and bet the board with us. Subscribe and listen to Cash the Ticket in the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah. Posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Now through April 17th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $30 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Don't keep putting it off. Ignoring home repairs won't make them go away. If it's drafty windows, overflowing gutters, rotted trim, or that dreaded leaking roof, PJ Fitzpatrick can take care of your home repair project right now and save you thousands of dollars before it turns into costly structural damage. This is the time to call the home repair experts at PJ Fitzpatrick. No job too big or too small. They'll fix it right the first time. Visit trustpj.com. That's trustpj.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Up on Mount Washington at the intersection of Woodruff Street and Sawmill Run Boulevard, we have a collision. If you're headed that way, expect some delays. With AAA Traffic, I'm Ryan McCullough.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
First four continues tonight with another pair of games. Xavier, coached by former Pitt guard Pittsburgher Sean Miller, taking on Texas to get into the field. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, more PM Team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
I just thought it was a great opportunity to build with the Steelers. Had that opportunity. You know, I remember watching the AFC North in the battles that they have growing up. So now to have the opportunity to be around Coach Tomlin, I don't take it lightly at all. And so if the opportunity presents itself for me to be his quarterback, I'll take full advantage of it.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19, Peters Township. Andrew Filipponi, Chris Muller, Donnie Football hanging out in March with Madness tomorrow. We'll be live at the Rivers Casino Sportsbook, the station broadcasting live all day and night. On the precipice of that, but we also, of course, have the Steelers and their what's becoming annual pursuit of a quarterback. Aaron Rodgers, Vikings, I guess not totally out, according to what Mike Florio just told us. That was interesting. And in the meantime, the juicy subplot is what Tomlin is doing with his draft time and resources. This is always him tipping his hand a little bit. Not necessarily a tipping of the hand in terms of who they will draft, but definitely the positions that they're prioritizing. The guys they meet with, the guys they want to dig into and learn about. They want to find out if they've got football character, if they're dogs or not. And Tomlin went out with Jalen Milroe for dinner. He took out the Alabama quarterback. I said about a month ago there were Steelers scouts who really liked Jalen Milroe. And then Mike DeFabo said I didn't know anything about football or I didn't have any good sources or anything like that. I forget exactly what he said, but I don't mean to relitigate that or pick that battle. It just popped into my head as I was talking about this, Chris.
Do you? You really don't mean to relitigate that battle?
Oh,
I want you to litigate it away.
They hate Jalen Milroe.
I want you to go in and
why
have a
is Mike
deposition.
Tomlin having dinner with the guy? I don't want to get him on the line.
Maybe because his hands grew 5/8 of an inch since his first measurement. What did he go from? Like, he's 9 3/8 inches hands
Did they measure it again today?
I don't know.
Was there
That's
a third measurement? I'd say do a third one.
I thought
then again, it's on his turf, so maybe at the pro day it's always catered to the players.
I thought it was hands are smaller than Pickett's. It was like smaller or as the same size as Pickett's. Then
they're drunken Miller mitts now.
Yeah,
they're gigantic. Anyways, what's that? Maybe. Okay.
What?
No, someone was telling me that he might have Johnny Sin-sized hands now. If you catch that drift, if you get that joke.
Pittsburgh native Johnny Sins.
Veteran, astronaut,
doctor.
all those
doctor,
things.
Marine,
lawyer. I mean, I think he's worn many hats in his career. Notably, doesn't wear a hat usually. Didn't
they thank him for his services at like a Vikings game?
U.S. Bank Stadium. It said some guy submitted the picture and said, "This is my brother, like Rick or whoever. He's serving abroad,"
and they put it up there.
Anyways, Tomlin's trying to figure out what Jalen Milroe is all about. His 40 time today at Alabama was Lamar Jackson-esque. Lamar ran a 4.34. This guy ran 4.37. Donnie, can you get me Fields?
Now, that was the Alabama, unofficial time. There are people now saying it was mid-4.4s. I still haven't heard whether or not they've officially put it in there and said, yes, he ran a 4.37.
Fields, 4.44.
Okay. So if you go by the Alabama time, faster than Fields and very close to Lamar Jackson. Steelers had a chance to draft Lamar Jackson. They went with Terrell Edmonds instead because they were still at the time trying to appease Ben Roethlisberger and not step on his toes. And the great irony of that is they used a third-round pick on a quarterback who did that anyways. But
classic move.
Yep. But the bottom line here is that Tomlin is living in two worlds. One is smitten by the resume of Aaron Rodgers and having lost a Super Bowl to Aaron Rodgers and having respect for him as an all-time great quarterback, but also being someone who is obsessed with quarterback mobility. And he's not going to get that from Rodgers. But since he's in the market for quarterbacks and there is an extremely mobile one available, he's going to at least look into the guy. And especially because the consensus seems to be that this is not a Jackson Dart situation. It's conceivable that when the Steelers are on the clock, say in the third round, that Jalen Milroe would still be there. And I think Tomlin is trying to figure out if he deems Milroe worthy of being one of these guys. Okay, taking a swing is going after a guy in the first round. But sometimes you just need to move the runner over or hope that you get a seeing eye single. And that's really the equivalent of taking a quarterback in the third round. It's not a big swing. You're still in the batter's box. You're still taking a cut. But you're not really putting all your plums on the table.
Your goal is that you reach base.
Yeah, and I think that's – and you know what else I think might be in play here? This is just me completely, this is extemporaneous thought.
Isn't that what we do?
And by the way, Donnie's got extemporaneous thought coming up the next time
and he
hosts.
That's right before impromptu hour.
Well, he knows impromptu. Donnie knows the definition of impromptu. It's the extemporaneous thought.
That's going to be Saturday morning right in the middle of Bucko Talk.
We could go through every forensics category. We could have declamation minute here.
Anyways, wasn't your mom a forensics teacher?
Still is.
Congratulations on all her
declamation.
Success.
That was my thing.
Anyways, does she like CSI?
CSI?
Isn't that a forensics show?
Different forensics, man.
Cold Case?
No, forensics is public speaking that my mom teaches.
Well, don't you
CSI is the show.
Don't you think that's misleading? That there's forensic
files.
Don't you think that's misleading?
There's forensic accounting, Pony.
Well, maybe we need to invent more words so people don't get confused by all the forensics out there.
Who do you think has lays claim to the most official title of it?
Forensic Files?
Oh, because you say so.
But anyways, I do think this is just me riffing here.
Riffing?
Riffing. Now I'm turning into Crowley. Am I? Am I doing it on purpose or not? It's up to you to figure out.
I can never tell.
Jalen Hurts just won a Super Bowl, and Tomlin liked him and didn't pull the trigger. Really liked him to the point where Hurts went on the Kelsey podcast and said, I thought I was getting drafted by the Steelers when I saw that Pennsylvania number pop up.
I don't know, man. It might be Tomlin's thought process, but it's such a
wait a minute.
Flawed comp.
There's a difference between you and me and others thinking it would be a wasted pick because Jalen Milroe wasn't good at Alabama last year. He's a raw piece of clay, and the Steelers aren't going to be able to cultivate. There might be talent there. There might not be. There's probably a better chance there isn't. But the off chance that there is, you don't trust the Steelers to find it. There's a difference between that and Mike Tomlin and the Steelers possibly drafting him and trying to uncover or unfurl whether or not that's going to happen. Like, I do think that it's in play now that they're scouting him to this degree. And I would even go as far as to say, I think there's a better chance they take Milroe in the 3rd round than Jackson Dart in the 1st.
Well, I think there is a better chance of that, too.
All the clues, have you noticed this with Dart? None of it seems to be Steelers related.
It's all, I told you yesterday, it's all agent driven. His agent is working overtime to gas him up.
Until I hear someone who I trust tell me, no, you're wrong. The Steelers really, really like this guy.
Dulac trashed the notion again today in his chat. He just basically poo-pooed it.
And we know who he might be getting it from, or adjacent to who he might be getting it from.
We know he's very close with Art Rooney.
Not that I think Rooney would want to spill the beans or give him tea on that, but we've talked to people who watched Tomlin basically take over Senior Bowl practices, and Jackson Dart might as well have been one of the Senior Bowl cheerleaders that they invited from Mobile High School to work the event, or a popcorn vendor.
Might as well have been Chris Oladokin.
Had no interest in the guy. Spent no time on him.
I mean, my problem
acted like he didn't exist there.
My problem with Dart is sort of the same problem I have with Milroe. They're both raw in different ways. Dart comes from an offense where the coach just schemes up these one-read situations. And then Milroe obviously is, even by his, I think, supporter scene, as an unpolished stone here who's got to have a lot of seasoning to become a more ready-made NFL quarterback. And he's a project. They're both, in some ways, projects. And I just do not trust the Steelers to do well with a project at that position. Why would I look at Mike Tomlin's quarterback record after Ben and what he's done since? And why would I look at that guy and say, yeah, he's the shepherd. He's going to bring Jalen Milroe along. He's going to take all of Jalen Milroe's physical attributes and put him in a situation with a coordinator who gets the most out of him. And as his head coach who makes the big in-game decisions, trust him and empower him to do big things. You want to know why Jalen Hurts won a Super Bowl? He was surrounded by the best roster in the league with an offensive coordinator who knew exactly how to cater to his strengths and weakness and minimize his weaknesses.
I do think that Milroe is a cautionary tale on people that say wait until 2026 to draft a quarterback. Because I think after the 2023 season, if he had come out then, he would have been picked, especially if he ran that 40 time like he did today.
He did not make a step. He did not take a step forward.
He took a huge one back.
Right. Which shouldn't that be a red flag in and of itself?
It is to some degree. It's not totally for me, though, because the coaching there changed so much. And I know that the other coach, DeBoer, was at Washington with Penix and the wide receivers they had there.
I'll go
and they went
I
to
don't
a
care
national
that the coaching
championship.
changed. I want a guy in college, if he's at Alabama, I don't care what kind of upheaval. Show me that a year later into your career, a year older, you're going to be like a calm, steadying force.
Right.
Don't get caught up in the wave.
Yeah. He did. There's no doubt. And he had that fumble at the goal line in the championship game, or the playoff against Michigan. The game before that against Georgia, they won, but it was not like he was more of a caretaker than he was a playmaker.
These guys that entice Tomlin and infatuate, any coach or keep him up at night as a defensive mind because they're so mobile, they're so fast. That's only really useful, and you can see it with Fields' very spotty career so far, if you show some polish as a passer.
We'll ask Aditi about this, plus her take on Aaron Rodgers, not Aaron Rodgers' decision, but the Aaron Rodgers decision made by the Vikings today. NFL Network reporting the Vikings don't have any interest in signing Aaron Rodgers right now. Text us on the Edgar Steiner Associates fan text line, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Here's a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Braves beat the Pirates 5-2 this afternoon. The Buccos with a day off tomorrow. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Thank you so much, Don. Let's talk right now about FanDuel, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. All of the bracket craziness begins tomorrow. And there's games tonight that wet the whistle, but the real deal, the real McCoy, will take place tomorrow afternoon. And what a promotion FanDuel has going on. It's called their Dog of the Day promotion, where through the first 2 rounds of the tournament, bet on the lowest winning seed of the day, and you'll win a share of $1 million in bonus bets if that team is able to pull off the upset. So I am perusing the slate for tomorrow, and I think by seed, the biggest upset that I have is one of the classic 12-5 games. I like UCSD to take down Michigan in a 5-12 game. And if that happens, you get a share of $1 million. FanDuel.com/Andrew to download America's #1 sportsbook and get your dog of the day. 21 plus present in Pennsylvania, opt-in required. Winning pre-live moneyline wager on lowest seed required. Each $1 million jackpot to be split equally among all eligible winners. Bonus bets are now withdrawable and expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Loney and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Cedarbrook Golf Course, and Beer Outlet, and Window Nation.
Beyond Lincoln. Join the family. Beyond Lincoln Monroeville. BeyondLincoln.com.
I'm Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute. And if the reporting from Tom Pelissero at NFL Network is true, congratulations to the Minnesota Vikings on not destroying their football team. Apparently, they're not going to bring in Aaron Rodgers. They will trust J.J. McCarthy. And they do believe that what they've built with Sam Darnold before and with McCarthy going forward can work. Good. Kevin O'Connell's done something special in Minnesota, and all Aaron Rodgers has shown of late is that he tears those things down. I'm Bill Ryder.
I'm Larry Kelly from the injury firm LGKG. My dad taught me that a handshake is an oath. I've taken that oath seriously as an injury lawyer fighting for the people of this region. If you've been injured, I want to talk to you personally. Call me. I'll call you back. 724-658-8535.
Just in time for spring cleaning at Zero Res 3-room special starting at $109. So now is the perfect time to take advantage of this deal. 2 days only. Go to ZeroResPGH.com. ZeroResPGH.com now.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with the sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a honey buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then, go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
T-Mobile home internet is all about speed, value.
What you doing, Zach?
I'm rehearsing. There are so many benefits. You gotta talk fast.
T-Mobile home internet ranks #1 in customer satisfaction for home wireless internet by DiPaola.
Wow, you are good.
Try singing it. T-Mobile has price lock.
They won't raise your rate on internet.
Hulu and Paramount Plus on there.
Get T-Mobile home internet all in for just $55 a month with autopay and any postpaid voice line.
Additional terms apply. For JD Power 2024 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
You just had an accident. You in the hospital. They got you under heavy medication. You keep going in and out of sleep. As you sleep, you have a dream. Well, you think you do. In your dream, the nurse comes in the room. The nurse have a dog with her. The nurse says, I could be fired for this. But I gotta tell you, you just had a medical malpractice. I gotta tell you. You're looking at the dog is looking at you. You like, Top Dog, is that you? The dog jumps on your bed. Dog start barking. You say, I knew it. It's Top Dog. Then you wake up. There's doctors all around. You telling them I'm calling Top Dog right now. He was just here. He seen what y'all did. This was a medical malpractice. This is Top Dollar. You hear me? This is Top Dollar. Top Dog Law.
I'm approaching the age where I'm gonna start getting my clothes the same place I get my groceries.
Angela Johnson-Reyes, the family reunion tour.
Can't keep shopping at the same stores I used to shop at. Like Forever 21. No, you're not. Turns out that was a lie.
See Angela Johnson-Reyes
live on stage in Pittsburgh. The Event Center at Rivers Casino, Friday, April 25th. Get tickets now at riverscasino.com.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $359 for 24 months with $3,999 to its signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $239 a month for 24 months with $3,999 to its signing. Also, special 1.9% APR for 60 months on the 2025 Kia Sorrento. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires April 30th, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's time for basketball, and Uber Eats is dropping deals on game day favorites to keep you locked in on the action. Like when you're craving a buzzer beater, but also buffalo wings. Or when an upset makes you want to ugly cry into a pizza. And right now, Uber Eats has game day deals from Burger King, Buffalo Wild Wings, KFC, and hundreds more local favorites. So you can keep your eyes on the ball and your hands on a burger. Order now, only on Uber Eats. Product availability varies by region. See app for details.
Cloudy with showers tonight, the low 57.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
On the eastbound Parkway West, we have a collision just before the Fort Pitt Tunnel. If you're headed that way, expect additional delays. With AAA Traffic, I'm Ryan McCullough.
Do you feel stuck when you click yes to a subscription? Choosing Awaken 180 is the complete opposite because it's not a subscription. No fine print. Pay as you go, lose weight as you go. With the solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Live from the Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Woke up to the news that the Vikings had pulled out of the Aaron Rodgers sweepstakes. Mike Florio just joined us and said, yeah, for now, they're going to wait and see how J.J. McCarthy looks in the offseason program. And it's possible, if Aaron Rodgers waits it out, that if McCarthy doesn't give the Vikings the signal that they can win with him this year, they could revisit the Aaron Rodgers situation, which would drag this thing out until practically Memorial Day, if not longer, if it goes down that way.
Why?
She's so connected. She's so good. From the NFL on CBS, sideline reporter, based in Pittsburgh, longtime AFC North reporter, Aditi Kinkhabwala joins us. Aditi, what kind of light would you like to shed on this situation?
So the Vikings, absolutely, I can tell you, had serious discussion about bringing in Aaron Rodgers. There were people that felt very strongly about doing so, and there were people who felt very strongly about not doing so. They obviously were sort of a late entrant into the conversation, and that was prompted by Aaron Rodgers' interest. And they do really, really believe in J.J. McCarthy. That is why Daniel Jones signed with the Colts as opposed to signing with the Vikings. Daniel Jones believed that he had a better opportunity to start in Indianapolis, to win the starting job in Indianapolis, than to beat out J.J. McCarthy. So there's that piece of it. They believe in J.J. McCarthy. They believe in the team that they have around J.J. McCarthy. Part of this, and I think that I've said this before, part of the appeal for an Aaron Rodgers with the Vikings is that this is a ready-made team. This is a team that has an absolutely outstanding defense that just got better up front on both lines, that has superstars on offense, is a veteran-laden team, and that runs a very, very professional outfit. That's the sort of outfit that Aaron Rodgers would like to step into right now. Where he is in his career, who he is, from the conversations that we had with him last year, even in talking about Garrett Wilson and the growth he would like to see from him, Aaron Rodgers has not been of the mindset that he wants to go in and completely reshape an organization and lead a bunch of guys who need to be taught how to be professionals and put his imprint on things. He wants to step in and go win playoff games. And so when you think about the Steelers and the Giants and the Vikings fit that bill the most. The Vikings, however, have decided that, you know what, JJ's our guy. At some point when you believe in a young player, you've got to rip that Band-Aid off. And he had the year of seasoning last year. He was hurt, but that meant that he had to watch from the sidelines. He had to sort of take a step back. The Vikings believe that they have a team that's not dissimilar to what the Steelers had when Ben Roethlisberger was a young quarterback. Just like I said, a great defense, a veteran-laden offense with playmakers. You don't have to ask too much of your quarterback at the outset. So that's a really good setup for a J.J. McCarthy. Now, as for Aaron Rodgers, I know that this morning people in Pittsburgh woke up with this idea, okay, if the Vikings don't want him right now, then Rodgers will sign here. I don't know. I've had a lot of conversations today with people who know how a lot of these things work, who know Aaron Rodgers. I'm starting to get a really strong feeling that Aaron Rodgers feels absolutely no rush and that he thinks his best play may be to wait for a playoff-ready team that loses its quarterback. And again, because I don't believe that he is of the mindset right now that he wants to step in and do essentially the dirty work of teaching a team how to grind. And guys, this is all of us as we get older. You just have less patience for certain things. I mean, when
what Cam Hayward said about Aaron Rodgers? Is that an example of that? I think it is.
Yeah, but but I think that Cam Hayward is speaking to a bigger piece of this. Cam Hayward is pushing his body. He is at 35 years of age, 36 years of age. Last year, he put together one of his best seasons. He is doing everything he can in the relentless pursuit of winning playoff games, of getting to that Super Bowl. He doesn't have patience at this point. When I listen to him say that, he doesn't have patience for the nonsense. He doesn't have patience for the guys that aren't jumping on the train and all in. And I don't think that that's only about Aaron Rodgers. I mean, the conversations that we had about some of Rodgers' teammates last year, and he wasn't publicly calling them out, but just the idea of, do you want to be good or do you want to be great? There's just less patience when you're looking at the end of your career to helping guys get to that point. It's like, do you want it or not? And if you want it, show up and show us that you want it.
Aditi, question about specifically his, the Vikings moving on and saying, no, we're committed to J.J. McCarthy. Mike Florio posited that maybe Rodgers would wait that situation out to see how McCarthy looked during their offseason program, and if they weren't happy, maybe they'd come calling back to him. Is your understanding that the Vikings making this value judgment that they wanted to move forward with McCarthy, was the whole thing about who do we think is better, or how healthy do we think J.J. McCarthy is coming back from that ACL tear?
I don't think it's only about the health. I think it's the entire picture. Again, I'll use that same phrase. If J.J. McCarthy is your future, because Aaron Rodgers at the age of 41 is not your long-term future. You right now are saying J.J. McCarthy is your long-term future. So then the conversations that the Vikings were having were, do we really believe in J.J. McCarthy? Do we think that he needs another year of quote-unquote seasoning, of essentially sitting on the bench behind Aaron Rodgers? If we do give him another year of quote-unquote seasoning, how does that affect him mentally? And does that then leave us enough time on the tail end of that rookie contract to really determine if he's our guy moving forward or not? Because part of what you have to do with every rookie quarterback is figure out, is this your future, or is it time to essentially think about the next guy that you're bringing in? So those are all conversations that they were having. And again, like I just said it, and I'm using this phrase, I'm using it because it's actually something that two offensive coaches used with me within the last week. At some point with a young quarterback, you have to rip off the Band-Aid. His first start will be his first start, whether it's his second year or his third year.
I never ripped. I always went slowly.
Still a first start.
How about you, Mosey? Were you a tear it off and just deal with the pain, or did you try to?
I'd rip Band-Aids off all the time.
I would just go very slowly to try to make sure I never felt that sensation.
Easier when you were a kid to rip Band-Aids off, though, because you don't have, like, hair on your arms. If you have a Band-Aid on your forearm, you're ripping hair out of that.
Right.
Your arm.
See, again, look, if we're sticking with this analogy here, then maybe, Pony, your analogy is better because just like I said, with the Vikings, they have a great defense. They have veteran-laden professional offense with real playmakers. So you could bring J.J. McCarthy along slowly. At the outset, you don't need to ask him to put this whole team on his shoulders. So in some ways, yes, you're ripping off the Band-Aid in that your rookie has to play at some point. He's not a rookie anymore. Your second-year player, your first-year quarterback, whatever, has to play at some point. But you could do it a slow pull of the Band-Aid because you don't have to ask that much of him. You have a team right now that's in really good shape.
Aditi Kinkhabwala, All Access with her, NFL on CBS.
Wait, you don't want to talk about the Steelers piece of all of this now?
No, I was just going to say your partner in crime, Sparrow Adidas, will be calling Pitt or not Pitt. They're not in the tournament. Haven't made it 6 to 7 years. Robert Morris and Alabama on Friday. We'll get the Sparrow Adidas treatment. He made St. Francis and Alabama State, Donnie, sound like it was Duke and UNLV.
I mean, it was a classic game.
He called a great game. He called a tremendous game. So let him know that, and we'll talk next week.
I will.
Thank you, Aditi.
Okay, guys. Bye.
I'm on Team Adidas now.
Adidas convert?
I've become an Adidas guy. I've become Adidas guy.
I was going to say that fast. It sounds like you were a Nike guy.
And I feel like the problem for him for so long in the NFL was that he was getting the worst games. Man, he was in the AFC South every week. The guy basically could rent a house in Jacksonville.
You got Jacksonville,
right, Don?
Indy.
I mean, he was in Jacksonville.
Yeah, we're getting set for Jacksonville and Tennessee.
Duval!
I mean, the guy might as well have rented a spot there.
No, he was great on that call. That was a thrilling ending to that game. That game was so well played with, like, shot making legitimately down the stretch. And then basically the last 10 seconds were bingo, bango, bongo. Like, it was high school level bad.
Aditi lent some credence to the pomp theory with Rodgers, that he just waits until a team gets desperate, a team that's closer to winning than the Steelers, see if an injury happens, and then go there. Which, as you pointed out, that seems a lot easier said than done. This is not picking up a guy at the NHL trade deadline or a pitcher at the baseball trade deadline. It's asking a guy to go into an offense that he may or may not even know, may not have ever played in.
People are saying, though, since Joe Flacco did it, Rodgers can do it. Okay, Flacco, yeah, he came off the couch and
good
was
comeback.
Really, it is, but, like, we know Rodgers' tendencies. He wants it his way. You know why Joe Flacco might have been able to do that reasonably well? They could have been like, hey, Joe, here's our plays. You want to just wing it deep? Go for it, buddy.
Fake it to the running back and throw it 40 yards.
Right, exactly.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Donnie's segment called the Donnie Football Debrief is next, but first a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Two more matchups in the first for tonight. American against Mount St. Mary's tips off at 6:40. Xavier in Texas at 9:10. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, thanks so much, Don. Let's talk right now about the Wet Go Car Wash. I was just there yesterday. Yesterday's Tuesday. Today's Wednesday. Yes, yesterday. Went to my daughter's little gymnastics class and had a little bit of time to kill. And there was Wet Go. A beacon of light there, looking at it, thinking, man, my car could really use it. Went in and out 90 seconds later. Stella is intrigued by the sounds and sights of the car wash, so she is not impatient or scared or anything like that and doesn't get fussy. Loves it, and we're in and out. And we do this a lot because we've gone unlimited, which means once you pay that one low monthly price, you get to get your car washed again and again and again and again and again and again. You know, a lot of guys in football are looking for a clean slate and a fresh start. Do that with your vehicle at WetGo. Keep it clean year-round. GetGoCafe.com/unlimited today to go with the WetGo Car Wash.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Paul Skeens, just 8 days until Pirates baseball on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Raise the Jolly Roger. Our Pirates are ready for an exciting season. Catch all the action here. Presented by Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 Hampton. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and a 96% customer satisfaction rating, the highest in the industry, it's no wonder. Here are real stories, real results from satisfied Window Nation customers.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Our Window Nation consultant, Daniel, was a 10 out of 10. They would not give up until they designed windows with safe, pure, and efficient material. Window Nation is amazing, legit, and affordable.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient, customizable windows are built to last a lifetime. Right now, get 2 windows free with every 2 you buy. Pay no interest for 2 full years. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a fast in-home free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION.
Who's cutting down the nets this year? Get in on all the tournament action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest upsets to placing bets in just a few taps, all tournament long. New customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code Radio100 to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Afternoons with Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's growing on me, the new debrief tune.
I have a theory as to why.
Because of some reasons we can't get into. A change had to get made, but I think it's for the better.
I think I can tell you why it's growing on you. That opening sound is just so majestic. It has a lot of gravitas. When's gravitas hour your next time on the air?
I'm going to do that at 10:30, I think, Saturday morning after I talk about the Pirates season predictions.
Hold on, but I think I've heard Donnie use gravitas. Gravitas is in his vocabulary.
I can't think of a time where I've used it.
You've never said of Bob Pompiani he has the gravitas? He's a man with gravitas?
I mean, I know the word. I just never really use it. I also sometimes think about words that I would either screw up easily or my accent would just not go well with.
You know, gravitas. I mean, you think about somebody with a lot of gravitas.
Last night I was sitting in those Casamigos seats.
Wait, did you say that? Casamigos. Casa. Okay, I got you.
I originally thought to myself when he went to the game, no offense to the Penguins, but I'd rather watch college hoops right now.
Yes.
But then when Donnie told me about his setup, I got very jealous.
Got hyped.
I was in the pony section.
Because he got the food.
He acts like he hasn't experienced this many times.
And he got the TV. The TV is critical there.
Because you're not watching the game. You're watching what's on TV.
The intermission lined up perfectly with the end of that St. Francis Alabama State game.
So you could
second intermission of the Penguin game. We're down there underneath the seats in the little club area, and the game is winding down, and I see the tragic final moments. For
I remember being super hyped.
St. Franny.
I remember being very hyped. Speaking of like luxury suites, my buddy had a birthday party growing up, and we had a luxury suite at Three River Stadium.
Man.
Okay, this was like a summer birthday, I think.
I bet you those things were awesome.
Very 1990s, obviously. And the only thing I vividly remember, not food, hot dogs, anything, was that somebody put Beavis and Butthead on the TV. And as a kid without cable, I thought I was, you know what I mean? I'm like, holy crap, this is a brave new world here at 10 years old.
The Donnie Football Debrief is brought to you by Boyd & Blair Vodka, a proud sponsor of the fans' 15th anniversary party.
The debrief, March 19, 2025. So Chris brought up the rule proposal that the Steelers brought to light earlier, and he mentioned that to Mike Florio and a little breakdown of that. We can get into that one in a few minutes if we want. The Lions proposed a couple today, and one of them I find pretty interesting. They proposed a change. We do see this, I feel, every few years. I don't think it's the first time that it's got thrown out there. A rule that would allow wild card teams to be seated higher than division winners based on record, citing that the Vikings lost out last season because they won 14 games and had to go on the road in the playoffs.
Classic example of it. Help the Steelers, hurt the Steelers. Hurt the Steelers when 2011 they were 12-4 and had to go to 8-8 Denver. And that's when the Tebow game was lost.
Still shouldn't
help
matter.
them in 2008 because a very good Colts team that finished second to Tennessee had to go play 8-8 San Diego on the road, lost to 8-8 San Diego, and the Steelers got to play a mediocre Chargers team in the divisional round of the playoffs at Heinz Field.
Chargers always had some ballers on those teams, though, to be fair. You know who would be most pissed about this? It would be, obviously, yes, the teams that are like 8-8 but win a division. It's more the why. I think you'd get pushback just because, wait a minute, we lose a home game and, like, ticket revenue? Because presumably if you're getting seated higher, right, you're taking the home game from them.
Patrick Peterson had a very outside-the-box suggestion on our podcast about this. It reminded me of when I would smoke a lot of weed in college, and if I were completely sober, the idea would never come to me. And it's like, oh, man, here's like a great stoner thought on how to make something better. And in the moment, it would feel like an ingenious idea.
Okay.
So you know how the Vikings and Rams game got played in Arizona on a neutral site? He said in these very specific situations it should be a neutral site game.
Who gets the ticket revenue? Because you know teams are going to care about that part of it.
Split it.
Split it?
Yeah.
God, I actually kind of like it.
Me too. I feel like if they did something, I mean, maybe like that they could look into.
Fans are going to be pissed, though, because, hey, we got to travel to this.
So here, I think an example, if we localize it, the Steelers haven't truly hosted a playoff game since that Jacksonville one. They did host against Cleveland, but that was the COVID year. Nobody was there.
Yep.
Say the Steelers are in a situation like this year or a couple of years. The AFC North, for whatever reason, maybe quarterback injuries, because we know that Jackson and Burrow and guys like that are too good to be bad.
Yep.
Let's say the Steelers win the division at 9-8, and there is a 14-3 team that is the wild card that's coming into Acrisure Stadium, and they say, well, you know what, Pittsburgh, you're not hosting this one. We're going to play this baby in Detroit.
Or Indianapolis or something like that. So
then we as
what if it was somehow
fans,
Buffalo as a 14-3 wild card and they said the dream finally happened?
Cleveland.
We're going to play this thing at Beaver Stadium.
But I'm going to they'd say the pipes below or something like that could not
They're renovating it right now.
No, you're right. That's what they would say. Oh, in December it wouldn't work. Well, riddle me this, Donnie.
Butter me this.
Butter me this. In those specific situations, take your black and gold pride out of it. Who should have the home game? The 14-3 team or the 9-8 team?
I'm in favor of the division winner.
Really?
There. Yeah. I mean, if you're not going to have that, if you're not going to have some sort of reward for winning your division, take them away.
But you do have a reward. You're in the playoffs.
I think like the whole idea of prioritizing the division is you do get a home game, even if your division stinks. Otherwise, Donnie, I think what Donnie's logical extension is, if you're not going to give the division winner the home game, then just don't have divisions.
But here's my rebuttal to that. So, but I think it has consequences in the playoffs when you do it that way, because of the way teams get seeded. So, for example, like let's say that happens, and the Steelers are a 3 seed, and the team with the good record is a 6 seed. Well, now if the 6 seed wins because it's better than that team that went 9-8, well, now the team that finished with the first seed now has to play that team when they shouldn't, because there's probably going to be 2 teams with a worse record that played a first-round game, a wild card game against each other, and advanced. You know, like they're only getting seeded there. Like the Vikings got seeded 5th, even though they were not the 5th best team in the NFC last year.
Okay.
And if they had won, they would have had to go right back to Detroit to play them, right?
Correct. Yeah,
and that's not fair for a team that won 15 games have to play a 14 seed in their first playoff game.
I think they actually would have gone to Philly.
Well, that's because the Washington one is a 6 seed. Okay, but I hope you follow what I'm saying. Like, let me put forth this compromise: seed the teams by record, but if you don't win your division, you still have to go on the road in the first round.
Okay, so if you're the Vikings and you're 14-3, you're the 2 seed, right?
The Eagles went 14-3 too, so they would have been 3.
Okay, you're the 3 seed.
Yep.
You didn't win your division, but you are the 3 seed, and now you have to play a 9-8 6 seed.
So I'm saying you're still going to go on the road against the 4 seed, who would have been the Rams, but for the purpose of the next round, you get seeded in the next round like the 3 seed and not the 5 seed.
Okay.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, it sounds a little bit complicated.
Well, the way you laid it out there, now I get it. Instead of the 5 seed, they're the 3 seed.
It's
but they're still
complicated
playing the
now.
road game.
Why would a team that went 14-3 be seeded 5th? That makes no sense.
I also think it's just the recency bias of it just happening, and how often have we seen something like that in league history?
Well, hold on, though.
You got the Beastquake run for a 7-9 team.
I'm a big believer that baseball would have changed the way it did its playoffs if what happened to the Pirates in 15
happened to the
Yankees or Dodgers or somebody
100%.
like that.
100%.
Where it's like, wait a minute, a team with 98 wins.
The NFL doesn't have that problem because they have true, I would say, parity as far as people caring about every team.
Like, wasn't there a situation like that where the Dodgers? Didn't the Dodgers and Giants have to play a 1-game playoff where both teams won 100 games or something like that?
Like you're saying very recently? Yeah, I think they did.
Or no, here's what happened. The Giants won the division with 104 wins.
Yeah.
And the Dodgers came in second with 100. And they had to play a 1-game playoff as a 100-win team, and they won it. But if they had lost that game, I think baseball would have said, "No, we ain't never doing this again." And I guess they kind of did. They changed their playoff format a couple years later.
What about, speaking of playoff formats, I guess Gary Bettman said he has no problem with the NHL's current one, which everyone seems to hate, where they do the divisional ones, obviously, and then they break it out after you get through there.
So
people just want the true 1-8, 2-7,
So I have a theory on that too. I think people say they like things and they get bored by them and change their mind. I think originally people loved this playoff format because oh man, you got to go through your division. You play division rivals. But then it got redundant because, oh man, the Bruins are playing the Maple Leafs in the first round of the playoffs every year. This isn't fun anymore. So I think they should freshen it up and go back to 1-8, 2-7, 3-6, 4-5. Do that for 4 or 5 years. People will get bored with it again and then flip it back to divisions. They used to do it in the early 80s for a while where it was no conference.
Yeah, Donnie,
and it was 116, 215.
In the 70s even, there were times when the Stanley Cup final would be just like the Flyers and the Canadiens or something like that.
When it was just, we don't care.
It was just open seating like that.
Do that for a few years.
God, can you imagine if it's just like Bruins, for the league's purposes, Bruins Leafs or something for the Stanley Cup?
Why not, though?
Hey, man, all options for that sport should be on the table. There should not be anything that just gets tabled automatically.
I didn't know that Donnie was strict if you win your division, even if you're 7-9 like Carolina.
That's not your take, though, Pony. I thought you'd
get a home
be a
playoff
division guy.
game.
I thought you'd be Mr. Hey, winning your division should matter.
Put them in the playoffs is what I'm saying about it.
I just don't think there are enough examples. Like, we see it every now and then where you point and you're like, man, that team's really getting screwed. They went 13-4, or they went 14-3.
There's not a ton of them.
And now they got to play a team that's barely 500.
There's not a ton of super egregious ones.
But I also don't think there's going to be an outcry if they say, yeah, if you win your division, you're automatically in the playoffs, and we're just going to seed by record once we're there.
It would take people a little bit to get used to, but I don't think it would matter. I love hearing this with this going in the background. It makes me feel like we're having one of those very formal point-counterpoint arguments on C-SPAN.
Well, Judge Donnie's coming up next hour. You'll hear more of that.
That's a whole different ball of wax.
The Fan and the Pirates want to visit your teams in action for our youth baseball and softball showcase. Parents and coaches send an email to us at youthsports@937thefan.com to register your 12 and under team. And 93.7 The Fan may make a stop to your field. Details at 937thefan.com. All right, Aaron Rodgers lost an option today. So does that mean he will make a decision soon? You'll hear what the insiders are saying about that and how it makes us feel. Timeout, and we're right back on The Fan. First, a message from Mulsey.
It is, thanks, Pony, about Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington. Place to go if you want to find the Mitsu that fits you. Mitsubishi bringing a ton to the table. Now, take, for example, the 2024 Outlander, which is what I drive. You're getting all-wheel drive, getting advanced safety features. They still have great selection because they've got the best selection around when it comes to Mitsubishi. So you want one with a bell and whistle like a panoramic sunroof, you can get one of those as well, plus room for 7 passengers. And every Mitsubishi comes with that unbeatable 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. Now, right now in those 2024 Outlanders, they're priced to move up to $7,000 off, or you can grab 0% financing for 60 months. If you want an Eclipse Cross, up to $4,500 off on those. Outlander Sports are as low as only $23,000. You go to Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington, you're also getting 3 years of prepaid maintenance and $500 more for your trade, regardless of year, make, model, mileage, or payoff. Now is the time for you to shop the Lucky Days event with the industry's #1 value auto brand, Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington, always online, JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan brings you the Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show with Pony and Muller every Thursday at 4 p.m. Get the insight you need to win big. The Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppables, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Hey, it's Dan Zangrelli on behalf of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. 2024 was a banner year, and 2025 is off to a terrific start because Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union is growing, and they're proud to announce the opening of their newest branch on Cochran Road in Scott Township. Just like me, nearly 25,000 Western Pennsylvanians call Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union home. So shape your future with a diverse line of highly competitive products from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union at AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business?
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
Landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-575-3047. That's 800-575-3047.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Siding has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Luck is on your side at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Save a pot of gold at Bowser Hyundai with 3.99% for 60 months on a new 2025 Hyundai Palisade SEL all-wheel drive or lease for just $399 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included.
Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. With credit approval and financing through HMFC, offer ends March 31st.
Well, that's the power of Bowser. Yeah.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
Warmer weather means that all the brick and block issues that you've been putting off and have been haunting you are going to really start to creep up. So may I suggest precision pointing and restoration. Serving the greater Pittsburgh area for nearly 25 years. Brick, block, mortar replacement, whole house restoration, retaining walls, and a whole lot more. Free estimates. No money down, so you don't have to worry about somebody running away with your deposit. No, not at Precision Pointing. Plus, a guarantee on all of their work. I'm really glad that I use them for my home project, so visit brickpointingpittsburgh.net today.
Fabric Talk. Hello, my love. I am your living room carpet. I see everything. I feel everything. After a while, I smell like everything, including Sir Pickles, who you snuggle with while binging that dating show you can't stop watching. So, how about we freshen things up with Febreze Fabric Spray? Oh, and a big spray for my pals, couch and ottoman. Ah, yes, refreshing. Breathe happy, Febreze. La 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 la.
Spring forward with real unlimited data from Straight Talk this tax season and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. So you can stream games during Mad March hours, check the weather for April showers, and watch gardening videos about May flowers. Straight Talk, real unlimited data, available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 4/15/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires purchase of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof and massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Chris Muller here for Choice Cabinet. Are you a contractor? Maybe you're a DIY enthusiast. Or maybe you're just someone thinking about redoing a kitchen or bathroom. You might not know this, but the average wait time for cabinets is 8 to 12 weeks. Who wants to wait that long? Check out Choice Cabinet instead. Choice Cabinet has over 65,000 cabinets in stock. These cabinets are all wood with 10 different paints and stains, and delivery is available in as little as 3 days. If you need cabinets, the choice is clear. ChoiceCabinet.com.
My friends swim no matter the season, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. Now, thanks to Skyrizi and Clear Skin, count me in. With Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
I'm Dan Zangbrilli here with Joe George, partner at the Western PA injury firm LGKG. Joe, there's no shortage of injury lawyer options out there. In fact, you'll hear plenty of ads saying this, singing that, or offering this or that.
When we're involved in a case, Larry or Joe, we're actually involved in the case. We're the quarterback. We're the ones dictating where the ball is going to go. Is it going to get handed off? Is it going to get thrown? We're going to run it. We're the quarterback. You're going to talk to us. You're going to see us. You're going to meet with us. I'm happy to say a lot of the folks that we've had have been here 20, 30 years. They know their role and they do it well.
In other words, you don't get farmed out.
No, not at our firm. You're going to talk to top dogs, Larry and Joe.
Or as I like to call them, the big cats, LGKG. They live here, work here, coach here. Most importantly, they win here. A 90-year reputation that provides you with a big home field advantage. So if you're injured in an accident, make sure you're playing with that advantage. Call them. You'll actually get them. LGKG, 724-658-8535. 724-658-8535.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. The all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS starting at $169 for 24 months with $3,499 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $216 for 24 months with $3,499 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires April 30th, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now, for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Just before the Fort Pitt Tunnel around the Banksville Road exit on the inbound Parkway West, the left shoulder is closed due to an earlier accident. Exercise caution if you're headed that way. Traffic slow from the Fort Pitt Tunnel back to the top of Green Tree Hill on that inbound side. With AAA Traffic, I'm Ryan McCullough.
This traffic report brought to you by Two Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at twomenandajuncktruck.com.
Get off the couch and get moving. 2 Men in a Truck Pittsburgh is hiring movers and drivers now. If problem solving and making people happy is who you are, we want you on our team. Visit careers.2men.com.
2 Men in a Truck. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, the first four continues tonight. Sean Miller's Xavier team takes on Texas for a spot in the field. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now. More PM team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
For the Steelers, we know that they have prioritized Aaron Rodgers over potentially bringing back Russell Wilson. I am told there is ongoing dialogue between the Steelers, Rodgers' agent, as well as Aaron Rodgers himself and various members of the Pittsburgh organization. At this point, the Steelers are willing to wait on an Aaron Rodgers decision. If ultimately he decides